Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, A Company for World Travelers. Chapter 1, A Company for World Travelers. Kuoh City, a modern city in the present day. Inside a plain and ordinary house, a young man named Akira stood still, his face blank with disbelief. Looking around, it was obvious he was in a 1DK apartment. Note, 1DK means one room with a separate dining kitchen area. Combined with the sudden flood of memories rushing through his head, Akira had no choice but to accept a painful truth. He had crossed over into another world. And honestly, Akira was far from happy about it. Born in the 90s, he had struggled through 9 years of compulsory education, 3 years of high school, 3 years of college, and another 3 years of full-time work in the harsh reality of adult life. Waking up before dawn, coming home past midnight, just for a meager commission. And after all that, he finally managed to scrape together enough to pay the down payment on a small house in a second-tier suburban area. The payment had just gone through. He hadn't even moved in yet. His plan was to find a girlfriend after New Year's and finally enjoy the sweet and sour taste of romance. And then this. He ended up in another world. What pissed him off the most was the sheer unfairness of it all. Day after day of fieldwork and grinding just to earn a tiny bit of commission, and the moment he achieved his first life goal, it all vanished into nothing. And now? No matter how angry he got, it wouldn't change a thing. His frustration was completely powerless. After combing through the information in his mind, Akira realized something else. Aside from knowing he had crossed over into another world, he had nothing. Even looking at his own body, it was still his, but looked like the version of himself back in high school. A glance in the mirror beside him confirmed it. After 3 years of work, his once handsome and clean-cut face had long been dulled by constant overtime and sleep deprivation. But now, he was definitely in another world. Just, what kind of world was this? He looked around again. The room he now lived in was a tiny 1DK apartment, probably no more than 30 square meters. Ding. World Traveler detected. Ding. Initiating installation of the World Traveler cheat distribution system. Ding. Installation complete. Ding. Starting cheat lottery draw. Ding. Draw complete. You have received inheritance template system. Ding. Activating inheritance template system. Activation complete. The World Traveler cheat distribution system will now self-delete. Deletion complete. Enjoy your new life in this world. Akira's expression twisted even further at the sudden barrage of notifications. What the hell was this? Is world hopping a trend now? There's something called a World Traveler cheat distribution system now. Is dimension crossing an industry? Are cheats officially handed out by some system now? The service was so complete it left even a first-time traveler like Akira speechless. Ding. Synchronizing data. Synchronization complete. Converting data into digital format. Conversion complete. Creating status panel. Status panel complete. The inheritance template system is now ready to serve you. A floating screen appeared in front of Akira's eyes. Seeing the design, he couldn't even find the words to roast it properly. Name, Akira. Status, none, illegal world traveler. Since this isn't a soul reincarnation, you have no official identity. Level, 0, you are complete trash with no power. Template, none. Talent, none. Skill, none. Equipment, none. Items, beginner package X1. It looked exactly like one of those cheap pay-to-win MMORPGs, and Akira didn't even know where to begin complaining. Aside from his name and one measly starter pack, everything else was a fat 0. This was a true whiteboard account, a complete blank slate. But the part that annoyed him the most was the level section. Sure, he had no power. But why did it have to say 0? Couldn't they have at least left it blank? 0 was just plain rude. Even in Dragon Ball, normal humans had a combat power of 5. That meant even unarmed civilians had some measurable strength. But him? 0. Nada. Nothing at all. With a heavy sigh, Akira realized the only thing that could possibly help him now was that one lonely beginner package. He wasted no time and selected it. In this situation, he had no choice but to put all his hope in it. Ding. Congratulations. You've received identity information. Congratulations. You've received one-time inheritance template lottery ticket. In the blink of an eye, a torrent of information flooded his brain, details about the identity prepared for him in this world. Apparently, in this world, he was an orphan raised in a local orphanage. He had since graduated and was now living on his own. The 1DK apartment he lived in was rented, only 1 month's rent had been paid. Meaning if he couldn't pay next month's rent, he'd be out on the streets. He also received a school transfer certificate and a full school uniform set. According to the system's setup, he would be enrolling at a school called Kuoh Academy. The tuition for this year had already been taken care of, but from next year onward, that was his problem. After digesting the information, Akira fell into silence. And then, he panicked. Kuoh Academy. As a hardcore anime fan, that name was way too familiar. That's the school from high school DxD. In this world, supernatural beings really existed: devils, angels, fallen angels, dragons, gods, yokai, vampires, all those mythological beings that only existed in stories were very real here. The danger level of this world was off the charts. Even without the top-tier beings, the mere appearance of a stray devil in town could mean disaster. Not to mention, while the anime was known for its Ape themes, the protagonist had some seriously busted cheat powers and constantly pulled out power-ups at the last minute. Stray devils, high-class devils, powerful fallen angels, Mao, transcendent beings, even dragon gods. This world was beyond dangerous, a place where survival odds were basically zero. White heavy checkmark. Enjoy 100+ chapters ahead of web novel. White heavy checkmark. Be the first to enjoy the new season before anyone else. Thank you for your amazing support. Sparkling Heart. Chapter 2, The Golden Legend, Enkidu. Chapter 2, The Golden Legend, Enkidu. After taking quite some time to calm down and process everything, Akira finally managed to collect himself. He stared at the one and only cheat lottery ticket from his beginner package, the last sliver of hope in his new life. Whether he'd rise like a dragon or crawl like a worm all depended on his luck now. Europe tier or Africa tier draw. Only fate could tell. Sancheng Daozu. Tathagata Buddha. Lord Jesus. Holy Mother Mary. Please, bless me. He prayed to every divine entity he could think of. After all, lotteries like this were purely luck-based. Of course, if any of those holy figures actually heard him, they'd probably spit on him. Who in the world prays to all religions at once, from completely different faiths and dimensions no less? Just as Akira's eyes sparkled with hope, the system draw finally began. Ding! The familiar chime rang out, and Akira snapped his eyes to the screen, his expression lit up like a kid on Christmas morning. Golden Legend. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the template, Enkidu. A glowing panel instantly materialized before him. The figure displayed on the screen had long green hair and wore flowing white robes, a beautiful and mysterious presence, so androgynous it was hard to tell whether they were male or female. Enkidu, a puppet created by the gods. A living noble phantasm born with its own will. The divine chain that connects heaven and earth. Akira couldn't hold back his inner shout of joy. Jackpot. Holy crap, this is insane. Enkidu. A golden legend on the very first pull. In the Fate universe, Enkidu was the one and only true companion of the king of heroes, Gilgamesh. A divine weapon created by the gods themselves, best known as the Chain of Heaven. And Enkidu's power wasn't just about those heavenly chains. Back in the Mesopotamian era, in the kingdom of Uruk, he was known as the king of beasts, and together with Gilgamesh, they were hailed as the two kings. A divine construct created specifically to bring Gilgamesh back to the side of the gods, Enkidu's strength was on par with the king of heroes himself. While Akira was still basking in excitement, a strange energy suddenly surged into his body, fusing with every fiber of his being. In an instant, his body began to change. His originally handsome features transformed into something even more striking, beautiful and ethereal, almost enough to be mistaken for a girl, though there was still a unique masculinity to it. His short black hair grew longer, reaching his shoulders, and shifted into a vivid emerald green. And that wasn't all. Within his body, something called mana awakened and began flowing rapidly through his entire system. No one knew how long the transformation lasted, but eventually, Akira slowly opened his eyes. The black in his pupils had turned into a radiant green. Note, Enkidu in the Fate series has green eyes, the Kingu version in FGO, Final Singularity has violet eyes. Feeling his new body after the evolution, Akira couldn't help but be amazed. This was the sensation of ascending to a higher form of life. The constant, gentle flow of mana coursing through him, it was intoxicating. Name, Shin Akira. Identity, transfer student at Kuoh Academy. Level, Tier 3, low-class devil. Template, Enkidu, 10%. Noble phantasm, chain of heaven, anti-divine. Body is a divine construct capable of becoming a weapon itself. Talent, consummated shape, constructed from divine clay during the Age of Gods. As long as mana is supplied through the earth, the body will never break, grants extreme regeneration and recovery. Skills, none. Equipment, none. Items, none. Level tier system. Tier 9 equals Dragon God. Tier 8 equals Transcendent Being. Tier 7 equals Mao, Demon King. Tier 6 equals Ultimate Class Devil. Tier 5 equals High Class Devil. Tier 4 equals Mid Class Devil. Tier 3 equals Low Class Devil. Tier 2 equals Newborn Devil. Tier 1 equals Fledgling Devil. From nothing to Tier 3 in one jump, a leap big enough to match a typical low-class devil. Sounds impressive, right? But honestly, that's barely the survival line. Even before the story hits its midpoint, high-class devils and overpowered fallen angels are already roaming around. By the time things reach the late game, Mao-level beings and transcendents start showing up one after another. The only reason the original protagonist survived and rose in such a batshit crazy world was thanks to an overpowered official DxD system cheat. Take the boosted gear for example, a sacred gear that could double its user's power every 10 seconds. In theory, given enough time, the user could even kill gods. That kind of cheat let him keep punching above his level and survive long enough to get stronger. But Akira wasn't entirely hopeless either. He had a system too, a unique cheat of his own. And even with just 10% of Enkidu's power, he had already reached Tier 3. If he could ever reach 100%, he might even break into the Transcendent class. After all, this was the divine weapon forged to restrain Gilgamesh himself, the Chain of Heaven. Could he reach Dragon God level someday? Akira wasn't sure. In the Type Moon universe, Enkidu wasn't necessarily top tier. But still, one thing he was sure of. His future was bright. He had a system. He had a cheat. If he still ended up a loser after all this, he might as well not exist. The only problem now was, he had no clue how to level up the inheritance template. The system was called the template inheritance system, not a role system. So he probably didn't need to act like or imitate Enkidu to grow stronger. Even though the system hadn't explained it yet, Akira was confident he'd figure it out soon enough. With the power of a Tier 3 devil, at the very least, he could protect himself in Kuoh City, as long as he didn't run into any crazies. After wrapping his head around everything, Akira let out a long breath of relief. In this unfamiliar world, the old saying rang true, fear comes from a lack of firepower. Now that he had some firepower, he could afford to relax just a little. Grr. Suddenly, a low growl came from his stomach. Akira's face twitched. Right, he still had one massive issue. Money. Without it, he wouldn't survive for long. Looking around the tiny 1DK apartment, there were only a few things here, a mattress with a pillow and blanket, a small TV, a basic fridge, and a wardrobe. That's it. And the fridge? Totally empty. Not even a half-eaten snack. Yep. Even after hitting the jackpot with a golden legend pull and gaining an absurdly powerful template, Akira now had to face reality. He was broke. And starving. White heavy checkmark enjoy 100 plus chapters ahead of web novel. White heavy checkmark be the first to enjoy the new season before anyone else. Thank you for your amazing support. Sparkling Heart. Chapter 3, An Unexpected Encounter with Kaneko Tuju. Chapter 3, An Unexpected Encounter with Kaneko Tuju. Kuoh City, a city shrouded in an air of quiet mystery. That's because the city lay within the territory of a noble devil family, the Gremory. In today's world, this was far from uncommon. While ordinary humans still believed that beings like devils, yokai, or gods were nothing more than myths, the truth was, supernatural beings like devils did exist, and they lived among them. From the beginning, humanity had always been the ignorant party. This world, its cities, nations, even entire continents, had long been carved up and ruled behind the scenes by gods, factions, and secret organizations. Kuoh City, for example, was firmly under the control of the Gremory family. Most of the high-ranking officials holding influential positions in the city were devils affiliated with the Gremory house. That said, those assigned to human-populated areas tended to be slightly below average in strength. Even the current mayor of Kuoh City was a branch member of the Gremory bloodline. Scattered throughout the city were also numerous hidden zones and locations accessible only to beings with supernatural powers, completely invisible to ordinary humans. Note, just a personal theory from the author. Please don't come after me if you disagree. Kuoh Academy itself was a joint project between two noble devil houses, Gremory and Citri. With the devil population shrinking, they had turned to reincarnation contracts with humans in order to increase their numbers. High-ranking devils who possessed evil pieces often used schools as prime recruitment grounds. The younger a human was, the more potential they had, and the easier it was to cultivate loyalty from an early stage. And it was to such a city that Shin Akira had crossed over, from the three-dimensional world to this two-dimensional reality. Upon arrival, he'd immediately received a cheat in the form of a system, and even hit the jackpot on his first draw, pulling a golden legendary template. Truly, the blessing of Lady Luck. But miracles never lasted long. Akira was quickly reminded of a cruel truth: he was broke. Sure, he still had a few Chinese yuan in his pocket, but in this world, that was completely useless. It wasn't just a different country, it was a different world. And so, the heir to the Enkidu template from Mesopotamian mythology now wandered the streets of Kuoh City, stomach growling and spirit deflated. The only reason he was walking around like this was the slim hope that his good luck would continue, maybe he'd run into someone generous enough to spare him a few coins. But reality wasn't so kind. Akira had already walked quite a distance and still hadn't encountered a single thug or delinquent. Seriously. In anime and Japanese movies, there are always street punks everywhere. So how come now that I'm actually in one of these worlds, I can't find a single one? Imagine that. A supernatural being with the power of a tier 3 devil, reduced to possibly starving to death because he had no money. And that's when he saw her. Just ahead on the sidewalk, stood a petite silver-haired girl scanning her surroundings, as if searching for something. Akira froze on the spot. Even though he'd only ever seen her in anime, and wasn't sure if he could recognize characters in a real-life version of the world, the moment he laid eyes on her, he just knew. It wasn't because she looked drastically different from her animated self. In fact, it was the opposite. Her appearance, and especially the Kuoh Academy uniform, were nearly identical, just in the girl's version. At Kuoh Academy, there was only one petite, silver-haired girl with golden eyes and an unmistakable Kaderi aura. Tuju Kaneko. She was a reincarnated devil from the Nikomata race, a rook under Rias Gremory, the crimson-haired heiress of the Gremory family. She was also one of the main heroines of this world. But instead of being thrilled to meet a major female lead, Akira's first reaction was anxiety. He knew better than to be fooled by the anime version. This city was part of Rias Gremory's territory. That might not be a problem for a regular human. But Akira was now a low-class devil. His very existence would attract attention. Especially now, when Rias was actively recruiting members for her evil peace set. Something's off. All of a sudden, the Enkidu instincts he'd inherited sent a warning through his senses. From one of the nearby houses along the street, a sickening aura seeped out, so vile that it made Akira's skin crawl. He had no idea what it was, but every fiber of his being rejected it on instinct. It was nauseating. Foul. And then, a heavy pressure crashed down on him, jolting him back to his senses. He turned. Only to find Kaneko Tuju staring directly at him, those big golden eyes fixed on him with unnerving intensity. Her gaze made the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. There was a hint of curiosity, and something else, a subtle wariness, maybe. Is something wrong, miss? Akira. You're unusual. Your scent draws me to you. Who exactly are you? Kaneko. Akira panicked. How the hell was he supposed to explain this? Wait a sec, he had a scent. A scent that made Kaneko Tuju want to approach him. With those emerald green eyes, shoulder-length bright green hair, and a face that was just a little too beautiful for a guy, if not for his clothes, people might seriously mistake him for a pretty girl. I'm Tuju Kaneko. First-year student at Kuoh Academy. Nice to meet you. Completely out of the blue, Kaneko introduced herself with perfect composure. I'm Shin Akira. Second-year transfer student to Kuoh Academy. I start tomorrow. Nice to meet you too. Senpai. Just like that, she called him senpai, leaving Akira utterly speechless. Seriously. That casual. Something wasn't right. In the original series, Tuju Kaneko was the definition of a classic Kaderi. Cold, quiet, detached, she barely spoke to strangers, let alone introduced herself first. She was only open around her close friends, people like Rias and the rest of the Gremory peerage. So why was she behaving like this now? Akira had no idea. As a 26-year-old man who had been single since birth, this was an experience completely outside his wheelhouse. Kaneko suddenly turned her head across the street. Her expression shifted, growing serious. Without saying a word, she darted off, crossing the road at a sprint. Akira, not knowing why, instinctively followed her. The two of them entered a nearby apartment building and quickly climbed to the third floor. And that's when it hit him, a strong, metallic stench. The smell of blood. Thick, heavy, and unmistakable. Something bad had happened here. White heavy checkmark enjoy 100+ chapters ahead of web novel. White heavy checkmark be the first to enjoy the new season before anyone else. Thank you for your amazing support. Sparkling Heart. Chapter 4, The Stray Devil. Chapter 4, The Stray Devil. At the top of the staircase, Kaneko Toju stared at Akira with a slightly uncertain gaze. That look made Akira tense up a little. He didn't even know why, but somehow, he had followed Kaneko without a second thought. "Senpai, please be careful, Kaneko." "I know." Akira. NN. After watching him nod, Kaneko gave a soft acknowledgement and began walking down the hallway. The further they went, the stronger the metallic stench in the air became. Akira grimaced slightly. Is my sense of smell always this sharp? Then it hit him. Of course, it had to be the enhanced senses granted by his Enkidu template. After passing several apartment doors, Kaneko finally stopped in front of one particular unit. Her expression turned serious. From her pocket, she pulled out a pair of fingerless combat gloves and swiftly slipped them on. "Senpai, please step back a little." Kaneko. "All right." Akira. Akira retreated a few steps. Oddly enough, despite just meeting, the two of them already seemed to share some kind of unspoken understanding. Normally, Kaneko would have kicked out any outsider without hesitation in this sort of situation, but with Akira, she said nothing. And Akira had a feeling he knew why. The smell coming from this unit, the rancid, rotten odor that made his stomach churn, was exponentially stronger than before. Boom. Without warning, Kaneko smashed her fist into the metal door in front of her. Crash. It collapsed in an instant. She might have had a petite frame, but Kaneko's raw power was nothing to scoff at. Stepping into the living room, Akira was met with a disaster zone. Furniture overturned, decorations shattered, broken glass scattered across the floor. Kaneko's eyes scanned the ruined apartment before narrowing at the sliding door that led to the kitchen. Tap, tap, tap. She stepped forward quietly, eyes sharp, her aura slowly surging with magic. She was fully prepared for combat. Crash. Just as she neared the kitchen, the sliding door exploded outward. Bam. No technique. No magic. Just brute force, something had punched straight through it. As a rook-type devil, Kaneko's strengths lay in her incredible physical power and defense. Fwhip. Suddenly, a massive web fell from the ceiling, wrapping around Kaneko in an instant. And then a hulking shadow leapt from the kitchen. Akira's eyes widened. A spider monster. The lower body was a giant arachnid, but the upper half resembled a woman, albeit an inhuman one, and completely nude. Her appearance was a bit too overwhelming to look at directly. Kahihi, another devil sent to hunt me down. The spider-woman's deranged grin widened as she loomed over the trapped Kaneko, her eyes filled with scorn. A stray devil, a former reincarnated devil who had betrayed their master, killing them and losing control over both their power and body. This was what they became, monstrous, mindless beasts. Kaneko struggled to break free, but the webbing was incredibly tough and sticky. No matter how much she strained, it wouldn't budge. The spider-woman crept closer, her insane grin widening, saliva dripping from the corners of her mouth. Once, she'd been a human who signed a contract to become a devil, seeking power, perhaps salvation. But after betraying her master, the backlash of the broken contract had corrupted her. Her blood and magic turned toxic. Her form twisted into this inhuman monstrosity. And now, she devoured both humans and devils alike. Barely set foot in this city, and someone already sniffed me out. How annoying. She glared at Kaneko. You broke your contract and murdered your master. That's a grave sin. Kaneko. Kaneko's voice remained calm, completely fearless despite her situation. What do you know? That bastard treated me like a plaything. He used my body like garbage, brought other devils to join in. Was I supposed to just accept that? Kaneko fell silent. She too was a reincarnated devil. But unlike this one, she had been fortunate. Her master, Rias, was kind. At the doorway, Akira frowned. From her voice, the monster's pain wasn't just for show. There was real suffering behind those words, likely far worse than anything she'd admitted aloud. In anime, devils were often portrayed as charming, powerful, and even cool. But in this real world, a devil was still a devil. They were mythical beings who looked down on humanity as lesser. Among devils, reincarnated devils were seen as the lowest class, little more than servants. It was no surprise many of them snapped, rebelling and killing their masters to escape abuse. Not because they didn't understand the consequences, on the contrary. But because, for them, it was the only path to survive. It wasn't a sin. It was a desperate choice. However, to the pure-blood devil aristocracy, such betrayal was inexcusable. The punishment, death. And from a human perspective, once these devils lost control and turned into monsters, they became public threats, bloodthirsty beasts that slaughtered innocents. Like the family that lived in this apartment. The blood pooled in the living room and the crimson splashes near the kitchen. They made it painfully clear what had already happened here. Die, you damn devil slave. The Spider-Woman shrieked, her claws raised high, ready to rip Kaneko to pieces. Rat. Splat. Just then, a golden flash streaked through the air, aiming straight for the monster's arm. With a harsh clang of metal, a sharp chain shot forward and pierced straight through the Spider-Woman's wrist. White heavy checkmark. Enjoy 100+ chapters ahead of web novel. White heavy checkmark. Be the first to enjoy the new season before anyone else. Thank you for your amazing support. Sparkling Heart. Chapter 5, The Emergence of the Chain of Heaven. Chapter 5, The Emergence of the Chain of Heaven. Splat. Blood sprayed everywhere, some of it even splashing onto Kaneko Tuju's face as she remained entangled in the spider's web. Ah. A golden chain with a razor-sharp tip had pierced clean through the spider monster's wrist. And that chain had come from the entrance, from behind Akira. Behind him, a golden magic circle spun slowly in midair, and from within it, radiant chains slithered out like living serpents. Even though Akira had only unlocked 10% of the Enkidu template, he was still able to summon the Chain of Heaven. After all, Enkidu is the Chain of Heaven itself. His greatest strength lies in his existence as a divine construct, a living weapon forged by the gods to bind those under heavenly contracts. However, he hadn't yet unlocked the weapon's true name. To do that, he would need to increase the template synchronization rate. Kaneko's eyes widened in surprise as she stared at Akira. She hadn't expected it. The new transfer student she felt drawn to was a sacred gear wielder. You want to stop me too, human? Then die. SKKRRKK. With a sharp motion, the spider monster ripped the chain binding her wrist and hurled a massive web toward Akira. Srack. 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 But before the web could even reach him, golden magic circles appeared in the air, one after another. Chains shot out from them and shredded the web midair, turning it into glittering dust. The reason he stopped the attack? Simple, this was the only school uniform he had. He was still wearing his Kuoh Academy uniform, and since he had zero money to buy new clothes, the last thing he wanted was to get this one dirty or torn. Die, human. The spider monster lunged forward. With 8 powerful legs, she moved like a blur. Her upper half, once vaguely feminine, now twisted into something utterly feral. Her face contorted into a mask of hatred, no trace of humanity left. SRRRK. Just before she could strike, another golden chain shot out from the side and impaled her abdomen. And that wasn't all. More chains erupted from the air, firing from different directions, slicing through her body with brutal precision until almost nothing was left. Thank you. In her final moment, the spider monster looked at the green-haired figure before her, Akira, and spoke her last words. To her, death was freedom. Ever since she had killed her master and broken the infernal contract, her body and mind had been ravaged by its curse. Her form became twisted, her sanity shattered. Only pain and rage remained. What survived was no longer a person, but a beast, consumed by madness and vengeance. Now, at the edge of death, her consciousness returned for just a moment. And she understood, this was the end of her torment. So she thanked him. Thud. Her monstrous form collapsed, half woman, half spider, lifeless, but strangely, peaceful. Not from agony, but from relief. Ding. Heritage template has increased by 0.1%. Akira blinked in shock as the system notification echoed in his mind. So, defeating monsters like this increases my Enkidu template sync rate. That was great news. But, if a single stray devil only gave 0.1%, he'd need to take down 100 of them just to reach 20%. And where the hell was he supposed to find 100 stray devils in Kuoh City? Crack. On the other side of the room, Kaneko finally broke free from the web. She looked at Akira with visible surprise still lingering in her golden eyes. Among humans, sacred gear users were rare, but one this powerful. Even though the battle had been brief, Akira's performance against a stray devil proved his strength was nothing to scoff at. Senpai, thank you for saving me. Kaneko. It's nothing, really. Akira scratched his cheek awkwardly. Honestly, looking at this tiny silver-haired girl who was being this polite and cute, he really wanted to pat her head. Suddenly, his eyes caught something on the floor. He walked over, picked up the black object, and brushed off the dust. His face instantly lit up. A wallet. And inside, a wad of cash. Japanese yen might look like a lot at a glance due to inflation and denomination sizes, but even after rough estimation, this was around 160,000 yen. For Akira, who had been starving and completely broke, it was a treasure chest. At the very least, he wouldn't go hungry for the next few days. Watching Akira's ridiculously joyful reaction, Kaneko tilted her head slightly in confusion. He's that happy over just this, she thought. As a servant of the Gremory noble family, Kaneko had never experienced money troubles. In fact, she owned a small piece of land in the underworld under her name, managed entirely by the Gremory family's staff. She just had to sit there, and money would roll in. Not to mention, Rias Gremory was incredibly generous. She had all sorts of games, from rare to mainstream, things any otaku would cry in jealousy over. In Japan, otaku and gaming culture was strong, and those things weren't cheap. Ahem, Tuju-san. Don't get the wrong idea. I'm not, Akira. It's okay, senpai. I'll keep your secret. Kaneko. Her expressionless face spoke with quiet sincerity. Akira nearly teared up. What do you do when you're mistaken for a penniless loser by a cute silver-haired kohai loli? Urgent. Need solutions fast. Well then. I'll get going now, Tuju-san. Akira. Wait, senpai. Kaneko. What is it? Akira. Could you keep my secret too? Kaneko. Oh. Got it. Your secret's safe with me. Akira. Thank you, senpai. Kaneko. Kaneko bowed politely. Among devils, keeping one's identity hidden was a matter of survival, especially when it came to their supernatural abilities. If an ordinary human had witnessed what happened just now, their memories would have been wiped without question. That's how the supernatural world had stayed hidden from modern society. And this wasn't just a rule among devils, it was a common law shared across all factions of the unseen world. Because to normal people, knowing too much about this world was a burden no one should carry. White heavy checkmark enjoy 100+ chapters ahead of web novel. White heavy checkmark be the first to enjoy the new season before anyone else. Thank you for your amazing support. Sparkling Heart. Chapter 6, Rias Takes Notice. Chapter 6, Rias Takes Notice. After putting some distance between himself and the scene, Akira glanced back over his shoulder out of reflex. The stray devil had been defeated, but Kaneko hadn't left the area yet. It seemed like she was handling the post-battle cleanup. She was likely disposing of the corpse, scrubbing away the blood, and erasing any memories from nearby residents. A battle that intense would have definitely made some noise, there was no way the neighbors didn't notice anything. Still, this incident had turned out to be quite a valuable experience for Akira. Not only had he met Kaneko Tuju in person, but he'd also discovered a way to increase the progress of his inherited template. Apparently, defeating a stray devil earned him a boost in his Enkidu template progress. Even if it was only 0.1% per kill, it was something. The number was small, but crucially, it worked. Though, he doubted it would be limited only to stray devils. For now, though, they were the most realistic targets available. Still, there was one thing he wanted to test: if killing a stray devil granted progress, would simply defeating one, without killing, also work? If it did, that would be a huge win. It's always easier to knock someone out than to kill them outright. But right now, all of that could wait, there was something even more important on his mind. Food. The cash he'd found earlier, no, not 16,000, he'd misread, it was 160,000 yen. It wasn't an enormous sum, but it was more than enough to give him a few days of peace. With that, he made his way to a nearby ramen shop. One hot bowl of ramen, 800 yen. Cheap, delicious, and soul-soothing after a fight. Hunger really does make everything taste better. With some tight budgeting, 160,000 yen could stretch for quite a while. But still, as a high school student with no income, and more importantly, an ice-guide soul with no family or safety net, all living expenses fell entirely on his shoulders. Today's meal was covered. But what about tomorrow? Next week? Next month? Even his small 1DK apartment cost 100,000 yen a month in rent. It was ridiculous. He had a legendary inherited template from Enkidu, the power to summon the chains of heaven, and a cool protagonist aesthetic, and yet, he was still worrying about rent like some broke college kid. After filling his stomach, Akira stopped by a supermarket to grab basic groceries: rice, oil, salt, vegetables. The apartment he got from the system had a working kitchen and furniture, but not a single edible item. No spices. No utensils. No soap. No shampoo. Not even a toothbrush. And this was Japan, the land of premium prices, especially when it came to groceries. Vegetables. Ridiculously expensive. Even a single bundle of bok choy could feel like a luxury. After ringing everything up, he was left with just 120,000 yen. Akira sighed as he looked into his bleeding wallet. One word: broke. Once he got home and finished putting everything away, he collapsed on the futon and let out a long breath. Man. Japan really is a consumer's nightmare. He'd almost bought some fruit earlier. But the moment he saw the prices, he noped out immediately. Especially watermelon. One small dish of watermelon slices could cost several thousand yen. A whole watermelon. You were looking at tens of thousands. Converted to RMB, that'd be like 500 to 600 yuan. Back in my old world, watermelons were cheap, you could stuff yourself until you puked. Time passed. Night eventually fell. After zoning out in front of the TV for a bit, Akira decided to get some early sleep. Tomorrow, he had to officially enroll at Kuoh Academy. Meanwhile, elsewhere. Even though it was already late, the Occult Research Club room in Kuoh Academy's old building was still brightly lit. Despite being located in one of the school's older buildings, the clubroom was lavishly furnished. Elegant desks, soft sofas, a full dining table, a kitchenette, a private bathroom, even a tea room complete with fine teaware and premium snacks, everything screamed luxury. Inside the room sat 4 individuals, 3 girls and 1 boy. In the center seat was the club president, Rias Gremory, the one who led the room, and the master of the other 3. So, Kaneko-chan encountered a sacred gear user. And he's transferring to Kuoh Academy? Rias asked, her crimson eyes gleaming with curiosity. Yes, Bucho, Kaneko replied quietly. Rias smiled, a teasing, elegant smile that only added to her allure. With her angelic face, voluptuous figure, and flaming red hair, she was a sight to behold. Whether you were a man or a woman, it was hard not to be captivated. Rias Gremory was the Madonna of Kuoh Academy, gorgeous, popular, and adored by all. But beneath that beauty lay a powerful truth, she was a high-born devil. Heir to the prestigious house of Gremory, one of the 72 pillars of the underworld. My, he must be quite the interesting boy, if he caught Kaneko-chan's attention like that. The soft, sultry voice came from Akino Himejima, her senpai with the mature Wani-san vibe, and Rias's queen. Kaneko nodded, which was more than enough to surprise both Rias and Akino. This was the first time they had seen Kaneko show interest in someone outside their close circle. Even with fellow peerage members like Yudo Chiba, if not for their roles, their relationship would likely be strictly professional. Kaneko-chan, this boy, is he special? Rias narrowed her eyes and focused on Kaneko's face. Yes, Bucho. I don't know why, but when I'm around him, I feel calm. Calm, huh? Rias. Is that weird? Kaneko. Not at all. I haven't met him in person, so I can't say for sure. But if you say that, Kaneko, now I'm very intrigued. Rias slowly licked her lips, her smile deepening. Even though she was a girl too, Kaneko blushed faintly at that look. Because whenever Rias Gremory made that face, her seductive aura could overwhelm anyone, even other girls. White heavy checkmark enjoy 100+ chapters ahead of web novel. White heavy checkmark be the first to enjoy the new season before anyone else. Thank you for your amazing support. Sparkling Heart. Chapter 7, Kuoh Academy. Chapter 7, Kuoh Academy. Dawn broke, marking the start of a new day. Sunlight pierced through the window, landing on the handsome face of a young man. NNNGGH. Slowly, Akira opened his eyes. He sat up and instinctively reached for his phone, but his hand touched only empty air. Moments later, memories rushed back, he shook his head. Of course, this wasn't his old world anymore. He'd been reborn in another world and, for now, could survive only a few more days on his own. A phone. He didn't even have the money for one. Stretching lazily, Akira got up and headed to the bathroom. Seeing his reflection in the mirror, the corner of his mouth twitched. He couldn't deny it, the Enkidu template was a golden legend, all right. But why did he also inherit its physical appearance? Shoulder-length emerald green hair. In a real world, he'd be an instant spectacle, constant assumptions about cosplay. Even his eyes turned green. His original Chinese black hair and dark eyes, gone. One comforting fact, it was still him under the template, just upgraded. Handsome in an androgynous way. He sighed as his green hair framed his face. After a quick face wash, no skincare, because, well, he was broke, Akira got ready. His skin still looked naturally flawless, if someone called it silky tofu skin, he wouldn't have denied it. He changed into the Kuoh Academy uniform, letting his green hair hang freely. If he'd worn the girl's uniform instead, anyone would mistake him for a heavenly goddess. He picked up the empty school backpack he prepped yesterday, no books yet, since he hadn't officially registered. With a university degree from China, and years of mandatory schooling, high school, and college, he was already overqualified academically. But this was Japan, and the academic pressure was more relaxed here. Besides, in this isekai anime world, the plot didn't center on academics, it was about the supernatural. And an extra bonus, a university grad dropping into high school was like a level 99 player entering a tutorial map. He could probably ace the exams blindfolded. Forgotten knowledge comes back, forgetting isn't the same as never knowing. After preparing instant noodles and eating, Akira set off. Guided by the address on his transfer acceptance letter, he reached his new school without issue. It didn't take long before he spotted a grand, aristocratic-looking campus, definitely not an ordinary school. This was Kuoh Academy, where Akira's new chapter would begin. Clusters of students gathered nearby, mostly girls, since the school had once been all-female and had only recently gone co-ed. Fewer boys meant higher ratios of female students. The girls wore Kuoh Academy uniforms, short skirts, long socks, and pristine dress shoes. China's formal attire paled in comparison. It really was an otaku paradise. It didn't take long for Akira to draw attention. His extraordinary appearance, handsome face, emerald hair, unassuming yet calm aura, classic Enkidu template, made him stand out. Even wearing the boy's uniform, some girls mistook him for a stunning new female student. His natural aura drew people closer, and his presence exuded tranquility. Upstairs, 3 figures watched from a balcony: Rias Gremory, Akino Haimjima, and Kaneko Toju. That's him. Yes, Bucho, Kaneko murmured, nodding faintly as she looked at Akira. He is truly extraordinary. Rias whispered. Era have you fallen for him, Rias? Akino teased, smiling softly. Of course, Rias replied with a hint of satisfaction. He's a sacred gear wielder with chain powers and enough strength to take down a stray devil in seconds. It would be a shame not to recruit him. In that case, you must act quickly, Akino said. What do you have in mind? Rias asked. Look, Akino pointed below. Following her gesture, Rias looked down. 2 students were walking up toward Akira. One exuded an intellectual aura, while the other had long black hair flowing down her waist. They strode side by side in his direction. Sona. Rias's gaze narrowed slightly. Sona Citri, like Rias herself, was a noble devil and heir to one of the major demon families, the Citri family, one of the 72 pillars. She was also president of the Kuoh Academy Student Council. Behind her walked Tsubaki Shinra, the vice president of the council and queen of Sona's peerage. Both were the same age, noble-born, and had been rivals since childhood. In family background, personal power, and social status, they stood shoulder to shoulder. Each led their own peerage, and their siblings were Devil Kings/Mao. Naturally, their rivalry remained fierce. Even in recruiting familiars or pawns, they vied for the strongest. For now, the 2 sides were evenly matched. Akino, Kaneko. Let's head down. We can't let Sona make the first move, Rias said. Understood, Akino replied. Kaneko affirmed. The 3 women descended the stairs swiftly. Their movements were graceful, and not surprising, they weren't ordinary humans. Passing students took note of their descent but didn't bat an eye. At Kuoh Academy, Rias was not just a school idol, she was the sports queen. Her record stood unbroken alongside Sona's. Meanwhile, at ground level, Sona Citri and Tsubaki Shinra had already reached Akira and now stood in front of him. White heavy checkmark enjoy 100+ chapters ahead of web novel. White heavy checkmark be the first to enjoy the new season before anyone else. Thank you for your amazing support. Sparkling Heart. Chapter 8, Sona and Rias. Chapter 8, Sona and Rias. Seeing the 2 girls suddenly appear before him, Akira felt more than a little confused. Why are they approaching me out of the blue? He had just arrived in this world, and aside from Kaneko, he hadn't really interacted with anyone. Shin Akira-kun, the transfer student from China, correct? Yes. May I ask who you are? My name is Sauna Shitori, student council president of Kuoh Academy. Her alias in the human world. Sauna Kaishu, is there something you need from me? When Akira addressed her by her first name so casually, Sona's brow twitched slightly. In Japan, unless you were family or very close, calling someone by their given name, especially of the opposite gender, was considered rude. But knowing Akira was a foreigner, Sona let it slide. Social norms weren't something he could be expected to understand just yet. A while ago, our family received a notice from the Chinese side. They said a transfer student would be arriving, and I was personally assigned to look after you. Akira froze on the spot. There was no mistaking it, this had to be the system's doing. The problem was that he was an isekai traveler. He'd arrived in this world through unconventional means. If someone actually investigated his background, they'd find holes all over the place. But now that I've seen you in person, I think I understand why. Sona gave him a thin smile. But to Akira, that smile seemed just a little too suspicious. He could tell, Sona had likely sensed that he wasn't just some ordinary student. Still, Akira wasn't too worried. He had a cheat-like system, after all. His future was bound to shine. In any case, Sauna Kaishu, what exactly is your business with me? Akira. Oh, it's nothing serious. I just wanted to see you for myself. My family instructed me to keep an eye on you. You're more interesting than I expected. If you ever have trouble, feel free to come to the student council office. With that, Sona turned around and began walking away. Shinra Tsubaki lingered for a second, her gaze holding a faint glimmer of curiosity. But she said nothing. Tap tap tap. At that moment, 3 graceful girls exited the main school building. Crimson hair flowing in the wind. Their presence immediately caused more than half the students in the courtyard to stop what they were doing and turn their eyes toward the trio. That's Ria-senpai. She's insanely beautiful. Ria-sama. Akino-sama. And Kaneko-chan. I can't handle this. Are Ria-senpai and Sauna Kaishu about to square off again? Another round. This is gonna be good. In front of the main building, Rias Gremory and Sauna Shitori stopped at the exact same time. They locked eyes with a composed, regal confidence. Even Akino Himejima and Shinra Tsubaki mirrored each other, 2 queens facing off, both loyal to their respective masters, eternal rivals in their own right. Good morning, Sona. Rias. Good morning, Rias. Sona. No arguing. No snide remarks. Just the kind of refined greetings you'd expect from noble women. Rias-sama. Tsubaki gave a polite bow. Sona-sama. Sona Kaishu. Akino and Kaneko followed suit with respectful nods towards Sona. This was the world of devils, hierarchy was strict. Even if someone wasn't part of your own peerage, a high-class devil commanded respect. Sona, are you out here this early to welcome the new guy? Rias. Don't tell me you're interested in him too, Rias. As she said that, Sona glanced back toward Akira. A flicker of surprise and curiosity danced in her eyes. Rias picked up on it right away, and felt a small wave of relief. So Sona didn't know yet. She hadn't realized that Akira possessed a powerful sacred gear. I was just wondering why you'd go out of your way to personally greet someone. Could it be he's another candidate for your peerage? Rias. For now, no. I still need more time to observe him. Sona replied coolly. As a high-class devil, each of their evil pieces was a limited, precious resource. Choosing a peerage member was a lifelong decision. If you picked the wrong person, you weren't just wasting a piece, you were potentially weakening your team in the future raiding games. As heir to the House of Citri, Sona couldn't afford careless decisions. Personally, I think he's quite interesting. Rias. Oh. So you are interested in him. Sona. I just trust your judgment, Sona. Rias. Do what you like. If you're set on recruiting him, I won't stand in your way. Sona. Oh my, thank you for your generosity, Sona. With a radiant smile, Rias stepped past Sona and began walking toward Akira. Seeing this, Sona narrowed her eyes slightly. She knows something I don't. And that boy, he's clearly not just another transfer student. Meanwhile, Akira, who now possessed 10% of Enkidu's template, had senses far sharper than an ordinary human. Even from a distance, and despite their conversation being quiet, he heard every word. His expression darkened slightly. He had just arrived in this world. He hadn't gotten to know anyone. And yet, here he was, being treated like a commodity up for grabs. Especially from the tone Rias used. As if, so long as Sona didn't claim him, he automatically belonged to her. It rubbed him the wrong way. As someone raised with deep pride in his homeland, that kind of attitude didn't sit well with him. And just then, Rias, Akino, and Kaneko reached him. You're Shin Akira-kun, right? Thank you for saving Kaneko yesterday. Rias. It was just a coincidence. Besides, thanks to Tuju-san, I got something I was looking for. Akira. Fufu, you're quite the intriguing one, aren't you? Rias. From Kaneko, Rias had already learned a bit about Shin Akira, including his unusually strong fixation on money. That only made her more confident that she could recruit him. Money. The Gremory family had more than enough of that. It would be child's play. But Akira glanced toward Kaneko. Rias's knowing look made it clear, Kaneko had already told them what happened last night. Senpai. I'm sorry. Kaneko lowered her head slightly. In a way, she had become a sort of informer. Don't worry about it. This is our first official meeting. Sharing info with your own faction is perfectly normal. Akira. I'm sorry. Kaneko could sense the faint irritation in Akira's voice. As someone deeply sensitive to emotions, she picked up on it right away. White heavy checkmark, enjoy 100+ chapters ahead of web novel. White heavy checkmark, be the first to enjoy the new season before anyone else. Thank you for your amazing support. Sparkling Heart. Chapter 9, First Day at School. Chapter 9, First Day at School. Himejima Akino glanced back and forth between Akira and Kaneko, a spark of curiosity flickering in her eyes. They had only met once, yet why did Kaneko seem so emotionally affected by him? She appeared calm on the surface, but Akino could tell, Kaneko was clearly overwhelmed with guilt. Shin Akira-kun, I heard from Kaneko-chan that you're the new transfer student here at Kuoh Academy, right? Akino. That's correct, but... I'm sorry, what was your name again? Akira. My name is Hajime Akino. Akino. Nice to meet you, Hajime-san. Akira. I'm glad to meet you too, Shin Akira-kun, Akino. The exchange sounded polite and formal, but both of them knew. It was nothing but small talk. Each of them wore a mask. And they understood that about each other. A silent agreement between two cautious souls. Rias Gremory could also see it clearly. It made sense that Akira was on his guard. He had just saved Kaneko yesterday, and now, suddenly, he was being surrounded by strangers. Anyone would feel suspicious. Hajime-san, Tuja-san, and, my apologies, I have to report in as a new student today, so there are still things I need to take care of. Please excuse me. Without waiting for a response, Akira gave a short bow and walked right past Rias. The red-haired girl blinked in surprise. Did he just ignore her? She was the Madonna of Kuoh Academy. In the underworld, she was known as the heiress of the Gremory family, the Princess of Destruction. And yet, he had just walked past her without a second glance. Era. This Kohai-kun really does have an interesting personality, Kohai equals junior. Akino chuckled, her gaze still following Akira's retreating back, cheeks slightly flushed. Like she'd just discovered a brand new, adorable toy. Akino, does he even know my name? Rias. Well, you didn't actually introduce yourself, right? Akino. Ah. I didn't. Rias. Nope, not at all, Akino. You're right. I guess I was in too much of a rush earlier. Rias sighed and nodded to herself. After thinking it over, she realized she really hadn't introduced herself. Meanwhile, Kaneko remained silent, her eyes fixed on Akira's back as he walked away. No one could tell what was going through her mind. Wherever Rias and Akino went, attention followed. They were the school's most beloved upperclassmen. And after the brief confrontation earlier with Sauna Shitori and Shin Akira, curious students had started gathering to watch. Noticing the growing crowd, Rias turned and walked away. Akino and Kaneko followed behind her. On the other side of campus, Akira made his way straight to the faculty office. As a transfer student, the first thing to do was meet his homeroom teacher and get escorted to class. Thankfully, thanks to the system, all the paperwork had already been taken care of. The teachers were already informed of his arrival from abroad. They greeted him warmly and guided him toward his classroom. He was assigned to year 2, which meant he wasn't in the same class as Kaneko, who was still in her first year, or Rias and Akino, who were already in their third year. Instead, he was placed in the same grade as the protagonist of this world. Upon arriving, the teacher stepped up to the podium and clapped his hands. Clap. The classroom fell silent almost instantly. This is a transfer student from overseas. Please come up and introduce yourself. Shin Akira-san, the floor is yours. The teacher gestured toward the front. Akira stepped forward calmly. Hello everyone. My name is Shin Akira. I'm a transfer student from China. I look forward to being your classmate. It was a simple, well-mannered introduction. As someone who had already lived in society for a few years, Akira knew how to present himself. He didn't expect to make friends right away, but at the very least, he could keep things cordial. Especially in Japan, where school bullying was rampant. He wasn't afraid, but that didn't mean he wanted to get dragged into unnecessary trouble either. Let's see. You can sit in the last row, by the window. That seat is still open. Teacher. Understood. Akira nodded and walked to the indicated desk. His seat was at the very back of the class, right by the window. Compared to Chinese schools, which often crammed 40 to 50 students into a single classroom, this class had only around 20 to 30 students. The back row was mostly empty. Also, in Japan, desks were individual, not the double-long desks used in China. It felt far more personal. He placed his bag into the desk drawer and took out the textbooks he'd received earlier from the faculty office. After flipping through a few pages, he quickly realized the academic level here was noticeably lower than the brutal education system back in China. Alright, everyone, eyes up here. Today, we'll be learning about. The teacher began the lesson from the front of the room. But Akira wasn't really paying attention. The content of the textbooks, while different in format, was basically the same as what he'd learned before. Just a quick read and he understood everything. Especially now that he had inherited Enkidu's template, his memory and comprehension had drastically improved. He hadn't reached photographic memory, but just looking at something twice was enough to memorize it. It was hardly a challenge. While pretending to focus on class, Akira scanned the room. There were only 3 male students, including himself. The rest were all girls. That alone said everything about the gender imbalance at this school. Eventually, the bell rang and the first class ended. The teacher packed up and left without lingering. And not a single student came up to talk to Akira. In Japan, even among students, everyone stuck to their own social circles. Unless you had a reason, no one would go out of their way to talk to an outsider. This created a unique social phenomenon. If you couldn't integrate into any group, you became a complete outlier. Being ignored or avoided was the lightest outcome. In the worst-case scenario, you become a target for bullying. But for Shin Akira, this was rather convenient. He didn't want to stand out anyway. Right now, his top priority was gaining strength as quickly as possible, so he could deal with the dangers that were bound to come. Hello. My name is Hanakai Momo. Akira looked up. Standing in front of him was a beautiful girl with snowy white hair, wearing the school uniform. And her headlights were doing a pretty poor job of hiding under the blazer. There was no mistaking it, this really was the world of high school DxD. Even the so-called background characters were top tier. And right now, Hanakai Momo was standing before Akira, cheeks slightly flushed, looking just like a perfectly ripened peach ready to be picked. White heavy checkmark enjoy 100+ chapters ahead of web novel. White heavy checkmark be the first to enjoy the new season before anyone else. Thank you for your amazing support. Sparkling Heart. Chapter 10, An Invitation from Sona Citri. Chapter 10, An Invitation from Sona Citri. Hello, my name is Shin Akira. Akira offered a gentle smile as he introduced himself to Hanakai Momo, who stood nervously in front of him. A faint blush appeared on Momo's cheeks, making Akira feel slightly helpless. Back in his original world, he'd once acted like this too, cautiously trying to get closer to the goddess he admired from afar. But unlike the romantic stories in novels, things didn't exactly blossom into sweet love and dramatic confessions. There were no heart-pounding developments or fairy tale moments, just an ordinary introduction and the occasional polite nod when they passed each other in the hall. The 15-minute break between classes quickly flew by. When the bell rang again, Momo returned to her seat. And just like that, Akira's first day at Kuoh Academy quietly continued. It had been years since he last sat behind a school desk, and though the experience felt unfamiliar, it wasn't bad. But things were different now. He wasn't just an ordinary high school student. In fact, he wasn't even here to build a future. This school was merely a stepping stone, a convenient environment to blend in as he adapted to this world. Ding ding. The chime signaling the end of the school day echoed through the halls. Sounds of students packing up their belongings filled the classroom. Of course, most of them weren't going straight home, they were heading to their club activities. It was only a little past 3 p.m. At Kuoh Academy, the usual routine was to stay until around 6 before heading out. Akira began putting away his things. He had no interest in joining any clubs. He had no desire to get involved in student life, make lasting memories, or chase after high school dreams. This was just part of the mission. Just as he was about to leave, Hanakai Momo approached him once more. Shin-san, do you have a moment? Her voice carried hesitation, but her eyes were serious. Yes, Hanakai-san. What is it? Akira. Our student council president, she'd like to speak with you. Momo. The president? You mean Sauna Kaishu? Akira. Eh? So you already know our Kaishu? Momo. We met briefly this morning. Akira. Ah, that's perfect. So, would you be willing to come with me for a bit? Momo. Sure. Lead the way. Akira. Thank you so much. Her face brightened with relief. Honestly, asking someone you just met to visit the student council president wasn't exactly easy, especially not in Japan, where social distance and politeness were deeply ingrained. The cultural mindset of, if it's not my business, I don't get involved, was alive and well. That's why conversations here were so carefully measured. Everyone wore a polite mask, staying within their own boundaries. It was the price of surviving in a conformist society. Momo guided him through the halls toward the student council office. Inside, it was quiet, but filled with a focused, professional atmosphere. The few students present all looked serious and disciplined. Kaishu, I've brought Shin Akira-san. The innermost room was the president's office. Sauna Shitori sat at a desk, writing something with practiced grace. Standing beside her was Tsubaki Shinra, holding a stack of neatly organized documents. Thank you. Sorry to trouble you. Hearing Momo's voice, Sona paused her writing and looked up. Her eyes met Akira's calmly. Tsubaki reflexively adjusted her glasses and gave him a sharp, assessing glance. They'd already seen Akira's encounter with Rias and her peerage earlier that morning. As Rias's childhood friend, Tsubaki understood her well. If Rias personally approached a transfer student, there was no way it was without purpose. "We meet again, Shin-san." Sona smiled softly, setting down her pen as she addressed the green-haired young man now standing before her. Even in the anime world where vibrant hair colors were normal, green was still relatively rare. "Sona Kaishu, pardon me, but may I ask why you called me here?" "Akira." "Oh, nothing too serious. I just wanted to hear your thoughts about your first day." "Sona. It's gone smoothly so far. Thank you for asking, Sona Kaishu." "Akira. I'm glad to hear that. You see, I received word from my family that a transfer student from China would be enrolling here. They specifically requested that I keep an eye on you." "Sona. Thank you." Momo blinked in surprise. Her family. That meant the Citri clan, one of the great houses of the underworld. So this handsome transfer student had ties to the supernatural world. Akira had already suspected as much. After his encounter with Rias that morning, he was sure that Sona, the heiress of the Citri family, would have sensed something unusual about him. He let out a long breath. It's only the first day, and I'm already in this deep. What bothered him most was the fact that his current strength barely matched a low-class devil. Facing not just one, but two heiresses from noble devil families, Rias Grammari and Sona Citri, was nothing short of intimidating. High-class devils were on another level entirely. Akira believed he'd surpass them eventually. But right now, he had to play it smart. "Oh, and I wanted to confirm something directly," Sona continued. "Rias mentioned that you saved Kaneko-chan from danger earlier. Is that true?" Sona. "Yes, something like that happened." Akira. "As I thought, Shin-san. You're not weak at all, are you?" Sona. "Just strong enough to protect myself." Akira. Sona gave him a faint smile. She knew Kaneko well. As one of Rias's peerage, Kaneko might look petite, but her strength couldn't be underestimated. Among low-class devils, she was easily one of the top-tier fighters. A mere stray devil shouldn't have been able to pin her down. And yet Akira had managed to save her. That meant his power had already exceeded the typical standard. Though Sona herself was a high-class devil, she had never underestimated the potential of low-class devils. After all, aside from Tsubaki, most of her peerage members were also low-class devils still in training. They were still growing. But Akira, someone their age, already possessed this level of strength. It was impressive. "My family wouldn't ask me to watch over just anyone. I assume you already know who I am, and who Rias is, yes?" Sona. "I know a little." Akira. "Then that makes things easier." Sona looked directly at him, her eyes sharp but not unfriendly. "How about it? Would you be interested in becoming part of my peerage?" Sona. A formal invitation. Straight from the heiress of the Citri family. White heavy checkmark. Enjoy 100+ chapters ahead of web novel. White heavy checkmark. Be the first to enjoy the new season before anyone else. Thank you for your amazing support. Sparkling Heart. Chapter 11, A Duel Challenge from Tomo Meguri. Chapter 11, A Duel Challenge from Tomo Meguri. When Sona directly invited him to join her peerage, Akira was honestly caught off guard. "That's pretty forward, huh? It's only our second meeting. You don't even know who I really am, what kind of person I am, and yet you're already inviting me to be your subordinate." Akira. "I'm sorry, but I don't have any plans to become a reincarnated devil. Living as an ordinary human is still pretty enjoyable for me." Akira. A rejection, huh? That's fine. But if you ever change your mind, feel free to come see me. Sona. Understood, Sona Kaishu. Akira. Sona didn't seem disappointed in the slightest. Or rather, it was likely that the invitation had been made on impulse. If Akira had accepted right away, she probably would have grown suspicious. Sona didn't dislike confident people. In fact, the more confident someone was, the more likely they had something hidden. If you know who Kaishu really is, then you must be strong yourself, right? How about we have a quick spar? A spirited voice called out from the side, a girl with short pink hair and an intense, fiery aura. Who's she? My name is Tomo Meguri, Kaishu's knight. Nice to meet you. I'm Shin Akira. Likewise. Akira. So. You up for a duel? Tomo Meguri was practically bouncing with anticipation. As a swordswoman, she loved to fight, especially against strong, unfamiliar opponents. That was the only way to grow stronger. Tomo-san, you're being too reckless. You can't just challenge someone to a fight like that. But Kaishu. Meguri. That's enough. Sona's tone sharpened just a bit, and Meguri fell silent immediately. Within the student council, Sona's authority was absolute. She wasn't just their president, she was their master. It's fine. If Tomo-san is interested, I see no reason to refuse her. I just arrived, after all. It wouldn't be right to reject someone's goodwill. Akira. Really? Yay. Megiri. Megiri lit up with excitement and even grabbed Akira's hand, dragging him out of the room at full speed. Sona and Tsubaki exchanged glances, then gave a small, knowing smile. Truth be told, Sona was also curious, just how strong was Shin Akira? Thanks to Megiri's sheer energy, the group arrived at the Kendo Club's dojo. Aside from being a student council member, Megiri was also the captain of Kuoh Academy's Kendo Club. Both of them stepped onto the sparring platform. Megiri grabbed a bakken from the weapon rack, then turned to Akira with a clear expression that said, "Pick your weapon too." "Ah. I don't know swordsmanship." Akira. "Oh really? Then let's go with hand-to-hand." Megiri. Without hesitation, Megiri set her bakken down, looking fully ready for a bare-handed fight. "No need. Feel free to use whatever weapon you like. I have my own." Akira. "Huh? Your own weapon? Are you a sacred gear user?" Megiri. "Something like that." Akira. "A sacred gear, huh? No wonder Kaisha took an interest in you." Megiri's eyes widened in admiration. Sacred gear users weren't unheard of, but humans who were born with one were exceedingly rare. In fact, within Sona's entire peerage, only Shinra Tsubaki possessed a sacred gear, Mirror Alice. Sona, who had just entered the dojo, was visibly surprised at Akira's casual admission. Now she understood why Rias had shown interest in him. If he truly was a sacred gear wielder, then with just a little training, he had the potential to become a high-level combatant in the near future. After all, sacred gears could perform miracles in battle. Their power came from the will and determination of their user. In a desperate situation, they could awaken to incredible heights. In that case, I can't afford to go easy. You don't mind if I use a real blade, do you? Megiri grabbed a case sitting on a nearby table, opened it, and revealed a gleaming katana. Its blade shimmered with a sharp, intimidating gleam. This was no ordinary weapon. Of course not. Go ahead. Akira. Perfect. He's eager to cut loose too. Megiri. Akira glanced at the katana in Megiri's hands, its cold glint catching his eye. Internally, he let out a small sigh. Why does Japanese always lump all swords under ken? A katana and a sword are not the same thing. Well then. I'm coming at you. Megiri. Anytime. Akira. All right. Megiri. Tap. Megiri kicked off the floor, dashing straight at Akira at lightning speed. Zing. Behind Akira, a golden magic circle spun into existence. From it, chains of radiant gold shot out, Chain of Heaven had been summoned. Clang. The chains intercepted Megiri's blade with a loud clash of metal on metal. Whoosh. The battle wasn't over yet, more chains emerged from various directions, swarming toward Megiri like hunting serpents. Seeing that, Megiri planted one foot on the ground and twisted her body midair, performing a flawless backflip to evade them all. She charged again with pinpoint accuracy, her second assault, fast and sharp. But Akira didn't budge an inch. Without moving from his spot, he calmly summoned and directed the golden chains, orchestrating their movements for both defense and attack. It was only his second time using the technique, but already, he controlled it like an extension of his own body. Every chain responded perfectly to his thoughts, twisting, encircling, restraining, striking, just like additional arms and legs. Truthfully, Akira hadn't accepted this duel out of politeness. There were two reasons. First, to test if defeating an opponent in a duel would increase his template progress. Second, to reaccustom himself to real combat situations. Losing. That thought hadn't even crossed his mind. It was a kind of absolute confidence. Part of it came from arrogance. As someone who knew this world's script, he saw most of the people here as glorified NPCs. The other part came from the inherited template of Enkidu. Enkidu, the holy being molded from clay by the gods. Born from the will of Anu, king of the sky, and shaped by Aruru, the goddess of creation. A divine construct given a human form by a sacred priest, one who came to understand humanity through the experience of love. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call Enkidu the god's ultimate masterpiece. Though he referred to himself as merely a weapon, no one could deny that he was a true hero, equal in stature to King Gilgamesh. And now, Akira had inherited that template, and with it, a fragment of that divine essence. After all, Enkidu was known as the shadow of the king, standing beside the golden king of Uruk. White heavy checkmark enjoy 100+ chapters ahead of web novel. White heavy checkmark be the first to enjoy the new season before anyone else. Thank you for your amazing support. Sparkling Heart. Chapter 12, Teasing. Chapter 12, Teasing. A sharp metallic clang echoed through the dojo. The chain of heaven constantly shifted their shape, weaving into an intricate defensive formation that surrounded Akira from every direction. Meguri had already tried multiple approaches, but no matter what she did, she couldn't find a single opening to attack. Sona and Tsubaki, who were observing from the sidelines, fell silent for a moment, especially Tsubaki, who looked rather surprised. So this calm transfer student, was this powerful? It wasn't a flashy battle by any means, but the result was clear: Akira had the upper hand against Meguri. Without warning, dozens of golden chains suddenly burst outward in every direction with a mechanical hum. Meguri hesitated for just a moment, and that was all it took. In the blink of an eye, her arms and legs were bound tightly by the golden chains. Her body was hoisted into the air, completely immobilized. No way. The sudden shift left Meguri no time to react. Just when she thought she was beginning to understand the rhythm and speed of Akira's chain attacks, the pattern changed entirely. She hadn't expected it at all. Looks like I'm just a little bit ahead, Akira said. You win. Meguri replied softly, still caught in Akira's intense gaze. Even though it stung, she wasn't the type to throw a tantrum over defeat. A loss was a loss. She'd just need to train harder and reclaim her pride the next time. Meanwhile, a faint smile appeared on Akira's lips, a calm, serene smile, like the soft light of dawn peeking through the trees in a quiet forest. A system notification echoed in his mind. Ding. You have obtained 1% inherited template progress. Akira couldn't help but feel thrilled. So his guess was right. He didn't need to kill enemies to gain progress for his inherited template. Defeating them was enough. And the amount gained seemed to depend on the opponent's strength. When he took down that stray devil yesterday, he only received 0.1%. But this time, after defeating Tomo Meguri, he gained a full 1%. And the difference was tangible: his magic power, physical strength, speed, and endurance had all risen significantly. Just 1% of the Enkidu template, and it was already this powerful. Sona approached the two combatants, clapping slowly and deliberately. Her eyes now held a different light than before. To think you could defeat Tomo-san. I'm genuinely impressed. You've made me want to invite you into my peerage even more, she said. It's just basic self-defense. Nothing impressive, Akira replied. If you consider that level of defense basic, then your standard for survival must be ridiculously high, Shin Akira. To me, survival means this: no matter what happens, I can guarantee my own safety. Being at this level still isn't enough. Oh. Such high ambitions. Then why not join my peerage? Under the protection of the Citri household, your safety would be assured. Barring a world-ending calamity, I can protect you. This was the second time Sona had extended the offer. And for her, Akira's strength warranted more than just one invitation. She knew exactly how powerful Meguri was, born into a renowned Japanese exorcist family, trained in swordsmanship since childhood, now further enhanced by the power of an evil piece as a devil. For Akira to defeat Meguri, that wasn't something to overlook. Granted, Meguri hadn't used any of her devil powers or magic, relying solely on her sword skills. Still, the outcome spoke volumes. Thank you very much for the offer, Saunakaishu. But, for now, I'm not ready to change my race, Akira answered. I see. Turned down twice in one day. If Rias hears about this, she'll never let me live it down. Rias, huh? Akira murmured. Of course, Sona had brought up that name on purpose. It was a subtle tactic. She knew that if Akira already knew about her true identity, then there was a high chance he also knew about Rias. And if Rias ever made the same offer, Sona wanted to make Akira hesitate. If I turned down Sona, would I really accept Rias? If he rejected Rias too, then fine. But if not, at least she tried to cut her rival off first. With a single thought, Akira released the chain of heaven. The golden chains vanished in a soft burst of light, and Meguri's body gently dropped back to the ground. Her eyes now held a different fire as she looked at Akira, not of anger, but determination. She accepted her loss today. But one day, she'd challenge him again, and next time, she'd surpass him. At that moment, Hanakai Momo, who had been watching quietly from the sidelines, stared at Akira with cheeks blushing red. That emerald green hair, the calm expression, the faint smile just now. It all made her heart race, her face burn. It's getting late. If you'll excuse me, Saunakaishu, I'll take my leave now, Akira said. Of course. Sorry for taking up so much of your time. No worries, Akira gave a polite nod and left. He'd already gained more than enough from this duel, 1% of his inherited template, and a clearer sense of direction for his next steps. His footsteps echoed softly against the wooden floor as he walked away from the kendo dojo, but Momo's gaze remained locked on his back. Momo-san. Momo-san. Hanakai Momo-san. Sona called. Eh? Why yes, Kaishu. She didn't respond until Sona called her a third time, voice slightly raised. Only then did Momo snap out of her daze. What are you doing? You were practically drooling. Ha. Seriously. On instinct, Momo wiped her mouth. But there was nothing there. Crisis averted. When she looked up again, Sona's judging stare pierced straight into her soul. Momo's face turned bright red as she bowed her head deeply. Her fangirl moment had been exposed. Momo-san, in your opinion, what do you think of him? Him. That transfer student, Shinakira. He's so handsome. And that aura. I've never seen a guy like him before. Honestly, he's just. I wasn't asking about that, you hopeless fangirl. Sorry, Kaishu. Momo went quiet. Beside her, Tsubaki smiled subtly at the scene. Though, to be fair, even Tsubaki could understand Akira's charm. He had an undeniable pull, something innate. It was especially that peaceful, grounding presence about him. Like sitting beneath the shade of a tree deep in a quiet forest. Just being near him brought a sense of calm and ease. Momo, I have a task for you. A task? Yes. You're in the same class as him, right? Try getting closer. Build a good relationship. If needed, you may even use the beauty trap. Beauty trap. White heavy checkmark enjoy 100 plus chapters ahead of web novel. White heavy checkmark be the first to enjoy the new season before anyone else. Thank you for your amazing support. Sparkling Heart. Chapter 13, A Mugging. Reversed. Chapter 13, A Mugging. Reversed. After leaving Kuoh Academy, Akira originally intended to head straight home. He had nothing else on his schedule today. But instead of going home right away, he decided to take a little stroll. After all, this was the world of an anime. Wouldn't it be a waste not to enjoy the unique atmosphere of an isekai setting? Besides, he was genuinely curious about Japanese street culture. Even though he'd scored some cash yesterday, Akira still didn't have a stable source of income. So, he figured he should start exploring ways to earn money more consistently. About 30 to 40 minutes later, as he was passing through a narrow alleyway, a man suddenly stepped into his path. The guy had blonde-dyed hair, a lip piercing, and a cocky expression that screamed, wannabe punk. The way he looked at Akira was like spotting a helpless little rabbit. Akira, however, was oddly pleased. After wandering around so long, something interesting had finally come his way. Hey, sweetie, you know whose turf you just stepped into? Sweetie. The moment those words left the thug's mouth, Akira's expression darkened instantly. Sure, thanks to the Enkidu template, his appearance had become slightly androgynous. At a distance, he could be mistaken for a girl. But he was very much a guy. And now some street punk was flirting with him under the assumption he was a girl. His irritation exploded. Every street around here, 10, no, 20 blocks. All of them are mine. But you know, you're pretty cute. If you hang out with me, I'll protect you forever. Seeing the Kuoh Academy uniform, the blonde thug didn't become cautious. Instead, he got even more excited. If he could hook up with a student from a prestigious school like that, imagine the kind of girls he could lure next. All of this is your territory, huh? Akira lowered his head, letting his emerald green bangs fall and hide his eyes. The punk didn't notice anything strange, too caught up in his daydreams. What? You don't believe me? Around here, I'm the boss. Whatever I say, goes. Oh. So you're the one in charge around here. As Akira slowly raised his head, the air around him seemed to drop several degrees. His eyes glinted with cold steel, like a winter storm packed into a single glare. The thug hesitated, startled by the sudden change in atmosphere. W-O-U. He stammered, but then chuckled and reached out a hand, aiming to brush Akira's cheek. Unfortunately for him, he never made it that far. With a sharp, sudden motion, a loud crack rang out as Akira's iron grip shattered the thug's forearm. The bone gave way with the ease of a twig snapping underfoot. Arg. What the hell, what did you do to my arm? The thug screamed in agony. It was worth remembering, Akira's strength now rivaled that of a low-tier devil. Even without calling on the chains of heaven, his physical might and durability were already leagues above an ordinary human. To someone like him, breaking the bones of a petty street punk was about as difficult as cracking a toothpick. Even a low-class devil could tank a kitchen knife slash without flinching. So what was this guy? Just a bug. Without wasting a moment, Akira drove his fist into the thug's gut. The sheer force of the impact launched the man off his feet, sending him hurtling backward into the alley wall. He collided with the hard surface and crumpled to the ground in a heap, one arm twisted at an unnatural angle, the other wrapped tightly around his stomach as he groaned in pain. With his rage from being mistaken for a girl slowly fading, Akira let out a sigh of relief. You monster. Stay away from me. Tears and snot streamed down the punk's face. The pain made him realize this girl was actually a monster in human skin. First of all, Akira said flatly, I'm a guy. Not a girl. Next time you try flirting, make sure you know what you're dealing with. I get it, Aniki. I swear I'll never mess with anyone again. The moment he found out Akira was male, the thug nearly fainted. What kind of nightmare was this? Second of all, I'm the one doing the mugging now. You said this whole neighborhood's your turf, yeah. Well then, as compensation, hand over 1 million yen. Oh, 1 million. Aniki, I was just bluffing. I'm just a small-time punk, I don't have money like that. Oh. So you were just messing with me. I'm sorry, Aniki. I really am. Please forgive me. Whether you're a real thug or just a joke doesn't matter. 1 million yen, or you don't walk away. Your choice. Akira's voice was calm, almost gentle, but his eyes radiated a merciless intensity. The thug began to tremble. His body broke into a cold sweat. Aniki, I swear. I only have 11,000 yen. That's all I've got. With a trembling hand, he pulled the crumpled bills from his pocket, his face pale and panic-stricken. It was money he'd scammed off people over the past few days, intended for partying with his buddies. Who could have predicted he'd run into this guy? 1 million down to 11,000. That's a 90% discount. Aniki, I swear that's everything. If I had real cash, I wouldn't be mugging people in alleys, I'd be in another city having the time of my life. Then write me an IOU. I'll take the 11,000, but you still owe me 889,000 yen. Wah. I still owe you that much. At that moment, the thug's heart nearly gave out. Why hadn't he just gone home? Why did he have to look for trouble today? Is there a problem? And no. In his condition, he wouldn't dare argue. One arm was already broken, any more attitude and he might lose the other one too. Aniki. I don't have paper or a pen. I can't write an IOU. No worries. I came prepared. Akira flashed a relaxed smile and pulled out a sheet of paper and a pen from his bag. As a new student, of course he had his stationery ready from the night before. The thug stared at the paper like it was his death sentence. He'd come here planning to mug someone. But now, he was being mugged himself. Well, he wasn't a predator anymore, he was prey. And prey doesn't get to negotiate. As expected of a third-rate delinquent, his mental fortitude was weak. The moment he met someone stronger, he folded instantly. Under the crushing weight of Akira's overwhelming presence, the punk began scribbling out an IOU for 889,000 yen, tears streaming down his face the whole time. Also, write down your home address. Otherwise, it'll be hard to collect the debt later. Why yes, sir. Oh, and if that address turns out to be fake, or belongs to someone else, and I find you again, you're finished. Don't forget, Kuoh City isn't that big. Those final words crushed whatever sliver of hope the thug had left. White heavy checkmark enjoy 100 plus chapters ahead of web novel. White heavy checkmark be the first to enjoy the new season before anyone else. Thank you for your amazing support. Sparkling Heart. Chapter 14, A Stray Devil Courting Death. Chapter 14, A Stray Devil Courting Death. After helping maintain peace in Japan and knocking out a petty criminal, Akira's day had gone relatively smoothly without further incidents. The 11,000 yen he earned wasn't bad either. If he budgeted wisely, it might even cover next month's rent. However, without him realizing it, the sky had gradually begun to darken. More than that, the pedestrians who were just walking around moments ago had all disappeared. Not a single soul remained. A strange, unnatural stillness enveloped the street, making Akira feel extremely uneasy. It's been so long since I've tasted something this exquisite. That scent, so rich, so intoxicating. This is the first time I've encountered something this divine. A cold, spine-chilling voice echoed from every direction. Akira tensed immediately, alert. The area around him had changed completely. The lively street he was just walking down now appeared old and deserted, dust covering the cracked pavement. The buildings looked abandoned, like they'd been forgotten for decades. This wasn't an ordinary road anymore. It resembled a ghost town. Behind him, the sharp snap of something shifting in the air made him turn swiftly. Standing there was a monstrous figure, part man, part serpent. A humanoid body with a long snake tail, disheveled black hair like a madman, and a face twisted by an aura of madness. A stray devil. Akira blinked. Seriously. I just fought one yesterday, and now another one shows up. Don't be so tense, my delicious treat. That fear, it'll vanish soon enough. The creature crept forward at a slow, deliberate pace, clearly trying to savor the fear in its prey. They're all coming out one by one, huh? Akira muttered, narrowing his eyes at the stray devil before him. Compared to the one from yesterday, this one was clearly on another level. Just its ability to distort the environment and confuse directions showed it was far stronger. Akira hadn't even noticed when he'd been lured into this space. The street he stood on looked untouched by humans for years. He wasn't even sure if he was still within Kuoh City or not. No fear. Well, this little girl is quite brave. But don't worry, the pain won't last long, it'll all be over soon. The words made Akira's stomach churn in disgust. Even worse, this creature, male and serpentine in nature, was clearly a predator of women. Akira was certain of one thing, this guy had completely mistaken him for a girl. First the yellow-haired punk, and now this again. His irritation peaked. Okay, I get it, my face might be a little androgynous. But I'm a guy. A guy. Not a damn trap. The serpent devil hissed lowly, tilting his head with amusement. Oh. Is that fear I see? No need to be shy. It'll be over soon. Seeing Akira's shoulders tremble, the serpent assumed his prey was finally starting to break. He'd kidnapped plenty of women before, and all of them screamed and trembled in fear. This one had been oddly quiet, but still within expectations. Suddenly, a metallic clatter filled the air, heavy and deliberate, like chains dragging against stone. The serpent froze. Something felt wrong, and he instinctively darted to the side. A golden chain pierced down from above, crashing into the ground with tremendous force and carving a deep crater in the asphalt. The serpent's eyes widened in horror. What? That's a sacred gear. You're not a normal human. Akira narrowed his eyes and gave a cold smirk. Hey, when did I ever say I was a normal human? A low laugh escaped the serpent as he tried to shake off his nerves. Hee hee. Pretty little thing, even if you've got a sacred gear, I'm strong. I've killed devils from the underworld, you know. First of all, Akira snapped, I'm a guy, you bastard. Second, don't lump me in with the devils you fought. Before the stray devil could react, golden chains whipped outward from every direction, weaving through the air like hunting serpents. The serpent was forced into a panic dance, leaping and twisting his massive frame to avoid the incoming barrage. The pressure was immense, he didn't even dare to touch the glowing chains. You're too focused on the chains, a calm voice whispered right behind his ear. You forgot I'm still here. The serpent spun around. Just in time to see a blur of emerald green closing in fast. A brutal impact struck him square in the lower back, sending his huge body hurtling through the air like a ragdoll caught in a storm. Before he could even hit the ground, the golden chain surged forth, coiling around his arms, torso, and tail, tightening with crushing strength. Damn it, you bastard. Just like that, the monstrous stray devil who had been menacing and terrifying only moments before was now bound tightly, completely immobilized. Although Akira's official rating was still that of a low-class devil, his raw physical strength clearly outclassed his opponent. Even Megiri, Sona's knight, had been unable to break through the chains of heaven's defense. Meanwhile, on a rooftop overlooking the scene, several silhouettes were quietly observing. At the center stood none other than Rias Gremory. She had rushed to the scene after receiving a direct order from the underworld. The serpent devil wasn't just a runaway. He'd murdered 2 devil hunting squads sent to capture him. After he entered Kuoh City, the mission to subdue him was passed on to Rias. The moment she received the assignment, she raced to the area. She had been watching since the instant the stray devil dragged Akira into this space using hypnotic magic. But she hadn't interfered. She wanted to see for herself what Akira was capable of. If needed, she could step in and save him, using the opportunity to recruit him into her peerage. But the result shocked her to the core. A powerful low-class stray devil, one who could even take down other devils, was defeated in just a few moves. And Akira wasn't even out of breath. Rias remembered how, back when she was a low-class devil, she couldn't have even dreamed of such a feat in her occult research club. Aside from herself, a high-class devil, and Akino, a mid-class devil, the others like Kaneko and Chiba were still considered low-class. Compared to them, Akira stood far above. This wasn't just Kaneko's report anymore, this time, Rias had witnessed it herself. And it only made her desire to recruit Akira into her peerage burn even stronger. If she could make him her piece, her strength as a devil would soar to new heights. White heavy checkmark enjoy 100+ chapters ahead of web novel. White heavy checkmark be the first to enjoy the new season before anyone else. Thank you for your amazing support. Sparkling Heart. Chapter 15, Akira's Brutal Side. Chapter 15, Akira's Brutal Side. Step by slow step, Akira advanced, the soles of his shoes tapping against the pavement as he stood over the serpentman now bound tightly by the golden chains of heaven. His expression was cold and lethal, an executioner's gaze locked onto prey that had dared to insult him. They'd mistaken him for a girl. Again. The blonde thug earlier had been irritating, sure, but Akira hadn't been ready to kill a human. But this wasn't human. A stray devil was more monster than man. Killing them didn't weigh on him, it was progress. A level up. Yesterday, the blood didn't disgust him, it thrilled him. Maybe the blood of a hunter had always been in him, restrained only by modern laws, or something deeper. But he felt no guilt in dispatching a stray devil. Damn you, calling me a pretty girl to trap me. How dare you? His voice turned darker than coal, each word laced with venom. And of course, right then, Rias, Akino, Kaneko, and Chiba arrived, unintentionally catching a glimpse of Akira's more violent nature. Rias looked slightly uneasy, caught off guard by the sight and the sharp tone of Akira's voice. Talk about bad timing, this was their first time seeing Shin's brutal streak up close. Akino, peeking from behind her hand, smirked, with just the faintest flush in her cheeks. Kaneko and Chiba stood frozen, uncertain. Akira paused mid-motion. Great. Perfect timing. Probably planned, wasn't it? You deserve to be filleted alive, he muttered through clenched teeth, voice low and chilling. The chains twitched, then lunged. 3 of them drove through the air and slammed into the stray devil's wrists and the tip of his tail. Bones cracked with sickening precision, crushed under divine force. The serpent shrieked in pure agony, his screams slicing through the air like broken glass. Rias frowned. Without a protective barrier in place, such noise could easily have caused a panic in the surrounding neighborhood. You feel that? Pain. Akira's voice grew colder, quieter. That was just a warm-up. Your real hell's just beginning, scumbag. How dare you lure me under false pretenses? Another chain pierced through the devil's elbows. The sound of bones shattering echoed down the empty alley. The serpent convulsed, shrieking louder. Arg. Kill me. Do it. He was crying now, his agony so unbearable he begged for death. Akira didn't flinch. Kill you? Who said I'll kill you now? This is just the appetizer, loser. You'll savor it till the end. Another volley, chains hammered down upon his lower tail, crushing vertebrae one by one until the creature's lower half was nothing but a pulpy mess. The stray devil twitched, trembled, and finally fell limp. Rias and her peerage stood frozen, unsure whether to intervene or continue watching. It was shocking. The soft-spoken, polite guy they'd met just yesterday was capable of something like this. Only Akino looked thoroughly delighted. Her eyes sparkled. Her smile widened. Bloodlust hung in the air like perfume, and she breathed it in with open fascination. Shin-kun, enough. Finish him. Rias's voice finally broke the tension. She stepped forward. Her tone, though calm, carried authority. Akira turned to her with a charming smile, chilling behind the curtain of blood and the shattered corpse at his feet. Oh, Rias-senpai, good evening. Kaneko flinched at the sight. So much for the calm upperclassman she'd seen earlier. Rias shifted uneasily. Ah. Shin-kun, maybe that's enough. Akira nodded. Well, I'm satisfied. Without even glancing back, he flicked his hand. A single chain surged forth and obliterated the stray devil's head. A crimson mist bloomed in the night air, like petals caught in a windstorm. A faint chime echoed within his mind. Ding. Plus 1% template heritage acquired. So it worked. 1 more %. It really was tied to his opponent's strength. Yesterday's stray devil barely registered. But this one had counted. Rias furrowed her brows at the savage final strike. Could someone like this truly be trusted? Not because what he did was wrong, no. In the devil world, power was everything. Mercy was weakness. The strong ruled. The weak begged. Era Shin-kun, you're incredible. And these chains, absolutely stunning. Akino stepped forward, her voice soft and syrupy, but there was no hiding the predatory gleam in her eyes. Watching her senpai dismantle a monster so elegantly, with such ruthless efficiency. It awakened something primal in her. The chains of heaven glimmered in the moonlight, drenched in blood, yet divine. Lethal, but beautiful. Akira didn't miss the way Rias watched him. She stepped forward, standing beside the remains of the serpent devil. A magic circle flared beneath her feet, crimson and intricate. Then flames erupted, violent, engulfing the corpse in a vortex of destruction. Within seconds, nothing remained. That was the power of the House of Baal. Pure destruction. Legacy from the original King Baal himself. A dying bloodline, but still fearsome in her. Only 2 real heirs remained, Surzex Lucifer, one of the current Satans, and Rias Gremory, whose mother hailed directly from Baal's lineage. This moment. It was no accident. Rias had chosen to display her strength, too. "Shinkuin, you're really powerful," she said gently. "I was sent from the underworld to eliminate that thing, and yet, you beat me to it." "I only reacted in self-defense, Ria-senpai," Akira replied smoothly. Her eyes narrowed slightly. You know who I am." Akira didn't hesitate. "This afternoon, Sonakaisha called me." "So? I've heard." "I see. So she's already told you about me?" "Yes, Rias Gremory-senpai." Hearing her full name from him confirmed it. Sona had given him everything. The misunderstanding was intentional. And now, Akira had set the tempo. Rias took a breath, then looked directly at him. "So, what do you think? Want to join my peerage? Be a part of my family?" A direct offer. Akino's eyes lit up, full of possibility. If he joined, who knew how many chances she'd get to tease him, flirt with him, seduce him. But Akira only smiled faintly. "Sorry, Ria-senpai. I'm not ready to reincarnate as a devil." "I understand." "Too bad," she said softly. But she wasn't disheartened. Neither she nor Sona were the type to give up easily. Especially not when it came to someone like him. He was only in year 2. There was still time. Akino leaned closer, her voice sultry. "Shinkuin, if you have time, drop by and chat. Your performance earlier, truly beautiful." Akira gave a nod. "I'd like that. Then I'll look forward to it. I'll give you a warm welcome." "I'm looking forward to it." Rias watched the exchange closely. No need to command Akino, she was clearly interested on her own. After their brief talk, Akira didn't linger. He left. Yes, Rias's beauty and presence were magnetic. But power was the key to everything. Without it, he had no right to pursue anything, not desires, not fantasies. Without strength, there was nothing. That night, he stopped by a local store and bought some vegetables. Thanks to today's earnings, he could eat something decent. Still, he knew this wasn't sustainable. Even with powers, being in another world meant working part-time jobs to survive. Underage and lacking documentation, he'd have to settle for small jobs, maybe convenience stores, maybe tutoring. That night, he ate while watching TV. Too broke for a new phone, but for now, his life was quiet. Peaceful. Stable. Meanwhile, elsewhere in Kuoh City. So this evening, Shinkuin single-handedly defeated a stray devil who'd slain 2 devils. Sona sat behind her desk, fingers steepled beneath her chin. Tsubaki nodded. "Yes, President. I expected as much. Even if the target was careless, you still need power to win." And Riyasama offered him a spot in her peerage, Tsubaki added. "And he refused?" "Correct." Sona smiled softly, a glint in her eyes. Fufu, thought so. She had predicted it. If she couldn't win him over yet, then Rias couldn't either. Because there was something she had sensed. Akira's ambition. He wasn't a man who would live under another's shadow. And that wasn't a bad thing. A human with a sacred gear was already rare and powerful. But Shin Akira, he was something more. But even humans had limits. One day, he would reach his. And when that day came, that would be the moment to claim him. White heavy checkmark enjoy 100+ chapters ahead of web novel. White heavy checkmark be the first to enjoy the new season before anyone else. Thank you for your amazing support. Sparkling Heart. Chapter 16, Akino-senpai arrives. Chapter 16, Akino-senpai arrives. The next few days passed in relative peace as Akira gradually settled into his new routine. Each morning, he headed to Kuoh Academy on time. After school, he'd wander leisurely around Kuoh City, casually scouting for ways to earn money. Of course, getting a part-time job was out of the question. After barely escaping the soul-crushing grind of corporate life, going back to work in this world would be like living the exact same miserable life all over again. Besides, he was secretly hoping to stumble upon another stray devil like before. Unfortunately, aside from a brief 2-day streak, his encounters with stray devils seemed purely coincidental. Even if the number of stray devils was on the rise, that didn't mean he could just find them walking around every day. After all, reincarnated devils required a proper ritual, becoming one wasn't something that happened casually. And it's not like devils defected from their masters every other day. Maybe it's time to go back to my old profession. That afternoon, after class had ended, Akira quietly made his way to the school rooftop. Technically, students weren't allowed up here. But Akira had never been the type to follow school rules anyway. He wasn't interested in making friends or mingling with classmates. He preferred to spend his lunch breaks up here, alone. Lately, he'd been thinking a lot about how to earn money in this world. But no idea had really clicked. That is, until he passed by a bookstore at the mall a few days ago, and a spark lit in his mind. Writing a light novel. This was Japan, after all. The land of otaku culture. 2D media was huge here. Light novels, manga, anime, they weren't just hobbies, they were industries. Back in his previous life, Akira had dabbled in writing during college, while working part-time as a coder. None of his works had gone viral, but they earned him enough to live independently. He'd never had to ask for money from home, and still had enough left over to splurge occasionally. A soft, melodic voice called out, breaking his concentration. "Good afternoon, Shinkuin." When he turned around, a radiant silhouette greeted him against the backdrop of a clear blue sky. A senior student in Kuoh Academy's uniform, with two dangerously prominent assets that strained against her blouse. Her hair was elegantly tied into a ponytail, exuding the perfect aura of a mature and alluring one-san. Akira responded calmly, "Good afternoon, Himejima-senpai." The girl smiled and shook her head playfully. "Just call me Akino, Shinkuin." He offered a faint nod. "In that case, Akino-senpai." "Fufu, what a polite underclassman you are." Akino smiled as she walked toward him, her every step radiating grace. A soft, floral scent reached his nose, whether it was perfume, cosmetics, or her natural fragrance, he didn't know. But it wasn't unpleasant. In fact, he found it rather comforting. Akino caught his expression and let out a gentle chuckle. Of course, she wasn't here without reason. She had a mission: establish a connection with Akira, get close to him, and slowly bring him over to their side. It was the classic, get close to the well if you want to drink the water, strategy. All part of Rias's larger plan to recruit him into her peerage. If Akira had been just another ordinary student, Akino wouldn't have bothered. But he wasn't ordinary. He was one of them. "Still lunchtime, huh? What brings you all the way up here, Akino-senpai?" Akira asked, glancing her way. "I've been waiting these past few days for you to come see me, you know, but since my dear underclassman never showed up, I just had to come find you myself. You don't mind, do you?" "Not at all. If someone as beautiful as Akino-senpai is looking for me, I consider that a great honor." My, you really are sweet." She sat down beside him, right on the concrete ledge of the rooftop. It wasn't exactly comfortable, but it was good enough for a casual chat. Having such a gorgeous girl this close made Akira's heart beat just a little faster. Even if his current body was shaped by the Enkidu template, with its green hair, emerald eyes, and increasingly flawless appearance, he was still himself. He wasn't Enkidu. He had simply inherited the form. Deep down, he was just a normal guy. And when a beautiful girl, especially one who ranked among his 2D waifu list, got this close to him, there was no way he wouldn't react. Akino tilted her head and smiled playfully. "Oh my, it seems Shinkuin is a bit of a naughty boy too." Apparently, Akira's eyes had wandered for a second, and she'd caught him red-handed. He chuckled. "Can't help it. Akino-senpai is just too alluring. I'm still young and full of energy, you know." She leaned in closer, her lips near his ear, her breath warm and dangerously tempting. "Oh. Is that so? If that's the case, I don't mind at all. In fact, I might even like it." Even though his heart thumped louder, Akira didn't let it cloud his judgment. He knew very well, Akino was Rias's queen. She wasn't here out of pure personal interest. This was the classic beauty trap. One of the oldest and most effective tactics in history. Many men had fallen prey to it, whether in ancient conspiracies or modern manipulation. Akira took a deep breath to calm himself. His gaze regained clarity. "Well then, Akino-senpai, you should know I have very poor self-control. If I get carried away and do something rash, that might be troublesome." The flirtatious smile on Akino's lips briefly paused. But only for a moment. Then her smile returned, brighter than ever, as if she'd just found a brand new toy. "Fufu, Shinkuin is more guarded than I expected. Can you blame me? I'm basically a juicy piece of meat surrounded by a pack of hungry predators." "Predators, huh?" she echoed, voice low and knowing. Akino didn't deny the analogy, because it was true. Both Rias and Sona were keeping close eyes on Akira. What Akira didn't know was that the two high-ranking devils were already quietly competing for him behind the scenes. Akino had been sent as the beauty trap agent for Rias. Meanwhile, Sona had already dispatched her own representative. Then, changing the subject, Akira looked at her with mild curiosity. "By the way, Akino-senpai, I have a favor to ask." "What is it?" she asked, her tone light and interested. "Do you happen to know anything about light novel publishers?" Her eyes blinked once, surprised. "Light novels? Are you planning to write one?" "Well, life has to move on. Don't laugh, okay, but right now, I've only got 80,000 yen left to my name. Yep. 80,000 yen. He'd spent 11,000 yen earlier on a laptop, not a fancy one, but decent enough to get started. That money had come from that blonde punk he mugged the other day. It was his only real capital right now. Akino looked at him for a moment, and this time, her smile was gentler. If Shin-kun needs money, Senpai wouldn't mind helping, you know. She said it softly. This time, it wasn't part of the mission. It was a genuine impulse, born not from strategy, but from something softer, something human. White heavy checkmark enjoy 100 plus chapters ahead of web novel. White heavy checkmark be the first to enjoy the new season before anyone else. Thank you for your amazing support. Sparkling Heart. Chapter 17, Preparing to become a plagiarist novelist. Chapter 17, Preparing to become a light novel plagiarist. Akira's only response to Akino's bold offer was a wry little smile. He had no intention of climbing up the ladder that easily. Akino-senpai, I'm a guy, you know. I'm just trying to survive. There's a saying, help in an emergency, not out of pity. Don't tell me you're planning to sponsor my lifestyle. He raised a brow, voice half serious, half teasing. I wouldn't mind if it's you, Shin-kun, I wouldn't mind at all, Akino replied playfully, her voice laced with gentle mischief. Whoa. You're making my heart skip a beat, but I'll pass. Akira shook his head firmly. That kind of offer was clearly a dangerous trap, no matter how tempting. Akino just smiled at him, her usual charming, elegant smile. Her eyes quietly studied his expression with a glimmer of amusement, and for a second, Akira's cheeks tinted slightly. After all, Akino was the perfect one-isen type that countless men dreamed of. To say he wasn't interested would be a lie. But at this point in time, Akira knew he wasn't in a position to be thinking about things like that. In that case, he continued, clearing his throat and steering the conversation to safer waters, Akino-senpai, does Ria-senpai happen to have any connections in the light novel publishing world? I'm not really sure about that, Akino replied thoughtfully. But I can ask her for you. I wouldn't be surprised if Rias does have a few contacts. Then I'll leave it to you. I'd really appreciate it. Akino placed a hand on her hip and tilted her head slightly, lips curling up again. If I get results, you'll treat me to a nice meal, right, Shin-kun? Of course. This was a golden opportunity for Akino to build a better rapport with Akira. Even if she didn't have any connections herself, she was more than willing to go out of her way to find some. Frankly, if it meant forming a relationship with someone like Akira, Akino was certain Rias would even go as far as buying an entire publishing company just to support him. Even if Akira couldn't write a single word, money alone could turn him into a famous author. In Japan, referred to as Japan/Fuso in this world, absolute power was concentrated in the hands of elite clans and noble families. A doctor's child became a doctor. A businessman's child inherited the business. A politician's child grew into another high-ranking official. That was just how things worked. As for commoners, the only real way to ascend the social ladder was through marriage. Some prestigious families with no heirs would search for an exceptional man to marry into the family. After marriage, the men would take the wife's surname and become part of the family, completely absorbed into their identity. Outside of that, chances of rising through merit alone were close to zero. No matter how brilliant or talented someone was, the ceiling was set. And if they wanted to break through it, they'd have to sacrifice something. The Gremory family, being one of the most prominent devil noble houses, held enormous influence in Japan. A small-time publishing company meant nothing to them. Recruiting a genius sacred gear wielder like Shin Akira would be an incredibly worthwhile investment. For them, money was just numbers. What they truly valued was talent. Akira understood that perfectly. But he didn't reject it. If he had something worth offering, why not let them come to him? Why struggle alone when he could leverage his value? This way, he didn't even need to speak to Rias directly. He just had to let Akino pass the message, everything else would take care of itself. Well then, I'll be off, Akino said lightly. I'll come back soon with some good news, Shin-kun. I'll be waiting patiently, Akino-senpai. Fufu, don't worry, she gave a graceful wave before descending from the school rooftop, her long black hair fluttering in the breeze. Lunch break was just about to end. Although there weren't many afternoon classes left, skipping wasn't an option. Akira picked himself up and returned to his classroom. For him, afternoon classes were just a way to pass the time. The textbook material. He'd already mastered all of it. Usually, he would sit near the window and gaze out at the scenery. But that wasn't because he disliked being a student. On the contrary, with a completely new identity and a cleansed mental state, just being able to sit in class again without any pressure, felt oddly comforting. And that very afternoon, Akira finally decided which masterpiece he would bring into this world. Yahari or no Seishun love comedy wa Mashigatiru. My teen romantic comedy snafu. A light novel he considered a true literary gem. And its protagonist, the master of loneliness, Hikigaya Hachiman, was one of the anime characters he respected the most. In Orario, Hachiman went through countless bitter experiences, nearly all of them landmines unique to youth. Confessing to someone and getting rejected, so badly they couldn't even stay friends afterward. Thinking a girl was talking to him, only to find out she was talking to someone else. Believing a girl liked him, only for it to be one big misunderstanding. Hachiman's quotes could honestly fill an entire book of aphorisms. What mattered most was that every single wound, every cringeworthy failure, every disappointment Hachiman endured, felt real. It was that sense of emotional resonance that made Akira love the series so much. And now, living in a 2D world, why not? He would become a story courier and deliver that masterpiece into this universe. Old school building, Kuoh Academy, occult research club room. So, he's seriously that broke. He wants to write a light novel. Ria stared at Akino, half surprised and half in disbelief. It sounded way too absurd. Was Akira really that poor? Didn't he say he only had 80,000 yen to his name? Off to the side, Kaneko munched on her snack quietly. She recalled the way Akira's eyes had sparkled when he saw those tens of thousands of yen in his wallet. Back then, she didn't understand why he looked so happy. But now, maybe that amount really was a big deal to him. If he's that desperate for money, couldn't we just use cash to recruit him? Chiba finally spoke up, offering a suggestion that sounded logical at first. Absolutely not. Definitely not. Akino and Ria shot him down in perfect unison, their voices firm and synchronized, causing Chiba to shrink back a little in embarrassment. Yep, that was definitely a dumb thing to say. Yuto, if we try to bribe him with money, it'll backfire, Ria said firmly. He's not just talented, he's proud. If he wasn't, he would have already accepted offers from both Sona and me. Understood, Bucho. Chiba bowed his head respectfully, and Ria simply nodded and waved him off. Meanwhile, Akino continued watching Rias closely. She understood something important. The fact that Akira had chosen to voice his request through her, meant he wanted Rias to know. Akino was just the messenger. Now, it all depended on how Rias would respond. White heavy checkmark enjoy 100+ chapters ahead of web novel. White heavy checkmark be the first to enjoy the new season before anyone else. Thank you for your amazing support. Sparkling Heart. Chapter 18, A Debt of Gratitude. Chapter 18, A Debt of Gratitude. Fusha Bunko, the largest publishing house in all of Japan, completely unmatched. They held nearly 40% of the otaku media market, including light novels, manga, and games. And behind the scenes of Fusha Bunko, stood a devil family. Thanks to the Gremory household's vast network of connections, establishing a relationship with them was surprisingly easy. Meanwhile, Akira was hard at work at home, typing away as he reproduced the contents of Oregairu's first volume. One by one, the familiar characters from that story were brought into this world through the words of Shin Akira. Including the two central figures who embodied the very soul of the series, Hikigaya Hachiman, the so-called master of loneliness, and Yukino Shida Yukino. Youth is a lie, and a sin. Those who glorify youth are only lying to themselves and everyone around them. Even when they make terrible mistakes, they still label it all as youthful memories. In Japan, light novel publishing still prioritized physical volumes over online releases. One volume typically spanned around 100,000 words. But for someone like Shin Akira, a former programmer, writing that much wasn't difficult, especially now that he was no longer an ordinary human. His typing speed had far surpassed average. Most importantly, he wasn't creating a story from scratch. He was simply rewriting an existing novel. No brainstorming or plotting required, just copy and adapt. Sure, he couldn't replicate the original perfectly, but the core plot, character personalities, and narrative tone could still be faithfully preserved. It was a skill rooted in the fundamentals of coding, or at least, that's how he saw it. Throughout the night, Akira worked non-stop. The clicking of his keyboard echoed through the silent room, rapid and constant, like the ticking of a high-speed clock. Only when the clock struck 3 in the morning did he finally pause. He saved the file onto a U-disk, checked that everything was backed up, and closed his laptop with a sigh of completion. The next morning, as expected, Akira overslept. It was already close to 11 when he cracked open his eyes and lazily glanced at the wall clock. Still, he didn't panic. He stretched slowly, washed his face, and calmly got ready for the day. Technically speaking, he was a high school student, but Akira never truly saw himself as one. He only stayed at Kuoh Academy because it was the central stage for this world's main storyline. After a light breakfast, he casually headed off to school, nearly at noon. Skipping class. Please. He never cared about that in the first place. As soon as he stepped into the classroom, a girl approached him. Shin-kun, why weren't you here this morning? Did something happen? The voice belonged to Hanakai Momo. She clearly had approached him with a purpose. Nothing serious, Akira replied without hesitation. I just stayed up late, so I overslept. Oh. I see. That's good, then. I was worried. Internally, Momo wanted to sigh. Seriously? I came all the way over here, and he just brushes me off like that. No smile, no interest, just plain cold. But when she looked at Akira's handsome face, all that frustration melted away. It was true, looks could change everything. A good-looking guy or a beautiful girl always had an advantage. Even the smallest interactions felt more pleasant when coming from someone attractive. Shin-kun, someone's looking for you. That voice came from the classroom doorway. Akira turned around, and saw a tall girl with a signature ponytail standing there. Hajime Akino. That's Akino Onisima. She came to our class. I could die happy right now. She's too gorgeous. I can't handle it. Akino-sama, I love you. The classroom erupted into chaos. Desks were shifted, murmurs spread like wildfire, and a few boys even jumped from their seats with starry eyes. Even Akira was a bit surprised. He knew she was popular, but this popular. It felt like a celebrity had just walked into a public school. If she ever debuted as an idol, she'd probably become a national goddess overnight. Sorry, Hanakai-san, Akira said gently as he turned away. Someone's looking for me. It's fine. Momo mumbled, watching his back with a quiet sigh. As a member of Sona's peerage, she knew very well who Akino was. Both of them were reincarnated devils, but their status couldn't be more different. Hanakai Momo was just a bishop, while Akino was the queen. To put it in perspective, one queen piece was equal to 9 pawn pieces, while a bishop was only worth 3. As Akira stepped out to meet Akino, the stir in the classroom continued. The legendary Madonna of Kuoh Academy had just come to fetch someone in person. That wasn't something you saw every day. You weren't at school this morning, Akino said with a gentle smile. I was so worried I thought about messaging you, but then I realized, I don't even have Shin-kun's number. Yeah, Akira replied with a nod. My old phone went missing. I haven't had time to get a new one. I see, so that's why you're in such a rush to make money. Akino smiled knowingly, her voice light and teasing. Whether or not it was true didn't matter. If Akira said it, then it was fact, everything else was irrelevant. If Akino-senpai went out of her way to look for me, I'm guessing it's good news, he asked, a slight tilt to his head. Bingo, Akino beamed. Rias worked really hard last night and finally managed to get in touch with someone from Fusha Bunko. They're ready to establish a connection for you. Wow. Akira's eyes widened slightly. I'm really grateful to both Rias-senpai and Akino-senpai. This involves your future, after all. Of course we take it seriously. Both of them understood, this was a clean-cut transaction. Akira owed them a favor. In return, they offered their support. Nothing more, nothing less. Still, there were clear benefits to maintaining a close relationship with Akira. Oh right, since you lost your phone, how are you planning to contact the publisher later? Akino asked curiously. About that. Akira replied calmly. I'm leaving it to you, Akino-senpai. He reached into his bag and handed her the U-disc he had prepared in advance. It was part of his plan all along. In this world, he had no official identity. Though he had documents as a transfer student at Kuoh Academy, beyond that, there was nothing. If anyone tried to run a serious background check on him, they'd find absolutely nothing. He didn't exist here. My, Akino chuckled softly. You're quite good at making people work for you. Then let's say I owe you one, Akino-senpai, Akira replied with a faint smile. As long as it's not something too outrageous, I'll do anything you ask. Anything, you say. Of course. Akino's eyes sparkled with mischief as she leaned in closer. In that case, how about this for my request, Shin-kun, will you go out with me? White heavy checkmark enjoy 100 plus chapters ahead of web novel. White heavy checkmark be the first to enjoy the new season before anyone else. Thank you for your amazing support. Sparkling Heart. Chapter 19, The Madonna of Kuoh Academy. Chapter 19, The Madonna of Kuoh Academy. Akino stared at Akira seriously as she made her declaration. Go out with you. That caught Akira completely off guard. For a moment, he just looked at her, mind blank. If I could date Akino-senpai, the queen of popularity, it would be like winning the lottery. So, senpai, are you serious about dating me? He met her gaze directly, searching for any hint of teasing. Of course not, Akino responded with a sweet smile. Even if I were to date someone, you'd have to be the one to confess. What kind of girl chases after a guy? Ah, what a shame. Seeing the genuine disappointment on Akira's face, Akino suddenly felt a tiny pang of regret. Maybe she'd turned him down a little too quickly. But after thinking it through again, no, rejecting him had been the right choice. If she had agreed on the spot, what would that have made her? Besides, if Akira ever learned the truth about who, or rather, what, she really was, would he still feel the same? The thought made her expression cloud slightly. The blood running through her veins was her greatest curse. Oh right, Shin-kun. The novel you're writing, what genre is it? School life, Akira answered without pause. School life. So, a romance story. Of course it is, he replied casually. The love story between the Master of Loneliness and the Ice Queen, in his mind, that was the pinnacle of romance. What's the title? Akino asked curiously. Akira answered without hesitation, Yahari or no Seishin love comedy wa Mashigateru. My teen romantic comedy snafu, huh? Akino tilted her head slightly. She had never read a light novel before, so she had no idea whether the title was clever or just plain weird. But a name like My Teen Romantic Comedy Snafu did sound off. Though she couldn't quite explain why. Their conversation didn't last much longer, since classes were about to start. Akino soon took her leave, and Akira returned to his classroom. As soon as he stepped inside, dozens of eyes turned his way. Friendly with Hajime Akino. Joking with her like that. Their relationship clearly wasn't normal. Whispers began spreading like wildfire across the room. Many quietly speculated they had to be dating, right? But despite the growing buzz, no one dared approach Akira. He'd been in this class for a while now. And aside from Hanakai Momo, he hadn't really talked to anyone. Those who had tried to get close, eventually gave up. Because from the very start, Akira never intended to build relationships here. To him, these people were just background characters, extras with no role in his future. Among them, Momo sat silently, watching him with a heart full of unease. It was obvious now, Akira was far closer to Akino than he was to her. He'd even saved Kaneko once before. All of this pointed to one truth, Akira was clearly aligned with Rias Gremory's camp. And yet, Momo had come here on a mission from Sona. Her goal was to recruit Akira. But so far, her efforts had been a complete failure. If her superior found out, she'd be branded incompetent for sure. Soon after, the bell rang. The chime echoed through the school building, signaling the official start of class. Yet, not a single teacher, or even the homeroom instructor, said a word to Akira about skipping the morning. It was as if his absence had never happened. Naturally, this confused the other students. Kuoh Academy, after all, was a prestigious private school with strict rules. Attendance and grades were taken very seriously. Unexcused absences usually earned you an official warning, or worse, disciplinary action if it happened more than once. But of course, exceptions always existed. The peerage members of Rias Gremory and Sona Shitori were among those exceptions. After all, this school was technically owned by their families. Still, both factions did their best to avoid standing out too much. Especially Sona. As the student council president, she ran a tight ship and held her subordinates to high standards. Senpai. Later that afternoon, just after the final bell rang with a gentle tone across the building, someone called out to Akira as he stepped out of class. A petite figure with silver hair and a feline aura stood before him, Kaneko Toju. Kaneko-chan. Wow, it's been a while, Akira greeted with a small smile. Good afternoon, Akira-senpai, she replied softly. This is the second floor, you know. What brings you up here? I came to find you, senpai. Find me? What for? Your novel has already been submitted to the publisher by Bucho. Also, Akino-senpai said since your phone was lost, she bought you a new one. Here. Kaneko reached into her school bag and handed him a small box with a brand new smartphone and SIM card inside. Whoa, that's a huge help. Thanks a lot. Without hesitation, Akira accepted the phone and SIM card. Honestly, deep down, he felt a little like a man living off the kindness of women. But strangely, that feeling didn't bother him at all. All his needs were being taken care of. He'd originally planned to buy a phone once he received his first royalty check. But now, everything had been handed to him on a silver platter. Kaneko-chan, please thank Akino-senpai and Ria-senpai for me. I will. With that, Kaneko gave a small bow and turned to leave. Though a part of her wanted to get closer to Akira, the memory of him slaughtering that stray devil was still fresh in her mind. Akino was known for being sadistic in battle, electrocuting her opponents or going for critical points, but even that stayed within a certain limit. Shin Akira. He tortured his enemies. He tore them apart slowly. One drop of blood at a time, until it pooled into a lake. The most terrifying part. That gentle smile on his face as he crushed the stray devil's skull with his bare hands. A smile so soft, paired with a massacre so brutal, it was nightmare fuel. To Kaneko, Akira wasn't human. He was a monster. A madman. Unpredictable and terrifying. But Akira himself didn't seem to mind the change in her attitude. For a man like him, sure, Lolas were cute, but his real preference. Definitely the mature and voluptuous type. White heavy checkmark enjoy 100+ chapters ahead of web novel. White heavy checkmark be the first to enjoy the new season before anyone else. Thank you for your amazing support. Sparkling Heart. Chapter 20, Instinct of the Beast King. Chapter 20, Instinct of the Beast King. A loud smack rang out as a wet spray of blood splattered into the air, followed by the heavy thud of a stray devil collapsing to the ground, motionless. A system prompt immediately appeared before Akira's eyes. Ding. You have obtained 0.1% inherited template progress. He stared silently at the message. His template progress now stood at 19.1%. Lately, his luck had been unusually good, encountering numerous stray devils in a short span. Many of them were mid-tier, granting a full 1% progress each. But now that he was so close to the next threshold, the rate of increase had suddenly dropped. Name, Shin Akira. Identity, transfer student, Kuoh Academy. Rank, 3, low-class devil. Template, Enkidu, 19.1%. Noble phantasm, chains of heaven. Talent, consummated shape. Skills. Equipment. Items. Only 0.9% left. Akira could feel it deep within his bones. Once he reached 20%, his strength would undergo a dramatic leap. Even now, he stood at the peak of low-class devils. With the chains of heaven at his command, he felt confident not only holding his ground against mid-class devils, but actually defeating them. A faint rustling reached his ears. Several figures approached from a distance. It was the Gremory group. After all, stray devil extermination in this region was officially under Rias Gremory's jurisdiction. But recently, Akira had been beating them to the punch more often than not. This wasn't the first time. My Shinkuin beat us here again, Akino remarked playfully as she walked toward him. By this point, she was undoubtedly the closest person to Akira at Kuoh Academy. All matters regarding the publication of Orario had been handled by her. Akira merely sat back and received the results. At first, Rias and her group had been confused, but after reading the novel, even Rias, a noble-born devil of the underworld, had found herself moved by its quiet strength. Backed by a major publisher and armed with a masterpiece of a story, Orario had exploded in popularity within the light novel community. In just under 2 weeks, Akira's earnings had already reached nearly 10 million yen. Shinkuin, you seem awfully passionate about hunting stray devils. In just 2 weeks, you've taken out 80% of our targets before we even got here, Rias said with a tired sigh. Akira gave a slight shrug and smiled. Well, what can I say? I just happened to run into them a lot. Do you seriously expect us to believe that? Rias narrowed her eyes in disbelief. Honestly, she wanted to smack him. This green-haired, green-eyed boy with flawless looks and a calm demeanor was out wandering like he was bait every night. Even worse, he had a habit of strolling into remote areas in the evening or late at night. That wasn't coincidence. That was intentional provocation. Ria-senpai, don't be like that. I'm a good student, remember? Akira offered with a mischievous smile. Oh yes. A good student who never pays attention in class, skips constantly, and always leaves early. Rias deliberately emphasized the word good. Academically, Akira was practically a delinquent. But, my grades are perfect, right? That one line shut her down. Rias opened her mouth to retort, then closed it again. Because it was true. In the recent mock exams, Akira had scored a perfect 100 in every subject. His name had gone viral throughout the school. Since then, none of the teachers dared to say a word about his truancy or early departures. Without warning, a violent gust cut through the night air. From the shadows, a dark figure lunged toward Akira at blistering speed. Watch out. Akino called out instinctively, her palm flashing as she summoned a burst of lightning. The bolt lit up the dark alley, but the enemy dodged it effortlessly. Even Kaneko and Chiba rushed forward to defend, but Chiba couldn't keep up with the speed. This wasn't a low-class devil. It was something far more dangerous. A vicious slash was halted inches away from Akira's face as a silver chain materialized out of thin air, its metallic surface gleaming under the moonlight. The enemy revealed itself in full, twisted features, beast-like legs, and elongated arms ending in claws that gleamed like obsidian. Ah! Another stray devil. But the underworld hasn't reported any new activity. Rias frowned, puzzled. The chaotic, bloodthirsty aura radiating from the creature left no doubt, it was definitely a stray devil. These beings were once devils who had betrayed their masters and become cursed by their contracts. While Rias tried to make sense of it, Akira's eyes lit up with barely contained excitement. Perfect. The missing 0.9% had just come knocking. You want to kill me? Go ahead and try. He didn't flinch, meeting the creature's fiery gaze head-on. In an instant, the stray devil blurred again, its speed even greater than before. But golden rings spun into the air, rotating rapidly. From within those radiant loops, silver chains erupted with a sharp hum. The glowing links moved with uncanny precision, weaving together into a shifting barricade around Akira's body, like a net of divine judgment. Claws raked against metal. A burst of force rang through the air. Bones cracked as momentum clashed with divine power. Each strike rebounded violently, doing nothing but damaging the attacker. Slashes were deflected, claws bent, and with every exchange, the creature's body took more punishment. Rias watched silently. She could tell at a glance, Akira had grown. His mana flow, his control over the chains, his summoning capacity, everything had improved in just 2 weeks. For a human, that kind of growth was terrifying. Most humans, even sacred gear holders, hit a ceiling somewhere around high-class devil rank. Very few ever reached Ma level. But Akira was different. The stray devil lunged again, reckless and desperate. One opening was all Akira needed. A chain surged forth, coiling around the enemy's shoulder and driving itself in with brutal force. That single mistake led to another. And another. The creature's wild flailing turned into a mess of errors. The silver chains took advantage of every gap, wrapping tighter with each failed attack. Golden light burst from the bindings as they ignited with judgment energy, cutting through the night like a silent roar. The system's voice returned. Ding. You have obtained 3% inherited template progress. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have awakened a new talent, Instinct of the Beast King. Instinct of the Beast King. Born from the wild. Despite speaking with grace and behaving politely, the user possesses an untamed, feral combat instinct. The moment the new talent activated, Akira felt it, an overwhelming surge of power coursing through every fiber of his being. It wasn't just energy. It was something deeper. A primal awareness. A wild, animalistic intuition. Instinct of the Beast King, a combat sense honed by nature, not taught by any mentor. Though Enkidu was known for his gentle demeanor, once he entered battle, he transformed completely. Not into a knight. Not into a hero. But into a beast. That was the origin of the title Beast King. He wasn't raised among humans, but monsters. Author's note, this is a personalized take on Enkidu's background. If it doesn't align with your interpretation, I hope you'll understand. This story doesn't seek to copy the original 1:1. White heavy checkmark enjoy 100+ chapters ahead of web novel. White heavy checkmark be the first to enjoy the new season before anyone else. Thank you for your amazing support. Sparkling Heart. Chapter 21, The Fight Against Chiba, Part 1. Chapter 21, The Fight Against Chiba, Part 1. Akira glanced at the corpse of the stray devil he had just defeated, without a doubt, that one had been a mid-class devil, not some low-tier fodder. And with that, one of his long-standing questions was finally answered, defeating a mid-class devil granted 3% progress in his inherited template. Which made him wonder, how much would he gain from taking down a high-class devil? An ultimate-class devil? Or even a Mao? Just how far could he push his template that way? Name, Shin Akira. Identity, transfer student of Kuoh Academy. Rank, level 4, mid-class devil. Template, Enkidu, 22.1%. Noble Phantasm, Chains of Heaven. Talents, Consummated Shape, Beast King's Instinct. Skills. Equipment. Items. Level 4, equal to a mid-class devil. That was the result of all his training and effort over the past half-month. Truly surprising. That stray devil just now, it was mid-class, and you defeated it. Ria stared at the corpse with a serious expression. She would need to reassess her evaluation of Akira's strength. At first, she had assumed the boy was only a low-class devil. But not only had he surpassed that stage, he had even defeated a mid-class one entirely on his own. And to make it more shocking, Akira was younger than her. He had no noble bloodline or family backing him. Everything he'd achieved was purely from his own talent and effort. That alone already qualified him as a prodigy. It was worth noting that even Chiba Yuto, who wielded a sacred gear and was the same age as Akira, had undergone rigorous training since childhood. He had even once studied under Tsuji Okita, Sir's ex-Lucifer's personal knight. And yet, Chiba was still stuck at the low-class level, only now approaching the threshold of mid-class. Only to protect myself, Akira replied calmly, without a trace of arrogance or pride. To him, reaching mid-class wasn't something worth celebrating. He understood well, when the real story began, his enemies would be far more terrifying. Forget the Mao, for now, he at least needed the strength of an ultimate-class devil just to survive. Still, with the new ability he had just obtained, Beast King's instinct, he felt like a wild predator. If he wanted to, he could tear through everyone in front of him, including Rias and the others, with swift and ruthless force. He needed time to fully adapt to this power. Otherwise, there was a real chance he might react on instinct and endanger those around him. Just imagine, if someone tapped his shoulder from behind out of nowhere, they might be sent flying from a reflexive counterattack. It wouldn't be out of malice or hostility, it would be pure instinct. But Akira wasn't Enkidu. He still needed time to learn how to properly wield this new strength. Because uncontrolled power was nothing more than a disaster waiting to happen. A fiery explosion of light flared through the clearing as Rias cast a powerful destruction spell, reducing the remains of both stray devils to ash. One had been their official target. The other, though not currently marked by the underworld, was fair game for extermination due to its stray status. While the others were still recovering from the shock of Akira's display of strength, Kaneko continued staring at him intently. As a reincarnated devil, Kaneko hadn't come from a human background. She was an Ikosho, a rare and powerful subspecies of Nikomata. As a yokai, her senses far surpassed those of normal humans. And after Akira had taken down the second stray devil, his aura had changed completely. From a slightly crazy yet warm upperclassman, he had become an overwhelming presence, like a beast king in human form. Kaneko didn't know what had caused such a drastic transformation, but one thing was clear, what Akira had shown them just now wasn't everything. Shin-san, may I challenge you to a duel? The sudden voice from Chiba Yudo caught everyone off guard. Even Rias was surprised, she hadn't expected Chiba to issue a challenge now, of all times. Huh? You want to fight me? Why? Akira turned to him, a touch of confusion on his face. What sparked this sudden urge to battle? Because, you're strong. Chiba's gaze was steady. There was no doubt or hesitation in his eyes. It wasn't emotion, it was the pure drive of a swordsman facing a superior opponent. He had been stuck at the low-class level for far too long. His progress, both in swordsmanship and magic, had slowed down to a crawl, and it was frustrating. His master, Rias, was currently bound by a marriage contract she didn't want. As the knight she had once saved from the brink of death, Chiba wanted to protect her. But with his current power, he wasn't even close to capable. And for a true swordsman, the best way to break through a bottleneck was through battle. Sounds interesting. All right, I accept your challenge. Akira's calm voice carried no hesitation. Thank you. Chiba bowed deeply, his tone sincere. He knew full well Akira had just finished 2 heavy battles and was likely not in top form. In that sense, his challenge might be considered inconsiderate. But he still went through with it, because the opportunity was too important to let go. Come, then. Show me the power of Rias Gremmary's knight. Understood, Chiba responded with a firm nod. He took a deep breath, and in the next instant, a flaming sword manifested in his hand. Sword birth, his sacred gear. It allowed him to create magic swords at will. As long as he had the energy, he could forge weapons of any element or type. I'm not a swordsman, so don't expect me to trade blades with you, Akira remarked flatly. I'm aware, Chiba replied. A sharp, almost musical slicing sound broke the silence as Chiba launched himself forward with stunning speed. Akira didn't move. A magic circle shimmered to life behind him, and from within it, the silver chains of heaven burst outward, shining under the night sky. Chiba's footwork was impressive, he wove between the chains with expert precision, parrying and redirecting them with his blazing sword. And still, Akira hadn't budged. That puzzled Rias and Akino. As far as they knew, Akira's power centered entirely around those strange golden chains. So far, he had never personally thrown a punch in any fight. Only Kaneko sensed something different. She had begun to realize. Akira might be hiding far more strength than he let on. The battle escalated. Chiba's movements blurred as he darted in and out of reach, closing the distance between them in a matter of seconds. In the span of a few breaths, he was already within striking range. The flaming sword in his hand slashed toward Akira's chest with full force. He didn't know why Akira had allowed him to get this close. But he was certain Akira wasn't careless. There had to be a reason. At the very last moment, Akira moved. In one swift motion, his left hand shot out and clamped down on Chiba's wrist, stopping the sword mid-swing. His right fist followed immediately, driving into Chiba's chest with crushing force. The air seemed to ripple from the impact. Chiba's body was lifted off the ground and hurled several meters through the air before slamming against the earth with a heavy thud. White heavy checkmark enjoy 100+ chapters ahead of web novel. White heavy checkmark be the first to enjoy the new season before anyone else. Thank you for your amazing support. Sparkling Heart. Chapter 22, The Fight Against Chiba, Part 2. Chapter 22, The Fight Against Chiba, Part 2. Chiba was sent flying, crashing more than a dozen meters away. Rias and the others stared at Akira in utter disbelief. In just a split second, he had not only dodged Chiba's attack but also completely turned the tide and overpowered him. Rias, in particular, had clearly seen it. Akira's reflexive counter had nearly struck Chiba in the neck. If he hadn't adjusted the angle at the last moment, Chiba might have been finished. She had no doubt in her mind, Akira had more than enough power to snap Chiba's neck in a single strike. Chiba groaned as he pushed himself up, coughing heavily, his hand pressed to his chest. The impact had been brutal. If he hadn't been a devil, he likely would have passed out on the spot. Even Akira looked slightly surprised at himself. That attack had come entirely on instinct. No thought. No restraint. Just raw, reflexive reaction. Impressive reflexes and power, Shin-san, Chiba said between coughs, wiping a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth. Akira extended a hand in Chiba's direction and spoke calmly, "Come, get up. We're not done yet, Chiba Yudo." Chiba nodded, determination still burning in his eyes. "Of course. Since I've challenged you, I'll give it everything I've got. Go ahead. I'm waiting." Sword birth. With that shout, the ground around them began to tremble. Dozens of magic swords erupted from the earth, blades infused with flames, lightning, wind, water, and more. Each of them glowed with elemental energy, gleaming like treasures unearthed from deep within the battlefield. A few even materialized right beneath Akira's feet. Reacting instantly, he leapt back, just before the weapons could pierce the soles of his shoes. Then, Chiba charged again. He snatched two swords from the ground and rushed forward with blistering speed. Akira let out a quiet chuckle, seemingly amused by the renewed energy. Reaching for one of the conjured weapons nearby, he grabbed a sword mid-stride and used it to parry Chiba's strike. Blades collided with explosive force. Sparks scattered into the air as the two dueled with relentless intensity. Neither gave an inch. "These swords are my creations, Shin-san. Remember that," Chiba reminded him sharply. Suddenly, the lightning sword in Akira's hand surged with energy and discharged violently. A jolt of electricity shot through his arm. He hissed under his breath and immediately dropped the weapon, stepping back with a wince. He glanced at his palm. A fresh burn was already forming, the skin scorched slightly. It wasn't serious, but it was the first injury he had taken since arriving in this world. Still, within moments, the red blistered skin began to knit itself back together. The burn faded as though it had never been there. A body molded by divinity. As long as Akira remained connected to the natural flow of the earth, his form would regenerate endlessly. Minor injuries, even lethal ones, meant little. Chiba didn't let up. His next charge came swiftly, this time dual-wielding two of his strongest offensive blades, one blazing with fire, the other crackling with lightning. Akira's eyes lit up with something that resembled anticipation. He stepped forward to meet the strike. Chiba's sword cut through the air, but Akira slid to the side, dodging effortlessly, and drove a punch straight into Chiba's chest. The blow was sharp and clean. Chiba staggered, the force reverberating through his ribs. He swung in retaliation, but Akira caught his arm mid-motion. With precise control, Akira blocked the incoming slash from the second sword using his forearm, then pivoted and delivered a brutal kick to Chiba's waist. Chiba dropped to one knee, breathless. The moment he did, Akira seized his wrist again and brought one of the fallen blades up to Chiba's throat. "You've lost." His voice was calm, unemotional. Chiba froze. It was over. Akira had completely dominated the match in a matter of seconds. Even Chiba looked stunned. That was it. Already. Akira let out a slow exhale. So this is the combat instinct of Enkidu. Terrifying. Throughout the entire duel, there had been several moments where he almost killed Chiba without even realizing it. His body hadn't seen Chiba as a sparring partner, it had seen prey. If he hadn't consciously restrained himself, Chiba would have died long before the fight even began. "I've lost." Chiba forced the words out with difficulty, but without resentment. He acknowledged it. The gap between them was undeniable. Ding. You have gained 1% inherited template progress. Another 1% added. Akira folded his arms, feeling a flicker of curiosity spark inside him. If defeating Chiba yielded this much, what would happen if he fought Rias next? Or even Sona? He quickly pushed the thought aside. That wasn't a road he wanted to walk, not yet. From the very beginning, both devil heiresses had shown interest in recruiting him. To them, he was a valuable asset, or more bluntly, a tool. A servant. And that was something Akira had no intention of becoming. After all, he had been reincarnated into this world with a cheat system. Becoming someone else's pawn would defeat the entire purpose of his existence here. Sure, in the original story, Hayato Issei had lived a life that most men would envy. But that was his story. Akira wasn't about to copy anyone. Besides, look at Issei's kids, how many of them even carried the Enkidu name? In Japan, it was customary for the wife to take the husband's surname. So when you really looked at it, Issei's harem seemed more like a coalition of noble alliances than a true family. Still, you had to admit, Issei lived the dream. Not like that other Makoto. One got a global harem. The other got decapitated. That was incredible, Shinkuin. A voice came from behind. Akino approached with her usual calm smile, though her eyes sparkled with admiration. Akira glanced her way, his voice flat. Just self-defense. That same, indifferent reply again. The moment he said it, the expressions of Rias, Akino, Chiba, and Kaneko all stiffened. They'd heard that line far too many times. From the very first day they met him until now, no matter how overwhelming his display of power, his answer never changed. It was getting frustrating. Especially for Akino. She had gone out of her way to approach him as a beautiful woman, and this was the best she could get. At least act a little flustered, will you? White heavy checkmark enjoy 100 plus chapters ahead of web novel. White heavy checkmark be the first to enjoy the new season before anyone else. Thank you for your amazing support. Sparkling Heart. Chapter 23, Hayadu Issei. Chapter 23, Hayadu Issei. Inside the student council room of Kuoh Academy. So, you're saying Shin's power is now enough to rival a mid-class devil? Sona Shitori looked up from the papers on her desk, her sharp gaze fixed on the vice president standing across from her. Correct. Rias Gremmery's knight, Chiba Yudo, was easily defeated by him. And it wasn't because of a sacred gear, it was purely his physical strength, Tsubaki replied calmly. Ah. He didn't use a sacred gear. No, he didn't. In that case, we really do need to reevaluate his power level. A human, without the aid of a sacred gear, defeating a reincarnated devil who possessed one. That kind of power, even someone like Sona felt a chill run down her spine. Previously, Rias had used the Gremery family's influence to help Akira publish his novel. And now, that very novel was trending like wildfire. Thinking back on it, just a little assistance was all it took for her to forge a good relationship with a genius brimming with potential. That was a huge win. But that wasn't the only thing bothering her. Even though he had enrolled in Kuoh Academy through the Citri family's recommendation, why did he seem more inclined toward Rias? That was the biggest mystery to Sona, especially since Akira was classmates with Hanakai Momo. More than a month had passed, and yet the relationship between Akira and Momo remained nothing more than casual acquaintances. In contrast, his ties with Rias's group had grown noticeably closer. Any progress between Momo and him lately? Sona's voice was curious, but there was a slight edge to it. None. They barely speak to each other. It seems Shin isn't interested in Momo, Tsubaki answered with a subtle shake of her head. He's getting along so well with Rias's queen, and yet has no interest in Momo. She's got a great figure, and her silver hair is charming too. Don't tell me. He's more into the One-Isan type. Tsubaki blinked, visibly surprised. Was this really the same calm and collected student council president she knew? Who would have thought Sona was actually contemplating something like that? Forget it. If Rias has the upper hand now, then let her have it, Sona said, her expression cooling again. President, should I? There's no need, Tsubaki. Let it go. Understood. Tsubaki nodded gently. She knew very well that Sona had no intention of using her as bait to lure in the big fish named Shin Akira, because their bond was more like that of sisters. But on Rias's side, even her queen, Akino Himejima, had stepped in directly. Meanwhile, all Sona had was Tsubaki. No wonder Akira was leaning toward Rias's camp for now. Still, Tsubaki didn't really mind. As long as it was for her kaishu's sake, she would do anything. Besides, Shin Akira was a handsome guy. If things ever did progress between them, she wouldn't exactly complain. Unfortunately, she knew full well her kaishu would never approve of such a strategy. Oh right, what about that student suspected to possess a sacred gear? It's confirmed, he definitely has a sacred gear. And most likely, it's dragon type. In that case, approach him. If possible, try to recruit him into the student council. If he passes our vetting, he'll be a huge asset for us. Got it. Tsubaki nodded again. She could tell, her kaisha might have already given up on Akira. Unlike Rias, Sona was no longer bound by an arranged engagement. She had once challenged her fiancé in a raiding game, defeated him, and, with the help of her older sister, Seraphal Leviathan, completely nullified the engagement. But Rias was different. She was still tied to the engagement with the third son of the Phoenix household. As raiding games became more popular, the prestige of the Phoenix family only grew stronger. The eldest son had already made a name for himself, and now even the third son, Riser Phoenix, was widely recognized. Meanwhile, Rias's peerage only consisted of 4 members, and one of them was currently sealed. Her only reliable combatant was her queen, Akino Hime-jima. If Rias wanted to break off her engagement, she simply didn't have the strength yet. That's why she was being so aggressive in scouting powerful new peerage members. And that was precisely why Sona chose to step back. She and Rias were both rivals, and friends. Atop the rooftop of Kuoh Academy, Akira was leisurely enjoying his lunch, a luxurious bento packed with all kinds of side dishes. Not long ago, he had finally received the royalties from his debut novel, Orario. He didn't know exactly how much of it was thanks to Rias's help, but the amount had shot straight past 10 million yen. For Akira, that was a huge sum of money. Naturally, with that kind of wealth, his standard of living had skyrocketed. Especially when it came to food and drinks, he pampered himself without holding back. But just as he was savoring his meal, he spotted 3 suspicious-looking figures sneaking around nearby. It was lunchtime, and since the last class had been physical education, many students were in the middle of changing in the locker rooms. And this was Kuoh Academy, after all, a school where the number of female students vastly outnumbered the males. After spending over a month here, Akira had become familiar with the infamous perverted trio on campus. Hayado Issei, Matsuda, and Motohama, the notorious, perverted trio, who were practically local legends. They were infamous for their dirty jokes and shameless talk, despised and rejected by nearly the entire student body. They openly discussed adult videos and erotic games, grossing everyone out without remorse. Even worse, they had a habit of peeping into the girls' changing room. A habitual offense, to say the least. And right now, Akira could see the so-called main character of the story, still clueless about his own fate, preparing to peek. Should he kill him now? This guy had luck that defied logic. Surrounded by beautiful girls as if he had some kind of cheat. Akira was convinced, this boy was already on Rias's radar. If he got reincarnated as a devil, what would become of everything else? Was Akira supposed to just sit back and watch as one girl after another fell into this guy's arms? Or, would it be better to eliminate him now? As someone who had reincarnated from the third-dimensional world, Akira once admired protagonists when watching anime. But now that he was face-to-face with one, he felt nothing but the urge to end him. Because a main character was always Destiny's chosen child. As long as he existed, everyone else was just a side character. Right then, Issei and his 2 partners had crawled their way behind the changing room. They moved carefully, trying not to make the slightest sound. This wasn't their first time, after all. Veterans in the art of perversion, they quickly made their way under the window. Slowly, they peeked inside. And instantly, a heavenly sight unfolded before their eyes. Even though they were still students, the physical development of anime girls was nothing to scoff at. This was an anime world, after all, every girl in there had assets that were completely unrealistic. A moment later, Issei's nose began to gush blood, as if a valve had suddenly burst open. He grinned with uncontained delight and quickly pulled his head back from the window. How was it? Matsuda and Motohama stared at him with expectant eyes. Super hot. Issei replied, throwing a huge thumbs up. The 2 exchanged glances and immediately rushed to take a look for themselves. But the moment they peeked, everything changed. Their expressions froze. All enthusiasm vanished. Only raw terror remained. Because inside the changing room, the girls were already standing by the window, glaring at them with unfiltered rage. The atmosphere turned ice-cold in an instant. Motohama forced a shaky smile. Good afternoon. You 3 perverts again. Die. A mop came crashing down on Motohama's head with incredible force, sending him reeling backward. Matsuda was next, knocked into the air by a wide swing of a broom. Still trying to peep. You're not getting away this time. Everyone, get them. Tie them up and drag them to the student council. They need to be punished hard. Agreed. Every girl inside, without exception, was furious. No one would stay calm after being spied on like that. And this wasn't even the first time. They had lost count of how many times these 3 had pulled this stunt. At this point, the trio were the unofficial predators of the girls' changing room. Run. Every man for himself. Wait for me. The panic in their voices was genuine. Without a second thought, the trio bolted in 3 different directions. Fortunately for them, the girls still had to exit the changing room and circle around the building. By the time the pursuit began, the culprits had already vanished from sight. Breathing heavily, Motohama leaned against a wall. Lucky we ran fast. That was almost game over. Matsuda collapsed beside him, panting just as hard, his face pale with trauma. Issei, on the other hand, was smiling from ear to ear. He looked completely satisfied. After all, at least he had seen something. His friends got knocked around before they even had a chance. Motohama clutched his throbbing head, still wincing. We're heading to the infirmary, Issei. Got it, Issei replied casually. Motohama had a visible lump on his head from where the mop hit, while Matsuda's cheek had swelled up from the broom. Bruises decorated their faces like old battle scars. But truthfully, it wasn't anything new to them. They'd been taking beatings like this since their first year. There was even a time they got mobbed by a dozen girls for a full hour. Now that his two battle brothers had departed, Issei found himself standing alone. Passing students threw cold glances in his direction, stepping aside as though he were carrying a contagious disease. He told himself he didn't care. Still, it felt a little lonely without those two idiots around. Then suddenly, excuse me. A soft, delicate voice called out from behind him. The sound was gentle and sweet, like a breeze brushing across one's skin. It instantly stirred a protective instinct, especially in someone like Issei, who had never experienced a serious interaction with a girl in his life. It felt like the gates of heaven had just creaked open. He turned around, and froze. The girl standing there was undeniably cute. Her figure perfectly matched his tastes, and her shy, reserved expression was dangerously charming. Why yeah. What's up? Issei asked, cautiously hopeful. This was uncharted territory. A girl, an actual girl, was talking to him. And she didn't seem disgusted. The girl fidgeted, her cheeks turning slightly red. You're Hayate Issei-senpai from class 2, right? Her voice trembled slightly with nervous energy. Issei's brain immediately detonated with 1,000 romantic fantasies. Of course. What guy wouldn't? If Hikigaya Hachiman, the great sensei of Orario, were here, he'd have seen right through it instantly. This is the most common teenage illusion, this girl must like me. Why yeah, I'm Issei. He said, trying not to stammer. The girl hesitated, clutching her skirt slightly. What is it? Issei's heart was hammering. This whole situation, it felt exactly like one of the fantasy scenes he always imagined. Hayate Issei-senpai, you don't have a girlfriend right now, do you? And not yet, he blurted out. Thank goodness. The girl's lips curled into a sweet smile, and Issei felt his heart practically leap out of his chest. In that case, senpai, would you be my boyfriend? Issei's eyes widened. My name is Amano Yuma. I've admired you from afar for a long time. May I be your girlfriend? There was no pause. No hesitation. Why yes, he shouted without thinking. Thank you. Yuma reached out and grabbed his hand, holding it gently but firmly. Her touch was warm, soft, and completely unfamiliar. For Issei, it was the first time a girl had ever touched him like this. His brain instantly went blank. And all of this was being silently observed from afar. On top of a distant rooftop, Akira stood with his arms crossed, watching the scene unfold below. His expression was calm, composed, but his eyes gleamed with a sharp, perceptive light. So this is how it all begins. His voice was barely audible, carried away by the wind. Hayate Issei had just taken his first step onto the stage. And Akira already knew exactly what would come next. As someone who was no longer just a viewer but now a player in this world, he understood the script better than anyone. White heavy checkmark enjoy 100 plus chapters ahead of web novel. White heavy checkmark be the first to enjoy the new season before anyone else. Thank you for your amazing support. Sparkling Heart. Chapter 24, The Death of Hayate Issei. Chapter 24, The Death of Hayate Issei. Just as Akira had predicted, Hayate Issei and Amano Yuma officially became a couple. They spent the entire day on their first date, walking together through the city. Laughter, joy, and sweet moments filled the hours they shared. For Issei, it was an unforgettable experience, something he had only dreamed of. Since childhood, he developed an extreme fascination with the Ippei, thanks to the mysterious stories whispered by shady old men around the neighborhood. That unhealthy obsession shaped him into a perverted teenager who was routinely shunned by girls. But today, he had a girlfriend. A real girlfriend. They were on a real date. The world felt like it had shifted. As the sun began to dip behind the horizon, the two of them arrived at a quiet, empty park. Time really flies, doesn't it, Issei-kun? Yuma's voice was soft and full of warmth. Yeah. Yuma-chan, it feels like the whole day passed in an instant, Issei replied, a goofy grin on his face. Did you have fun today? Of course. I got to go on a date with you, Yuma-chan. It feels like a dream. Yuma turned her gaze toward him, her expression unusually tender. Issei-kun. What is it? He asked, still smiling. To celebrate our first date, can I ask you for one thing? Seeing her shy expression, Issei's mind instantly jumped to the worst and best kind of delusion. Oh, of course, ask me anything. Yuma's voice dropped to a chilling tone. In that case, Issei-kun, would you die for me? In an instant, the sweet, bashful girl he had fallen for transformed into a cold, merciless devil. Her eyes, once gentle, now glowed with unrelenting killing intent. What? Yuma-chan. Haha, that's a weird joke. Issei chuckled nervously, sweat trailing down his cheek as he tried to laugh it off. Yuma's voice was laced with indifference. I'm sorry, Issei-kun. You were deemed a threat. So you need to be eliminated. If you want to blame someone, blame the god who placed a sacred gear inside your body. Without warning, a glowing lance of light formed in her hand and shot forward with deadly precision, piercing straight through Issei's chest. The impact knocked him back a step as blood splattered onto the ground. Why Yuma-chan? Issei's eyes widened in disbelief, his trembling hands reaching toward the girl who had just impaled him. Black feathers slowly drifted through the air as large, obsidian wings unfurled from Yuma's back. Her school uniform shimmered away, replaced by a skin-tight, dominatrix-like battle outfit that radiated dark energy. In the dying flickers of his consciousness, Issei's last thoughts were pathetic but honest. If only I'd gotten to touch Appei just once. That single obsession clung to him even in death. In that regard, perhaps there was no one on earth who could rival him. Rainier, no longer pretending to be Yuma, looked down at Issei's lifeless body, a faint, nostalgic smile playing on her lips. To be honest, today was pretty fun. I'll remember you. All day, Issei had played the perfect love-struck fool. A simping, groveling mutt. And for Rainier, who had played the role of his fantasy girl, it had been mildly entertaining. Then, a metallic rattle suddenly echoed through the air like a hunter springing a trap. Rainier's eyes narrowed. Her instincts screamed danger. From the distance, a glowing golden chain streaked through the sky toward her like a bullet of divine punishment. Reacting instantly, she spread her wings wide and shot into the air. The chain struck the ground where she had just been standing, exploding into the earth and leaving behind a deep crater. Seeing the sudden ambush, Rainier didn't hesitate. She flapped her wings again and retreated swiftly. In her mind, Hayato Issei was already dead, she had no reason to linger. A digital chime resounded in Akira's ears. Detected, Child of Fortune. Would you like to seize his luck? Akira raised an eyebrow. Child of Fortune. Yes. Child of Fortune equals main character. So I can steal his protagonist luck too, he asked aloud, eyes locked on the bloody body lying nearby. The main character is currently dying. By spending 5% of your inherited template points, you can claim his fortune. Proceed. Absolutely, Akira replied without hesitation. He stepped toward Issei's body. Despite the gaping hole in his chest and the torrent of blood spilling out, Issei was still clinging to life, barely. His vitality was absurd. A trait worthy of the so-called main character. Initiating fortune transfer. A moment passed. Transfer complete. Congratulations. You've obtained the sacred gear, boosted gear, Red Dragon Emperor's Gauntlet. With that, Issei's breath left him for the final time. His body stilled. And in that same instant, a crimson magic circle burst to life on the ground near the corpse. From it emerged a girl with radiant crimson hair, eyes filled with urgency. Rias Gremory took in the scene at once, Issei's lifeless form, Rainier in the air, and Akira standing nearby. He died. Her voice trembled slightly. She was stunned. The boy she had secretly been watching, the one who held a sacred gear, was gone. Her eyes slowly lifted to Rainier, and fury welled up like a storm within her. It had taken so long to locate a sacred gear wielder, and she had even allowed the fallen angels to make the first move, hoping to intervene afterward and bring him into her peerage. But she had miscalculated. Everything had gone wrong. She was too late. All that remained was a corpse. What a miserable twist of fate. Meanwhile, Akira stood still, his face lit with satisfaction. He had spent 5% of his inherited template points to steal Issei's gear and fortune, but the trade was worth it. Because the system wasn't done rewarding him yet. Congratulations. You've gained 15% inherited template points. 15%. A windfall beyond expectations. Even after deducting the 5% he had used, he still profited 10%. Congratulations. You've acquired the skill, Blue Lightning Light. Congratulations. You've acquired the skill, Aura Detection. Blue Lightning Light, a divine weapon created by the gods, Enkidu can now manipulate sacred blue lightning as an extension of his power. Aura Detection, a high-level sensory ability to detect aura through the ground across a wide radius. His template point surged. His strength shot up instantly to level 5, equivalent to a high-class devil. And both new skills were immensely practical. From the sky, Rainier studied the scene below with furrowed brows. She didn't recognize the unfamiliar boy who now stood beside the body, but Rias Gremory was unmistakable. As a scout assigned to Kuoh Town, Rainier was well aware of the territory's ruler, Rias Gremory, heiress to the prestigious Gremory family. Rias's gaze burned with unspoken rage and killing intent. But she had yet to realize that the boosted gear had been stolen from Issei's body. After all, sacred gears, while rare, could still change hands under special circumstances. Besides, her attention had always been on Akira from the very beginning. Issei had merely been a backup plan. Truthfully, Issei's reputation at school had been awful. Perverted, disgusting, and isolated. If not for the sacred gear, Rias wouldn't have even looked at him. Then, a faint ripple stirred the air as more golden chains burst forth from Akira's direction, flying toward Rainier with divine precision. Even if she was only a stepping stone in the prologue, Rainier was still a valuable source of experience. And for Akira, every opportunity to grow stronger counted. Even mosquito meat was still meat. White heavy checkmark enjoy 100+ chapters ahead of web novel. White heavy checkmark be the first to enjoy the new season before anyone else. Thank you for your amazing support. Sparkling Heart. Chapter 25, How many trump cards are you still hiding? Chapter 25, Just how many trump cards are you still hiding? High in the sky, Rainier kept darting around, barely dodging the glowing chains that chased her, chains of heaven. Black feathers scattered in the air with each close call, and her wings were already showing heavy damage. A fallen angel who dares to attack humans doesn't deserve to live. Akira stepped forward slowly, the aura radiating from his body causing both Rias and Rainier to freeze in surprise. Especially Rias, she was utterly stunned. She had believed the strength Akira had shown previously was already his limit. But now, she realized he had been holding back this entire time. He still had trump cards. Just who is he really? Rainier's expression darkened as she glared down at him. It was already troublesome enough facing Rias Gremory, the heiress of the Gremory family. But now, a powerful human with a sacred gear had appeared out of nowhere. A human. Same as the one lying on the ground over there. Just another person the fallen angels deemed dangerous, a threat worth eliminating. The moment those words left his mouth, Rainier's expression contorted in fury and regret. Damn it. Did I just dig my own grave with my own words? On the other side, Rias stared at Akira, her mind racing. So that's why he attacked the fallen angels. Come to think of it, it did make sense. Hayadu Issei, that unfortunate boy, had been murdered by the fallen angels simply because he carried a sacred gear. Akira was also human, and he too possessed a sacred gear. The only difference was that Akira was strong. Ridiculously strong. And since fallen angels hunted down sacred gear wielders, Akira was clearly one of their targets. Of course he would strike first. What Akira didn't know was that a single sentence from him had already led Rias to imagine dozens of different scenarios in her head. If he knew, he might have actually given her a thumbs up. A sudden, sharp tearing noise split the air as violet-blue lightning surged around Akira's body. The arcs of energy crackled and snapped wildly, lighting up the battlefield like a storm in human form. Standing on the ground, Akira looked up at Rainier. This was the power of blue lightning light, a new ability he had only just acquired. He could now control this lightning at will. It wasn't pure heavenly lightning, but it was still a powerful new option in his arsenal. After all, chains of heaven wasn't always the best solution in every situation. Is that lightning? He can even control lightning. Just how many abilities is this guy hiding? Rias's expression shifted slightly. This guy really liked to hold back, didn't he? The first time they met, he had only shown chains of heaven. When he fought Chiba, he displayed terrifying physical strength and close combat technique. And now? Lightning control too. What the hell is Akira? Some kind of monster. Meanwhile, she herself only had one power, destruction, and even that was still in its early stages. In the sky above, lightning arced once more, splitting the air as it shot toward Rainier with deadly precision. The blue lightning force had locked onto her like a hunter to its prey. Damn it. Rainier didn't dare take any chances. She conjured a spear of light and hurled it forward to intercept the incoming strike. The impact lit up the sky like a brief explosion of power. But before she could even catch her breath, a golden glint flashed behind her. A glowing chain tip emerged like a serpent from the shadows and drove straight through her heart. Impossible. Rainier stared down at her chest in disbelief. A glowing chain had impaled her directly through the heart. Believe it or not, it was already over. A sickening crack sounded as her heart was shattered, and her life came to a swift end. Her body fell limply to the ground, lifeless. And as if guided by some cruel twist of fate, her corpse landed right beside Hayadu Issei's. The two faces, frozen in death, now faced each other, as if they were lovers who had died together. A cold tone echoed in Akira's mind. You've obtained 1% of the inherited template. He scoffed. So Rainier was only a low-tier fallen angel after all. He had initially assumed she was mid-tier, given that she was leading the others in Kuoh Town. But in the end, it seemed like he had overestimated her. Sure, she was something like a team leader among the fallen angels here, but that was about it. Ria-senpai, I'll leave this to you. His voice was calm and steady. Rias responded instinctively. With a wave of her hand, she activated her destruction power. The two corpses disintegrated into nothingness, erased from the world. After all, this wasn't the first time something like this had happened. Whenever Akira defeated a stray devil or enemy, the cleanup was always left to Rias. Over time, it had become something of a routine. Akira would handle the fighting, and Rias would handle the aftermath. This time was no different. He gave her the cue, and she moved without hesitation. Hey! I'm not your subordinate, you know. Realizing what she had just done, Rias puffed her cheeks and protested. Why not? We work pretty well together, don't we, Ria-senpai? Akira smirked, clearly enjoying her reaction. Work well, my ass. Rias glared at him, half annoyed, half exasperated. Sure, with Akira around, cleaning up stray devils had gotten way easier. But still, this Kohai kept getting under her skin. He always turned her down, yet still dumped the cleanup on her like it was nothing. How rude could one guy be? And yet, she couldn't actually say no to him. Because this was her responsibility to begin with. Whether Akira asked her or not, she'd still have to handle it. After all, this town was under the Gremory family's jurisdiction. Shin-kun, just how many trump cards are you hiding? Rias looked at him, her eyes filled with curiosity and a touch of frustration. In a world this dangerous, if you want to survive, of course you need to keep a few trump cards. Otherwise, you're as good as dead. So you do still have more, don't you? Akira didn't respond. He fell silent. But to Rias, that silence was as good as a confession. To be honest, he didn't have anything else, yet. But that didn't mean he wouldn't in the future. He had only unlocked 34.1% of the Enkidu template so far. There was still 65.9% left. A vast amount of potential just waiting to be drawn out. As she stared at the boy before her, Rias couldn't help but wonder. What exactly had he gone through in the past? Why was he so guarded? So obsessed with strength? She had always thought of herself as someone obsessed with power. But compared to Akira, she felt like she hadn't even scratched the surface. At her current age, she has already reached high-class rank. That alone made her a certified genius. But to go even higher, she still needed time to accumulate more demonic energy, slowly and steadily. After all, devils were long-lived beings. This was still her growth phase. Because she couldn't boost her power in short bursts, she had begun recruiting strong pawns to join her team, especially with the raiding game scene becoming more competitive by the day. And Akira was the greatest potential she had ever come across. Unfortunately, he kept refusing every offer she gave him. White heavy checkmark enjoy 100+ chapters ahead of web novel. White heavy checkmark be the first to enjoy the new season before anyone else. Thank you for your amazing support. Sparkling Heart. Chapter 26, The Boosted Gear of the Red Dragon Emperor. Chapter 26, The Boosted Gear of the Red Dragon Emperor. Even after everything that had happened, Akira still lived in the same small 1DK apartment meant for a single person. It wasn't because he was stingy, it was simply because he couldn't be bothered to move. Earlier that day, he had used the system to exchange 5% of his template inheritance rate, just enough to seize the fate of the dying Heidu Issei. And with it, the boosted gear, the Longinus-class sacred gear of the Red Dragon Emperor. The result completely caught him off guard. He hadn't expected to obtain a god-class sacred gear so easily. And at the same time, it confirmed a theory he'd held since before crossing into this world. Heidu Issei's protagonist aura was entirely derived from the boosted gear. Every achievement, every breakthrough, all of it traced back to that sacred gear. If you had to break it down, maybe Issei's only true personal contribution was his absolute obsession with Ipei. That obsession had birthed an unusual willpower, a twisted determination, that led him down a different path from previous Red Dragon Emperors. Well, it was a cheat clearly prepared for a protagonist. But now, that power belonged to Akira. Closing his eyes, Akira let his consciousness sink inward. With roughly 1/3 of Enkidu's power already inherited, entering his own mental world was no longer a challenge. Within his subconscious, there existed a special space, a realm where the soul of the boosted gear's dragon resided. As soon as he arrived, the world around him shifted in an instant. Fire surged across the landscape, turning everything into a sea of flames. High above, a massive red dragon gazed down upon him with solemn authority, its molten eyes glowing through the rising smoke. A deep, resonating voice echoed through the burning air. "Human, you're truly a mystery. Without warning, you pulled me from my previous host and bound me to yourself." The dragon's voice rumbled like distant thunder, heavy and majestic. Lava bubbled and cracked across the scorched ground, the air thick with blistering heat and crushing pressure. But Akira remained calm. He was well aware of where he stood, inside the boosted gear's inner world, the mental domain ruled by the Red Dragon Emperor, Draig. Here, the dragon reigned supreme. As the soul housed within the sacred gear, this entire space was shaped by his will alone. One of the two heavenly dragons, Red Dragon Emperor, Draig Gotch. The dragon narrowed his eyes, then gave a slow nod. "That's correct. I am Draig. And you are my new partner." "You've suddenly been given a new master," Akira said plainly. "No complaints. No objections." Draig's molten gaze remained steady. "None. I care not who the host is. My name is Akira, Draig." "Very well. I'll remember it. Akira, my new partner." The blazing world around him began to fade as Draig's voice softened, and Akira's consciousness smoothly returned to his body. He opened his eyes, calm and composed. A familiar voice echoed in his mind. "Boost." A crimson gauntlet materialized on Akira's left arm, gleaming brilliantly under the room's dim light. Embedded on the back of the hand was a vivid green gem, pulsing faintly with power. The boosted gear, one of the Longinus-class sacred gears. A divine weapon that could double the user's power every 10 seconds. Though temporary, the potential amplification could theoretically surpass even Mao or God-level beings. This cheat-like ability, once reserved for the story's protagonist, now belonged entirely to Akira. Draig's voice rang out again in his mind, filled with a mixture of awe and disbelief. "Partner, tell me, are you really human? Your current physical body is no longer at a human's level. You're a monster." Akira gave a light chuckle. "Of course I'm human. But I'm not your average human, Draig." The dragon's voice responded with a sharp laugh. "Ha! Looks like I really hit the jackpot this time, partner." Akira smirked. "No, Draig. You didn't get me, I got you." Laughter rumbled through his mind like a landslide. "Ha ha ha ha. Excellent. I like your attitude, partner." As one of the two heavenly dragons, Draig had always taken the dominant, aggressive path. And as a dragon, especially the Red Dragon King, his pride knew no bounds. That pride was also what had driven him, alongside Albion the White Dragon Emperor, to plunge into the battlefield of the three great factions. A decision that eventually led to both their deaths and their souls being sealed within sacred gears. Because of that, Draig never took issue with being passed from one host to another. To him, strength was all that mattered. The strong deserved everything. The weak had no say. And now that he'd encountered Akira, a user with overwhelming strength, Draig was fully satisfied. This time, in the eternal duel between the Red and White Dragon Emperors, Draig was sure of his victory. There was no way Albion's new host could surpass Akira. Akira had no idea what Draig was thinking. But now that he had the boosted gear, his confidence had risen drastically. This sacred gear really was a cheat. As long as his body could endure it, he could double his power every 10 seconds. Absolutely insane. Even better, Akira, as the inheritor of Chains of Heaven, could passively absorb energy from the earth just by standing on solid ground. Even with heavy injuries, as long as his feet touched the ground, his body would rapidly heal. And if that was combined with the boosted gear. Boost. 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 One after another, the gauntlet flared. 3 consecutive surges of energy rushed through his body. His strength multiplied exponentially, first 2-fold, then 4-fold, then 8-fold. The sheer power coursing through him felt like a roaring tide, almost too much to contain. Draig's voice returned, this time firm and grave. "Partner, based on your current physical capabilities, you can safely handle up to 5 boosts. Beyond that, your body will start to suffer damage. Your absolute limit is 7. Any more than that, and you'll be torn apart." Coincidentally, Akira had been wondering just how much he could push his body. And now, Draig had given him the exact answer. 5 boosts meant 32 times his base power. That was his safe limit. The highest he could go was 7 boosts, a staggering 128 times. And don't forget, Akira was already at high-class devil level. If he pushed boosted gear to the maximum, his power could easily surpass most high-class devils, maybe even graze the threshold of the ultimate class. As for Mao level, that was still too far off. Mao tier beings were strategic-level threats. Not something you could casually challenge. Besides, Akira had never actually encountered a true Mao tier entity. He had no point of reference for what kind of power they truly wielded, so he couldn't accurately judge where he stood in comparison. But this was more than enough. At least for now, he could finally breathe easy. The strongest enemy on the horizon was likely just a top-tier fallen angel. And Akira's current power was more than enough to handle that. Not to mention, his strength would only continue to grow as the story progressed. More than a month had passed since he first arrived in this world. And now, for the very first time, Akira could finally relax. With the power to defend himself, the tension and pressure that had constantly weighed on him slowly began to fade. White heavy checkmark enjoy 100+ chapters ahead of web novel. White heavy checkmark be the first to enjoy the new season before anyone else. Thank you for your amazing support. Sparkling Heart. Chapter 27, Akino Himajima's Visit. Chapter 27, Akino Himajima's Visit. Early the next morning, Akira woke up earlier than usual. It was the best sleep he'd had in a long while. The heavy weight in his chest had lightened, and for the first time in days, his body could finally relax. Today was the weekend, so there was no need to go to school. When he glanced at the clock beside his bed, the time had already passed 10 in the morning. It seemed he'd really slept in. Ding dong. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, catching Akira off guard. Who would come visit him on a day off like this? It was worth noting, he had never given out his home address to anyone. So who could possibly know and come all the way here? With curiosity building up inside, Akira walked to the door and opened it. And the moment it opened, standing there was the silhouette of a stunningly beautiful woman. Good morning, Akira-kun. Judging by the look on your face, don't tell me you just woke up. The one standing at his door was none other than Akino Himejima, the elegant and captivating devil Wani-san. Well, it is the weekend, so I decided to sleep in a bit. I see. But Akira-kun, aren't you going to invite me in first? Please, come on in. Akira quickly stepped aside, allowing her in. Without the slightest hesitation, Akino entered like it was second nature. Once inside, her gaze swept across the small room. She hadn't expected Akira to live in such a modest space, a tiny 1DK apartment meant for a single person. Her mother, Shuri Himejima, had been a shrine maiden from one of the 5 great clans, the prestigious Himejima family. So from a young age, Akino had never known what it meant to lack money. Even after her mother's death and being hunted by her own clan, she was rescued by Rias and still lived comfortably. In Kuoh Town, she even owned a shrine of her own. Despite being a devil, she still carried on her mother's legacy as a miko, a way of honoring the woman who raised her. And this might have been the first time Akino had ever stepped into such a tiny 1DK apartment. Looks like Akira-kun really is struggling financially. No wonder you're always short on cash. Heir. Her blunt remark left Akira speechless. What's that supposed to mean? Just because she's rich. Akino-senpai, you didn't come all the way here just to tease me, did you? Ahaha, sorry, I forgot you were even here for a second. My bad. It's fine. Besides, I've got money now too. That's thanks to you, senpai. That's true. Though, it was your project, yet you dumped everything on me. Aside from the manuscript and your pen name, you didn't handle a single thing, you're a total slacker of a boss. Well, that's because I trust you, Akino-senpai. Akira scratched his cheek awkwardly. He knew she was right. After handing over his manuscript, he had completely stepped back. From the contracts to the legal paperwork, Akino had taken care of everything. Strictly speaking, it wasn't how things were supposed to be done, but Akino had strong backing. Now that she was bringing it up face to face, Akira couldn't help but feel a little guilty as the author. Yesterday, Arbucho told me something interesting, Akino said, her eyes narrowing playfully. What was it? She said, you've got way too few trump cards. To protect myself. There it was again, that classic excuse. Even Akino didn't know how to respond to that one anymore. So, would it be alright if you shared just a tiny little secret with me? Let's call it, a private little thing between just the two of us. A mischievous grin played on her lips as she leaned in ever so slightly. This was the real reason she came today. After returning from the base yesterday, Rias had been unusually restless. Just how strong was Akira? How many abilities was he still hiding? Her curiosity had kept her up all night. So early this morning, she'd gotten up and asked Akino for a favor. She asked her to visit Akira, and dig a little. After all, Akira was the type who was too relaxed and often pushed responsibilities onto others. If Akino pressed a little, there was a good chance he'd spill something. Especially since she was beautiful, and shared a pretty close relationship with him. This is Bucho's idea, isn't it? My Akira-kun is so sharp, it's not even fair. Akino didn't deny it. Because even if she had, Akira would have seen through it anyway. A trump card is a last resort I keep to protect myself. If I just casually tell everyone about it, wouldn't that defeat the purpose? Why not? Don't tell me Akira-kun doesn't like his senpai. As she said that, Akino leaned forward slightly. And right there in front of Akira's eyes, or rather, deliberately placed in his line of sight, was her monstrous glass figure, proudly on display. A woman's strongest weapon was her body. And Akino had quite the arsenal. A calm heart, like still ice. Even if the heavens fall, remain undisturbed. Akira quickly looked away, cheeks burning as he chanted a mental mantra to keep himself composed. Seeing that, Akino chuckled quietly. His reaction was just too cute. Especially that blush on his handsome face, it hit all the right nerves in a girl's heart. What do you think? Heart pounding yet? I wouldn't mind if we got a little closer. She whispered those words directly into his ear, her breath soft and warm. All right then, Akino-senpai. I'll show you something. Huh? That's all I get for a reaction. I thought for sure you'd pounce on me or something. That's disappointing. Akino sighed, slightly let down. But Akira knew, if he had tried anything, she'd only end up making him the butt of some cruel joke. Akino was the classic sadistic one-isen type. Even if she flirted, she wasn't someone who'd fall for her own game. Boost. Suddenly, Drake's voice echoed, and a red gauntlet materialized over Akira's arm. Akino froze for a moment. A sacred gear? Wait, was this his second gear? Humans with 2 sacred gears were exceedingly rare, practically legendary. You could count them on one hand. And one of them was standing right in front of her. Is that the dragon arm? The dragon arm, one of the lower-tier sacred gears. It allowed its user to double their physical strength. The effect was limited. Especially for normal humans, doubling strength often didn't make much of a difference. From 1 to 2 was still a small leap. But when wielded by someone like Akira, the results were anything but small. Nope. This is one of the Longinus-class sacred gears, boosted gear, the power of the Red Dragon Emperor. Akira said it casually, as if it were no big deal. Of course, he was doing it as a tiny little payback for Akino's earlier teasing. White heavy checkmark enjoy 100+ chapters ahead of web novel. White heavy checkmark be the first to enjoy the new season before anyone else. Thank you for your amazing support. Sparkling Heart. Chapter 28, that so-called protagonist aura is seriously overpowered. Chapter 28, that so-called protagonist aura is seriously overpowered. A D-Divine class sacred gear. Akino Himejima was utterly stunned as she stared at the glowing crimson gauntlet on Akira's arm. Her reaction was perfectly understandable. No one could blame her for being shocked. The revelation was just too overwhelming, a divine-class sacred gear, one of the ultimate weapons capable of slaying gods themselves. And to make things even crazier, it was the boosted gear, one of the most legendary sacred gears in all of history. Every generation's wielder of the boosted gear had been a Red Dragon Emperor. Unless they died young in an accident, all of them had reached the very summit of the supernatural world. What's more, every Red Dragon Emperor in history had always grown at a terrifying pace, some reaching Mao-class strength in their teens or early 20s, rivaling the leaders of the major factions. Another important fact, the Red Dragon Emperor and the White Dragon Emperor had always been destined rivals. Just like Drake and Albion in the past, their clashes had once torn the world apart. Wielders of the boosted gear and divine dividing were fated to fight, inevitably, relentlessly. Akira already possessed a chain-type sacred gear. Now, he had the boosted gear as well, a divine-class sacred gear. No wonder Akino was in complete shock. Partner, why did you summon me? Are we going into battle? Drake's voice echoed in Akira's mind, and the green gem embedded in the gauntlet pulsed, as if signaling a communication link. Red Dragon Emperor. Akino muttered the title softly and cautiously. The boosted gear and divine dividing weren't just powerful, they housed the souls of ancient dragons, the 2 heavenly dragons. These sacred gears had consciousness, and could actively assist their wielders in growing stronger. In certain situations, they could even intervene directly. This energy. You're a devil. Wait, not just which devil, but also. That's enough. Before Drake could finish, Akino cut in sharply, her voice firm. Her expression had changed drastically. Sensing the shift, Drake immediately fell silent, and Akira deactivated the boosted gear, causing the gauntlet to fade. Akino Himejima, daughter of Shuri Himejima, a shrine maiden from one of the 5 great clans, and Barakil, a high-ranking fallen angel, was a rare half-blood. Within her veins flowed the blood of a high-class fallen angel. Back then, Shuri, a shrine maiden from one of Japan's 5 great exorcist clans, accidentally encountered a gravely injured Barakil. Barakil was one of the top executives of the Grigori, known by the title, God of Thunder. She saved him. They fell in love. Akino was the result. But such a relationship, between a human and a fallen angel, was a blasphemy to the Shinto traditions upheld by the Himejima clan. While Barakil was away on a mission, the Heimjima family came to demand Shuri surrender her daughter for judgment. Shuri refused. And for that, she was killed by her own kin. When Barakil returned, he hunted down those responsible and annihilated them, but it was too late to save her. From that day on, Akino held deep hatred for the fallen angel blood within her, and blamed her father for her mother's death. She refused his protection and rejected everything he stood for. She fled, surviving by exorcising evil spirits while being relentlessly pursued by the Heimjima clan. Until one day, she encountered a young girl, Rias Gremory. Rias chose to protect her. In the name of the Gremory family, she negotiated directly with the Heimjima clan and forced them to back down. Since then, Akino and Rias became close friends, growing up and learning together. As a gesture of gratitude, and partly out of disgust for her fallen angel heritage, Akino agreed to become one of Rias's pieces and reincarnated as a devil. Barakil, guilt-ridden, never once objected to her decision. Ironically, whether due to narrative convenience or protagonist-centric design, every one of Rias's peerage members had some sort of tragic backstory. Akino carried the burden of her mother's death and hatred for her father. Kaneko suffered trauma from her sister, Kuroka. Chiba was obsessed with destroying holy swords after surviving a horrifying experiment. Gasper was, well, an unreliable shut-in vampire with zero confidence. Senpai, you should calm down. Sorry. I got a little carried away. Akino took a deep breath, realizing that her emotions had flared up more than she intended. Akira could only sigh quietly. The entire scene unfolding in front of him felt like something straight out of a rom-com harem anime, a heartfelt talk between the protagonist and a heroine, culminating in an emotional connection. Could it be that after seizing Hayadu Issei's protagonist aura, I also inherited all his story flags? Akira-kun, you must be wondering why I reacted like that. Not really. You're too kind, Akira-kun. Akino gave a soft smile and gently sat on the edge of his bed. Given the tiny size of the 1DK apartment, there wasn't really anywhere else to sit. Akira let out a breath of resignation. Great. Now the cliché scene was really starting. The truth is, I have another identity. Something beyond just being a devil. Akira didn't interrupt. At a time like this, all he could do was listen. It was clear Akino was opening up about her past. A soft whoosh swept through the room. Behind Akino, two black wings unfolded. One was the leathery wing of a devil. The other, feathery and dark, a fallen angel's wing. She revealed her true self right in front of him. Seeing this, Akira felt more certain than ever, this was the kind of development that would only happen to a protagonist. Akino, who was usually guarded and cautious, had willingly exposed her deepest secret. Yup. Harem protagonists were built differently. They always triggered miraculous events, earned unwavering trust, and won the hearts of all the heroines. Well. Disgusting, isn't it? Seeing Akira's transfixed gaze, Akino bit her lip and muttered quietly. Heir. From a guy's point of view. Not at all. If anything, it's beautiful. Really beautiful. I thought so. Akira-kun, you're just too gentle. No, I'm not some generic nice guy archetype. Akira quickly shook off the label. Akira-kun. Suddenly, Akino leaned forward and embraced him. Their bodies pressed close. Akira's entire frame went stiff in an instant. After all, Akino's figure was overwhelming. That hug brought with it the full softness of the world. White heavy checkmark enjoy 100+ chapters ahead of web novel. White heavy checkmark be the first to enjoy the new season before anyone else. Thank you for your amazing support. Sparkling Heart. Chapter 29, Akino starts to fall in love. Chapter 29, Akino starts to fall in love. The two of them were still locked in a hug, completely initiated by Akino. After a few seconds, Akino began to sense something strange. It felt like something was pressing against her. The moment she realized the position they were in, combined with the very noticeable sensation she just felt, she immediately shoved Akira away without hesitation. Her face turned bright red in an instant. There was no doubt, she was fully aware of what just happened. Now that she thought about it, she had been acting a bit recklessly today. Without a second thought, she had run up and hugged Akira without even warning him. When she looked at him again, she saw that Akira's face had also turned beet red. It was obvious, this was probably his first time experiencing something like that. With his current appearance, green hair, green eyes, a handsome face, and now that flustered expression, it was an irresistible combination for any girl. Akira-kun, are all guys really like this? The moment they see a pretty girl, dirty thoughts start flooding their heads. Akino, it's just a natural physiological reaction. And besides, you're the one who suddenly came over and hugged me. I am a young man, you know, full of passion. So you've stopped calling me senpai, huh? That. This is better. From now on, you don't need to call me senpai anymore. Just say my name. Akino. Think of it as a little gift. But since your dirty thoughts were written all over your face, I'll be going home now. She leaned forward and gently kissed his cheek. Then, without giving him a chance to respond, Akino turned around and left. Akira stood frozen. Did she just flirt with him? He reached up and touched the cheek she kissed. A small smile crept onto his lips. That felt nice. So this is the kind of intoxicating love everyone envies, huh? Before he reincarnated, Akira had always wondered what dizzying romance felt like. And now, in this new world, it seemed that wish might actually come true. Partner, that was truly pathetic. What's that supposed to mean, Drake? That girl's clearly interested in you. If you'd just been a little more aggressive, you could have conquered her right there. Shut up. We don't have that kind of relationship. Oh please. I could feel your heartbeat skyrocketing. Your pulse spiked like crazy. And let's not ignore the fact that you were aroused, weren't you? Can you not say that out loud? Akira yelled in frustration. Even though the dragon had been dead for who knows how many centuries, he still found a way to mock him. But what really made it worse was how accurate that last sentence was. Right to the heart. Relax, partner. Every wielder of the boosted gear ends up surrounded by women. You won't be lacking female company in your future, trust me. Wait, are you saying all boosted gear users are playboys? Not necessarily. But we dragons naturally possess a powerful attraction to the opposite sex. It's in our very essence. Why do you sound like a sacred gear that doesn't take things seriously? That was the most honest impression Akira could come up with. After all, it was a well-known fact, dragons were, by nature, wild creatures. Of course they'd be like that. In both Eastern and Western mythologies, dragons were always depicted as mighty beings, symbols of ultimate power. But one thing was consistent across the board: when it came to reproduction, dragons were anything but picky. Dragon offspring, no matter the region, were often unique. Some might even say eccentric. Like true seed-spreading beasts. Meanwhile, outside Akira's apartment, Akino Himejima leaned against the wall, one hand on her chest, her breathing shallow and her face still flushed. She didn't know why, but earlier, Akira had looked so alluring. So captivating. She had nearly lost control, nearly done something she couldn't take back. Thankfully, her rationality kicked in just in time. She managed to pull herself back before going too far. Why? Am I falling for that special boy? Is it because we share the same tastes? Or, because he doesn't care who I really am? Her face turned an even deeper shade of red. Her head felt light, as if she were drunk on love. She shook her head softly, trying to calm herself down. Then, she activated a teleportation spell, and in a flash of magic, vanished from in front of Akira's door. Elsewhere, in the occult research club room, despite it being a day off, Rias Gremory was present as usual. Normally, Akino would be by her side. Since childhood, the two had been nearly inseparable, not just as master and servant, but like sisters. But today, Akino had gone out, leaving Rias alone in the room. Zing! A teleportation circle suddenly lit up. Rias turned around, surprised to see Akino appear in the center of the room. Akino. At first, Rias was simply startled. But the moment she saw her friend's flushed face and unsteady breathing, her expression changed. Though Akino often acted flirtatiously, at her core, she was still a relatively modest girl. But right now, she looked like she'd just done something. Akino, you're back. Yeah. Where were you just now? I just came from Shinakira's place. You went to his house? Rias shot to her feet, visibly shocked. Akino had gone to Akira's home and came back looking like this. No way, did they take a step toward becoming adults already? Weren't you the one who told me to go, Rias? Oh right. I did ask you to go. Only after hearing Akino's words did Rias remember. She had pushed her to go investigate Akira earlier that morning. But seeing Akino like this had been so suspicious, she'd completely forgotten the context and jumped to the wrong conclusion. You're okay, right? Rias quickly stepped closer, supporting Akino, who still looked a little unsteady. Her expression was full of concern. But deep down, Rias was starting to feel uneasy. Could it be that in the process of gathering intel, Akino had ended up giving herself away? Rias, do you want to know the biggest secret Akira is hiding? Biggest secret? What is it? He has a sacred gear. I know that. You mean those chains, right? No. I mean, he has another one. Another one. He's a dual sacred gear user. Now it was Rias's turn to be shocked. Someone born with 2 sacred gears. What kind of monster was he? And it's not just any sacred gear. The other one is the boosted gear, one of the Longinus. Boosted gear. He's the current Red Dragon Emperor. That's right. This is. Rias was completely at a loss for words. The information was simply too overwhelming. Longinus, among all sacred gears, they stood at the very top. Each wielder had the potential to change the world. That wasn't theory, it was fact. She took a deep breath, trying to calm her racing mind. So Akira wasn't just the host of the boosted gear, the Red Dragon Emperor, he also had another sacred gear, Chains of Heaven. On top of that, he had incredible physical strength, combat skills, and could manipulate lightning. How many trump cards was he hiding? And to think, the one ability he kept hidden the most, was actually the boosted gear, a Longinus class sacred gear. White heavy checkmark enjoy 100+ chapters ahead of web novel. White heavy checkmark be the first to enjoy the new season before anyone else. Thank you for your amazing support. Sparkling Heart. Chapter 30, Assault on the Abandoned Church. Chapter 30, Assault on the Abandoned Church. But at that very moment, Rias realized something strange. Akira, who had always been suspicious of others and constantly repeated how he had to protect himself, why had he so easily opened up and revealed his secret to Aquino? Had their relationship really progressed that far? She glanced at Aquino, who had mostly recovered her composure, though a faint blush still lingered on her cheeks, and Rias couldn't help but feel as though she'd just uncovered something significant. But along with that realization, came a faint sense of displeasure. As a fellow woman, was she inferior to Aquino? Was it her face? Her body? Or something else entirely? Why was it that Akira remained so guarded around her, but lowered his defenses so easily with Aquino, even going so far as to reveal such a massive secret? For the first time since childhood, Rias felt an emotion she had never directed toward Aquino Hanjima. It wasn't just rivalry, it was a subtle, nagging sense of envy, mixed with a sting to her pride. It was far different from the open and fair competition she usually shared with Sona Citri. By the way, Aquino, she asked, casually, though the undertone was anything but light, what exactly is your relationship with Shin now? The question sounded harmless enough, but there was a clear implication behind it. Aquino, however, didn't seem to catch it. Or more accurately, she was too caught up in her own thoughts to notice anything beneath the surface. Us. I guess you could say, we're friends now. A gentle smile bloomed on Aquino's face. But to Rias, it felt like a dagger to the heart, sweet and sharp, aimed directly at lonely souls like hers. You too, don't tell me you're dating. Dating. Rias, why would you even think that? Well, you did come back looking like someone who just finished intense exercise or something. Shaky legs, flushed face, did you really think I wouldn't notice? Don't get the wrong idea. We're just friends, really. Aquino quickly waved her hands and denied it. But her slightly flustered reaction only made Rias even more suspicious. Even so, Rias eventually chose to trust her. After all, they had grown up together. And she knew, Aquino wasn't the kind of girl who would give herself away so easily. Meanwhile, after Aquino's departure, Akira finally left his apartment. Yesterday, he had already dealt with Rainier, the fallen angel. But there were still others roaming around Kuoh City. And to Akira, they were, quite literally, walking experience points. His target today was the old abandoned church near the edge of town. Though it had been deserted for years, the location was still easy to find, either via a map or by asking around. Upon arriving at the vicinity, Akira began testing his newly enhanced detection abilities. He stepped onto the soil and tapped into the power of the earth beneath his feet, letting his senses spread through the terrain. While he wasn't at the level of Enkidu, who could fully manipulate the land itself, Akira could now at least perform basic functions like energy detection and drawing power from the ground. A gentle hum of mana vibrated beneath his soles. Through the power of the earth, he sensed them clearly, 4 sources of magical energy inside the church. 3 of them radiated an aura similar to Rainier's, almost certainly more fallen angels. The remaining one was far weaker. Most likely, a human. Based on the original story's flow, this had to be that crazy priest. Drake, let's see just how powerful the combination of your strength and my noble phantasm really is. I'm curious too, partner. In that case, let's begin. Boost. A crimson gauntlet materialized on Akira's arm, and a pulse of power surged through his body, instantly doubling his strength. But he didn't attack right away. Instead, he waited. Boost. 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 5 consecutive boosts later, Akira's magic power had reached 32 times its original strength, an absurd level of amplification. Even he had trouble believing he'd achieved such a massive increase. That's enough, partner. Any more and your body might not hold up. Understood. Then, shine forth, chains of heaven. A massive pulse of magical energy exploded from Akira. Dozens of radiant golden points of light appeared behind him. From each point, chains burst forth, slicing through the air like divine spears. A moment later, the church, an old structure that had stood for decades, was reduced to rubble, blown apart by the sheer force of his attack. From within the crumbling ruins, 3 figures emerged, soaring through the debris with desperate speed. All of them bore black wings, fallen angels. Their bodies were bloodied, and both their wings and limbs showed heavy damage. You bastard! How dare you attack us? One of them, a burly middle-aged man dressed in a heavy coat and wearing a classic round hat, glared at Akira with fury. His wings were nearly torn off, and his left arm and right leg had been badly injured. Beside him stood Kuoh and Middled, one a voluptuous woman, the other a petite girl, both of them wounded and visibly shaken. So you're still alive, what a shame, Akira muttered, clearly disappointed. Looks like Chains of Heaven isn't the best tool for area of effect attacks. The chains were, after all, a noble phantasm best suited for precise, anti-divine restraints, not wide-scale destruction. Die, human! The man, Danasik, roared and conjured a spear of light, hurling it at Akira with all his remaining strength. He had clearly forgotten, Akira had just reduced their hideout to dust and nearly killed them in one blow. The gap in power was unmistakable. A single golden chain shot out and crushed the spear mid-flight. Without hesitation, it pierced through Danasik's chest. Impossible. The disbelief and fear in his eyes lingered even after the life left his body. Kuoh and Middle didn't even get the chance to scream. The remaining chains shot forward, eliminating them instantly. At this point, Akira, now at level 5, was already on par with a high-class fallen angel. Meanwhile, Danasik and the others were mere low-class foot soldiers. Ding! You have gained 1% template inheritance. You have gained 1% template inheritance. You have gained 1% template inheritance. A total of 3% added instantly. However, one more prey still remained, hidden somewhere beneath the rubble. White heavy checkmark enjoy 100+ chapters ahead of web novel. White heavy checkmark be the first to enjoy the new season before anyone else. Thank you for your amazing support. Sparkling Heart. Chapter 31, The Governor of the Fallen Angels. Chapter 31, The Governor of the Fallen Angels. Ha, ha. There's no way I'm dying in a place like this. From beneath the shattered ruins of the old church, a white-haired man clawed his way out, dragging his mangled body across the rubble. Both of his legs were crushed, nothing but shredded flesh and bone, and his entire body was riddled with deep wounds. And yet, somehow, he was still alive. Clinging stubbornly to life like a cockroach that refused to die. Even Akira had to admit, the man's sheer tenacity was almost impressive. In the original story, this man was one of the early villains. He had once worked with Rainier and later participated in the Holy Sword incident triggered by Kokobeel. Back then, he was defeated by Chiba's Holy Sword and Zenovia's Durandal. Later, his body was modified by the Cow's Brigade into some kind of monster, but he still ended up being sliced to pieces by a much stronger Chiba. His name was Fried Selzen, a former exorcist prodigy, who became famous by the age of 13 for his achievements in slaying devils and monsters. But he showed no mercy toward humans either. From the beginning, he had no faith or belief, only hatred toward all things, inhuman, and an unhealthy obsession with battle. His end was tragic. Then again, for a lunatic like him, perhaps it was more merciful than he deserved. You reek of devil filth. You must die, die. The moment he laid eyes on Akira, Fried's first reaction wasn't fear, it was rage. His eyes burned with hatred and madness. He really was insane. Completely unhinged. You poor soul, allow me to end your suffering. A surge of blue lightning exploded from Akira's hand. A thunderclap echoed through the sky as the divine bolt struck Fried down in an instant. His life vanished without a sound. Ding. You have gained 1% template inheritance. Just as expected. Despite his stubborn endurance, Fried was ultimately low-level trash. Against Akira's current power, he never stood a chance. Clap, clap, clap. Suddenly, the slow sound of clapping echoed through the air. Akira turned sharply, immediately activating his detection skill. In less than a second, he sensed it, a dense magical presence, monstrous in scale. One that instinctively sent chills down his spine. A figure stepped out from behind the crumbling ruins, and Akira's expression turned grim. The man wore a loose, gray-brown kimono. A single lock of messy blonde hair hung over his forehead. He looked like a lazy, middle-aged man who'd given up on life and decided to cosplay a monk. But Akira knew exactly who this man was, not from his face, but from the overwhelming aura he exuded. Compared to him, Akira was nothing more than an insect. The difference in power was immeasurable. Young man, the man spoke, his voice lazy and indifferent. You went and slaughtered all those fallen angels here. Do you have some kind of grudge against them? No grudge. Then your actions are difficult to justify. I don't need to justify them. Well, you're definitely making things complicated for me, you know. The man scratched his head like an overworked employee thinking about his overdue report. And yet, Akira caught it. Beneath the casual tone, there was a sharp, undeniable surge of killing intent. No matter what excuses one could make, the fallen angels Akira had just slaughtered were still under this man's command. Even if he didn't care about them personally, killing them right in front of their governor was practically asking for death. That's right, this man was Azazel, Governor General of the Fallen Angels. The sole leader of the Central Grigori Organization, Watchers of God's Children, and a being on par with the Mao of the Devils and the Seraphim of the Angels. Akira had always wondered, after reaching the level of high-class devil, just how far was the gap to someone of Mao class. Now, standing face to face with one, he understood. Even though the gap between high class and Mao class was technically only one tier, the difference in power was indescribable. Even at the peak of high class, if one hadn't stepped into the Mao realm, they were still just standing at the edge of an endless chasm. Azazel narrowed his eyes. You seem tense. You already know who I am. I wouldn't dare say that. I'm just a bit sensitive to power. That's a good trait to have. Means you've got potential. Without warning, a crushing pressure slammed down on Akira. The sheer force of it bent his knees, and the air around him warped from the overwhelming magic power. They weren't even fighting yet. This was just the casual presence of a being from another realm entirely. In the anime, Azazel was portrayed as a laid-back, dependable guy, a teacher who cared for his students like a doting uncle. But that was after the peace treaty between the three factions had been signed. Right now, Akira was just an unknown human. He had no political backing. And he just wiped out 3 of Azazel's subordinates right in front of him. It was easy to forget, but Azazel was a veteran of the 3-faction war, and he'd survived it. Boost. The crimson gauntlet materialized on Akira's arm once again. With the power boost, the weight pressing down on him lessened, barely. Azazel tilted his head. That's the boosted gear. So, you're the current Red Dragon Emperor. A flicker of interest lit up his lazy eyes. If Azazel had been planning to kill Akira a moment ago, that intent quickly began to fade. The current wielder of the White Dragon Emperor was, after all, his own adopted son. The boy was a bit rebellious, but Azazel cared deeply for him. And he knew, deep down, the boy would be furious if his eternal rival was killed before they had the chance to fight. Better not poke the dragon, as they say. Boost. While Azazel remained lost in thought, Akira continued powering up. Drag, with this much energy. I should be able to reach Balance Breaker now, right? You can, partner. But you've never done it before. Are you sure you want to try it here and now? Of course. We're facing the Governor of the Fallen Angels, a Mao-class being. If I don't go all out now, I'm dead. Then use me to your heart's content. Show him everything. Let's do this, Drag. Balance Breaker. Balance Breaker. Drag's voice roared like a dragon's cry, and Akira's magical power skyrocketed. His energy surged outward, forming a crimson suit of armor over his entire body, sleek, sharp, and radiating power. Like a knight clad in dragon scales, Akira now stood tall, draped in the legacy of countless Red Dragon Emperors before him. A pair of magnificent dragon wings spread wide from his back, glowing faintly with magical energy. Boosted gear scale male. Akira clenched his fist. This was his first time donning the true armor of the Red Dragon Emperor. And across from him stood one of the greatest threats in the world, Azazel. White heavy checkmark enjoy 100+ chapters ahead of web novel. White heavy checkmark be the first to enjoy the new season before anyone else. Thank you for your amazing support. Sparkling Heart. Chapter 32, Balance Breaker. Chapter 32, Balance Breaker. Seeing Akira enter Balance Breaker mode, Azazel couldn't hide his surprise. After all, Balance Breaker was the peak state of a sacred gear, an advanced realm that only a rare few ever reached in their lifetime. Even among the countless sacred gear users around the world, many never came close to touching that power. And yet, at such a young age, Akira had already awakened the Balance Breaker of Longinus. Without a doubt, he was a top-tier genius. Remarkable. I imagine Valley, the White Dragon Emperor's eternal rival, would be very interested in you. Despite his words, Azazel remained calm. Even if Akira had activated the Balance Breaker of Longinus, powerful enough to slay gods or even Mao, that was still just potential. Theoretical strength meant nothing if one couldn't wield it fully. Partner, this is your first time entering Balance Breaker, so the mode is still incomplete. At best, it'll only last 10 minutes. 10 minutes, huh? That's more than enough. Akira stared into Azazel's eyes. Within those 10 minutes, either he would escape this place, or he would die by Azazel's hand. But what Azazel truly intended still remained a mystery. If he was serious about killing him, Akira would have no choice but to fight with everything he had. Besides, the boosted gear still held one more stage above Balance Breaker, Juggernaut Drive, the true power of the Red Dragon Emperor. However, that power was a double-edged sword. It devoured the user's life force, and if one failed to control it, they would either perish or go insane. Akira hadn't reached that edge yet. But it wasn't impossible. If pushed to the brink, he and Drake could forcibly trigger Juggernaut Drive. But the risk was immense. A single misstep, and he would be annihilated. Boost. 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 Drake's voice echoed with each pulse of power, and Akira's magical energy surged rapidly. Looks like you're seriously planning to attack me. In that case, I'll respond in kind. Azazel gave a small smile. Slowly, he ascended into the air, and at the same time, 12 pitch-black wings unfurled from his back, the symbol of a high-ranking fallen angel. A deafening explosion roared through the air as the ground cracked beneath Akira's feet. Crackling blue lightning gathered around his body, then burst forth like a storm, striking toward Azazel from all directions. Lightning, huh? Interesting. Unlike Akira, whose expression was grave, Azazel seemed to be enjoying himself. He danced between the bolts with ease, weaving through the storm like a child playing in the rain. But then, his eyes narrowed. Something felt off. Without hesitation, he vanished from his spot. In the very next moment, several golden chains materialized from thin air and pierced the space where he had just stood. Unfortunately, they missed. A chain-type sacred gear, huh? So you have 2 sacred gears? What ridiculous luck. This time, even Azazel looked genuinely surprised. It wasn't unheard of for someone to possess 2 sacred gears, though it was rare. But a Longinus and another sacred gear in one person. That was something else entirely. Boost. 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 Akira's power climbed even higher, violently overflowing. His body trembled as if it were about to rupture under the pressure. If the human body was a vessel, then magical power was the water. And right now, Akira's vessel was spilling over. Lightning barrage, thunderstorm assault. Dozens of golden magic circles flared to life in all directions. From within each one, glowing golden chains burst forth, wreathed in crackling blue lightning. What a spectacular sight. Even I can feel the threat behind this attack. Very well, my turn. Azazel pulled out a strange device that looked like a giant nail, with a violet gemstone embedded at its tip. The moment it lit up, a solemn voice echoed from the gem. Balance Breaker. In an instant, golden armor enveloped Azazel's body. Its design was similar to Akira's, but the colors were distinctly different. Akira's armor was crimson, adorned with emerald green gems. Azazel's was gold, with a deep violet jewel shining at its center. This feeling. Fafnir. He turned Fafnir into a sacred gear. Drake's voice trembled with disbelief. Clearly, he recognized the power housed within Azazel's gear. Fafnir, the Golden Dragon King, one of the 5 Dragon Kings. Known for his obsession with collecting treasures from across the world. His iconic gold color now adorned Azazel, having formed a contract and been sealed into one of the governor's custom-made sacred gears. Comfortable enough, but still far from perfect. With his 12 dark wings spread wide and his golden armor glowing, Azazel evaluated his own creation. This was his masterpiece, his personal project. Yet, it was still unfinished. There were flaws he hadn't yet resolved. A low mechanical hum filled the air as Akira launched another barrage. Golden chains erupted once again, hurling themselves at Azazel like a divine storm. The sound of metal colliding echoed across the sky. You're a bit too hasty. Azazel met the assault with a golden weapon in his hands, a massive twin-bladed spear that shimmered with holy radiance. It looked like a grand variation of the light spears used by the Grigori. Drake. Let's go all in. Channel everything into this one attack. Partner, your body's at its limit. You've already overloaded it. If you push further, your body will break. Break. I was born of the earth, so long as I'm connected to it, I won't fall apart. So that's it, the power of the earth is reinforcing your body. That's why it's still holding together. This is our gamble, Drake. Haha. You're insane, partner. But I like it. Boost. 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 3 more boosts. Akira's body cracked, his veins tore, blood seeping from the seams of his armor. But with his feet planted firmly on the ground, he drew on the power of the earth, slowly repairing the damage within. Let the stars light up the heavens, heavenly chains. With a metallic roar, a colossal chain manifested behind Akira. It tore through the air like a divine spear, hurling itself toward Azazel with overwhelming force. White heavy checkmark. Enjoy 100+ chapters ahead of web novel. White heavy checkmark. Be the first to enjoy the new season before anyone else. Thank you for your amazing support. Sparkling Heart. Chapter 33, Surviving Death. Chapter 33, Surviving Death. At the moment, Akira still couldn't perform a true name release on his noble phantasm. But since Enkidu, Heaven's Chain, was a noble phantasm rooted in Gaia's will, he could still manipulate its shape and behavior freely. What's that? A second sacred gear. Azazel's voice held a spark of interest. Chains began manifesting all around him. Not the massive ones from earlier, but dozens of mid-sized golden chains, weaving through the air and surrounding the area like a net. Azazel narrowed his eyes. Oh. Only now did he realize it. He'd let his guard down. The entire battlefield had become a trap, he had no escape. In that instant, a massive chain surged forth, streaking toward Azazel like divine judgment. He raised his light spear to block it, but the moment they clashed, the weapon cracked and shattered under the sheer force of the blow. The colossal chain struck Azazel's body head-on and slammed him into the ground, shaking the very earth. The impact left a crater wide and deep, dust rising in thick clouds. Heaven's Chain was an anti-thaumaturgy noble phantasm, a divine restraint system born from Gaia's will, or more specifically, Arayo, the counter-force of the planet. Within the Type Moon world, this noble phantasm manifested as golden chains that judged and restrained those deemed threats to humanity or the world itself. The more dangerous the target, the greater their destructive potential, the stronger the chain's binding force and destructive capability. Even without activating its true name, Heaven's Chain still retained its essence. As an extension of Gaia's will, it passed judgment impartially. Akira dropped to one knee, gasping. His balance breaker was already gone. The crimson armor had vanished, and his body was bloodied and torn in multiple places. Hairline cracks covered his limbs, and blood dripped steadily from his wounds. But even so, his feet remained firmly planted on the ground. From beneath him, the energy of the earth flowed gently into his body. Slow and steady, but undeniably healing him from the inside. As long as he stood on solid ground, Akira's connection to the earth allowed him to absorb its strength. His regenerative ability, when fully activated, was nearly peerless. That was why he dared to gamble his life. So long as he wasn't killed instantly, he could still recover. Footsteps echoed through the dust and smoke. From the crater, a figure emerged, tattered and dirt-streaked, but very much alive. Azazel climbed out slowly, brushing off fragments of stone. His golden fallen dragon armor was nearly destroyed. His clothes were ripped and barely clinging to his frame. Yet despite the damage, his body showed almost no injuries. It looks like there's still a lot you need to work on, Azazel muttered, stretching his shoulders. That was a solid attack, Red Dragon Emperor. The combination of your two sacred gears, impressive. Even I'll admit that. He exhaled lightly. But, the difference between us is still too vast. Boosted gear may be the sacred gear capable of killing gods, but overcoming someone beyond your tier is never that simple. He looked down at Akira, a smirk forming on his lips. Are you giving up now? If so, I might need to lower my expectations of you. Give up? As if, Akira replied, his breathing heavy. You just happened to be born a few centuries earlier than me. Give me time, and I'll surpass you. Governor General of the Fallen Angels. Azazel laughed softly. Confident, aren't we? Or is it arrogance? I've earned the right to be arrogant. Ha. Maybe so. Azazel's gaze softened for a moment. As a long-time researcher and enthusiast of sacred gears, he deeply understood the meaning behind their creation. The God of the Old Testament had scattered these artifacts throughout humanity for a reason. Because, within humans lies infinite potential. However small, however fragile, they could still perform miracles when pushed into a corner. Sacred gears ran on willpower. And of all the races in existence, only humans had the ability to turn near-impossible odds into reality. Because they were weak, because they had nothing, they were capable of grasping everything. The lower they stood on the hierarchy of power, the more sacred gears resonated with their resolve. That determination became the perfect fuel. And in the process, the sacred gear evolved alongside its wielder. That was why God had entrusted them to humanity. To harness that potential, so the sacred gears themselves could continue to grow. Take the ultimate manifestation, Balance Breaker. A sacred gear held by two different users would yield two completely different forms of Balance Breaker, tailored by the will and desire of its wielder. And those forms would be remembered, recorded, within the sacred gear itself. They grew by absorbing the dreams, the hatred, the ambition of their wielders. That was the path of evolution. That was why Azazel loved sacred gears so much. because within them lay infinite possibilities. Yes, the gap between us is massive, Governor General, Akira said. You've done more than enough, human, Azazel replied with a nod. So, what now? Akira asked calmly. Are you going to kill me? Though his tone was light, he was already speaking to Drake in his mind. If Azazel attacked, he would activate his final card. Even if he died, he'd drag this monster down with him. Azazel smiled. No. I'm not going to kill you. Akira raised an eyebrow. Oh. You're the current generation's Red Dragon Emperor. And you already have your destined rival. The White Dragon Emperor. Correct. He's your opponent, not me. So I'll leave you alive. I see. So the White Dragon Emperor is on your side now. You catch on quick. Thanks for the compliment. Azazel chuckled. He could tell that Akira had been wary of him from the start. As the foster father of the current White Dragon Emperor, he was well aware of the dangers of Juggernaut Drive, the final evolution of both boosted gear and divine dividing. He didn't know whether Akira had reached that level, but it was obvious this boy still had a trump card ready to detonate. That look in his eyes, it wasn't the gaze of someone who'd given up. It was someone who still had a plan. Suddenly, Azazel turned his gaze to the distance. Looks like all the noise we made is starting to draw attention. He could feel the presence of multiple auras heading toward them. After one last glance at Akira, Azazel turned away and vanished into the sky. Only after he was truly gone did Akira exhale in relief. Having your life in someone else's hands, it was a terrifying feeling. He had felt safe, briefly, after unlocking boosted gear. But now he could feel it again. That hunger. The bottomless craving for more power. Akira. Are you all right? A voice cried out across the battlefield. Several figures flew toward him through the air. The one leading them was Hajime Akino. The moment she saw Akira, his body drenched in blood, clearly badly wounded, she flew to him without hesitation. Even without witnessing the battle firsthand, the residual magical energy lingering in the air and the destruction all around them told her everything. She didn't need explanations. Just one look at Akira was enough. White heavy checkmark enjoy 100+ chapters ahead of web novel. White heavy checkmark be the first to enjoy the new season before anyone else. Thank you for your amazing support. Sparkling Heart. Chapter 34, Akino, Regret. Chapter 34, Akino's Regret. Rias could barely process what she was seeing. In front of her stood Akira, his body drenched in blood, his breathing ragged, wounds visible from head to toe. Just what kind of enemy had he faced to end up like this? She still hadn't fully grasped how powerful he really was, but from what he had shown, it was clear that Akira's strength could rival that of a high-class devil. Perhaps, he was even stronger than her, though Rias hated to admit it. And that terrifying wave of magic earlier, overwhelming enough to make even her freeze for a second, it hadn't come from just anyone. For such an immense force to appear in a quiet place like Kuoh, it made Rias deeply uneasy. Her territory was no longer under her control. I'm still too weak. The words escaped Akira's lips in a hushed voice as Akino supported his broken body. If what had just happened could even be called a battle, it was more of a one-sided demonstration. Azazel hadn't fought seriously at all. He had only toyed with Akira, testing him, observing the fusion of sacred gears. The difference in their strength was immeasurable, like a mortal standing before a Moutir existence. Akira. Akino whispered, her voice filled with worry. She wanted to comfort him, to say something, anything, that might soothe him. But how could she say he was strong, when he stood there half-collapsed, drenched in blood? Still, the encounter hadn't been meaningless. Just as Azazel vanished from sight, a notification echoed softly in Akira's mind. Ding. You have obtained 5% template inheritance. A full 5% increase. It seemed to be the result of facing off against Azazel. Though the Governor General had chosen to retreat, it couldn't be called a win. But Akira hadn't lost either. In fact, every wound on his body now was the result of pushing his own power far beyond its limit. If not for his perfect form, his body might have crumbled apart long before Azazel even touched him. With this, his template inheritance progress had reached 43.1%. Though it had passed the 40% mark, he didn't unlock any new skills. His strength had increased slightly, but nothing game-changing. Akira figured the next big breakthrough might come at 50%, or perhaps even later. During this time, several of his injuries had already begun to heal. He no longer needed Akino's support to stand. Akira, Rias asked, her tone firm. Who did you fight just now? As the ruler of this territory, she had to know. Azazel. Governor General of the Fallen Angels, Akira replied. Rias stiffened. Azazel. Why would he appear in Kuoh? And even end up clashing with you? I'm not sure. But I think it was because he saw me kill one of his fallen angels here. You killed a fallen angel in the city. Yeah. Rias pressed her hand to her forehead. You really are something else. She didn't even know what to say anymore. Though Kuoh was her territory, she had known for a while that fallen angels were also active here. No matter how tightly one tried to control a region, there would always be interference from other powers. This town was no exception. She wasn't particularly fond of the fallen angels skulking around, but her position as the sister of a Mao meant she couldn't act recklessly. One misstep, and war could break out between two races. Fallen angels. The words hung in the air. Akino, who had been silently standing beside Akira, visibly flinched. Even though she had severed ties with her father long ago, Azazel had come to see her on several occasions. They never met face to face, but she knew he was watching over her. Azazel had never tried to hide it. In fact, he had almost openly admitted their relationship more than once. And now, Akino was convinced. It was her fault. Azazel had come to Kuoh because of her. Because she existed here. Because of her, he had encountered Akira, who had killed one of his subordinates. And because of that, a battle broke out. The more she thought about it, the more she felt disgusted with herself. With the fallen angel blood flowing through her veins. She was a curse. Her very birth had doomed her mother, slaughtered by her own clan because she gave birth to a half-breed. And now, the person she had just started growing closer to, Akira, had nearly died fighting her father's superior. All of it, to Akino, felt like a long chain of sins and consequences. I'm sorry. She murmured. Her voice trembled as she lowered her head, still holding Akira upright. Ah. What are you apologizing for? Akira asked, confused. It's my fault, all of this, it's because of me. Akino, what are you talking about? It's all my fault. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. She kept apologizing, her shoulders trembling. Akira looked at her, bewildered. None of this had happened in the original storyline. His fight with Azazel was entirely of his own making. So why did she think she was to blame? Hey, calm down. It's all right, Akino. I'm sorry. Now the tears were falling. Quietly, drop by drop, they rolled down her cheeks. Everyone nearby was caught off guard. Especially Rias. She had never seen Akino break like this. Akino, what's going on? Rias asked. Azazel. He must have come to Kuoh because of me. I'm sorry. For a moment, silence hung in the air. Akira and Rias exchanged glances. And then, understanding dawned. Akino was the daughter of Barakil, one of the top officers among the fallen angels. Practically Azazel's right hand. Given that, it did make sense for Azazel to come here to check on her. Hey, Akira said softly. This wasn't your fault. Azazel came because I killed Rainier, one of his subordinates. Really? Of course. He didn't come here because of you. I killed one of his officers. Then I killed 3 more fallen angels right in front of him. That's why he came after me. Whether that was entirely true or not didn't matter. What mattered was calming Akino down. This sadistic woman, known for her playful cruelty, was actually extremely fragile. Especially when it came to emotional wounds, she was more vulnerable than anyone. Her mother's death had haunted her since childhood. Because her mother had refused to kill her, a child born from a fallen angel, her own relatives had murdered her. And Akino had never stopped blaming herself. White heavy checkmark enjoy 100+ chapters ahead of web novel. White heavy checkmark be the first to enjoy the new season before anyone else. Thank you for your amazing support. Sparkling Heart. Chapter 35, Akino and Rias Conversation. Chapter 35, Akino and Rias Conversation. That night, Akira truly understood the meaning of the word torture. His injuries were quite severe, so he was brought back to the apartment shared by Rias and Akino. And for some reason, whether it was intentional or just a coincidence, the one who took care of him all night was none other than Akino. Maybe it was Rias's way of tightening the bond between Akira and their group through Akino, or perhaps there was another reason entirely. One thing was certain, Akino didn't leave his side for even a second. Even when she finally went to sleep, it was right next to him on the bed. Just imagine, a stunningly beautiful girl, with divine-level curves and features, sleeping next to you. For Akira, this wasn't a dream come true. It was the sweetest form of mental torment. Especially on a quiet night like this, the gentle fragrance of the girl beside him stirred every corner of his youthful soul. And so, Akira spent a night of both agony and ecstasy. Only when dawn approached did he finally drift into sleep, halfway between dream and consciousness. The next morning, Akino was the first to awaken. Her eyes settled on Akira's sleeping face, and for a moment, she was completely captivated. His long greenish hair was splayed across the pillow, framing a peaceful, handsome face. The scene looked almost unreal, like a male version of Sleeping Beauty. There was something about Akira's unique aura, combined with the soft haze of affection in Akino's eyes, that made the sight nearly overwhelming. Knock, knock. Akino, are you two awake? A gentle knock came from outside. Akino instinctively got up, quietly opened the door, and quickly motioned for Rias to stop knocking. Once she was sure Akira wasn't disturbed, she slowly and carefully shut the door behind her. Rias raised an eyebrow. What's with her this early in the morning? He's still asleep? Rias asked. Akino nodded. Yes. Judging from how panicked you looked, you must have done something, didn't you? What could I have done? Don't play dumb. That look on your face, it was like someone who almost got caught red-handed. Don't accuse me of something baseless, Rias. Fine, fine. I won't press it. Rias had known Akino for years. But this was the first time she had seen her act so attentive toward a guy. And not just that, she clearly remembered how emotionally unstable Akino had become last night. Thinking back on all that, yeah, it made sense why she was acting like this now. The two girls made their way to the living room. Akino moved with graceful efficiency, boiling water, preparing tea, and setting out sandwiches. In this household, it was always Akino who handled domestic work. Rias, having grown up as a noble princess, was utterly useless with house chores. And since she refused to bring maids from the underworld into the human world, all household responsibilities naturally fell to Akino. Akino. You've really fallen for him, haven't you? Rias took a sip of tea, her gaze soft as she looked at her best friend. Well, feelings aren't something you can control. I didn't expect to fall for my own Kohai either. So you're not even trying to hide it anymore. In front of you, Rias. What's the point of lying? You're right. We're best friends, and we always will be. Yeah. Forever. They both smiled. A bond like this could only exist between true soulmates, two women who had shared joys and wounds for years. To Rias, Akino wasn't just a servant or subordinate. She was family, irreplaceable family. And to Akino, ever since the day Rias saved her, she had decided to stay by her side for the rest of her life. Rias. I actually think Akira would be a good choice. What do you mean? Your arranged marriage with the Phoenix family is getting closer. Their house is growing more powerful, more ambitious, and more aggressive about the engagement. I'm not going to marry Riser. Even if it's a political arrangement. But Rias, to oppose the will of your family, you'll need enough strength. What are you getting at? Why have you been so insistent on making Akira your pawn? Because he'd make our team stronger for the raiding game. Rias trailed off mid-sentence. And in that moment, she understood what Akino truly meant. Yes. Why had she been so obsessed with turning Akira into her pawn? There was no guarantee Akira would agree. And the truth was, he now had two sacred gears. His power had grown tremendously. He even went toe-to-toe with Azazel, the Governor-General of the Fallen Angels. Even though he had been allowed to leave afterward, that alone proved how dangerous Akira had become. There were limits to evil peace transplantation. Someone whose power exceeded that of a king could not be reincarnated as a piece. With Akira's current power level, even Rias herself wasn't sure she could turn him into a pawn anymore. That was why she had panicked and asked Akino to get closer to him, though she hadn't expected Akino to truly fall for him. But now, Akino had laid it all bare. Opposing an arranged marriage didn't have to be a one-way street. If Akira became her boyfriend, then he would have a legitimate reason to challenge Riser Phoenix, for her sake. Not to mention, his status as the Red Dragon Emperor alone was more than enough to silence most political opposition. Wait. Akino, don't you like him? Rias, didn't we promise that we'd be sisters for life? For some reason, this sounds like you're matchmaking your own boyfriend. Rias gave her a bewildered look. It might be a logical solution, but emotionally, she felt like she was the one getting the short end of the stick. But then again, maybe not. Akira's strength was unquestionable. His looks. Easily among the most handsome guys she'd ever met. And most importantly, he had no family. His finances were average at best. That meant, if they ever got married, he'd become part of the Gremory family. If Rias really became the next head of House Gremory, Akira would be the one supporting her in managing it all. Just imagining that future brought a smile to her face. All right. We'll be sisters for life. I'm happy to hear that, Rias. The two of them smiled with genuine happiness. But, they had both forgotten one important thing. The person they were talking about, Akira, hadn't said anything yet. White heavy checkmark enjoy 100 plus chapters ahead of web novel. White heavy checkmark be the first to enjoy the new season before anyone else. Thank you for your amazing support. Sparkling Heart. Chapter 36, Restricting Draeg Surveillance. Chapter 36, Restricting Draeg Surveillance. By the time Akira slowly opened his eyes, the sun had already reached its peak in the sky. His injuries, which had been severe the day before, were now nearly fully healed. Physically, he was fine. But mentally, the memory of what happened last night lingered like a thorn in his mind. It was torture, sweet, seductive torture. He couldn't help but feel a bit of regret. Why didn't he do something when he had the chance? A girl had willingly climbed into bed with him. She had revealed her most vulnerable self, laying bare her trust in him. That wasn't something a girl would show just to anyone. Yes, it sounded like the kind of regret you feel only after the moment had passed. But what was done was done. Wallowing in it now wouldn't change a thing. Partner, are you really human? Eh? Draeg. Why are you suddenly speaking up? One night. Just one night. Your wounds were borderline fatal, yet you're already fully recovered. Are you sure you're not secretly a divine hybrid or something? Of course I'm human. That's beyond question. Hard to believe. I'm starting to wonder if you're some demigod's illegitimate child. Don't just throw out wild accusations. Also, Draeg, can you actually communicate with the outside world whenever you want? Even when I'm asleep or unconscious? Yes. I can. Why do you ask, partner? Why do you sound so casual about it? Akira's expression darkened immediately. Inside his own body resided a dragon, a sentient one, at that, who could watch him at any time, under any circumstance, even when he was sleeping or passed out. He hadn't thought too deeply about it before. But after what happened last night, he couldn't ignore it anymore. If, someday, he was getting intimate with someone he cared about, wouldn't that mean Draeg would be there? Watching. The thought alone was enough to make his skin crawl. Partner, is something wrong? Draeg. Tell me honestly, can I cut off your surveillance from the outside world? Why do you suddenly want to do that? Because it makes me uncomfortable. Knowing that you're constantly watching every little thing I do, it creeps me out. You get what I mean, right? I'm a guy, and you're also a guy, a male dragon. Partner. Could Draeg actually understand? When you thought about it, maybe he could. Imagine having another male consciousness living inside your body, watching your every move, even your private moments. No one would be okay with that. But of course, Draeg didn't say a word in acknowledgement. Cutting him off would be the same as locking him in solitary confinement, a prison of silence. A low, metallic clank echoed through the inner world. Sacred silver chains shimmered into existence, coiling out of nowhere. They writhed like serpents of divine judgment, spiraling around the space where Draeg's consciousness resided. The radiant links tightened, forming a barrier of suppression that isolated him from the outer world. Partner, Akira. What are you doing? In the vast space of Akira's mind, Draeg, now in his true form as a massive red dragon, swung his head around, alarmed as the chains latched onto the walls of his domain. His voice, for the first time, failed to reach beyond the seal. A gentle hum of divine energy surged. Akira's consciousness emerged, manifesting before Draeg's eyes, as if he had descended from the heavens. His steps echoed as he approached the bound dragon. Draeg glared at him with burning intensity. Even within this realm, he retained his majestic form, the Red Dragon Emperor in his purest state. Sorry, Draeg. I know this might seem unfair to you. But as a dragon spirit sealed within a sacred gear, I believe it's better if you stay, quietly where you are. You intend to imprison me. To control me. It's not about control. I just don't want my personal life to feel like it's being broadcasted 24/7. I am one of the two heavenly dragons. The Red Dragon Emperor. Don't act high and mighty just because you're my host. Everything you have comes from me, Shin Akira. Is that so? Then that just makes things easier for me. Akira's tone was calm but resolute. Yes, the boosted gear was absurdly powerful. His survival yesterday had a lot to do with the fact that he was the Red Dragon Emperor, which convinced Azazel to spare him. But if Draeg's awareness could peek at anything from within his body and talk to the outside world freely, it was beyond unnerving. Just imagine, if last night he had actually done something with Akino. That would have made Draeg a front-row spectator. Worse, if it happened often, it would feel like being live-streamed during intimate moments. What if Draeg started giving real-time commentary? That would be the definition of mental trauma. Sorry, Draeg. I'll lift the seal during battles. But when it comes to my daily life, it stays like this. Akira, are you truly going through with this? You sound like we're about to become enemies. In all my centuries, not a single host has ever treated me like this, Shinakira. Then I guess I'm honored to be the first. Once you've made this choice, don't regret it. From the way you say that, it sounds like I'll come begging for your help someday. Do you think the true power of the boosted gear can be reached without me? Without me, you'll never touch its ultimate form. Seriously, DxD. You think all of my power comes from you? Akira gave a short laugh. No doubt, boosted gear was one of the strongest sacred gears in existence, a cheat code embedded in the world system. But Shinakira wasn't just any host. He was a wielder of the template inheritance system. If he could raise his synchronization with Enkidu alone, Akira believed that he could eventually stand at the top of the world without anyone's help. His system didn't rely on just one legacy, it granted him access to countless legendary inheritances. And over time, as he obtained more and more templates, his strength would only continue to evolve. Shinakira. I'll be watching. I want to see if you can truly grow without my power. Go ahead and watch, if you can. But remember this, DxD, sacred gears are tools. They were created to assist their wielders, not to spy on or interfere with their lives. As he finished speaking, Akira's presence slowly faded, vanishing from the consciousness realm. DxD stared at the spot where he had disappeared. His gaze didn't waver for a long time. Eventually, the massive red dragon lowered his body, curling into a solemn silence. Now, he was completely cut off from the outside world. And in this vast, stifling inner space, the only thing left for him was to sleep. White heavy checkmark enjoy 100+ chapters ahead of web novel. White heavy checkmark be the first to enjoy the new season before anyone else. Thank you for your amazing support. Sparkling Heart. Chapter 37, Fight Me, right now. Chapter 37, Fight Me, right now. Click. The door to the room creaked open slowly as Shinakira stepped out. Even though this wasn't his first time staying in an unfamiliar place, the fact that this was the Gremory residence still made him feel slightly out of place. In the living room, Rias Gremory and Hajime Akino were seated together on the sofa, seemingly watching a TV show. However, neither of them looked particularly focused on the screen. When Rias noticed Akira's presence, a flash of surprise crossed her face. Ah. You're already up. Yeah. About last night, thank you for the trouble. No worries. It wasn't a big deal. But, are you still set on refusing to join my peerage? If you joined, you wouldn't have to worry about Azazel anymore. There's no need. I'll deal with him myself. Rias let out a short sigh. His rejection, though expected, still brought a slight sting of disappointment. This was supposed to be her final invitation. Noticing that Akira was awake, Akino stood up and made her way to the kitchen. She returned shortly with a plate of food. Considering the time, it was more accurate to call it lunch than breakfast. Thank you, Akira said with a warm smile as he accepted the plate. Akino gave a soft nod in return. They exchanged glances and smiles, but a subtle distance still lingered between them. Neither of them could be considered more than acquaintances just yet. The time they had spent together was far too short, and there were still many things left unspoken between them. Akino might have been touched by Akira's actions, but it was admiration, not romantic affection. After finishing his meal, Akira looked toward Rias with a serious expression. Ria-senpai, I have a favor to ask. Oh. What is it? I want to fight your entire peerage, excluding Chiba Yudo. That includes you as well, Ria-senpai. Rias furrowed her brows. Eh? Why would you want that? I want to grow stronger through combat. Especially against you, Ria-senpai. Your power of destruction is phenomenal. Personally, I don't mind. Akino probably wouldn't either. But as for Kaneko, I can't guarantee anything. Thank you for understanding, Ria-senpai. It's fine. Who knows, maybe I'll need your help with something even more troublesome in the future. If that time comes, I'll do everything I can. Rias gave him a faint smile. The troublesome matter she referred to wasn't just annoying, it was complicated, dangerous, and heavy with responsibility. Akira still didn't know much, and it was too early for her to tell him everything. By the way, Ria-senpai, do you have time now? Don't tell me you want to fight right now. That's exactly what I mean. After my fight with Azazel, I could feel something. A glimpse of a breakthrough. And I want to use your power, and Akino's, to help me reach it. Rias stared at him for a moment before speaking in disbelief. You really are a monster, aren't you? Akino's eyes sparkled with subtle admiration. To sense the threshold of advancement after just a single battle that went beyond mere genius. As a daughter of the Gremory clan, Rias inherited the power of destruction from her mother. Raised within one of the most prestigious devil families, she had reached the rank of a high-class devil at a young age, thanks to exceptional guidance and abundant resources. Akira, on the other hand, was a human. With 2 sacred gears and a terrifying amount of talent, he was even younger than Rias and already possessed this level of strength. Now, he was only 1 step away from a breakthrough. In that case, let's change locations. This is still part of the city. If we start a battle here, things will get complicated fast. I know a place that's perfect for this. That place, right? Rias. Rias nodded. Such a hassle. With a calm expression, she stood up and raised her hand. A blood-red magic circle formed in the air before them. It was the teleportation sigil of the Gremory clan, something only members of their noble bloodline could use. A special privilege granted to devils of noble rank. Just like Sona Citri, who had her own teleportation circle as the heir of the Citri family, Rias invoked her clan's sigil with practiced ease. In the next moment, their bodies were engulfed in magical light and vanished. Simultaneously. At the outskirts of Kuoh town, in a remote mountain area, stood a grand villa owned by the Gremory family. Akira, Rias, and Akino appeared on the villa's spacious front yard, surrounded by quiet, dense forest. This villa belonged to Rias. Maintained regularly by maids from the underworld, the place was always ready for her to visit whenever she pleased. Teleportation magic is really convenient. If you joined us, you could use it anytime you like. Even so. I'll have to decline, Rias-senpai. TCH, annoying. Rias clicked her tongue lightly. She already knew what his answer would be, but it still managed to irritate her a little. Under Rias's lead, the 3 of them made their way to a wide open field behind the villa. The area was clearly built for training and sparring. This is the place. Since we're up in the mountains, there's no need to worry about being seen by humans. Rias explained as she glanced back at Akira. Akino simply smiled. This place was quite familiar to her. She often visited during the summer thanks to its cool, refreshing air. Name, Shina Akira. Status, transfer student of Kuoh Academy. Rank, Tier 5, equivalent to high-class devil. Template, Enkidu, 43.1% synchronization. Noble phantasm, chains of heaven. Talents, consummated shape, beast king's intuition. Skills, blue lightning light, aura detection. Equipment, boosted gear. Items. Synchronization rate, 43.1%. Only 6.9% more to reach the 50% mark. Rias was a high-class devil. Akino was likely somewhere around mid-class. If he could defeat both of them, his strength would no doubt skyrocket. Once he reached 50% synchronization, he might gain access to even more of Enkidu's powers. Rias-senpai, Akino. I'm ready. Akira took a deep breath, clearing his mind and focusing completely on the battle ahead. But then, Rias narrowed her eyes and spoke in a teasing tone. Wait a second. Why do you call me senpai, but you just say Akino's name so casually? Eh? Is there something wrong with that? We're friends now, aren't we? Of course. Then just call me by my name. All right. Rias. That's much better. Akino chuckled softly as she watched Rias sulk like a pouting child. It had been ages since she last saw this side of her friend. Probably not since her usual rivalry with Sona Citri. Who would have thought that part of her still existed? White heavy checkmark enjoy 100 plus chapters ahead of web novel. White heavy checkmark be the first to enjoy the new season before anyone else. Thank you for your amazing support. Sparkling Heart. Chapter 38, The Wisdom of the People. Body Transformation. Chapter 38, Age of Babylon, The Wisdom of the People. Body Transformation. But once the laughter subsided, the expressions on Rias Gremory and Hajime Akino's faces gradually turned serious. This was no longer a time for jokes. A battle, no matter how friendly, was never a game. Treat it lightly, and sooner or later, someone would pay a painful price for that arrogance. Suddenly, the sky trembled. A crackling surge of divine energy tore through the air like a whip, as lightning forked violently from the heavens. Akino was the first to make a move. With a graceful yet deadly flick of her hand, she called forth a brilliant thunderbolt that streaked downward like a spear of light. Lightning, huh? Sorry, but if that's all you've got, it won't work on someone who also wields thunder. Akira stepped forward calmly. As if responding to Akino's challenge, he raised one hand, summoning forth his own lightning, one bathed in brilliant shades of gold and azure. Blue lightning light. His thunderclap roared into existence, colliding head-on with Akino's. The two forces met midair, erupting in a cascade of explosive energy that rippled outward, shattering much of the training field and turning parts of the terrain into scorched ruin. Well then, let me see for myself how strong you really are, Shin Akira. With that declaration, Rias, who had remained silent until now, joined the fray. A glowing crimson magic circle, the symbol of the Gremory clan, materialized around her hand. Then, in a violent burst of red light, her power of destruction surged outward, unleashed in the form of a sweeping wave of pure annihilation aimed at Akira. But just before it struck him, something shimmered in the air. Chains. Radiant, golden chains erupted from nothingness, coiling around and deflecting the destructive wave. In the same moment, Akira leapt into the air and landed gracefully atop one of the floating chains, avoiding the attack with fluid precision. At the same time, the residual lightning from Akino was shattered by the overwhelming surge of Akira's blue lightning. Now airborne, his body was surrounded by an orbiting array of divine chains that rotated around him like a celestial defense system. Seeing this, Rias and Akino exchanged glances. Without a word, they unfurled their devil wings and ascended into the air to face him. Akira himself had the ability to fly. It wasn't even categorized as a skill in his status, it felt as natural as breathing. "You're not going to use your boosted gear?" Rias posed the question calmly, her eyes narrowing with interest. After all, boosted gear was one of the legendary sacred gears ranked among the Longinus, a divine-class artifact. Who wouldn't want to see its power firsthand? "There's no need. This is enough." "Confident, aren't you?" Her tone was level, but his words pricked at her pride. Rias had always been at the top. Since childhood, she strove for perfection in everything. So to have someone suggest that they could defeat her without even using their trump card, it was borderline insulting. "Akino, let's coordinate." "Yes, Bucho." In an instant, thunder roared again. Countless bolts rained down from the clouds, lighting up the sky in blinding arcs. The entire area was engulfed in electrified fury. Akira's space of movement was restricted as Akino's bombardment closed in from above. At that very moment, Rias moved in. Her power of destruction took on a new form, concentrated into sharp, blade-like projectiles that flew at high speed toward Akira's blind spot. Impressive coordination, but it's not enough. With a single motion, Akira summoned even more chains from his body. They lashed out like golden serpents, dancing through the air with incredible speed. Each bolt of lightning that came close was absorbed or deflected by the heavenly chains. Since the chains weren't directly connected to his body, the electricity couldn't conduct through them to harm him. Then, Akira's body blurred into motion. He shot forward like an arrow released from a divine bow, closing the distance to Rias in the blink of an eye. This was where he truly excelled, aerial combat. Even without wings, Akira's speed and reflexes were far superior to Rias's. She was strong, but air maneuvering had never been her specialty. In an instant, he was right in front of her. With a swift grab, he seized Rias's wrist and slammed her downward, sending her crashing into the ground below. "Rias!" Akino shouted, unleashing another barrage of lightning. But once again, Akira's blue lightning surged to life, neutralizing her attack effortlessly. No matter how fast or sudden her strikes, Akira's body moved as if guided by pure instinct. It wasn't human anymore, he reacted like a seasoned warrior with decades of combat experience burned into his very soul. With her ranged defense shattered, Akino, whose greatest strength was long-distance magical attacks, was suddenly vulnerable. On the ground, Rias tried to rise, but chains wrapped around her body like divine serpents, binding her before she could act. Meanwhile, Akira unleashed another wave of lightning, blasting Akino back and encasing her in the chains of heaven as well. Of course, this was a friendly match, not a fight to the death. Neither Rias nor Akino had fought with everything they had. Even so, the outcome stung. Rias, who had always stood at the top, was brought down with such ease, it left a bitter taste in her mouth. "You win." With a subdued expression, Rias admitted defeat. As prideful as she wasn't the type to deny reality. Akino, on the other hand, had never taken the fight seriously to begin with. Her expression barely changed from start to finish. Ding. You have gained 3% synchronization with inherited template. Ding. You have gained 5% synchronization with inherited template. Ding. Congratulations. New skill unlocked, Wisdom of the Peoples. Age of Babylon, the wisdom of the people. A noble phantasm that draws upon the accumulated ingenuity of mankind. By shaping idealized weapons from the surrounding earth, swords, spears, chains, it unleashes a large-scale barrage reflecting the wisdom and craftsmanship of humanity across eras. Though unlike the Gate of Babylon which houses royal treasures, this ability manifests weapons born from the hands of common folk. It is a counterpart to divine or kingly authority, an earthborn arsenal shaped not by bloodline, but by the will of the people. Ding. Congratulations. New talent acquired, Body Transformation. Body Transformation grants the ability to reallocate total stats based on situational needs. The higher the user's rank, the more stats they can freely redistribute. For example, increase strength during offense, raise defense during damage intake, or switch focus depending on the battle scenario. Akira's power instantly broke through the barrier of a high class, rising into the realm of ultimate class. Not only that, he had gained a new skill and a new talent. And it left him genuinely excited. Age of Babylon, the wisdom of the people, this was a noble phantasm wielded by Enkidu during his clash with Gilgamesh. A true counterpart to the Gate of Babylon, it channeled the earthborn ingenuity of mankind, manifesting not royal treasures but weapons forged from human struggle and survival. But body transformation was arguably even more terrifying. Even if the total stat value stayed the same, Akira could now rearrange his parameters depending on the situation. He could go all out in strength for offense, maximize defense when being attacked, or shift his stats to speed when he needed agility. It felt like turning into Ultraman Tiga, with a strong form, a fast form, and a balanced form. He could switch depending on what the situation demanded. White heavy checkmark enjoy 100+ chapters ahead of web novel. White heavy checkmark be the first to enjoy the new season before anyone else. Thank you for your amazing support. Sparkling Heart. Chapter 39, A Moment to Breathe. Chapter 39, A Moment to Breathe. Name, Shin Akira. Status, Transfer Student at Kuoh Academy. Level, Tier 6, Ultimate Class Devil. Template, Enkidu, 51.1% synchronization. Noble Phantasm, Chains of Heaven. Talents, Consummated Shape, Instinct of the Beast King, Body Transformation. Skills, Blue Lightning, Aura Detection, The Wisdom of the People. Equipment, Boosted Gear. Items, none. With his synchronization now crossing the 51.1% threshold, Shin Akira's power surged into a new realm, Ultimate Class. At the moment, he was focusing all his attention on stabilizing his newly awakened powers, adjusting to the sudden influx of strength, processing the new skills and talents that had awakened. The sensation was overwhelming, a mix of exhilaration and magical euphoria that coursed through his veins like liquid fire. On the other hand, Rias Gremory and Hajime Akino could only stand in stunned silence, watching the young man before them. He really broke through. Rias could barely believe it. The duel had been anything but serious. It wasn't even close to a full-power confrontation. Yet from that brief clash alone, Akira had pierced through the wall that countless devils spent centuries trying to overcome. In the end, Rias could only conclude one thing: Akira had probably been standing at the edge of that breakthrough ever since his fight with Azazel. And this battle had simply given him the final push he needed. But even knowing that didn't ease the discomfort stirring in her chest. As the heiress of the prestigious Gremory clan, one of the highest-ranking noble families in the underworld, Rias had received top-class education, elite training, and had inherited the power of destruction from her mother. And yet she remained a high class. Meanwhile, Akira, a human. Younger than her. No family backing, no legacy, and barely a month into his life in this world, had already surpassed her. It was impossible not to feel the sting of inferiority. Once Akira finished adjusting to his new powers, he turned and released the chains of heaven that were still restraining Rias and Akino. "Thank you for everything," he said earnestly. "Congratulations on your breakthrough," Rias replied, her tone as neutral as she could manage. But her eyes remained shadowed and unreadable. Akira tilted his head slightly. "Did I do something wrong?" He wondered, puzzled. "I just beat her once. Surely she's not holding a grudge over that, right?" Akino, ever perceptive, giggled softly behind her hand. As Rias's closest friend, she knew exactly what was going on. Rias wasn't angry. She was irritated. And a little jealous. Few in the underworld carried as much ambition to become stronger as Rias Gremory. But because devils were long-lived beings, their growth was inherently slow, measured in decades. In contrast, humans, especially those with sacred gears, and especially those wielding a Longinus, could evolve drastically within mere months or years. "Thank you again for helping me," Akira said, bowing lightly to both of them. "Are you mocking me?" Rias asked in a flat voice. And no. I'm being completely serious. I'm genuinely grateful." Her eyes narrowed. "I'll remember that. You'll be repaying that debt properly." Though her words were sharp, Akira could sense the subtle acknowledgement in her tone. Just then, Akino raised two fingers playfully, forming a V sign toward him with a teasing smile. Yeah. "I owe both of you double now," Akira replied with a wry grin. With his training goal achieved and his power reaching a new peak, Akira felt a satisfying sense of accomplishment. He had officially become Tier 6, Ultimate Class. Still, to reach the next stage, Mao Class, the road would be long. He estimated he'd need at least 70% synchronization, perhaps even more than 80% to truly unlock the potential of Enkidu's power. Oddly enough, the thought of that made his blood stir in anticipation. There was still that event looming on the horizon, the arranged marriage meeting with Riser Phoenix, the third son of the Phoenix clan. An high-class devil who had used every piece on the board in the raiding game. Most of his peerage might have been considered low tier, but their strength was nothing to scoff at. Honestly. I'm starting to look forward to that match, Akira thought with a grin. There was still some time before that day arrived. Oi, now that you've broken through, do you have anything else on your agenda today? Rias asked, her voice dry. Agenda? Not really. Then let's go home. All right. Though he answered lightly, Akira inwardly let out a small sigh. His current apartment was a cramped 1DK unit, and his lease was almost up. It had already been a month since he arrived in this world, and honestly, it was about time he moved into something more fitting. With Rias's teleportation magic, the three of them returned to the Gremory residence in Kuoh City. The moment they arrived, Rias turned and called, Aquino. I know, Bucho, Aquino replied with a graceful nod, already heading toward the kitchen. In no time at all, she had prepared black tea and arranged several plates of snacks on the table. Akira observed all of this silently. He was starting to suspect that Rias might have a minor addiction to black tea. Every single time he visited, the atmosphere was exactly the same. Oh, right, Aquino, Akira said, glancing toward her. I wanted to ask you a small favor. What kind of favor? She asked, tilting her head slightly. Ever since the beginning, it had been Aquino who helped him publish his novels. For that alone, he already owed her quite a bit. My lease is about to expire in a few days. Now that I'm doing better financially, I want to find a bigger place to live. But I'm still not that familiar with Kuoh City, so, do you think you could help me look for an apartment? You're even outsourcing your housing problems to others now. Aquino said with a half-exasperated smile. Well, it helps to have connections, Akira replied with a mischievous grin. She sighed softly, shaking her head. Fine. I'll help. Thanks a lot. Akira's face brightened instantly. Aquino could only watch him with a resigned look, lips curling upward despite herself. Rias, watching them from the far end of the table, suddenly found that the tea in her cup tasted a little more bitter than usual. This is my house, she reminded herself. Still, as her gaze drifted to Akira, Rias nodded silently in her heart. Talented. Strong. Handsome. And not affiliated with any noble family. In other words, an ideal partner. And after hearing a few things from Aquino earlier, perhaps it was finally time to consider that possibility more seriously. Naturally, Akira remained completely unaware that he had already started catching the eyes of a crimson-haired heiress. White heavy checkmark enjoy 100+ chapters ahead of web novel. White heavy checkmark be the first to enjoy the new season before anyone else. Thank you for your amazing support. Sparkling Heart. Chapter 40, A Lost Nun Found. Chapter 40, A Lost Nun Found. The dim glow of the city alley cast a long shadow over a lifeless body, an unfortunate stray devil whose chest was pierced cleanly by radiant golden chains. The chains of heaven had found their mark, silencing the creature in a single, merciless strike. Standing not far from the scene, dressed in the black uniform of Kuoh Academy, was a young man with sharp eyes. Shin Akira. A subtle chime echoed in his mind. Ding. You have gained 0.1% synchronization with inherited template. He stared down at the fallen stray devil without emotion, letting out a silent sigh. Stray devils are getting weaker lately, and far less frequent. It was a troubling thought. The one he had just dispatched wasn't even worth considering a real opponent, barely a grunt-level threat. Over the past few weeks, the accumulated synchronization had only gone up by 1.5%, and a whole 1% of that came from the single mid-class stray devil he fought a while back. Not exactly inspiring progress. Still, there was one thing that had kept his spirits high today. Thanks to Aquino's help, he'd finally moved out of that cramped little 1DK apartment. Now, he lived in a cozy 2-story house near Kuoh Academy, surrounded by a peaceful neighborhood and even a small shopping center nearby. Not bad at all. After confirming that there were no other enemies around, Akira turned and started walking home. Hunting stray devils like this wasn't yielding much anymore. On the way back, he stopped by a small pastry shop to pick up a few slices of cake and sweet snacks. As he exited the store, a soft and hesitant voice called out from behind him. Excuse me. Would you happen to know where the church is around here? He turned around, and was momentarily stunned. Standing there was a young blonde girl in a modest nun's outfit. Her hands were clasped in front of her, and her gentle expression held just a trace of anxiety. There was a warmth about her, a sincere, almost sacred presence, that made her feel utterly out of place in this world. Are you talking to me? She nodded quickly and bowed politely. I'm sorry to bother you. I was just wondering, do you know where the nearest church is? Church? Are you a nun? Yes, I've just arrived in this city. My name is Asia Argento. It's a pleasure to meet you. The moment she introduced herself, Akira's eyes narrowed instinctively. Asia Argento, the former nun who was excommunicated by the church, huh? As soon as the words left his mouth, her expression stiffened, and she lowered her gaze, silent. Akira scratched the back of his neck, slightly regretting his bluntness. Seriously. I was just out to grab cake. And now I've run into a main heroine. Sometimes I wonder if protagonist luck is a curse disguised as convenience. I'm sorry for disturbing you. I'll be on my way now. She bowed deeply, already turning to leave. Even after her emotional wounds had been unintentionally reopened, Asia didn't lash out or complain. She simply shouldered it and tried to walk away, quiet, kind, and alone. Akira stared at her retreating figure. This girl was a true nun. To him, there were two types of nuns in the world. One, the ones who'd say, that person seems to be in trouble. I should help. Two, and the ones who'd say, that poor person, why aren't you all helping? The first type was hard to find, but earned genuine respect. The second. Just irritating. Asia was clearly the first. Even when faced with a wounded devil, she would try to heal them. Her kindness was a reflection of her pure faith, and ironically, the very thing that led to her exile. Her sacred gear, Twilight Healing, also known as the Smile of the Holy Mother, had the divine ability to heal even devils or creatures of the underworld. That was why the church branded her a heretic and cast her out. Now, Japan was the only place she had left. And even then, the fallen angels only took her in to steal her sacred gear. They never cared about her. Oi, wait a sec. Yes, she turned around slowly. You said you're looking for a church? Yes. Do you know where it is? Yeah, I do. Really? Then, please, could you show me the way? Thank you so much. But, even if I did show you, it'd be pointless. Huh? Why? Because that church. I already destroyed it with my own hands. And the fallen angels who were using it. I killed them too. Asia froze. Her eyes widened, staring at nothing. The world she had been desperately trying to enter, had vanished before she could even touch it. Akira looked at her expression, her silent despair, and for the first time in a while, felt a tiny pang of guilt. Maybe I was too harsh just now. Asia, was it? Yes. Can you cook and clean? I can. But only simple things like sandwiches. Back at the church, I used to clean my room by myself. Good. Starting today, you're my housekeeper. Full-time. You'll live with me, and food's on the house. No salary, though. Why you're offering me a place? But I've been excommunicated. So what? I just need someone to help around the house. Interested? Her face lit up like the sun after a storm. Thank you so much. May God bless you. Akira raised an eyebrow. I don't believe in God. Just come with me. And don't call me sir. My name's Shin Akira. Just use that. Oh okay. Shin Akira-san. And just like that, while today's stray devil hunt had yielded nothing noteworthy, Akira had picked up a lost nun along the way. Oddly enough, that actually made him feel pretty good. After all, Asia possessed Twilight Healing, a rare healing-type sacred gear. A truly priceless ability. Good thing he didn't live in that tiny apartment anymore. The idea of squeezing into a shoebox with a girl like her would have been a social disaster waiting to happen. Imagine the rumors. 2 people, 1 cramped room. The scandal. By the time they reached his house. This is your home, Shin-san. It's so big. Asia gazed at the 2-story house with wide eyes. While not exactly a mansion, it was clear the place wasn't cheap either. Thanks to his royalties from the Orario light novel series, and a little behind-the-scenes support from the Gremory household, Akira was, financially speaking, quite comfortable these days. That's enough sightseeing. Come inside. Why yes. Asia followed behind him, her steps light and hesitant. But as soon as they stepped inside the house, they were greeted by an unexpected surprise waiting for Akira. White heavy checkmark enjoy 100+ chapters ahead of web novel. White heavy checkmark be the first to enjoy the new season before anyone else. Thank you for your amazing support. Sparkling Heart. Chapter 41, A Stirring in Rias's Heart. Chapter 41, A Stirring in Rias's Heart. The moment Shin Akira stepped through the front door and neatly placed his shoes on the rack, he found an unexpected sight waiting in the living room. 3 beautiful girls were casually seated on his sofa, sipping tea as if they owned the place. None other than Rias Gremory, Hajime Aquino, and Kaneko Tuju. Rias was the first to greet him with a bright smile. Yo. Welcome back. You've been working hard, haven't you? Ever since forming an alliance with Akira, anything involving stray devils had more or less vanished from Rias's job list. He handled everything with such ruthless efficiency that she'd been able to save a surprising amount of time and energy. She used to take part in those missions herself. But now, she'd offloaded almost every field operation onto Akira without a second thought. "What are you three doing here?" Akira asked, raising an eyebrow. "You just moved into this house, didn't you?" "We came to celebrate," Rias answered casually. "I moved in almost a week ago." Don't get hung up on minor details like that. The way Rias brushed off his protest so shamelessly made Akira mentally question everything. Is this really the same woman they call the Madonna of Kuoh Academy? But before he could say anything else, "You A small, hesitant voice came from behind him. Instantly, Rias's expression shifted. Akino's eyes sharpened as she turned toward the source of the voice. "Oh, right. I almost forgot." Akira stepped aside and gently nudged the girl behind him forward. "This is Asia." The blonde girl in a nun's habit stood awkwardly before them, fingers clutching the edge of her sleeves. Her expression was clearly nervous, her presence fragile. Rias's gaze instinctively focused on the outfit Asia wore. A church uniform. Her brows furrowed slightly. The church, aligned with heaven, was, after all, the natural enemy of devils. Akira, she was a member of the church, yeah. But not anymore. She got excommunicated. Had nowhere else to go, so I took her in. Excommunicated. Hearing that, the tension on Rias's and Akino's faces gradually eased. I am Asia Argento. It's nice to meet you all." Asia spoke softly, her head lowered respectfully. As a noble of the Gremory clan, Rias found the name oddly familiar, like something she'd heard in passing before. "Nice to meet you, Asia. I'm Rias Gremory, a third year at Kuoh Academy and president of the Occult Research Club. I'm Hajime Akino, also a third year. Kaneko Tuju. First year. And nice to meet you." Though clearly flustered, Asia's face glowed with an innocent joy. There was something pure and sincere about her demeanor that softened even the most suspicious heart. The genuine awkwardness in Asia's voice was enough to melt the wariness that Rias and Akino had initially felt. In fact, it began to stir a sense of affection in them instead. My Akira, I'm kind of jealous," Akino said with her usual teasing smile. "You step out for a bit and come back with an adorable little nun." Her words carried that signature sweet tone of hers, but hidden beneath it was a faint edge of jealousy, or maybe curiosity. Asia quickly panicked. I am so sorry. I didn't mean to trouble anyone." Before Akira could say a word, Asia was already apologizing profusely, her expression so apologetic it looked like she was carrying the weight of the world. "Asia, it's fine. I was only joking. There's no need to worry, all right. Hey Akino-san, you're not mad. Just call me Akino, okay? And no, of course I'm not mad. How could I ever be angry at someone as cute as you? In fact, I like you already. Like me. What do you mean by that?" Rias, Akino, and Kaneko all quickly realized something important. Asia was incredibly shy. A single compliment was enough to leave her bewildered and flustered. She was far too easy to tease. Meanwhile, Rias leaned toward Akira and whispered into his ear. "Where exactly did you find her? Seriously. I was just walking back home when she asked me about the church in town. I told her the church was gone. She had nowhere to go, so I brought her here." Just like that. Rias gave him a suspicious look. "What, you think I dragged her here for some other reason?" No, I believe you. Still, you're really planning to take her in. Haven't you realized yet? She's a sacred gear possessor." "A sacred gear? Which one?" "A healing type, twilight healing. Also known as Smile of the Holy Mother." "A healer type sacred gear?" Rias's eyes lit up instantly. As a devil from one of the great noble houses and a leader in the raiding games, she understood all too well how rare and valuable healers were. Especially one with a sacred gear as unique as twilight healing. Even many high-ranking devils would kill for the chance to recruit someone like Asia. "You're drooling," Akira commented, staring at her flatly. Was I that obvious?" Rias quickly brushed her hair back, trying to act calm. But her serious expression returned a second later. "Wait. I thought twilight healing belonged to one of the church's nuns." "You're right. Asia was a nun. But they cast her out. Why? A healer-type sacred gear should have been precious to them. Why would the church go that far? Because she used her power to heal devils." That left Rias silent. But after a moment's thought, she understood. The holy powers of the church were a lower-tier version of the light wielded by angels, sacred, bright, and extremely harmful to devils. Even their medicines were more like poison to the beings of the underworld. But Asia could heal devils. From the fanatical eyes of the church, such an ability was heresy. A sin. It was no surprise they had turned on her. Rias didn't care about the dogma or politics of heaven and hell. What she saw now was a gentle girl with incredible potential, and perhaps, a future companion in her peerage. Asia, meanwhile, looked far more relaxed now. Akino's warm demeanor had helped put her at ease. Besides Akira, this was the first time someone had treated her so kindly since she'd been exiled from the church. Asia, would you consider becoming part of my peerage? Rias asked softly. If you join, we'll become like family, comrades, bound by trust. Peerage. That's right. Peerage, as in, a devil's servant. Exactly. We're all devils here. At that moment, the three girls calmly unfurled their black, leathery wings. The demonic energy that filled the room wasn't overwhelming, but it was unmistakable. Asia stood frozen in place. The smile on her face vanished, replaced by wide eyes and a stunned expression. Wait, this place is a devil's house. White heavy checkmark. Enjoy 100+ chapters ahead of web novel. White heavy checkmark. Be the first to enjoy the new season before anyone else. Thank you for your amazing support. Sparkling Heart. Chapter 42, Arrangements for Asia. Chapter 42, Arrangements for Asia. Asia Argento stood frozen, unsure of what to do, as three devils stood before her. Lord. Is this another trial from you for me? That was the only thought running through her mind. Raised in the church since childhood, Asia had been thoroughly taught that devils were evil beings. Even after being excommunicated and cast out, she never once harbored anger or hatred. To her, even healing a devil was a grave sin. She knew that, yet, when she saw an injured devil lying helpless before her, she couldn't turn away. Even if it was wrong, she still stepped forward without hesitation. And now, she was standing inside the base of the devils themselves. Of course, she felt overwhelmed, and more than a little afraid. Instinctively, her eyes drifted to the one person she felt she could rely on right now, Akira. Shin-san, you. I'm not a devil. I'm human. Then. Her gaze shifted to Rias Gremory, Hajime Akino, and Kaneko Toju. She looked hesitant, as if she wanted to ask something but didn't know where to begin. They're my friends. My close friends, Akira said firmly. Asia gave a small nod. If they're friends of Shin-san, then I feel relieved. Her sincerity made both Akira and the three devil girls exchange stunned glances. This girl, she's too pure. The fact that she managed to cross continents, from Europe all the way to the Far East, without encountering any serious trouble already felt like a miracle in itself. Rias gave Asia a gentle smile. Asia-san, what do you think? Asia lowered her head slightly. But I don't want to become a devil. If I do, I won't be able to pray to God anymore, or embrace the faith I believe in. Rias tried to persuade her. Asia, you've already been cast out by the church. The God you worship has forsaken you. Why hold on so tightly to that faith? Asia shook her head slowly. No, this is just another trial from the Lord. Oh Lord, please forgive their sins. Unwavering, even now. Asia remained true to herself. Her faith might not be the strongest in the world, but among humankind, it was one of the purest. She was a genuine believer, her heart unstained by malice, and the light of her faith, the God she worshipped, was the only beacon she clung to. Ugh. Ow. MMMGH. Suddenly, Rias, Akino, and Kaneko all winced at the same time. Their bodies trembled slightly. To devils, even a blessing from a pure-hearted believer could be a form of pain. This was one of their greatest weaknesses. Devils had little to no resistance against holy power. Whether it be holy water, divine light, or sacred objects like crosses, even high-class or ultimate-class devils remained vulnerable to such forces. In the original story, Rias once lost a raiding game to Riser Phoenix, which forced her into an unwanted engagement. At that time, Issei Hayato attempted to stop the wedding, and it was only with holy water that he managed to wound Riser, a high-class devil. It had nothing to do with personal strength. Even a regular human could harm Riser just by dousing him with holy water. Asia gasped. Ah. I'm so sorry. I forgot your devils. She quickly bowed, clearly distressed by their pained expressions. It's all right. It's not your fault, Asia, Rias replied gently. Rias wasn't the type to blame others without reason. As a former nun, it was only natural for Asia to offer prayers and blessings. It was practically a reflex. She had no ill intent. Still, Rias felt disappointed. She'd hoped to bring Asia into her peerage. Watching from the side, Akira let out a soft sigh. Rias, you weren't being a little too hasty, were you? Rias raised an eyebrow. What do you mean by that? You just met her, and now you're already asking her to join your peerage. Anyone would hesitate, unless they were some guy easily swayed by your looks. Ugh. Rias fell silent for a moment, then quietly admitted he had a point. She really had rushed it. But it wasn't entirely her fault. This girl possessed the smile of the Holy Mother. No matter where she went, someone would definitely try to recruit or exploit her. If she didn't act quickly, others might. Anyway, about Asia's school enrollment, leave that to me. Enrollment. School. Yeah. What else could a girl her age do if not attend school? We can place her in the same class as Kaneko, that way Kaneko can keep an eye on her too. As he spoke, Akira glanced over at Kaneko. The petite girl gave a small nod in agreement. If you want her to eventually join your peerage, then start by building a real relationship with her. Fine. I get it. I'll take care of everything concerning Asia, Rias said with a nod, accepting the responsibility. Shin-san, Rias-san, about school. At your age, school's the best place to be. Make friends, enjoy youth, live your days the way you deserve. Not locked away somewhere praying to God all day and night, Akira told her. Asia looked at him, slightly miffed. Shin-san, even if you don't believe in God, that doesn't mean you should talk like that. I don't believe in God, Akira said casually. Asia pouted, cheeks puffing out adorably. She looked like a small hamster sulking. Don't mind him, Asia-chan. He's a stubborn guy who always wants to be in control, Akino said with a soft smile. Akino-san. Just call me Wani-san. Akino. Wani-san. Good girl, Akino's smile grew even warmer, her maternal instincts overflowing as she gazed at Asia's innocent face. Meanwhile, Akira simply smiled at the sight. To him, having Asia join Rias's peerage wasn't a bad outcome. Becoming part of Rias's peerage meant full protection. Rias came from a noble devil household, one of the highest ranking at that. She was the younger sister of the current Lucifer, one of the 4 great Satans. By joining Rias's peerage, Asia would gain a place of safety. Night fell, and dinner that evening was lively. Asia sat at the table with them, one more pair of chopsticks added to the group. After dinner, both Rias and Akino returned to their homes. After all, school awaited them the next day. Kaneko, however, stayed behind. That was Akira's request. Since Asia had just arrived, she needed someone familiar nearby, and there was no one more fitting than Kaneko. And so, night slowly swallowed the city in its silence. Time passed, and the hour grew late. In his room, Akira suddenly opened his eyes wide. A strong premonition surged through him, intense, indescribable. Something was coming. He didn't know what, but he could feel it clearly. Without hesitation, he got up, put on his clothes, and stepped outside. He walked. Then stopped. Then walked again, until he reached the edge of the city. His eyes narrowed as he looked at the place before him, his expression calm, yet alert. This place, he knew it well. It was the site of his previous clash with Azazel. The fight had been cut short when Rias intervened. Had Azazel continued, it would have drawn too much attention and trouble, so he chose to withdraw. Suddenly, a sharp voice pierced through the silence of the night. So you finally showed up. White heavy checkmark. Enjoy 100+ chapters ahead of web novel. White heavy checkmark. Be the first to enjoy the new season before anyone else. Thank you for your amazing support. Sparkling Heart. Chapter 43, Valley, the White Dragon Emperor. Chapter 43, Valley, the White Dragon Emperor. The night sky stretched wide above, and a brilliant full moon hung proudly at its center. Akira stood still in an open field, his gaze shifting toward the source of a distant sound. Bathed in silver moonlight, a lone figure stood tall in the distance. The moon behind him framed his silhouette, striking and unforgettable. So we finally meet, my true rival. In that pale glow, Akira could clearly see his opponent's face, a handsome young man with silver hair, staring back at him with unwavering confidence. The White Dragon Emperor. The Red Dragon Emperor. It took only one glance for the two to recognize each other. Even though Akira had no memories of this world, as the wielder of boosted gear, he instinctively sensed the overwhelming presence in front of him. Red and white, two opposing forces. Draig and Albion, the heavenly dragons locked in conflict for centuries, now carrying on their eternal battle through the bodies of their current hosts. Akira could feel the white dragon's aura, so different from Draig's, coursing through the young men before him. And that man, too, could feel the echo of Draig within Akira. I'm Valley, current bearer of the White Dragon Emperor's power. Shin Akira. This generation's Red Dragon Emperor. They exchanged names, not just as a form of greeting, but as an acknowledgement of destiny, a solemn rite before the clash to come. Suddenly, a pair of radiant wings appeared behind Valley. Made of shimmering ice blue light, they gave off a unique aura, part magic, part divine technology, otherworldly in its brilliance. Red, so we meet again. A deep, echoing voice rang out from within the wings. It was Albion, the white dragon's spirit sealed within divine dividing. In life, Albion had been Drake's mortal enemy. Even after death, their rivalry persisted through the sacred gears they now inhabited. Why so quiet, Red? That's not like you, you usually jump at the chance to throw insults. Their meetings were always filled with sharp jabs and barbed remarks. But today, Drake remained completely silent, a change that made the air feel unusually still. Ah, sorry about that, Akira said with a casual smile. I forgot to undo the mental seal I placed on Drake. I usually keep his consciousness suppressed. With that, a crimson gauntlet materialized on Akira's right arm, the signature form of the boosted gear, its design resembling a dragon's claw. At the same moment, the seal faded. TCH. So you finally admit you need my help, Shin Akira. Drake's voice thundered to life, startling both Valley and Albion. Relax, Akira replied calmly. I only let you out because you're old friends here, Drake. Old friend. Wait, that power. Ugh, it's you again, you annoying white. Drake instantly recognized Albion's aura. The two had clashed countless times across the ages, and even in death, their feud had never cooled. Looks like your luck's run out this time, Red. So this is your doing, White. What now? Have you become your host's pet? How disgraceful for a so-called heavenly dragon. Still mouthing off, as always, Albion. While the two dragons bickered, Akira and Valley exchanged silent stares. A faint smile tugged at Valley's lips. He was genuinely impressed that Akira had found a way to suppress the consciousness of a dragon spirit, something he himself had never attempted. I have to admit, I'm a bit touchy when it comes to privacy, Akira said lightheartedly. Having a dragon watch my life 24/7 just isn't my thing, so I installed some boundaries. Boundaries? Do you have any idea who you're talking to, human? Of course I do. Two dead dragons whose corpses were repurposed into Longinus-class sacred gears, and whose souls are now sealed for eternity, unable to escape no matter what they do. Doesn't sound like something to brag about. How dare you insult us, the heavenly dragons? A wave of pressure suddenly burst forth, an oppressive aura, like a mountain crashing down from the sky. Akira raised an eyebrow. So Albion could project his power into the real world. If that was the case, what about Drake? Did I say anything wrong? Wasn't it because of your battle back then, dragging yourselves into the war between the three factions, that you both ended up dead? You underestimated the gods and devils, and paid the price for your arrogance. His words were like oil thrown onto an open flame. Albion's fury surged to the surface. Valley, kill him. The bloodlust in Albion's voice was palpable, compelling his host to strike. That's enough, Albion. I don't remember you being so easily provoked. Valley's voice was cold and composed. Valley, you. This fight is mine. Not yours. Silence. The two dragons fell quiet, their presence still looming but subdued by their hosts. Akira watched the scene unfold with a faint smirk. He hadn't expected Valley to be this firm. No wonder. The blood of a direct Mao descendant clearly ran strong through him. Shin Akira, Valley began, Azazel told me you possess two sacred gears. One is the boosted gear. The other, a mysterious chain that can restrain spiritual beings. You also wield lightning and can draw power from the earth. As expected of Azazel, the Governor-General of Grigori. It only took one meeting for him to figure out all my cards. You know, the moment I heard about you, I was thrilled. I have two goals in life. The first, defeat the true Red Dragon God Emperor, Great Red, and take his place as the true White Dragon God Emperor. Oh. Challenging Great Red. That's one hell of an ambition, Valley. And my second goal, defeat the Red Dragon Emperor of this generation, and make this era known by the name Valley. Becoming the symbol of an era isn't something you can achieve with words alone. I know. That's why I'll carve it into history, with absolute strength. Balance breaker. Balance breaker. The two Longinus resonated in unison. Akira was engulfed in red dragon armor, crimson wings blazing behind him. Valley donned silver-white armor, crystalline blue wings extending from his back like the sky itself had solidified. Their auras clashed in the heavens, splitting the sky into two dominant colors, fiery red and glacial blue. The night wind whispered through the silence. A single leaf drifted to the ground. And the moment it touched the earth, they moved. Their armored fists collided with a thunderous crash, as if two mountains had slammed into each other. The battlefield trembled under the weight of their power. Divide. Boost. One power reduced. The other amplified. The clash of these two overwhelming forces had begun. White heavy checkmark enjoy 100+ chapters ahead of web novel. White heavy checkmark be the first to enjoy the new season before anyone else. Thank you for your amazing support. Sparkling Heart. Chapter 44, Wisdom of the People. Chapter 44, Wisdom of the People. A thunderous impact split the air as two Longinus-class sacred gears collided. In a single instant, everything around them was obliterated, reduced to ruins under the sheer pressure of their clash. The sky trembled with waves of blazing magical energy, scorching the very air itself. Divide. Albion's voice rang out in Akira's ears. He could feel his strength rapidly draining from his body, siphoned away as if torn from the core of his soul. Boost. But Draig's roar followed right after. The energy that had begun to vanish surged back, flowing as if from an endless source, replenished in an instant. The Red Dragon Emperor and the White Dragon Emperor, two heavenly dragons, born of the dragon race that reigned supreme over the world. Their powers were absolute opposites, clashing like fire and ice. Draig and Albion weren't just any dragons, they were the two heavenly dragons, beings that had surpassed even the 5 great dragon kings. Only 2 beings stood above them in power, Ophis, the dragon god of infinity, and Great Red, true red dragon god emperor, the true dragon god. Valley, floating in the air before Shin Akira, narrowed his eyes slightly. His voice was calm as ever. Why aren't you using your other sacred gear? A double sacred gear wielder, in most circumstances, that would be considered outright cheating. But Valley didn't care. If anything, it made the fight more exciting. He sought power above all, and no opponent, no matter how overpowered, would ever make him flinch. Akira gave a small nod. If you insist. The moment the words left his lips, the air was pierced by the sharp sound of chains snapping into existence. From all directions, golden chains, chains of heaven, shot toward the sky, their presence pulsing with divine pressure. Now this is more like it. Valley grinned, even as he soared higher into the night. His movements were lightning fast, weaving through the golden restraints with graceful precision. Suddenly, the clouds above were torn apart by a pale blue lightning dragon. It roared through the sky, its form majestic and swift as it dove toward Valley. It was Akira's lightning magic, fully realized. With his current magical reserves, conjuring a dragon-shaped construct was hardly a challenge. The lightning beast slammed into Valley with full force. Divide. 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 As soon as the impact landed, the effect of divine dividing activated. The roaring lightning dragon weakened with each passing moment, its overwhelming form shrinking until it became a mere serpentine flicker, no more than a spark, which Valley effortlessly dispelled with a swipe of his hand. That kind of trick won't work on me, Valley said flatly, his tone as composed as his gaze. Akira shrugged. I didn't expect it to. Boost. In a short span of time, Akira had already amplified his power several times over. Compared to his previous battle against Azazel, his strength now was in a completely different league. With the boosted gear, his energy output had risen to monstrous levels. Valley could feel it, the oppressive force of Akira's magic was nearly suffocating, so thick it felt like the air itself was pushing him down. There was one key advantage Akira's boosted gear scale mail had over Valley's divine dividing: it didn't require physical contact to activate. By contrast, Valley needed to touch his opponent to use divide. That alone made Akira far more adaptable in combat. Akira smiled. Now, behold the power that rivals the King of Heroes Gate of Babylon, wisdom of the people. With a low, thunderous hum, the ground beneath Akira's feet began to tremble. Then, the earth burst open. Stone tendrils erupted from below, each ending in the shape of a different weapon: swords, spears, axes, and countless others, all shimmering with ancient might. Valley's eyes widened. For a brief moment, he was speechless. The battlefield had become a weaponized landscape. Thousands of armaments rose from the ground like a metallic forest. The ability to forge weapons from the earth. That clearly wasn't part of the boosted gear. Could it be? Akira possessed a third sacred gear? One that specialized in creation. Valley frowned. Azazel never mentioned this. No wonder he was caught off guard. A split second later, the newly forged weapons began launching toward him with terrifying speed. Each weapon carried an aura sharp enough to rival a noble phantasm. For the first time in this battle, Valley's calm demeanor shifted. He moved swiftly, dodging and parrying the attacks with sharp precision, but he no longer looked as casual as before. Akira remained grounded, encased in crimson armor. And yet, there was something else. A faint greenish glow clung to his body, subtle but distinct. It wasn't something that could be hidden. Boost. 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 The power-ups continued without pause. Even after unleashing such overwhelming magic, Akira's energy showed no signs of depleting. On the contrary, it kept growing stronger. Valley clicked his tongue. This can't go on. I need to eliminate all those weapons, fast. He could feel Akira's magical output rising by the second. If left unchecked, the situation would spiral beyond his control. He acted immediately. In midair, Valley halted. His wings of icy blue light flared out, glowing with intensified brilliance. A pulse of raw power surged out from his back. With one blinding explosion, a shockwave of magic erupted outward, obliterating the field of weapons below. Then, in the blink of an eye, Valley became a white streak racing toward Akira. He couldn't afford to let this turn into a war of attrition. Azazel had warned him, Akira could draw power from the earth beneath him. As long as he stayed grounded, he would never run out of magical energy. He was like a living generator. If allowed to continue, Akira would become unstoppable. Shin Akira! Valley roared, closing in. Akira looked up at him with a faint smile. A wise choice. He released his control over the wisdom of the people that had merged with the terrain. With a single motion, golden chains shot out from behind him, chains of heaven, ready to intercept. Valley raised his hand. A dark blue magic circle bloomed before him. A barrage of magical projectiles burst forth, tearing through the chains with brutal efficiency. He didn't stop. He pierced forward, straight toward Akira. Then, impact. Red collided with silver. Boosted gear scale mail clashed against divine dividing scale mail. The earth cracked beneath their feet, spiderweb fissures spreading from the epicenter. Divide. With the clash of their fists, Valley grinned in satisfaction. Contact had been made, and now, divide could activate. Akira's magic was instantly halved. But then, Akira smiled as well. He knew the weakness of divine dividing. He had read this part of the story before. In the next moment, Valley's expression shifted. The sheer volume of Akira's magic overwhelmed the system. His mana was too vast, far more than Valley's body could absorb. Divine Dividing's automatic safety protocols kicked in. The crystal blue wings on Valley's back began to fade, their color draining to a pale red. Scarlet particles of magic scattered into the air like glowing embers, forming a radiant mist. It was the fail-safe mechanism of Divine Dividing. When the absorbed magic exceeds the host's limit, the wings forcibly release the excess, preventing overheating or catastrophic backlash. White heavy checkmark. Enjoy 100+ chapters ahead of web novel. White heavy checkmark. Be the first to enjoy the new season before anyone else. Thank you for your amazing support. Sparkling Heart. Chapter 45, A Gift from the Red Dragon Emperor. Chapter 45, A Gift from the Red Dragon Emperor. With just a single clash and a swift retreat, Akira and Valley put some distance between them, dozens of meters apart, floating midair, eyes locked in silent tension. Valley didn't follow up with another attack. Instead, he chose to stay back, focusing on dispersing the excess magical energy surging wildly within his body. Akira watched calmly. There was no need for words. The pale pink wings of light spread behind Valley told him everything he needed to know. They were glowing far too brightly. So this is your limit? How disappointing, Akira said flatly, though his tone carried a sharp edge of provocation. Valley didn't respond immediately. But he wasn't surprised either. He knew well that throughout history, the Red Dragon Emperor and the White Dragon Emperor had always been destined to clash. And perhaps, for that very reason, they understood each other better than anyone else. After all, it's not your friends who understand your strength the most, it's your enemies. Boost. Drake's voice echoed once more. But this time, Albion remained silent. Valley didn't dare continue absorbing Akira's power. His body had already reached its limit. If he kept trying to take in that kind of magic, the result would only be self-destruction. This was the fundamental difference between the boosted gear scale mail of the Red Dragon Emperor and the divine dividing scale mail of the White Dragon Emperor. The Red Dragon Emperor could push beyond the brink. Even in desperate moments, he could continue to grow stronger, fueled by sheer willpower. And it was at those lowest points that miracles were born. Boost. Valley, now it's my turn. Akira activated his power. In an instant, his transformation ability kicked in, enhancing a single attribute to its extreme. This time, he pushed his strength stat to the very edge. He vanished from sight. The ground beneath where he stood cracked and caved from the force of his leap. A split second later, he reappeared in front of Valley, fist raised, and unleashed a devastating blow. Valley had no choice but to meet it head-on. But Akira's strength was now at the peak of the ultimate class. That punch wasn't something that could be blocked easily. With transformation, Akira could amplify whatever stat suited the situation best. And in this moment, that punch crashed into Valley with terrifying force, sending his body flying backward. Don't get cocky, Red Dragon Emperor, Valley growled, steadying himself midair. As a battle maniac, Val's experience and instinct were unparalleled. Even if he couldn't use Divide for now, the raw power surging through his body had reached a peak of its own, precisely because he had pushed himself to the edge. Their bodies collided again and again. The sound of armor clashing echoed through the skies. It was no longer about magic or sacred gears. They fought like warriors in full armor, slugging it out with pure, brute force. A savage, no-holds-barred duel. Boost. Akira's power surged once more. The magic inside him doubled again. He was now nearing the absolute limit of what his body could contain. And yet, he smiled. Val could no longer absorb his power. But Akira. He could still keep boosting his own. Val. This is something I've been preparing just for you. Accept it, with everything you've got. Val's face was hidden behind his divine dividing helmet, but somewhere deep down, he already knew. He'd been set up. Boosted Gear Gift, a gift from the Red Dragon Emperor. It was one of the most dangerous abilities of the Boosted Gear Scale Mail, Power Transfer. Akira poured all of his boosted magical energy into a single target, Val. Straight into the body of someone whose sacred gear was already bursting at the seams. It was the complete antithesis of divine dividing. Instead of absorbing power, Val was being force-fed all of it. A violent explosion of energy burst forth from his body. Akira could only guess, but by his estimate, that level of magical output was easily on par with a Mao. Maybe more. It was hard to say for sure, but it was undoubtedly dangerous. Cracks formed. Val's pristine white armor began to shatter. A moment later, the divine dividing scale mail collapsed in pieces. Blood gushed from his mouth as the overwhelming surge of energy tore through his body, and his sacred gear, like a storm. I never thought I'd be injured by a technique like that, Val muttered, staring at Akira with solemn eyes. He was now out of his balance breaker state. Akira's fighting style made him wary. And that was rare. Val had faced countless battles. He didn't always win, but this was the first time he had suffered damage not from a lack of skill, but because his own body couldn't withstand the power he had taken in. Shin Akira, your fighting style is far more unpredictable than I expected. I went through something similar when I fought Azazel, Akira replied, locking eyes with Val. When magic exceeds the limits of your body, even you can get hurt. So combat itself is like nourishment for you, huh? At this point, Akira had reached the very pinnacle of the ultimate class. Though he had once lost to Azazel due to the massive gap in power, the experience had pushed him forward in ways nothing else could. Draig, the red dragon sealed within the boosted gear, watched his host with complicated feelings. Akira might very well be the strongest red dragon emperor in history. And even he couldn't deny the quiet hope stirring in his heart for this boy's future. But at the same time, Akira was the only host who had ever dared to place limits on his own strength. And that, more than anything, was something Draig didn't quite like. Val, are you okay? Albion's voice spoke up in Val's mind. I'll live. I'm injured, but it's not fatal. That opponent of yours is no ordinary fighter. I'm aware. But this is your chance. He just transferred all his magic to you. His body should be empty now. Val nodded faintly. Did you say just transferred? Wait, no way, his magic's already recovered. He's drawing energy from the ground. Albion sounded genuinely stunned. Replenishing magic directly from the earth. Then what was even the point of exhausting him? The sound of chains echoed once more, chains of heaven launched from every direction. But this time, Val was wounded. His movements had slowed. He could still dodge and retaliate against the golden chains, but bit by bit, they were starting to overwhelm him. Curse thunder, blue lightning dragon. From within a storm of magic lightning, a dragon of bluish-green lightning roared to life, rushing at Val with speed that easily outpaced the earlier chains. Val didn't have time to react. The attack struck him dead on. Divide. Val coughed blood. The effect of Divide had returned. The earlier overload had cleared the burden from his wings, and he was once again able to absorb magic. He managed to sap a significant portion of the blue lightning dragon's energy. But not all of it. The remaining force crashed into his body, dealing yet another serious blow. White heavy checkmark enjoy 100+ chapters ahead of web novel. White heavy checkmark be the first to enjoy the new season before anyone else. Thank you for your amazing support. Sparkling Heart. Chapter 46, The Embarrassment of a Chunibu. Chapter 46, The Embarrassment of a Chunibu. Under the quiet night sky, the sound of footsteps echoed clearly across the desolate air. Akira walked forward at a slow pace, eyes locked on Val, who now hung suspended in the air, completely bound by the golden chains of heaven. He was utterly restrained. His power, his strength, everything had left him. He had lost. And yet, Val's gaze was still sharp. Even if his body could no longer fight, his will and consciousness remained unwavering. Valley, Akira called out softly, his voice calm. It looks like the name that history will remember won't be yours. He paused, then added, it'll be mine, Shin Akira. Valley clenched his teeth. There was no arguing against this defeat. No excuse, no justification. He had lost to his eternal rival. Akira had used tricks in the fight, sure. But Valley didn't care about that. In the world of battle, there's no such thing as fairness. A loss is a loss. Hey, you won. Valley's tone was low but firm. Then go ahead, kill me. If I couldn't beat you, then this is as far as I go. Death wasn't something Valley feared. What made him hesitate wasn't fear, it was frustration. His ambition hadn't yet been fulfilled. He hadn't reached the top of the world. But in the end, victory crowns the king. The loser has no right to speak. Kill you. Akira raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The golden chains around Valley dissolved into shimmering light particles and vanished into the night. I have no reason to kill you, Akira said plainly. Besides, Azazel once let me live, for your sake. Think of this as returning the favor. Valley's eyes widened slightly at that. You're sparing me. But aren't we supposed to be destined enemies? You had the perfect chance. Akira met his gaze, expression calm. A defeated enemy is no longer my opponent. I'm giving you time to catch up. Until the day you no longer can. Without waiting for a response, Akira turned around and walked away, leaving Valley in silence beneath the moonlight. Valley stared after him, eyes fixed on Akira's retreating figure as it slowly vanished into the darkness. The dullness in his eyes faded, replaced by a spark of heat, his fighting spirit reigniting. An opponent like that only made his blood boil even more. Valley, I have to admit. Drake really hit the jackpot with this host. I thought having a direct descendant of a Mao like you was already incredible. But it seems he's even luckier than you are. Hey, doesn't that just make it more fun, Albion? Valley chuckled softly. Facing someone that's strong makes me want to reach even greater heights. Perhaps the two of you truly are the strongest red and white dragon emperors in history. Even in the future, surpassing you both won't be easy. In that case, Valley said, eyes turning toward the sky, let's begin the final phase of training when we return. You sure about this? Valley, that training could kill you. Facing an opponent like that, if I don't throw everything I have into it, I may as well be dead already. Understood. Valley slowly closed his eyes, then reopened them, his resolve stronger than ever. Wait for me, Shin Akira. The next time we meet, I'll be stronger. Strong enough to take you down. As a direct descendant of a Mao, Valley's body possessed incredible regenerative power. His injuries were already beginning to heal, enough for him to stand. A magic circle formed beneath his feet. Bathed in its glow, Valley's figure slowly faded and disappeared from the courtyard. Elsewhere, on a quiet city street bathed in moonlight, Akira's face was turning red. His usual composed expression was now tinged with awkwardness and second-hand shame. If anyone had been around to witness this, it would have been the ultimate social death moment. Why the hell did I say something like that, he muttered to himself. Did I just regress into my teenage years? Shin Akira, you're not developing a case of Chinibu, are you? Drake's voice echoed inside his mind, laced with genuine amusement and a hint of disbelief. Back when Akira had spoken to Valley, his tone had been so regal, so dramatic, that even Drake had gotten chills. But then, the same guy had walked off in a fluster, clearly regretting every word. Now, Akira stood there with the expression of a man who had just unearthed an old diary full of embarrassing middle school fantasies. Out of all the new terms I've learned in this modern era, Chinibu suits you the most. Shut it, Drake. I've already grown out of that phase, okay. So you did go through that phase. Zip it. Go face the wall or something. Hey, wait, I'm not done. Without hesitation, Akira severed the mental link. Drake's voice cut off mid-sentence. Akira stood there in silence, his face a mix of exasperation and second-hand embarrassment. He had no idea why those words had come out of his mouth earlier. Maybe to others, it sounded cool or dramatic. But to him, it was a line straight out of his own sacred Chinibu scriptures, a past he had buried deep and vowed never to revisit. Now, hearing himself speak like that again, made him want to dig a hole and vanish. I swore I was done with that phase, so why the hell did it come back now, he grumbled. If time travel were possible, he'd gladly choke his past self to stop that sentence from ever happening. Even if no one else heard it, the self-inflicted shame was enough to convict him for crimes against dignity. But after a deep breath and a moment to collect himself, Akira glanced at the status panel that floated before him. A subtle, proud smile formed at the corner of his lips. Name, Shin Akira. Status, transfer student of Kuoh Academy. Level, 6, ultimate class. Template, Enkidu, 60.6%. Noble phantasm, chains of heaven. Talents, consummated shape, king of beasts instinct, body transformation. Skills, blue lightning, aura detection, wisdom of the people. Equipment, boosted gear, red dragon emperor's gauntlet. Items. His template inheritance had climbed to 60.6%. Just from the fight with Valley alone, he'd gained a whopping 8% increase, an extraordinary leap. From 52.6% to 60.6% in one go. Despite all his hunting of stray devils, nothing accelerated his growth quite like a full-blown one-on-one duel. Now, more than ever, he was looking forward to facing Riser. Not just because Riser was a high-class devil, but because his peerage would make ideal targets. Perfect for racking up inheritance points. Akira was already speculating, if he could take down Riser and his entire peerage, he might just break through to the next stage. Tonight had been exhausting. But the rewards were more than worth it. And with his power now higher than ever, Shin Akira looked ahead, to a future filled with even greater challenges. And even greater victories. White heavy checkmark enjoy 100 plus chapters ahead of web novel. White heavy checkmark be the first to enjoy the new season before anyone else. Thank you for your amazing support. Sparkling Heart. Chapter 47, A Morning Surprise. Chapter 47, A Morning Surprise. That morning, Akira woke up feeling warm, as if the remnants of his dreams still lingered on his skin. He stretched with a quiet yawn, his face looking unusually refreshed. No surprise there, last night had been a night of great accomplishment. Wearing only a loose, comfortable pajama set, Akira stepped off the bed and made his way out of the room, intending to head straight for the bathroom. Ever since moving into this new villa, life had been significantly more enjoyable. He no longer had to cram himself into a tiny 1DK apartment like before. But the moment he pushed open the bathroom door, his brain froze on the spot. A scream echoed through every corner of the villa. Akira spun around instantly, slammed the door shut, and shouted, "I'm sorry. I didn't see anything." Apology, turn, close the door. All in one fluid motion, faster than his reaction in most combat situations. But, what he'd just witnessed had already burned itself into his mind like a permanent engraving. Even though Akira wasn't exactly a saint in his past life, he had over 50 gigabytes of educational material tucked away in a hard drive. Seeing it in real life was an entirely different story. Screens and reality were separated by a dimensional wall, and just now, that wall had shattered completely. Whether he opened his eyes or closed them, the scene kept replaying over and over again in his mind. Wait, this is my house. And the one inside just now wasn't that. The bathroom door suddenly opened. Rias Gremory stepped out, wrapped in a freshly worn yukata, her long crimson hair dripping with water. The droplets trickling down her strands gave her a refreshing, almost seductive glow. Her expression, far from pleased. You know, Akira-san, peeking on a girl while she's bathing isn't exactly gentlemanly. Her voice was calm, gentle, even, but laced with unmistakable reproach. Akira hadn't even gotten the chance to defend himself when the sound of rushing footsteps came from the hallway. 3 female figures appeared moments later, Akino Haimjima, Kaneko Toju, and Asia Argento. What happened, Rias? Akino asked, glancing around with sharp eyes. She took in the scene, Rias's wet yukata, her dripping hair, and Akira standing awkwardly nearby. Her eyes narrowed with curiosity. Kaneko and Asia both turned to Rias with confused expressions, while Akira could only scream internally. Where the hell did all of you come from? This is my house, not the occult research club. Weren't you supposed to have gone home last night, except Asia? It's nothing, Rias replied flatly. I was taking a bath, and Akira walked in without knocking. I screamed without thinking. As soon as those words left her mouth, all 3 girls turned their attention to Akira, and their expressions shifted instantly. Fufu boys your age really are brimming with morning energy, aren't they? Akino said, smiling mysteriously. Pervert, Kaneko muttered coldly. Shin-san, that's not very nice. But, if you really wanted to, I wouldn't mind, you know, Asia added sweetly. The moment Asia finished speaking, the other 3 girls immediately glared at her, then shot Akira another round of scornful stares. What's with those looks? Asia, stop saying things that make this worse. Kaneko, I'm not a pervert. And Akino, please, stop talking like that. Listen, everyone. This is my house, Akira finally sighed and tried to explain. I've lived alone here for a while now. Waking up and walking to the bathroom without knocking is completely normal for me. Besides, didn't you all leave last night? Why are you here this early? And Rias, why were you even bathing in my house to begin with? Akino answered in a light tone. We came to check on Asia. Living with an adult man can be a little dangerous. Her teasing tone was obvious, but Akira clearly caught the word she almost said, dangerous. Huh? How did you even get in? Akira asked sharply. Coming from China in his past life, he had a strong habit of locking every door before bed. Especially after last night's battle against Valley, he definitely remembered locking up the entire place. Ah, when this villa was transferred to you, I might have accidentally kept a few spare keys, Rias replied, flashing a carefree smile. That's a blatant invasion of privacy. Isn't this technically breaking and entering? Akira could feel his soul sighing. This place was supposed to be his safe haven, yet somehow, the keys had ended up in the hands of several uninvited guests. Fine. Whatever. Let's set that aside for now. But Rias, why were you bathing here so early in the morning? Was that seriously your only reason for stopping by? The water heater at my place broke, Rias replied without the slightest hint of guilt. Oh, come on. Couldn't you have come up with a more believable excuse? This isn't some cliché rom-com manga. Inside, Akira felt the nerves in his head begin to fray. If yesterday was a day of victory, then today was a day of disaster. Rias narrowed her eyes and stared directly at him. Since you've asked all your questions, how about we discuss your responsibility now? You walked in on me while I was bathing. What are you going to do about that? Her slight smirk made it clear, she was doing this on purpose. Akira frowned. You're seriously trying to accuse me? When you literally broke into my house. I did enter without permission. That's a fact. But you also saw my body. That's also a fact. So, what exactly do you expect me to do? Even though he felt like the victim here, Akira knew full well. In situations like this, the guy was always the one who got blamed. You saw a girl naked. Doesn't matter how it happened, you're in the wrong. I am the daughter of the Gremery family, Ria said, her voice cool and composed. The next head of the household. My body is not meant to be seen by anyone, except my future husband. Do you understand what that means? Hearing that, Akira let out a long, weary sigh. His expression didn't budge an inch. He simply stared back at her, utterly unimpressed. If you're talking about the sanctity of your body, isn't that a joke? This was the world of high school DxD, a chaotic, supernatural fantasy overflowing with fanservice. The number of spicy scenes in this storyline was beyond counting, and Rias herself was often at the center of them. As the president of the Occult Research Club, she frequently appeared post-shower, clad only in a towel, or less. Not only Hayato Issei, but even Chiba Yudo had seen her in similar situations. No one ever made a big deal out of it. Was it because Chiba wasn't interested? Or maybe, he was just used to it. Either way, Akira knew one thing for sure, Rias's declaration just now was nothing more than a playful trap wrapped in pretty words. White heavy checkmark enjoy 100 plus chapters ahead of web novel. White heavy checkmark be the first to enjoy the new season before anyone else. Thank you for your amazing support. Sparkling Heart. Chapter 48, A Promise to Rias. Chapter 48, A Promise to Rias. Akira's gaze briefly sharpened, laced with a faint hint of sarcasm. And just that alone was enough to make Rias feel irritated. As the heiress of the Gremery family, a high-ranking noble house in the underworld, she had never once shown her body to a man. And yet, just now, that barrier had been broken, and to make things worse, the men who saw her didn't even seem fazed. What are you planning to do next? Akira asked calmly, eyes locked on Rias. His tone made it clear, he knew this hadn't been a coincidence. This was all too perfectly arranged. Oh, by the way, Akira, Rias suddenly said. You still owe me a favor, don't you? Right, I do. Are you planning to use it now? Let's say, with what just happened earlier added to that debt, help me with one thing. And what would that be? Be my boyfriend. Huh? Boyfriend? Are you serious? I'm engaged to someone from another noble house in the underworld, the third son of the Phoenix family. It's an arranged marriage between our two houses. I'm sure you understand what that means. So, you want me to pretend to be your boyfriend and use that to cancel the engagement? Exactly. All right. I'll do it. Without the slightest hesitation, Akira nodded. The third son of the Phoenix family, huh? How convenient. I've been waiting for a chance like this. And now that Rias herself was the one setting the stage, he wouldn't need to go out of his way to bait the guy out. The irritation Akira had felt from being set up earlier by Rias began to melt away. After all, he was coming out ahead. He'd seen a beautiful woman naked, and paid nothing for it. Now he had a chance to repay his debt, and even use Riser Phoenix as a stepping stone to earn more inheritance points. From every angle, this was a win. Thank you. Rias looked momentarily stunned by how fast and straightforward Akira's answer had been. She hadn't expected him to agree so easily. Somehow, that made her like him a little more. Maybe this man wasn't so bad after all. Of course, the whole boyfriend thing was just a convenient excuse. As the daughter of the Gremory family, Rias knew all too well that her future marriage would eventually become entangled in politics and family interests. That's why, if she had the chance, she wanted to choose someone she could at least accept. And right now, Akira seemed like that person: immense strength, no ties to noble families, and above all, endless potential. If she had to gamble her future and her happiness, then this man might just be worth the risk. Elsewhere in the room, Hajime Akino watched the entire exchange, and felt something heavy stir in her chest. She had been the one closest to Akira from the start. But now, he was Rias's boyfriend. As Rias's queen in her peerage, Akino understood exactly what that title implied. Once a label like that was attached, it wouldn't be easy to take it back. Well then. I'll leave my future in your hands, darling. Rias whispered the words playfully as she stepped closer, almost brushing against Akira's body. Her wet yukata clung tightly to her curves, revealing far more than it should, especially around her chest. Combined with her teasing tone and seductive gaze, Akira's face flushed red despite himself. When exactly is your fiancé coming? I'm not sure. Originally, we agreed to marry after I finished my education in the human world. But now, he might be getting impatient. How do you know? I am the daughter of the Gremory household. Of course, I have my sources. All right. I'll help you. Just last night, Akira had defeated the White Dragon Emperor, Valley. His inheritance point rate had climbed to 60.6%. Among the ultimate class devils, he was now in the upper mid-tier. And with boosted gear scale male, his balance breaker form, dealing with Riser Phoenix, a glorified flaming turkey, was hardly a concern. After everything was discussed, Rias returned to the bathroom to rinse off and change into fresh clothes. Meanwhile, Akira headed to the other bathroom to clean up as well. By the time they made it to the dining room, Akino had already prepared breakfast for everyone. After a light meal together, they began getting ready for the day ahead. It wasn't a holiday, so time was tight. Akira, Rias, and the others grabbed their school bags and made their way to Kuoh Academy. I'll take Asia to Sona's office. Once the transfer paperwork is done, I'll bring her to Kaniko's class. All right. I'm counting on you to take care of her. Leave it to me. Once they reached the main lobby of Kuoh Academy, Akira parted ways with the others. Rias and Akino brought Asia to the student council room. As a new transfer student, this was standard procedure. More importantly, the school technically belonged to their family, so the entire process was a formality. Meanwhile, Akira headed toward his classroom alone. He had always been a loner, never really getting close to anyone. Over time, a kind of emptiness had formed around him. At school, everyone had their own little group. If you didn't join one, you'd end up isolated, treated coldly, and sometimes even bullied. Akira hadn't been bullied, exactly, but he was certainly ignored by most of his classmates. No one approached him. Good morning, Shin-Akira-kun. Eh? Ah. Good morning, Hanakai-san. As he sat down, a silver-haired girl greeted him with a bright smile. Hanakai Momo, the only girl in class who still made an effort to talk to him. She was also the only member of the student council in their class. Some of the students nearby glanced over with confused and surprised expressions when they saw her talking to Akira again. At Kuoh Academy, the student council held considerable authority, arguably the highest among students. On top of that, Momo was one of the prettiest girls in school. Naturally, she was very popular. So, seeing someone like her regularly talking to someone like Akira, a guy who kept to himself, sparked curiosity and gossip among their classmates. They just didn't get it. Why would she go out of her way to talk to him? Shin-kun, I saw you this morning with Riasama, Akino-senpai, and Tuju-san. Did you join Riasama's peerage? No. I'm not going to be under anyone. Whether it's Rias or your Kaishu, they should give up. Shin-kun, you don't have to be so blunt. Momo smiled, her voice light and cheerful, but her heart felt heavy. It had been over a month since she started trying to get close to him. And still, their relationship hadn't moved an inch. She was serious about her feelings for him. But no matter how hard she tried, he always kept his distance, making it hard for her to find a way in. White heavy checkmark enjoy 100+ chapters ahead of web novel. White heavy checkmark be the first to enjoy the new season before anyone else. Thank you for your amazing support. Sparkling Heart. Chapter 49, A Conversation Between Rias and Sona. Chapter 49, A Conversation Between Rias and Sona. Inside the student council room at Kuoh Academy, Sona Shitori glanced at the group that had arrived unusually early. Her eyes landed on a blonde girl standing awkwardly behind Rias, a face she didn't recognize. Rias, is she a new member of your peerage? Something like that, Rias replied nonchalantly. But she hasn't formally accepted my offer yet. Hasn't accepted? Sona raised an eyebrow. Don't tell me you got rejected again. Her gaze flicked briefly to Asia, the shy blonde girl, but her thoughts wandered somewhere else entirely, to Shinakira. That boy had already turned down recruitment offers from both her and Rias more than once. Especially Rias, whose track record of rejections had begun to outpace her own. Sona had already given up trying. Rias had since turned her attention to other sacred gear wielders. Don't say, again, like I get rejected all the time, Rias shot back, clearly annoyed. Sorry, it slipped out, Sona replied with a composed smile tugging at her lips. Rias let out a sigh and motioned to Asia. This is Asia. A candidate for my peerage. I need you to process her enrollment. She'll be in the same class as Kaneko-chan. Understood. Sona didn't press further. Instead, she opened her desk drawer and retrieved a student registration form. Name, age, place of origin. My name is Asia Argento. I'm 15 years old. From Northern Europe. I used to be a nun, but now. That's enough, Asia. Rias quickly cut her off before she could reveal too much. It wasn't a dark secret, but there was no need to offer unnecessary details to others. A former nun. Sona frowned slightly. Rias, are you serious? She's already been excommunicated by the church. Her background won't be an issue anymore. In that case, fine. Just make sure it doesn't come back to haunt us. I'm aware. Sona filled out Asia's information quickly and slid the form into a folder. For them, this was all just formalities. Unlike normal students, those connected to the supernatural world didn't require official government documentation. Tsubaki, please escort her to pick up her uniform and textbooks. After that, take her to Kaneko's class. Yes, Kaishu. Tsubaki Shinra, who had been quietly standing by the wall, nodded in acknowledgement. Follow me, she said to Asia. Why yes. With a mix of nervousness and awe, Asia followed Tsubaki out of the room. They would head to the supply room to get her new student essentials. From there, she'd meet her homeroom teacher and be introduced to her class. It was a smooth, behind-the-scenes process, one of the perks of having powerful connections in elite circles. Once the two of them were gone, Sona turned back to Rias. So, how's that other matter going? What other matter? Who else? Shinakira. How's the recruitment going? Sona set down her pen and looked at Rias seriously. She still remembered, she was the first one who spotted Akira's potential. But after being turned down so many times, she eventually gave up. I've already given up, Rias admitted quietly. Someone like him, he'll never bow to anyone. You. Giving up? Are you sure you're the real Rias? The one I know never quits so easily. You remember the rule, don't you? In the evil peace system, a king can only reincarnate someone weaker than themselves. Sona paused, her expression tensing. Don't tell me, his power already surpassed yours. It has, Rias answered plainly. He broke through his limits, right in front of me. There's no doubt anymore. 16 years old, and already at ultimate class. And he's still human. That's absurd. Sona sat back, visibly shaken. But if Rias had really given up, then it made sense. One of the fundamental laws of the evil peace system was that devils couldn't reincarnate being significantly more powerful than themselves. If the power gap was too great, the ritual simply failed. A long time ago, one of the 5 great dragon kings, Tannen, had managed to become a devil via evil peace reincarnation. But such cases were exceptionally rare. Tannen only accepted devil reincarnation to protect his species, dragons that could only survive on dragon apples from the underworld. That land became his territory after he swore loyalty to Mephistopheles, one of the legendary devils and a Queen Peace-class powerhouse. That level of deal-making was only possible for someone like Mephisto, who had the strength to reincarnate a dragon king. Now, with Akira at ultimate class level, it was clear, Rias could never recruit him. You said he broke through in front of you. Were you two fighting? No. He killed a fallen angel that had been stationed in Kuoh. The fight caught the attention of Azazel himself. Akira was severely injured in that battle, but after he recovered, his power skyrocketed. Wait, Azazel was in Kuoh. Rias didn't mention that she had once lost to Akira. Not out of pride, but because the memory still stung. Even at full strength, wielding the power of destruction, she had been defeated by a boy recovering from a serious injury. She wasn't ready to relive that humiliation. Kuoh was becoming more and more chaotic. Sona rubbed her temples, overwhelmed by the wave of new information. The current rogue devil hunt in Kuoh had been entrusted entirely to Akira. And in such a short time, so many major events had occurred, without her even realizing. If she knew that Akira had battled Valley, the White Dragon Emperor, just last night, she would have likely questioned her entire understanding of reality. Luckily, that battle had taken place in a remote location, and both fighters had taken care to avoid collateral damage. As a result, few even knew it had happened. So now that you've given up on recruiting him, what's your next move? I heard the third son of the Phoenix family just won another raiding game. His popularity is soaring. I'm never marrying him. That's not your choice. This is an engagement between two great houses. You don't have the right to refuse. You're wrong. Now, I do. Don't tell me. Yes. It's exactly what you're thinking. You really are something, Rias. Rather than marry some spoiled noble boy who only flaunts his family name, I'd rather choose a man of my own. Even if it's a mistake, at least it'll be mine. That's a gamble. It is. But life is a gamble, Sona. I'm not like you. Just don't regret it. Sona looked at Rias with a quiet intensity. As someone who had also defied fate and rejected an arranged marriage herself, she understood just how heavy such a decision could be. White heavy checkmark enjoy 100+ chapters ahead of web novel. White heavy checkmark be the first to enjoy the new season before anyone else. Thank you for your amazing support. Sparkling Heart. Chapter 50, The Devil's Job. Chapter 50, The Devil's Job. Time slowly drifted into dusk. Most of the students at Kuoh Academy had already gone home. But inside the Occult Research Club room, the lights were still on, casting a warm glow over the evening as the club carried on with its own kind of busy routine. Tonight, 2 additional guests were present in the room. Well then, let's begin today's work, Rias Gremory said calmly, addressing her peerage. Yes, Bucho, Akino Haimjima replied with her usual soft smile. Understood, added Yuto Kiba with a light nod. Ready, responded Kaneko Tuju curtly, as always. Akira, standing off to the side, could only watch their interaction with a slightly puzzled expression. Even now, he still didn't fully understand the reason behind the so-called job they were doing. He couldn't help but wonder, why do devils need to do something like this? Flyers were distributed across town, promising to grant your wish. When night fell, the time belonging to devils, if someone truly desired something and performed the summoning ritual, a devil would actually appear before them. A contract would then be formed between the human and the devil. The devil would fulfill the human's desire, and in return, the human had to offer something of equal value. But unlike the old legends claiming devils would demand a person's soul, the devils in this world were far more pragmatic. As long as it held value, emotional, spiritual, or material, anything could count as payment. Even snacks, video games, or other strange trinkets could suffice. But why go through all this trouble? Rias, Akira finally spoke up, his tone thoughtful, there's something I've been meaning to ask you for a while. What is it? Rias turned to face him. Why do you have to do this work? Granting wishes and forming contracts with humans. Doesn't it kind of go against the image of devils? Besides, Rias, it's not like you're lacking money or anything. His honest question made the others pause. Even Akino and Kiba turned to Rias, silently curious about her response. Rather than being offended, Rias smiled. What you want to know is why we, devils, form contracts with humans, right? Yeah, exactly. This job isn't about the material reward, Akira. What we seek is the contract itself. The contract? Rias nodded. For devils, a contract is a form of achievement. Each completed contract gives a spiritual feedback, you could call it the devil's version of divine merit. In the end, it makes us stronger. Stronger. Akira glanced around at Rias's peerage with a flat expression, as if to say, really. Rias narrowed her eyes, clearly noticing. Akira, whatever just went through your head, it was extremely rude. I wasn't thinking anything, Akira quickly denied, there was no way he was going to admit what had crossed his mind just now. Akino let out a small laugh, then added warmly, while contracts can strengthen us, it's not like they'll skyrocket our power overnight, Akira. Especially if the contracts are made with ordinary humans. The effects are limited. Got it. That makes more sense now. Akira nodded quietly, choosing not to press the matter further. Deep down, he knew he wasn't exactly a fair comparison. In just 2 months, he'd gone from an ordinary human to someone capable of standing among ultimate-class fighters. Meanwhile, Rias, a noble-born devil, had taken over a decade to reach her current level, backed fully by her prestigious family. Akino, the eldest member of her peerage, was currently at the mid-class level. Kiba and Kaneko were still classified as low-class devils. Even if they were considered promising for their generation, standing next to someone like Akira, who could only be described as a real-world cheater, wasn't exactly fair. Suddenly, a glowing magic circle lit up on the floor. Someone had activated a summoning. It's that guy again, huh, Kaneko-chan? Rias glanced to the side. Yes, Bucho. I'll be going now, Kaneko replied in her usual deadpan tone, stepping into the circle and vanishing in a flash of light. Rias turned to Akira, who looked curious. That was a regular customer, she explained. A regular? Let me guess, an otaku. Rias gave him a small nod. A shut-in type. He always summons Kaneko-chan. Every time, just to play video games. For some reason, Akira's imagination started running wild, conjuring up strange mental images, titles like, My Otaku Romance with a Devil Catgirl, or something just as ridiculous. What the hell is wrong with me? He muttered internally. This is what I get for writing too many light novels back in middle school. He's from a wealthy family, Rias continued, but he's the second son. His older brother is the heir, so he was mostly left alone. That's probably why he became a reclusive otaku. Every time he summons Kaneko-chan, it's just a game together. But Kaneko-chan's always satisfied with his payment. Payment. A week's worth of snacks. Yeah, that sounds like Kaneko-chan. That girl had two great loves, video games and sweets. Not long after, another magic circle lit up. This time, it was Chiba who stepped forward to take on a request. For the next 3 hours, Akira watched firsthand how modern devils worked. Everyone, including Rias, responded to multiple summoning requests. Among them, Kaneko held the record for the most contracts completed, followed by Aquino. Rias and Chiba came in last. At some point, Akira found himself reaching for a flyer lying on Rias's desk. Do you want your wish granted? That was all it said. One simple sentence. Beneath the text, the Gremory family crest shimmered faintly with demonic magic. The flyer itself served as a summoning medium, enchanted with teleportation magic. Asia, who had been sitting nearby, suddenly asked in her innocent tone, Shin-san, is this what devils are really like? They seem so different from what I was taught. In the teaching she once followed, devils were evil, violent beings who thrived on human suffering. But what she was seeing now was completely different. They've changed too, Asia. Times are always moving forward. Even devils have to adapt. I see. I think I understand now. Seeing Asia nod softly, Akira could tell she had started to accept the existence of modern devils. And that, at least, was a good beginning. He slipped the flyer into his pocket and stretched his arms as he stood up. It was getting late. Time to head home. Well then, let's call it a day. Akira, let's go home, Rias said, smiling gently at him. Yeah, let's go. Akira answered instinctively, but a second later, he frowned in realization. Wait. Rias, when you say, let's go home, don't tell me you mean together. We don't live anywhere near each other, right? Eh? But aren't lovers supposed to live together? That innocent, radiant smile of hers sent a chill down Akira's spine. In that moment, he realized something terrifying. This woman, she's been planning this from the very beginning. She's totally after my body. White heavy checkmark enjoy 100 plus chapters ahead of web novel. White heavy checkmark be the first to enjoy the new season before anyone else. Thank you for your amazing support. Sparkling Heart. Chapter 51, Morning Temptation. Chapter 51, Morning Temptation. The sun had just begun to peek through the gaps in the curtains when Akira slowly opened his eyes, greeted by the soft warmth of a brand new morning. But within seconds, he realized something was wrong. His hand was touching something strange, something soft, smooth, and undeniably warm. The kind of sensation that made every nerve in his body react very inappropriately for this early hour. In a flash, he threw off the blanket, only to be met with a sight he never expected to witness this soon after waking up. A girl, no, a stunning woman, was lying beside him under the same blanket. Her long, dark hair spread like a waterfall over the pillow. She wore a loose, white nightgown that revealed more skin than it should have, thanks to her somewhat disheveled sleeping posture. The whole scene was like something straight out of a romantic fantasy, a dangerously vivid one. Morning already, the woman murmured groggily as she sat up. Her gown slipped slightly off one shoulder, revealing far too much of her bare skin. She wasn't wearing anything underneath. Akira unintentionally took in the view, and immediately felt his blood boil. Gee, good morning, Akira-kun, she said with a soft, teasing smile. Hey Aquino. Could you please fix your clothes first? And, this is my room. Why are you even here? The woman, Hajime Aquino, only smiled more mischievously. Because I don't accept this, she replied sweetly. I was supposed to be first. But somehow, you ended up dating Rias. I'm not just going to sit back and let that happen. Fake relationship, Akira said flatly, already exhausted. That doesn't change the fact. And besides. She leaned in closer, her breath warm against his skin. Your first night still belongs to me, doesn't it? Before he could respond, Akino suddenly wrapped her arms around him and kissed him, stealing whatever protest was forming in his throat. Akira froze, his body reacting purely on instinct. The situation was far too intimate, far too real. You're still so stiff, huh? But I like that, Akino whispered playfully, her seductive grin nearly breaking his mental defenses. Stop it, Akino. His face flushed deep red, and his whole body trembled from restraint. Right now, he couldn't afford to get out of bed. He never wore pajamas, just his underwear. In this situation, with Akino sitting right beside him and his body reacting that way, if he stood up now, it'd be a social disaster of apocalyptic proportions. Meanwhile, Akino stared at him closely. His handsome face paired with those long, emerald green strands falling over his shoulder gave off a strange, quiet allure. There's an old saying that most women have a hint of hidden bisexuality. Among girls, things like hugging, leaning close, or even casual kisses weren't unusual. But if a guy did the same, the line was obvious and immediate. And right now, with Akira looking the way he did, half awake, flustered, shirtless, he was just too tempting for Akino to ignore. Come on, Akira-kun. Let's get up. Rias will be here to call us any minute now. Then you go first. He wasn't planning to be the first one out from under the blanket. He needed time to calm down. Of course, Akino realized the reason almost immediately. The way his hands clutched the blanket so tightly, that anxious yet curious glance, it was all too easy to read. Suddenly, the bedroom door burst open. Akira, have you seen Aiken? Rias Gremory stood at the entrance, and froze. There he was, Akira, shirtless, his lower half covered only by a blanket, his cheeks flushed scarlet. And beside him, Hajime Akino, wearing a wrinkled nightgown, her face equally red. Sorry to intrude. With an icy tone and a blank expression, Rias quietly closed the door and left without waiting for an explanation. Rias. Wait. It's not what it looks like. Akira called out, scrambling upright. Too late. No matter what he said now, nothing would undo what she had seen. My, we've been caught, Akino sang with a bright smile. Don't joke around. You planned this, didn't you? Of course. I admit it's selfish, but, even if it's Rias, I didn't want to lose to her. Akino rose from the bed, tying up her hair with a ribbon and fixing her nightgown. She knew exactly what she'd done. She'd crossed a line, overstepped her bounds as Rias's closest friend. Rias had chosen Akira first. But even knowing that, Akino simply couldn't hold back. She wanted him, before Rias did. Outside the room, Rias leaned against the hallway wall with her eyes closed. She'd heard everything. Every word. Every breath. She knew Akino had said those things for her to hear. But Rias understood. Akino had confessed before, that she was starting to develop feelings for Akira. And as for Rias, she couldn't say she truly loved him. Their relationship was more of a decision, a strategy, with maybe a touch of genuine interest. Now, Akino was simply moving ahead of her. And Rias could accept that. Later, Akino stepped out of Akira's room. By the time Akira got dressed and finished his morning routine, he made his way downstairs to the dining area. There, he found both Hajime Akino and Rias Gremory, two women who usually felt more like sisters than rivals, seated at the same table. But today, the atmosphere between them was different. A quiet, almost imperceptible tension hung in the air, like a thin mist you couldn't see, but could definitely feel. Meanwhile, elsewhere. In the underworld, within the grand estate of the Phoenix family, one of the main noble households among the 72 pillars. So you're telling me that my fiancé is now, intimately involved with a human? Riser Phoenix sat atop the family throne, his expression clearly one of discontent. Standing beside him was a breathtaking woman in a form-fitting maid outfit, tailored in the luxurious style typical of devil nobility. Anyone would be furious hearing their official fiancé was getting cozy with another man, especially a prideful young noble like Riser. Yes, young master, the woman responded respectfully. This was a standard relationship between high-ranking devils and their familiars. A familiar turned devil through reincarnation wasn't an equal, they were personal servants. Only a few, like Rias Gremory, treated their peerage as family. Riser Phoenix, Rias's official fiancé, was the third son of the Phoenix family, pure-blood devil aristocrats, and one of the most prestigious among the 72 pillars. In the underworld, Riser was quite well known. His abilities in raiding games weren't to be underestimated. Thanks to the regenerative power inherited from the Phoenix bloodline, he was nearly unkillable in battle. Match record, 11 raiding games, 8 wins, 2 losses, 1 match terminated. Even the 2 losses weren't due to skill. They had been politically orchestrated outcomes for the sake of family alliances. In other words, Riser had never been truly defeated in a raiding game. The reason was simple: his immortality, amplified by the game system's rules, made his regenerative abilities practically invincible among devils of his tier. Yubaluna, prepare everything. We're heading to the human world. As you command, Master. Yubaluna responded without hesitation. As a devil reborn through the devil reincarnation ritual, her loyalty was absolute. For her, Riser's will was law. White heavy checkmark. Enjoy 100+ chapters ahead of web novel. White heavy checkmark. Be the first to enjoy the new season before anyone else. Thank you for your amazing support. Sparkling Heart. Chapter 52, The Tension Draws Near. Chapter 52, The Tension Draws Near. As always, life at Kuoh Academy went on as usual for Akira. Classes proceeded like any normal day, but his mind was drifting elsewhere. Schoolwork was hardly a challenge for someone who had once lived as an adult before arriving in this world. Even if his body had returned to a 15-year-old's, his way of thinking, his instincts, remained mature. Yet, this morning's unexpected encounter with Hajime Akino continued to echo in his thoughts. A stunning woman like Akino approaching him so directly, it wasn't something he'd ever imagined happening in his life, past or present. And what disturbed him more than anything was the realization that he hadn't rejected her. As a man, and more importantly, as someone who had once been a grown adult, Akira understood exactly what kind of temptation he was facing. Akino, after all, was the kind of woman that many men could only dream of. And so, the entire morning passed with him barely listening to a single word in class. Shinkuin, someone's here to see you, a classmate called out as the lunch bell rang. Snapping out of his daze, Akira turned toward the doorway, and there they were. 2 very familiar figures, Kaneko Toju and Asia Argento. Asia had recently enrolled at Kuoh Academy and was now in the same class as Kaneko. Wearing the school uniform that complemented her small frame, she looked every bit like the gentle and adorable girl Akira had come to know. Senpai. Bucho wants to see you, Kaneko said in her usual flat tone. Rias is calling me. Yes. She's waiting in the clubroom. The Occult Research Club, huh? Alright, let's go. Though puzzled as to why Rias would summon him in the middle of the day, Akira followed Kaneko and Asia toward the old school building that served as their base. Bucho, we're back, Kaneko said as they entered the clubroom. Thanks, Kaneko-chan, Rias replied with a nod. The moment Akira stepped inside, he noticed something odd. Everyone was already there: Rias Gremory, Hajime Akino, Yudo Chiba, Kaneko Toju, Asia Argento, and himself. The entire core peerage had been assembled. But the atmosphere was different this time. There was a tension in the air, subtle yet unmistakable. Rias herself looked far more serious than usual. What's going on, Rias? Calling me in like this during lunch? Akira asked calmly. One of my brother's familiars just visited, she said quietly. And? Riser is coming. Your fiancé? Yes. Her face grew stiff. Even though Rias had already made her decision to reject the arranged marriage, the fact that Riser was on his way still weighed heavily on her. His reputation in the underworld was no joke. In the raiding game, he was nearly untouchable, his immortality made him virtually unbeatable under the game's mechanics. Rias knew Akira was strong. But facing an enemy who, by the rules of their world, simply couldn't be defeated, was another matter entirely. And after what happened that morning with Akino, things had become more complicated. Akira had clearly shown that he wasn't indifferent to Akino's feelings. If Akira ended up hurt because of this engagement, it would create a deep emotional rift, not just between him and Rias, but between him and Akino as well. Akira. I need to ask again. Do you still want to go through with the deal we made before? What are you talking about? If you want to back out, I'll pretend like none of it ever happened. Rias glanced toward Akino for a moment, and just like that, Akira understood. This wasn't about herself. This was about Akino. Rias didn't want her best friend to suffer because of a decision she had made. That kind of selflessness raised Akira's respect for her. Willing to sacrifice her own plans for the sake of her peerage. That was the mark of a true leader. If you really marry Riser, what happens to Akino? He asked, voice firm. I don't know. Why do you ask? Just give me your honest guess. Knowing Riser, Akino would likely become his concubine. In the underworld's legal system, if I marry him, my peerage becomes his property, whether they want it or not. It wasn't just speculation. That was the harsh reality of how Devil Society worked. Familiars reincarnated through the Devil reincarnation ritual were treated as possessions of their master. I won't let that happen, Akira said quietly, but with unwavering conviction. Akino belongs to me. There's no way I'd hand her over to a man like him. Akira. Akino, standing just a few steps away, froze in place. Her eyes widened. Her body trembled slightly. It hit her harder than she expected. No matter how strong a woman might seem, words like those, spoken from the heart, could pierce through anything. So that's your answer, Ria said softly, a small smile curling at her lips. Looks like Akino wasn't wrong to hope. Even though she knew Akino had orchestrated this morning's little incident, Rias didn't resent it. If anything, she was quietly happy, for both of them. Kaneko and Chiba, standing nearby, exchanged glances and looked toward Akira with renewed respect. Kaneko in particular had once been uneasy around him. She'd seen firsthand how brutally he had destroyed a stray devil. That memory had cast a shadow of fear. But now, that image was fading. A man who stood up for his comrades, who declared, without hesitation, that he would protect Akino, was someone worth respecting. When's he arriving, Rias? I don't know. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe in a few days. Or maybe even in the next few seconds. She let out a small sigh. Grafia only came to warn me. She didn't give a clear schedule. I kind of hope he shows up soon, Akira said with a faint grin. I want to see for myself, just how impressive the Phoenix bloodline and their so-called immortality really are. But before the tension could ease, a cold, arrogant voice echoed from the front of the room. Umph. A mere human dares compare himself to the pure-blooded Phoenix lineage. Don't overestimate your worth. Everyone stiffened. In the center of the clubroom, a glowing magic circle ignited on the floor. The symbols and patterns were unfamiliar, not Gremory in origin. A wave of intense heat and high-class devil pressure flooded the space. The guest had arrived. White heavy checkmark enjoy 100+ chapters ahead of web novel. White heavy checkmark be the first to enjoy the new season before anyone else. Thank you for your amazing support. Sparkling Heart. Chapter 53, Riser Phoenix. Chapter 53, Riser Phoenix. A crimson magic circle flared to life, followed by a surge of flames that filled the room with blistering heat. From within the swirling fire, two figures slowly emerged. The first was a blonde man clad in a flamboyant red suit, wearing a smug and self-satisfied expression that reeked of arrogance. Beside him stood a strikingly beautiful woman in a maid outfit, her tall figure and flawless curves making her allure impossible to ignore. Even at a glance, her presence was dangerously captivating. Riser. Rias Gremory's voice cut through the heat like ice. The moment she laid eyes on him, she slammed her hands on the table and rose from her seat. Her calm demeanor shattered, replaced with a stormy glare. It's been a while since I visited the human world, Riser said casually, eyes scanning the room. I forgot how charming it can be. I've come to take you home, Rias, my bride-to-be. He stepped forward, reaching a hand out as if to touch her cheek. But Rias recoiled, her face etched with disgust. The tension in the room spiked instantly. Everyone could feel it. Rias knew exactly who Riser Phoenix was. Not just the third son of the prestigious Phoenix family or the undefeated warrior of the raiding game. No, beyond the fame, he was a lecherous devil, a walking embodiment of lust and entitlement. Where most high-class devils selected their peerage members based on talent or combat capability to strengthen their lineage, Riser chose differently. His entire peerage was made up of women, each handpicked to fulfill a particular fantasy. Some were elegant, others cute, some tomboyish, some sultry. He even went as far as to make his own younger sister one of his bishops to complete his twisted, little sister, ideal. Among female devils, he was a reviled figure. Disgusting. Obsessive. Dangerous. Of all his peerage, only one held genuine combat value, Yubaluna, the infamous bomb queen. The rest were little more than glorified trophies. Riser's victories in the raiding game had less to do with teamwork and everything to do with his absurd regenerative power and overwhelming fire-based abilities. Keep dreaming, Riser. I'm not marrying you, Rias said coldly. Rias, stop being so stubborn. You know what this marriage means for both our families. That has nothing to do with me. I'll only marry someone I truly love. And that's not you. After the Great War between the three factions, many pureblood devils died. This isn't just about our families, it's about preserving our bloodlines. That's your problem. A decision forced on me by my father and brother. No thanks. Give up already. I see. Then even if I have to burn your entire peerage to ashes, I will bring you back to the underworld. You dare. Rias exploded with rage. For her, her peerage wasn't just a group of servants. They were her family. Threatening them was the same as threatening her very heart. Everyone around her braced themselves, Akino, Chiba, Kaneko, and Asia. Each of them knew the kind of opponent Riser was. His aura alone marked him as a dangerous high class. And truth be told, he was slightly stronger than Rias in raw power. Then suddenly, the sharp sound of metal slicing through air echoed in the room. A long chain shot forward, passing inches from Riser's forehead, just barely grazing his golden locks. A sacred gear, chain type, huh? So you're the human Rias has taken a liking to. Riser turned his gaze toward the green-haired young man standing calmly on the far side of the room. With his refined features and composed aura, Akira carried a presence that was threatening, even to someone like Riser. And that made Riser furious. He was a noble of House Phoenix, born into privilege and strength. How could someone like him be overshadowed by a mere human? But not only had Rias chosen Akira over him, she had protected him, stood by him, and even declared it openly. Riser Phoenix. I've been looking forward to meeting you, Akira said with a faint smile. To Akira, the man before him wasn't a threat. No, he was more like a living treasure chest, a walking trove of rare experiences and power waiting to be claimed. A high-class devil with elite abilities and a decorated peerage. For someone like Akira, who saw the world through the lens of strategy and opportunity, Riser wasn't dangerous, he was valuable. Then let's see what kind of power Rias has chosen. Riser's eyes narrowed. His killing intent flared like a tidal wave. He didn't want to just defeat Akira. He wanted to humiliate him, grind him down until there was nothing left. But Akira's gaze didn't waver. There was no fear in his expression, only cold detachment. Would you pity your prey before the hunt? Of course not. All that mattered was how much you could gain from its defeat. Flames erupted at Riser's feet, rising like a geyser. The fire wrapped around his body, flaring wildly before shooting toward Akira in the shape of a coiling phoenix serpent. It was the fire of the Phoenix clan, immortal flame, passed down through generations. This sacred fire didn't only grant extreme regeneration and resilience, it could also neutralize most forms of magic and physical damage. Within the rules of the raiding game, it was practically unbeatable. But just as the serpent of flame neared Akira, a streak of white lightning crackled across the air. A thunderous roar shook the walls as a dragon formed from divine electricity tore through the flames. In an instant, the phoenix fire was shredded and dispersed. Heavenly lightning, Akira's blue lightning light. A divine electrical force that surpassed even the regenerative flames of Phoenix. And when it came to energy control, Akira was leagues above Riser. Oh. White lightning, is it? Not bad, Riser scoffed. But if that's all you've got, it won't be enough. His flames surged again, wilder and more chaotic. They burst from his back like wings of a raging phoenix, filling the room with a suffocating heat. But across from him, Akira's own aura flared. The white lightning coiled around him like a colossal dragon, snarling and crackling in anticipation. Fire and lightning, the two forces clashed in the air, turning the clubroom into a battlefield of gods. But before either side could make the next move, another crimson magic circle flared to life. This time, the symbols bore the mark of the House of Gremory. From the magic circle stepped a woman with silver hair and a presence that immediately crushed the atmosphere in the room. That's enough. Her voice was cold and commanding. Instantly, an oppressive pressure filled the space, forcing even seasoned devils to freeze where they stood. Riser stumbled back a half step, his flames flickering out. His face twisted, not in arrogance, but in fear. Akira narrowed his eyes and allowed his lightning to fade. He knew that aura. He knew exactly who had arrived. Graphia. Why are you here? Rias asked, visibly surprised. Graphia Lucifuge. Wife of Surzex Lucifer. Personal maid to the Gremory household. Queen of Surzex peerage. And a being feared throughout the underworld as the silver-haired Queen of Annihilation. Though her official title was Maid, every devil knew, crossing Graphia was the same as declaring war on a Mao. Even Riser Phoenix, with all his pride and bloodline, dared not act rashly in her presence. Because in the underworld, power is everything. And Graphia was absolute power. White heavy checkmark enjoy 100 plus chapters ahead of web novel. White heavy checkmark be the first to enjoy the new season before anyone else. Thank you for your amazing support. Sparkling Heart. Chapter 54, Information. Loudspeaker new novel announcement. Hello everyone. Sparkles, it's me, Fonz Kuin, bringing you some exciting news. A brand new translated fanfiction has officially launched for all of you. Open book title, With a Mortal's Body, I Carve My Fate as a Heroic Spirit Cross Swords. The free chapters are now available on web novel. Simply visit my profile or search for the title. Backhand index pointing right. With a mortal's body, I carve my fate as a heroic spirit. This story is filled with thrilling battles, deep emotions, and an epic journey that will keep you hooked. Sparkles, but that's not all. I'm also working on several other fanfiction projects that are just as exciting. High Voltage from Thunder Breathing to the Multiverse. Cyclone becoming Enkidu in DxD. Water Wave, and many more. Sparkles Plus, there are also exclusive novels not yet released on web novel, such as Leaf Fluttering in Wind Naruto, the White Shura of the Hataki clan. Hot beverage, or if you'd simply like to show some small support, you can do so through Ko-Fi. Backhand index pointing right, ko-fi.com/fanskuin. Fire, let's bring these stories to life together, chapter by chapter, until we reach their epic conclusions. Thank you so much for all your support, Sparkling Heart. Fons Kuin. Chapter 55, Let's Have a Rating Game. Chapter 54, Let's Have a Rating Game. Akira stared at Graphia Lucifuge, now standing just a few paces away from him, and he had to admit something silently in his heart. The difference between them was still enormous. And what made it even more terrifying was the fact that this woman wasn't your average Mao-class devil. Graphia hailed from the Lucifuge clan, the main branch that had long served the House of Lucifer as its most elite retainers. She had once taken part in the underworld civil war, standing with the reformist faction against the old Mao bloodlines. Her power and battlefield exploits earned her recognition across the entire underworld. Her reputation wasn't just for show. She was not only a queen-class devil who had served directly under Sirzex Lucifer but also the strongest queen in the history of the rating game. It was said that her relationship with Sirzex hadn't come from love at first sight, but had been forged through countless battles and hardships, an unshakable bond formed in the fires of war. Even Seraphal Leviathan, the current Mao Leviathan, had once been her rival. The two competed fiercely for the title of strongest female devil in the underworld. In both strength and status, Graphia was indisputably one of the most elite beings in existence. Graphia, why are you here? Rias asked, keeping her voice composed despite the suffocating pressure in the air. Among everyone in the room, only Rias managed to stay calm. Then again, she was Graphia's master in name, and more importantly, the younger sister of Sirzex Lucifer, Graphia's husband. Their bond was familial as well as political. This situation was already anticipated by both Lord Gremory and Lord Lucifer, Graphia replied calmly. If Lady Rias insists on rejecting her arranged engagement, then the fairest way to settle this is through a rating game. A rating game. Rias instinctively turned her eyes toward Akira. In this moment, he was her one and only hope. And not just Rias, Riser's gaze also locked onto Akira with a sharp, dangerous intensity. He was eager. Eager to crush Rias's hopes right before her eyes. Eager to humiliate the human who dared to defy him. I'm not a devil, Akira said coolly, but can I still participate in this rating game as an external fighter? All eyes turned toward him. Akira's gaze didn't waver. He looked directly at Graphia, his eyes steady and full of resolve. Graphia stared back in silence, her silver eyes unreadable. But in their depths, there was a faint flicker of approval. She had read every report available about Shin Akira before coming here. He wasn't a native of either Japan or the underworld. His connection to the Citri family was thin at best, and his attendance at Kuoh Academy was thanks only to a temporary arrangement. He had no formal status within Devil Society. However, this man wielded two sacred gears. One of them was a Longinus, a god-class sacred gear. The other was a chain-type sacred gear, one that had proven highly adaptable and lethal. He had even once stood toe-to-toe with Azazel, former Governor-General of the Fallen Angels. And he survived. Even though Azazel had clearly held back, the fact that Akira had walked away from that clash was proof enough of his caliber. That decision rests with Riser-sama, Graphia finally answered. This is, after all, a rating game between Riser Phoenix and Rias Gremory. Everyone turned to Riser. I accept. Of course I accept. Riser laughed, loud and mocking. Consider yourself lucky, human. Participating in a rating game among high-class devils is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Savor it while you can. His tone was dripping with sarcasm. To Riser, Akira was nothing. A mongrel with no bloodline, no prestige, no title. Without Rias, he wouldn't have even warranted a glance. Well then, I suppose I should thank you, Akira replied casually. I'll make sure to return the favor, thoroughly. I'll be waiting, human. A dangerous spark flared between them. Whatever the original reason for this match had been, it no longer mattered. Now, it was about pride. About domination. Two men, locked in a challenge to utterly defeat and humiliate each other. Even with this little human on your side, Rias, is this really all you've got? Riser sneered, casting a mocking glance around the room. Rias, Akira, Kaneko, Aquino, and Asia, barely 5 of them. And Asia wasn't even a full peerage member yet. Their numbers were pathetic compared to his. With a cocky grin, Riser snapped his fingers. A pillar of flame erupted, and a burning magic circle flared to life in the middle of the room. One by one, his peerage members appeared, 14 devils in total. With Yubaluna at his side, that made 15. Every evil piece in his set had been used to fill his peerage. But therein lay another issue: most of his servants were weak. Especially the pawns, 8 of them, each only worth a single piece. Their low ranks were telling. Quantity means nothing if the quality's trash, Ria said coolly. If I wanted to, I could gather a stronger peerage than this in no time. You dare say that, Rias? Riser raised an eyebrow, but his voice wasn't angry. He didn't care. His peerage wasn't a tactical unit, it was a harem. A personalized collection of women who fit every possible archetype he enjoyed. Power? That was secondary. He believed he alone could carry any raiding game on his back. TCH. You're disgustingly greedy, turkey boy, Akira muttered. Besides the maid at your side and that fire-haired girl in the back, the rest are basically background props. Don't even compare them to Rias, Aquino, heck, they don't even measure up to 10% of Kaniko's ability. You dare insult my peerage, human? Riser snapped. It was one thing to be mocked by Rias, they were equals in status and power. But from a mere human. Oh. Did that sting a little? How dare you? Riser's body erupted in flames, and a stream of burning phoenix fire shot straight toward Akira's face. But Akira didn't flinch. He stood perfectly still, watching the flames draw closer, calm, unreadable. Then, Graphia stepped in front of him with a single smooth motion. She flicked her fingers. The flames scattered and vanished, like dust swept away by a breeze. Gone. As if they had never existed. If you wish to fight, Riser-sama, Graphia said in an icy voice, please wait until the raiding game begins. TCH, fine. Since the silver-haired queen of annihilation herself asked. I'll let it slide. Thank you for your understanding. Riser turned back to Akira, his eyes narrowing. Treasure what's left of your life, human. Because soon, it won't belong to you anymore. Once more, fire surged around Riser's group. A towering blaze enveloped all 15 of them. And in a flash, they vanished, whisked away by teleportation magic. Because of official rules, a raiding game couldn't be held on the spot. It required registration, venue approval, and referee assignment. The entire process would take several days. And for now, Riser was gone. But everyone in that room knew one thing. The battle was already set. And the day of reckoning was drawing near. White heavy checkmark enjoy 100+ chapters ahead of web novel. White heavy checkmark be the first to enjoy the new season before anyone else. Thank you for your amazing support. Sparkling Heart. Chapter 56, Before the Battle. Chapter 55, Before the Battle. After Riser vanished from the room, Graphia's gaze immediately turned to Rias. This is your final chance, Rias-sama. I know, Graphia. Her voice was cold. There was no effort to hide the irritation in her tone, because every step Graphia took was, in essence, a message from her brother, Surzex Lucifer. And so, some of the resentment she felt toward her brother and father naturally spilled over onto Graphia as well. But Graphia was already used to Rias's stubbornness. She had practically helped raise her from childhood. As Surzek's wife, Graphia was more than just a maid, she was like an older sister, perhaps even a maternal figure. Both she and Surzex had always showered Rias with affection and care. If it weren't for that bond, Rias's arranged marriage would have been set in stone, impossible to overturn under the rigid traditions of the underworld's noble families. The only precedent had been Sona Citri, who escaped her own arranged marriage thanks to the outrageous intervention of her older sister, Seraphal Leviathan. Seraphal had defied all authority, family, peerage, and government, for the sake of her little sister. But Rias's situation was much more complicated. Surzex loved her dearly, but he couldn't act as recklessly as Seraphal. As a Mao, one of the 4 Satans, his hands were tied by duty, by the weight of his title, and by the structure of Devil Society. Please do your best, Rias-sama, Graphia said with a small bow. Leave it to me. In that case. Rias-sama, Shin Akira-sama, I'll report everything that happened here directly to Surzex Lucifer-sama. As her words fell, a red magic circle appeared beneath her feet. Wrapped in a soft crimson glow, Graphia vanished, teleporting back to the underworld. The room fell silent. Rias let out a breath and collapsed back into her chair, the strength in her legs giving out beneath the pressure of everything that had just happened. She never expected Riser to act this quickly. There was supposed to be nearly a year left before the arranged marriage deadline. But Riser had grown impatient and brought everything to the front lines, directly to Kuoh Academy. This was well beyond what she had anticipated. Akira, are you really confident you can win? She took a deep breath to calm herself, then looked at him directly. Just leave it to me, Akira said without hesitation. On the day of the raiding game, you all just stay in position. I'll handle the entire fight myself. You're saying you'll take on all of Riser's peerage by yourself? That's the plan. You've gone insane. Even if you've reached the level of an ultimate class devil, that doesn't mean you can let your guard down. Riser may be a high-class devil, but his power is nothing to scoff at. We need to plan carefully. We need a team strategy. There's no need. I'll finish it. Shin Akira. Rias, he said gently. You know Riser is strong. But from the very beginning, you've never actually seen my true strength, have you? Those words stopped her in her tracks. Her mind flashed back to their first real fight, the one where she and Aquino had faced off against Akira. They had been defeated in minutes. Even then, she had known that Akira wasn't fighting seriously. Sure, she hadn't gone all out either, but the result had been clear. The gap in power between them was unmistakable. Now, he stood before her as an ultimate-class existence, wielding not just a Longinus-class sacred gear-like boosted gear, but also a second gear with chain-based abilities. He commanded divine lightning and had the rare power to draw energy directly from the earth itself. Put all of that together, and there was no way to call him just a human anymore. He was a monster. As that thought settled in her mind, the hesitation in Rias's heart began to fade. Her eyes sharpened, filled now with conviction. She had already made her choice. She had already put her faith in this man. There was no turning back now. The die had been cast. I believe in you. And I won't let you down. Something subtle shifted between them in that moment. A connection that had already begun to form was now starting to deepen. This wasn't just trust, it was a wager. One that would determine the future of Rias Gremory. Time passed slowly. Preparations for the raiding game were underway. As noted in the history of the original world, before any official battle, it was tradition for the peerage to undergo intense training. News from the underworld finally arrived. The match had been scheduled 1 week from today. A week, approved by Riser himself. Or rather, likely granted as some sort of condescending mercy. A chance for Akira to enjoy his remaining days before the inevitable defeat. From Riser's perspective, the result had already been decided. Giving them extra time was simply a gesture of pity. Meanwhile, Rias and her peerage had relocated to the Gremory family's private training villa deep in the mountains. And because of the incident with Riser, Asia had finally made her decision. She accepted Rias's offer to join her peerage as a bishop. Through her time with them, Asia had come to understand that Rias and the others weren't evil devils like the church had always claimed. In fact, they were the ones who had saved her life and welcomed her with warmth. Now, in Rias's time of need, Asia was ready to give everything she had for the girl who had rescued her. All right, everyone, Rias said firmly, standing before her peerage. We have 7 days. Let's use that time to become stronger. As the president of the Occult Research Club, and as their king, Rias was the heart of the team. Understood, Bucho. Chiba replied with a confident grin. Yes, Aquino added with her usual gentle smile. Roger, Kaneko said quietly, but resolutely. I'll do my very best. Asia exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with determination. And just like that, their intense training began. A great battle loomed just over the horizon. One that would not only decide Rias's fate, but also test the strength, trust, and resolve of her entire team, and above all, prove once and for all that Rias's faith in Shin Akira had not been misplaced. White heavy checkmark enjoy 100+ chapters ahead of web novel. White heavy checkmark be the first to enjoy the new season before anyone else. Thank you for your amazing support. Sparkling Heart. Chapter 57, Training. Chapter 56, Training. Hajime Aquino, Kaneko Toju, Yudo Chiba, and Asia Argento, all 4 of them dove into their training with fierce determination. The air around the villa crackled with energy, fueled by resolve. But Akira. He didn't join them right away. To him, brute force physical training wasn't the key to growth. Not anymore. His strength came from a different source, one no one else here had, the template inheritance system, a power unique only to him. Akira, what's your plan for the next 7 days? Rias asked, approaching him quietly. I'll be supporting everyone's training, I suppose, he replied calmly, hands in his pockets. You're helping us. I just broke into the ultimate class. At this point, I won't gain much from physical training alone. Any further progress will take time, and a lot of it. Rias gave a slow nod. That made perfect sense. In the underworld, those who advanced beyond high class and reached the ranks of the Mao were extremely rare. Once someone crossed into the ultimate class, further growth required deep accumulation, years, decades even. It wasn't something that happened in a week. So, Akira's reasoning was entirely logical from her perspective. Of course, she had no idea that Akira wasn't just a human with sacred gears. His strength didn't grow through conventional means. Thanks to the inheritance system, he could gain tremendous power in a blink, so long as the percentage of template synchronization increased. Senpai. Please train with me. The voice came from Kaneko Toju, soft, serious, and filled with resolve. She stood in front of him, both fists clenched and wrapped in gloves, ready for combat. She had never witnessed Akira fight firsthand, but she knew he had stood against someone from the House of Phoenix without flinching. That alone was enough to stir her curiosity. You want to spar with me, Kaneko-chan? Physical training is most effective when done through actual combat. And, please don't call me that. Akira gave a relaxed smile. Since Kaneko-chan asked so sweetly, how could I say no? Her eyebrow twitched. And without another word, she launched the first punch, no warning, no hesitation. It was fast. But Akira casually caught her fist in his palm. The gap between them was massive. He didn't even need to exert effort to block it. Kaneko stepped back and rushed in again, unleashing a rapid barrage of strikes powered by her yokai strength. Her movements were fierce and determined, but wild. Driven by instinct rather than refined technique. She still didn't fully understand how to draw out her true power. Akira silently activated Beast King's instinct, a combat intuition he inherited from Enkidu, the living weapon once created to challenge gods. With that instinct, paired with Enkidu's unmatched martial prowess and ability to read opponents, Akira was more than capable of coaching someone like Kaneko. That's not how you use your strength. With one hand, he caught her wrist, twisted it gently, and tossed her into the air with perfect control. She landed hard but clean, rolling to her feet with a grunt. When she looked up, he was gone. Her instincts flared. She went on full alert. From afar, Rias and the others could see everything. Akira's speed had completely outclassed Kaneko's. He had vanished from her sight in an instant. Attacking isn't about throwing your whole body forward in blind force, his voice echoed as he reappeared behind her. It's about knowing the exact moment and angle to unleash the most efficient strike. A precise blow landed on Kaneko's side, sending her tumbling to the ground. The force wasn't overwhelming, but perfectly matched to her own power level. Same strength. Different result. This was the gap between raw muscle and real technique. You're strong, senpai, Kaneko said through shallow breaths, pushing herself up. Of course, Akira answered, flashing a faint smile. Kaneko-chan, your physical strength is exceptional. But that's not your true power. He wasn't just speaking based on what he knew from the original story. He could feel it now, firsthand. Inside Kaneko was a deeply rooted energy. Pure, natural, and potent. It pulsed like the breath of the earth itself. It was spiritual energy, the kind used by senjutsu practitioners. As someone blessed by the earth and nature himself, Akira was especially attuned to such forces. He could sense that energy as clearly as breathing. But he also knew Kaneko was still afraid of it. Still chained to her trauma. Kaneko didn't respond. Instead, she attacked again. Akira didn't push her. He didn't press for answers. Emotional scars couldn't be erased with a few kind words or a single fight. So, instead, he guided her. Over the course of their sparring, he subtly shifted her fighting style, teaching her to understand angles, flow, and timing. He taught her how to feel her strength rather than just swing it around. As a Nikomata yokai, her potential was undeniable. She was still young, still growing, and with just the right amount of guidance, she could bloom into a true warrior. Rias and the others quietly watched the exchange for a while, then returned to their own training. Rias focused on refining her power of destruction, the inherited ability of the Gremry bloodline. Chiba Yudo pushed forward in both demonic sword creation and his personal swordsmanship. Meanwhile, Akino took on the role of instructor for Asia, teaching her the basics of demonic power control. As a former nun, Asia had a long way to go, but her heart was in the right place. Everything was moving smoothly. Back on the training field, Kaneko was thrown once again. Her uniform was covered in dirt, and sweat clung to her skin. She was panting heavily now. Ha, ha, ha. She tried to stand, but her legs finally gave out. Her small frame slumped to the ground, unable to continue. You win, she muttered with a strained smile. The moment the words left her lips, a soft chime echoed in Akira's ears, audible only to him. Ding. You have gained 1% template inheritance. Kaneko Toju, until now, the only member of the occult research club who hadn't been defeated directly by him. Even if it was just a training match, the moment she admitted defeat, the system acknowledged it as a win. 1% might sound small. But in Akira's world, even 1% was gold. How do you feel? He asked, tossing her a towel. I learned a lot. Thank you, senpai. Kaneko looked up at him. And for the first time, she truly understood the distance between herself and this man. Not just in power, but in experience, skill, and composure. He stood at the summit, calm and unshaken. To reach that height, she still had a long road ahead. But for the first time, she wanted to chase after him. White heavy checkmark enjoy 100+ chapters ahead of web novel. White heavy checkmark. Be the first to enjoy the new season before anyone else. Thank you for your amazing support. Sparkling heart. Chapter 58, The Fear Within. Chapter 57, The Fear Within. Kaneko. I don't know why you're rejecting the true power inside you. But if you keep ignoring it and chasing something else instead, then all you're doing is wasting the incredible gift you were born with. I'm sorry. She sat on the ground with her head bowed, her voice barely audible. She didn't offer an explanation, only a quiet apology. But Akira could feel it. Her refusal wasn't rooted in pride or ignorance, it came from fear. A deep, paralyzing fear buried inside her heart. And in that moment, the memory returned. That night, the night she could never erase. Her sister, once kind and gentle, had lost control. Right in front of her eyes, she'd slaughtered their master in a frenzied rage. The image of that lifeless body lying in a pool of blood, the stench of iron thick in the air, and the shattering realization that someone she'd loved so dearly could become that, it carved a wound into her soul. That fear had taken root inside her. It never left. She was terrified. Not just of the power, but of what it could do to her. Of what she might become. Terrified that one day, she'd lose control. That she'd hurt the people she now called family, Rias, Aquino, Chiba, Asia. So she chose to suppress it. Not because she hated it. But because she was scared of it. Don't apologize to me, Kaneko. No one can make that choice for you. But at the very least, don't make a decision today that you'll regret for the rest of your life. What do you mean? If I hadn't shown up, and things went just like they did in the original timeline, if Rias had to face Riser Phoenix in the raiding game, would you have used that power to protect her? She didn't respond. But her silence was the answer. She wouldn't have. Just like in the world he remembered. That's why I'm saying this, don't live with regret. If Rias loses and is forced to marry someone she doesn't love, if she has to spend her life with that man, could you live with that? You might be able to hold back the guilt now. But what about years from now? Akira looked at her, gently, but firmly. That regret, it'll only grow. Even if no one blames you, you'll keep blaming yourself. But, senpai. I know. You have your reasons. Wounds. Fears. Secrets too heavy to share. But unless you tell someone, no one can help you. After what happened with Aquino, after he'd taken away Hayato Issei's luck, Akira had started to wonder. Could he actually unlock the classic power of protagonists everywhere? Talk no jutsu. In so many worlds, even the most hardened enemies had been swayed by the power of words, most notably, Uzumaki Naruto, who shattered centuries of hatred with nothing but honesty and heart. Maybe, just maybe. Kaneko's shoulders trembled. Her small frame seemed to shrink, no longer the tough, stoic girl she always pretended to be. For the first time, she looked fragile. Like a little girl. Senpai. If one day I turn into a monster, what should I do? Why would you say something like that? Because, my sister. And finally, the dam broke. Kaneko spoke. She told him everything. About her older sister, once loving and protective, who lost herself in rage and murdered their master. About how she fled, branded a criminal by the underworld. About how she left Kaneko behind, and how all of it stemmed from a power they couldn't control. That trauma, those memories, were the reason she shut herself off. Answer me one thing, Kaneko. Your sister, she loved you, didn't she? Since you were little. Yeah. She meant everything to me. Her voice shook as the memories flooded back. Back then, her sister had been her whole world, until that world shattered. Did you ever think, maybe she didn't go crazy? Maybe she wasn't blinded by rage. What if, she was trying to protect you? What? The love between sisters, especially an older sister and her little sister, is powerful. If you were in danger, she might have given up everything. Even her soul. Just to save you. But then why did she kill our master? That's something only your sister can answer. Akira shook his head and offered a small smile. Of course, he knew the truth. In the original story, the explanation had been clear. But there was no way he could say that aloud. He wasn't a Gremory. He wasn't part of her past. If he spoke too much, the others would start asking questions that could expose secrets he couldn't afford to reveal. But then, a new voice entered the scene. Come. Mature. Beautiful. I'll explain it instead. They both turned. Rias Gremory stood there. This time, she wore glasses and a more casual outfit, something elegant, quiet, and scholarly. For a second, Akira was taken aback. The crimson-haired devil princess looked less like a noble and more like a literature major from a human university. Refined. Intelligent. Striking in a whole new way. Bibucho. Kaneko, Rias said gently. I looked into it a while ago, through my brother. The family you and your sister served under, they were conducting secret experiments on yokai bodies. There's no hard proof, but you and your sister were likely test subjects. What? Kaneko's whole body froze. Her eyes widened. Her skin turned pale. The master who raised them had tried to use them as lab rats. If that was true. And if she linked that to what Akira had said earlier, then suddenly, everything started to make sense. Her sister's rage. The bloodshed. The desperate escape. It all aligned. But the worst part wasn't the truth. It was the realization that for all these years, she had hated her sister. Because she didn't understand. Because she had misunderstood everything. And that truth hurt more than anything else. White heavy checkmark enjoy 100 plus chapters ahead of web novel. White heavy checkmark be the first to enjoy the new season before anyone else. Thank you for your amazing support. Sparkling Heart. Chapter 59, Beginning to Open Her Heart. Chapter 58, Beginning to Open Her Heart. If your sister did all of that to protect you, then everything makes sense. Ria spoke softly, her calm voice weaving gently into the silence. After the incident, there was a quiet internal investigation. We found traces of evidence supporting the theory. That household was dismantled and judged within the underworld system. But, to avoid political and social fallout, the details were never made public. Experiments like that, yeah, they're not uncommon, Akira added with a quiet nod. Human experimentation wasn't something unheard of in this world. Even the church, wrapped in its holy image, was far from clean. Take the Holy Sword Project, for example, where children with potential compatibility were selected, then forced through painful experiments to fuse with sacred swords. The project had since been refined and standardized, but its early stages were nothing less than blood-soaked sacrifices. Nowhere was truly pure. Not heaven, not the angels. Even they had their sins. Just look at Asia Argento. Cast out of the church by none other than Archangel Michael himself, her sacred gear, smile of the Holy Mother, deemed too precious and too dangerous. For the sake of balance, she was exiled, and nearly killed by fallen angels. Why? Bucho, why didn't you ever tell me? Kaneko's voice trembled. And, why is my sister still labeled a criminal in the underworld? Kaneko, it's complicated, Rias replied gently. The family that raised you had strong ties to certain political factions. Even my brother, Amao, couldn't intervene easily. All we could do was protect you. Wani-sama. At last, the tears she had held back for so long began to fall. One by one, they streamed down her cheeks, crystalline droplets of pain, regret, and longing. And for the first time, something changed in the atmosphere around them. A subtle warmth spread through the space, soft and quiet. As if the invisible wall around Kaneko's heart had finally begun to crack. Akira said nothing in response to Ria's words. He just stood there, silent. Because while most of what Ria said was true, it wasn't the whole truth. 70% fact. 30% omission. The deeper reality behind it, the shadowy involvement of the underworld's higher circles, couldn't be denied. Those experiments were likely never the ambition of one family alone. No, they were part of something broader. A systematic and organized effort, likely backed, at least quietly, by elite figures. To claim that Sirzek's Lucifer, one of the most powerful beings in existence, lacked the power to intervene, was a stretch. Sirzek's true strength rivaled the likes of a god of destruction. Even the most stubborn high-class devils and political councils moved carefully around him. If he truly wanted to shut down those experiments, he could have done it. But he didn't. Not because he couldn't. But because there was no reason urgent enough for him to get directly involved. And perhaps, just perhaps, to allow Rias to gain a powerful rook. A loyal one. A broken girl with nowhere else to go, who would cling to Rias like a lifeline. In Devil Society, reputation meant everything. Kuroka's murder of her master had nearly dragged Kaneko down with her. Even as a child, Kaneko had been viewed with suspicion. With contempt. But Rias, she extended her hand anyway. In the midst of prejudice and fear, she offered warmth. And from that kindness, unwavering loyalty was born. A bond stronger than any contract, a peerage member willing to risk everything for her king. Akira understood that. Deeply. And because he understood, he chose to say nothing more. If he had been in Sirzek's place, he might have made the same choice. Supporting your little sister by placing someone truly devoted at her side. Strategically, it made perfect sense. Then suddenly. A ripple in the air. From within Kaneko, still held in Rias' arms, a powerful surge of Yuki burst forth, natural and unrestrained. Like a dam finally breaking, the energy that had been suppressed for so long came pouring out. It wasn't wild or violent. Instead, it flowed with gentle harmony, resonating with the surrounding nature, as if the earth itself welcomed its return. The essence of the wild. The whisper of forest winds. The heartbeat of spring soil. It was pure yokai energy, refined, controlled, and deeply rooted in the natural world. And with that, Kaniko's strength skyrocketed, shattering the limits she'd placed on herself for so long. Snow-white cat ears emerged atop her head, twitching slightly. A fluffy tail of the same color swayed behind her. This was her true form. Kaniko, descendant of the Nikomata, the last of her kind, had finally begun to accept the heritage she once feared. But this transformation didn't spark chaos. No. It brought peace. It was as if the power sleeping deep within her had finally been acknowledged and welcomed. In the middle of the field, under the astonished gazes of everyone present, Akira stood quietly, watching it all unfold. Finally, she'd let it out. A small smile formed on his lips. To some, it might seem like just a small step forward. But for Kaniko, it was a giant leap toward a future no longer shadowed by fear. She was no longer a frightened girl, hiding behind walls of silence and trauma. She was beginning to stand. On her own 2 feet. With her own strength. White heavy checkmark enjoy 100+ chapters ahead of web novel. White heavy checkmark be the first to enjoy the new season before anyone else. Thank you for your amazing support. Sparkling Heart. Chapter 60, Ria's Complaint. Chapter 59, Ria's Complaint. A wave of energy burst through the air, echoing across the sky like a thunderclap. Within the training arena, 2 figures clashed fiercely, their silhouettes flickering and colliding at blinding speed. One of them was Akira, clad in pristine white, an odd contrast to the fierce battlefield aura around him. His opponent was Kaniko Toju, now in her awakened Nikomata form, having tapped into the primal power deep within her. Her white hair flowed like a ghostly flame, and her eyes gleamed with the raw, untamed energy of life, Yuki. But she was still young. Despite awakening her senjutsu abilities, Kaniko hadn't yet fully grasped how to control the life force surging through her. She had the instincts but not the mastery. Only recently had she come to terms with the trauma that once chained her heart, finally choosing to embrace the power she'd sealed away long ago. And for that journey, Akira had become her perfect sparring partner. Which led to this moment, countless mock battles that slowly but surely helped Kaniko sharpen her understanding of senjutsu. Still, to truly grow stronger, what she needed wasn't just a partner, but a proper teacher. Someone who had truly mastered the art of Yuki and its complex flow. Akira, while incredibly strong, simply wasn't built for that role. Their systems of power were fundamentally different. He could guide her to a point, but not beyond it. There was only one person truly suited for that position, Kuroka, Kaniko's older sister. Currently under Vala Lucifer's banner, Kuroka had grown into a terrifying force in her own right, her power now vast and immeasurable. She looks happy, doesn't she, Rias? From the sidelines of the arena, 2 girls stood watching the duel. One of them, Akino Haimjima, stared at Kaniko with a bittersweet expression. Kaniko had found a way to emerge from the darkness of her past. But what about her? Akino had opened up once, shared her pain with Akira, bared her wounds. But that didn't mean her burdens had been lifted. Not completely. She still loathed the fallen angel blood flowing through her veins. Even now, she rejected the power inherited from her lineage. If given the choice, she would rather die than accept that side of herself. It's been years, Akino, Rias Gremory said quietly, her voice tinged with exhaustion. Even Kaniko's finally made peace with herself. So what about you? Rias's eyes flicked to her childhood friend. In truth, her entire peerage felt like a collection of wounded souls. Kaniko, once cold and distant, had refused to trust anyone outside a select few. She'd locked herself away in silence, and even now, traces of that past lingered. Then there was Akino, the one Rias knew best. Her pain wasn't a mystery. Akino herself knew that her father had always loved her deeply. But that didn't erase the fact that her mother had died while her father wasn't there. That loss had carved a deep scar in her heart, one that had never fully healed. And it wasn't just Akino. Yudo Chiba still carried the bitter memories of betrayal and death. He wore his smile like armor, but Rias knew the sorrow hidden beneath it. And Gaspar Vladi, a damper who had been sealed for years. A socially anxious shut-in, with a tendency to cross-dress so convincingly, even the other guys had to look twice. Thinking about all of them made Rias's head throb. Was this really good fortune, or a curse in disguise? Akino. Rias started gently. Do you think you can still be saved, like Kaniko-chan? There was a pause before Akino replied. You mean, by him? She glanced toward Akira, who was still in the middle of training Kaniko. He looked at her with such gentle eyes. Like an older brother doting on his precious little sister. Especially now, with Kaniko in her adorable catgirl form, Akira never seemed able to say no to her. He can, Ria said firmly. You've already taken the first step, haven't you? Out of the darkness. The first step, huh? Akino's thoughts drifted to that day. Her black wings, the very thing she had always hated. And yet, Akira hadn't recoiled. He had called them beautiful. Just a few simple words, but somehow, they had stirred something in her heart. Something she had never allowed herself to feel before. Was her heart really that easy to sway? And more importantly, did she even deserve this kind of happiness? What are you thinking about? Ria's voice cut through her silence. Akino. If Akira wins the next rating game, Akino said quietly, can I ask you for one thing? Rias blinked. What kind of request? Before I regret it, please win over his heart and his body, for me. What? Ria's voice came out flat. Calm, but laced with suspicion. I'm just trying to push you forward, Akino replied with a faint smile. To stop you from holding back. Funny. I remember someone sneaking into my room late at night just to show me something. And now you're cheering me on. Because to a man, Akino said, voice low and wistful, his first woman will always hold a special place in his heart. Then why haven't you? Ria stopped herself mid-sentence. Because in love, everyone was selfish, herself included. But there was something strange about Akino today. It felt like she was saying goodbye. Maybe it was just a hunch, but that feeling clung stubbornly in Rias's chest. You're better for him than I am, Akino said, her smile now tinged with sorrow. You're his master. The future head of House Gremory. In every way that matters, it should be you. So you're content being second place? Akino, is that really how low you think of yourself? I don't have a choice. I've always been tainted from the beginning. Her voice was calm, but every word stabbed like a knife. Akino, why would you think that? Your father is. Don't say his name, Rias. The words came sharp, explosive. Akino's whole body tensed, her rage flaring up like a cat whose tail had just been stepped on. Rias went silent. Then, slowly, she nodded and let out a deep sigh. She'd crossed a line, and she knew it. When it came to Akino, she was out of answers. Her gaze wandered back to Akira. Perhaps, he was the only one who could reach her. The only one who might be able to heal that wound. Unaware of the heavy conversation happening nearby, Akira continued his spar with Kaneko. From his perspective, it was less of a battle and more like an enjoyable little game. Eventually, with a soft thud, they broke apart. That's enough for today, Kaneko-chan. You've got to know your limits. Okay. Kaneko nodded, wiping the sweat from her brow and breathing steadily. Thanks to her activated Yuki, her strength had improved immensely, especially in stamina and energy output. Senjutsu wasn't just physical combat, it was the art of syncing with the natural world. Drawing energy from the surroundings to empower the body and spirit. And for a born Nikomata like Kaneko, her talent was undeniable. Her affinity for Senjutsu was off the charts. She was still young, but someday, once she hit her prime, she would be unstoppable. Beside her, Akira gently patted her head, his fingers softly brushing through her hair like he was stroking a cat. Kaneko's cheeks turned a light shade of pink. But she didn't resist. In fact, she inched closer, just a little. Ever since the day Akira helped her face the truth she'd been denying, her feelings for him had shot through the roof, like a rocket into the sky. Now, in front of him, Kaneko was like a cuddly kitten, quietly basking in his affection, never pulling away. And for Akira, petting her had become a kind of habit. A quiet ritual. Like therapy, for both of them. White heavy checkmark enjoy 100+ chapters ahead of web novel. White heavy checkmark be the first to enjoy the new season before anyone else. Thank you for your amazing support. Sparkling Heart. Chapter 61, A Conversation Beneath the Moonlight. Chapter 60, A Conversation Beneath the Moonlight. Under the silent veil of night, Akira sat alone in the garden, letting the soft touch of moonlight soak into his skin. The world was still, quiet, only the rustle of leaves and the gentle breeze whispered around him. Then, soft footsteps broke the silence. He turned his head toward the sound and saw Rias Gremory walking toward him, clad in her sleepwear. Though her attire was casual, the loose fabric did nothing to hide her flawless figure. If anything, the faint outlines beneath the thin cloth only made her seem more alluring, like a living illusion brought to life under the moon. It's late, she said, approaching him. Why are you out here staring at the moon instead of sleeping? Well, that makes two of us, doesn't it? Akira replied with a calm smile, gesturing to the seat beside him. Without hesitation, Rias took it. Their relationship was complicated. Teetering somewhere between close friendship and something much deeper. Akira was clearly drawn to her body, while Rias had already gambled everything on him. With stakes that high, How could there not be some kind of emotion involved? Coming to me this late at night, Akira said, "I still on the moon. You've got something on your mind, don't you?" "You really are annoying sometimes," Rias huffed lightly. "It's like you can read minds." "Not really. I just know the things I want to know." That's exactly the kind of answer that pisses people off. "Oh. Didn't realize that." Rias let out a small huff. His words, his tone, always had this way of getting under her skin. Whether it was his dry wit or that frustrating calmness, he made her want to hit him sometimes. "Enough joking around," she said. "You know about Akino, right?" "I do," Akira replied flatly. "Kaneko was able to face herself because of you. Now it's Akino's turn. I want you to help her too." "Huh? Don't get the wrong idea. I'm not some therapist. Besides, aren't they your peerage members? If I could handle this myself, do you think I'd be here asking you? Then, what's in it for me?" Rias took a slow breath, clearly trying to keep her cool. Seriously? After everything she'd done, trusting him, letting him help shape her path, even dealing with his infuriating attitude, he still had the nerve to ask what's in it for him. He didn't need to read her mind. Her expression said it all. "What now?" Akira asked, breaking the awkward silence. "It's still about Kaneko," Rias said quietly. "Now that she's embraced her powers, she's finally using her Nikomata abilities again. And that's thanks to you. But Akino, she's still stuck." "You mean she has powers she's refusing to use too?" "Yeah. Her father is Barakiel, one of Grigori's top brass and wielder of the divine lightning. Akino inherited the fallen angel's light-based powers, but she's always hated that part of herself." Akira leaned back, exhaling slowly. "You sure know how to pick your peerage. Every one of them is some kind of hidden monster." "I didn't exactly have a choice," she said with a sigh. "But yeah, they're all exceptional. So, what should I do now?" Rias blinked at him, then, without warning, pouted. A real, proper pout. Akira blinked. For a moment, he was genuinely stunned. This side of Rias was unfairly cute. When he just stared at her in silence, a faint blush crept up her cheeks. She turned away quickly, clearly flustered. Hey, what are you staring at?" "Nothing. I'm just surprised. I didn't expect the president of the Occult Research Club to look so adorable." Adorable." He chuckled. "Rias, maybe we should just skip everything and go straight to marriage. That way, Akino and Kaneko would be mine by default." "I wouldn't mind. You're way better than Riser. You're flattering me. I might start getting cocky." "Too bad. I don't see any signs of that happening," she muttered, turning away again. But her words weren't just banter. In the Gremory household, breaking off a political engagement was already walking a dangerous line. If her new partner ended up being a farce, it would be a stain on the Gremory name, a disgrace among the high-ranking devil nobility, where reputation was everything. That's why Rias had decided to risk it all on him. If she had to give herself to someone, she'd rather it be Akira than Riser Phoenix. So, she asked softly. "Will you help me?" "Of course. Leave it to me. What's your plan?" "A true expert always has his methods," he said casually. That answer made Rias twitch. This guy was so frustrating. But under the moonlight, with the night breeze gently brushing through Akira's long emerald hair, he looked mesmerizing. His elegance, his quiet presence, he didn't just look beautiful. It was like watching a painting come to life. In that moment, he could have passed as a moon goddess, not a man. And Rias couldn't help feeling a twinge of envy. If Akira just sat still, without speaking or moving, his aura could easily outshine even hers. It made her wonder, who really is this man? She'd tried investigating him lately, using every resource the Gremory name could pull. But there was nothing. Every lead came up empty. Her family's influence didn't reach far enough into the XXX region where Akira supposedly came from. The only known connection was his current place at Kuoh Academy, which had some ties to the Citri family. Even when Rias confronted Sona Citri directly, she got nothing. Sona claimed to know nothing. Shin Akira, from top to bottom, the man was an enigma. "Oh right, Akino came to me earlier," Rias said suddenly, her voice softer. "She wants me to make the first move, with you. She wants you to go first." "Yeah." In her mind. "Someone like her isn't worthy of being your first wife." Akira laughed, but his eyes flickered, clearly, he was imagining something. Rias rolled her eyes. Men. Always the same. Dreaming about harems the moment a chance shows itself. Akino's been acting a little extreme lately. If you don't step in soon, things could get complicated. Relax. It's nothing I can't handle." "Oh really? And how exactly do you plan to fix it?" He opened his mouth to repeat his earlier line, but the death glare from Rias, one that practically said say it again and I'll kill you, made him stop short. Simple, he said instead. If she thinks she's not worthy of me, then I'll just make the first move. I'll act before she can run away. I'll give her no choice but to become worthy. You're not planning on doing that, right? She didn't finish her sentence, but the look on her face said it all. And Akira? He said nothing. Just smiled faintly, his silence saying more than words ever could. White heavy checkmark enjoy 100 plus chapters ahead of web novel. White heavy checkmark be the first to enjoy the new season before anyone else. Thank you for your amazing support. Sparkling Heart. Chapter 62, The Awakening of Lightning and Light. Chapter 61, The Awakening of Lightning and Light. Not long after their conversation, Rias Gremory quietly returned to her room. Though she had spoken with him at length, she still hadn't gotten the answer she truly wanted. Once she was gone, Akira exhaled softly and turned his gaze toward the shadowed corner of the garden. That's enough. How long were you planning to hide there? He asked calmly, his tone devoid of surprise. From the darkness, a graceful figure stepped into the moonlight, Hajime Akino. Akira gave her a small, knowing smile. Of course, Rias had come here tonight without telling Akino, hoping he could somehow help resolve her inner conflict. But as it turned out, Akino had followed her from the start. She had overheard everything. The night was still. Their voices hadn't been particularly hushed. For someone like Akino, no ordinary human, it had been easy to hear every word. Is there something you want to say? Akira asked. Akino shook her head gently. Not really. She had already guessed Rias's intentions. They had grown up together, closer than sisters, and more familiar with each other than anyone else could be. So then, Akira said again, what will you do now? That question should be for you, she replied, her tone quiet but clear. Didn't Rias leave this in your hands? Because you're the one at the heart of this, he answered easily. Akino lowered her head, her expression uncertain. I don't know. Her hatred toward her father, wasn't it just another form of love? Only deep affection can birth pain so profound, and anger that defies words. Deep inside, Akino understood that the suffering and regret her father carried was far heavier than her own. The guilt of losing the woman he loved, the grief of watching that woman die to protect their daughter, and the heartbreak of being hated by the very child he treasured most, those emotions must have eaten away at him more than anything. Akino, Akira said softly, there's something I've always wanted to ask. The mother you loved was killed by the Hajime clan. So why did your hatred fall on your father, instead of the ones truly responsible? Akino fell silent. Of course, she hated them. But hatred alone wasn't enough. The Hajime clan was one of Japan's 5 great onmyoji clans, its influence spread across the country like roots in soil. As she was now, merely a devil servant under the Gremory family, the idea of revenge was laughable. Besides, the Hajime clan was human, while Akino stood with the devils. Her father, Barakiel, was a high-ranking officer in Grigori, the organization of the fallen angels. If she acted recklessly, she could spark a war between humans and Grigori. And perhaps even drag the rest of the onmyoji clans into it. The web of power in this world was too tangled to be unraveled by emotion alone. You and your father are still father and daughter, Akira said gently. That bond doesn't just vanish. And believe me, the pain he carries probably runs deeper than yours. In the end, he's just a powerless husband, and a grieving father. Akira. I'm not asking you to forgive everything. I know that's impossible. The rift between you two, only the two of you can mend it. Outsiders like me can't interfere. Akino lowered her gaze again. Disappointment, or perhaps emptiness, flashed across her face. What she truly wanted deep down was a reason. A reason strong enough to forgive him. But that reason had never come. But Akino, Akira said, his voice calm but sincere, the fallen angel blood in you is part of who you are. And honestly, I kind of like fallen angels. Especially you, you're a rare, beautiful blend of devil and fallen angel. A soft chuckle escaped her lips, though her eyes were distant. You say you like someone disgusting like me. That's a pretty weak reason, Akira-kun. Not at all, he said. I like you just as you are. I might be human, but I've always had a thing for non-human girls. Monster girls, fallen angels, devil women. I think they're all beautiful. You really are a weirdo, Akira-kun. So that's your taste. Got a problem with that? No. If anything. I think it makes you even more charming. Then, Akino, for me, would you be willing to try? She smiled, faint but genuine. That's a hard request to say no to, Akira-kun. That's just how I am, he said with a quiet grin. And under the moonlight, Akino smiled, a real one. Not her usual teasing, seductive smirk. but a warm, honest smile that bloomed from the depths of her heart. In that moment, a pair of wings unfolded from her back. One was a sleek, dark wing of a devil, calm, composed, regal. The other, a feathered black wing of a fallen angel, tainted by sorrow, yet pure in its own way. She looked like an infernal queen, a temptress born from twilight itself. "To have met you, Akira-kun, it's the greatest luck of my life," she said softly. "Because we're alike. We both hide our real selves behind a perfect mask." But at that moment, Akira felt something shift. Her voice. Her smile. Something felt off. There was a hint of something darker leaking from beneath the surface. A subtle obsession, slowly seeping out. Is this a Yandere moment? Akira thought, brow twitching. Hey, don't go spreading weird labels. I'm a good guy, okay? Ufufu, that's such an Akira-kun thing to say. Since when did my name become synonymous with trouble, huh? He sighed, shaking his head slightly. It felt like he'd just caught a glimpse of Akino's hidden side. People called it Mo cloaked in darkness, but with Akino, it felt more like pure darkness wrapped in elegance. Then, energy began to gather in her hands. In her left, golden bolts of lightning danced and sparked, the power of divine lightning, inherited from her father. In her right, a brilliant white light began to glow, the sacred energy typically wielded by angels. Light energy was deadly poison to devils. But Akino, with her fallen angel blood, was a rare exception. She could manipulate it freely. The two forces, lightning and light, clashed in her palms. And then, they merged. A radiant, crackling surge erupted between her hands. Holy lightning. A hybrid force that fused her father's divine lightning with the sacred power of angels. In that moment, Akino had fully embraced the bloodline passed down from her father, unlocking the might of a true ultimate-class fallen angel. Within her now flowed three bloodlines. The human blood of her mother. The fallen angel blood of her father. And the devil blood granted through reincarnation by the Gremory family. Though she had accepted her heritage, mastering the full power of a fallen angel would still take time. But one thing was certain. Once she did, Hajime Akino would surpass many high-class devils. After all, she was the daughter of one of the most powerful fallen angels, Barakiel, wielder of divine lightning. White heavy checkmark. Enjoy 100+ chapters ahead of web novel. White heavy checkmark. Be the first to enjoy the new season before anyone else. Thank you for your amazing support. Sparkling Heart. Chapter 63, Passive. No way. I'll be the one taking the lead. Chapter 62, Passive. No way. I'll be the one taking the lead. After fully adjusting to the new power coursing through her, Hajime Akino slowly turned her sharp gaze toward Shin Akira. Her eyes burned with determination and a bold resolve that made Akira tense up without realizing it. He wasn't sure why, but his instincts were screaming, Akino was planning something unusual. As I thought, she said calmly, I just can't bring myself to hand you over to Rias that easily. Eh? Isn't that a little too sudden of a change? Wasn't it just a few days ago that you said the exact opposite? I haven't changed. All right then, if you say so. That's why I've made an important decision. What kind of decision? That I'll steal your first time, before Rias gets the chance. The moment those words left her lips, Akino's nightgown slid gently to the floor. She was only 16, but her figure already surpassed that of most grown women, mature, curvaceous, and absolutely stunning. Especially in one particular department, her, 102 centimeters, bust even exceeded Rias Gremory's, 99 centimeters. Although, to be fair, Rias had the edge in overall balance and elegance. Wait, aren't lines like that supposed to come from guys? Well, Akira-kun, it's because you never make a move. I've given you so many signals, and yet you've done nothing. So this time, I'll take the initiative. Hey. I didn't hear anything. Before he could react, Akino, now down to her underwear, leapt into Akira's arms. His mind instantly went blank. This was insane. How did he, of all people, end up being pounced on? A man like him, getting overpowered like this, he couldn't let that slide. However, in the blink of an eye, the tide turned. Though Akino had seemed in control at first, she now found herself cradled tightly in Akira's arms. Just when she thought the moment would stop like always, Akira lifted her up bridal style and walked confidently toward one of the nearby rooms. The mansion had many guest rooms, each well-kept and spotless thanks to the staff, so there was no issue of cleanliness or comfort. Akira-kun. You're the one who started this, so don't blame me if I decide not to hold back. From now on, leave everything to me, Akino. Of course. Everything I am, is yours. Her soft voice and warm breath mingled in the air between them. As the door closed gently behind them, Akira laid Akino down on the bed. His gaze met her flushed face, not one of embarrassment, but a passionate longing that had been held back for far too long. Akira reached out and gently touched her cheek. He didn't say a word. He didn't need to. Their eyes said everything. It was Akino who moved first, her fingers reaching up to his chest, slowly undoing the buttons of his shirt one by one, her hands trembling ever so slightly. Every motion was filled with emotion, as if she were engraving each moment into her memory. "You're really handsome, Akira-kun," she whispered, almost as if afraid the words would vanish if she said them too loud. Akira responded with a kiss, deep, slow, and tender. Their lips met and moved in sync, unhurried yet intense. The air between them grew warmer, heavy with anticipation. Akino let out a soft sound as Akira's kisses traveled from her lips to her neck and shoulder. Her skin tingled wherever he touched, her fingers clutching tightly at the sheets beneath her. Whimpers slipped from her mouth, light and filled with emotion. "Hey, Akira." Their bodies pressed against each other without a single barrier. Every brush of skin sparked the fire they'd both been keeping inside for so long. No words were needed now, just quiet breaths and loving gazes. That night, they didn't just share a physical connection. They shared their hearts. In that still, silent room, time seemed to slow, granting space for the two of them to express their feelings completely. As the night deepened, the only sounds left were their breath and the steady rhythm of their hearts. And in the dark, Akino held Akira's hand tightly, whispering with quiet sincerity. "Thank you for choosing me." The night passed in silence, but for them, it marked a turning point, one they'd never forget. In that one night, a young girl was gone, and in her place stood a grown woman. It had been a first time for both of them. At an age burning with passion and emotion, especially for someone like Akira, whose body carried traces of dragon factor from the presence of boosted gear, the Red Dragon Emperor, such intensity was almost impossible to contain. Just like Hayato Issei in the original story, Akira too needed to occasionally release that dragon energy to maintain physical and mental balance. If he wanted to, he could even form a direct contract with Drake and fully transform into a dragon. But so far, he wasn't ready to give up his humanity. As the morning sun filtered through the curtains, Akino Himejima slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze fell upon the sleeping face beside her, and as she felt the lingering soreness in her body, a gentle smile formed on her lips. "Mother. I've finally found someone I can truly rely on." What she did last night, it was her way of letting go. Because deep down, a part of her still doubted whether Akira could really win the upcoming raiding game against Riser Phoenix and his entire peerage. He was planning to take them all on alone. If the worst were to happen, then at the very least, she wanted a memory she'd never regret. "You're smiling to yourself this early in the morning." Akira's voice drifted lazily from the side of the bed. Turns out he had been awake for a while, just pretending to sleep. "Did I wake you?" "Not really. I've been up, just didn't feel like moving." "Thank you, darling." Akino beamed and gave him a gentle kiss on the cheek. Akira stayed quiet for a moment. Was this what being in love felt like? Even the morning air seemed sweet like honey. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Knock, knock. The two of them froze. This room was deep inside the mansion, no one was supposed to know they were here. SSSHH. Akino tried to sit up, but the lingering soreness from last night stopped her. She groaned softly and fell back into the pillows. Akira gently hushed her and said, "Let me handle it. Just rest for today." Okay. Surrounded by his warmth, Akino felt truly protected. Maybe this was what it meant to be cared for by a man. Akira quickly dressed and headed for the door. When he opened it, standing there was none other than Kaneko Toju. "Pervert-senpai." Kei Kaneko. "Weren't you super sweet to me yesterday?" "Degenerate." Her face was flushed red, but her words came out flat and merciless. Akira could only stare, speechless. How did my reputation crash this fast? "I brought clothes for Akino-senpai. Bucho asked me to deliver them." You guys knew she was here?" Akira regretted asking the moment the words left his mouth. There weren't many residents in this mansion. It wouldn't take a genius to figure it out. This morning, Bucho found Akino-senpai's nightgown lying in the garden. "I already knew you were a perv, but I didn't think you'd be this impatient." Her voice wasn't loud, but just clear enough to reach the room inside. Akino's face turned crimson, all the way to her ears. She'd completely forgotten she had left her clothes in the garden last night. And now, everyone knew. Ugh. Kaneko-chan, it's not what you think. We didn't. I mean, not that quickly. Pervert-senpai, I never said anything. You're the one who brought it up. Kaneko handed the clothes to Akira and turned to leave without another word. But as she walked away, her expression darkened. She glanced down at her small frame and muttered to herself in silence. Compared to Akino-senpai, I'm still so far behind. Meanwhile, Akira stepped back into the room, clothes in hand. On the bed, Akino had buried herself under the covers, too embarrassed to come out. White heavy checkmark enjoy 100 plus chapters ahead of web novel. White heavy checkmark be the first to enjoy the new season before anyone else. Thank you for your amazing support. Sparkling Heart. Chapter 64, A Conversation Between Two Girls. Chapter 63, A Conversation Between Two Girls. Today, Akino Himejima had to skip her usual training session. As a result, the role of Asia Argento's teacher temporarily fell to Rias Gremory. But with that shift came an unintended consequence. Almost everyone in the house, even the ever-innocent Asia, had caught on to the fact that something had happened between Akino and Akira. Something deep. Intimate. It wasn't exactly subtle. Early that morning, someone had found a woman's nightwear lying carelessly in the garden. At the same time, both Akino and Akira were missing from their own rooms. Instead, they were discovered in the guest room closest to that very garden. Even the most oblivious person could connect the dots. That night, Rias finally paid Akino a visit. Her steps were casual, her expression unreadable, but it was clear from her eyes that she already knew everything. As for Akira, he'd been chased off ahead of time, giving the girls some space to have their little heart-to-heart. You really went all in, didn't you, Akino? Oh. Did you come here just to tease me, Rias? Not at all. I came to congratulate you. After all, my dearest friend has finally found someone to lean on. Then I'll accept your congratulations, graciously. Rias wore a strange, almost mischievous smile. Akino sighed, already knowing she had no way to deny it. She had no one to blame but herself. After all, she was the one who'd offered herself so freely last night. Just the day before, she had said she wasn't worthy, had even suggested that Rias should be the one to pursue Akira. But then, before the words even had time to cool, she'd taken the leap first. Rias hadn't expected it either. She had approached Akira the previous night for help, but when she left, Akino had stepped in, and wrapped everything up in one night. When morning came and Rias spotted Akino's nightwear abandoned in the same place she and Akira had spoken the night before, she couldn't help but think, wait, did they actually do it in the garden? Thankfully, after confirming there were no suspicious traces left behind, she breathed a sigh of relief. Still, realizing that her best friend had gone from maiden to woman in the span of one night was a lot to process. Akino. About last night, did it hurt? Like, a lot. The question caught Akino completely off guard. Her face turned red in an instant, it was far too personal. If you're that curious, why not try it yourself? Don't be ridiculous. I'm still officially engaged to Riser. If I lost my virginity before the engagement's called off, it would tarnish the Gremory name. Then why even ask? I was just curious. The maids back home talk about it sometimes. They say the first time is always painful. The maids? Who exactly are they serving? Surzek-sama. Or maybe Zyodicus-sama. Yeah. That's not the point. The topic had suddenly veered into dangerous territory. In the underworld, maids were often considered personal property of the household, serving their masters in every sense of the word was part of the job. But in the Gremory household, the only men that title could apply to were Surzek's and Rias's father, Zyodicus. Which meant Rias had, without meaning to, dragged her own father and brother into a very inappropriate conversation. No, I think that is the point. Don't tell me. Lady Grafia and Lady Vanillana can't satisfy them anymore. Don't say another word, Akino. We're dropping this topic right now. Rias practically jumped in panic. She knew that if this line of conversation went too far, they might end up unleashing a scandal of epic proportions. Especially in the Gremory family, where women often held more authority than the men. Her father, Zyodicus Gremory, might hold the official title of head of the house, but her mother, Vanillana, a daughter of the prestigious Baal clan, had far more influence and political power. And while Zyodicus wasn't exactly a henpecked husband, it was clear that most major decisions passed through his wife first. If Vanillana ever found out that Zyodicus had been involved with any of the housemaids, well, that man wouldn't make it out in one piece. Surzek's, on the other hand, was harder to pin down. Technically, Grafia was still classified as a maid, but in practice, she was both his wife and queen. Everything he did was under her strict supervision. If there was ever a scandal, it wouldn't be the media that buried him, it would be the Silver Queen herself. Watching Rias pale with each passing second, Akino couldn't help but laugh. It seemed she'd stumbled upon a dangerous little secret, one she could playfully hold over Rias's head in the future. Still, if she had to guess, Akino felt that Zyodicus-sama was the more likely culprit. Surzek's had always been the model of loyalty, while her father had once been something of a playboy, even by devil's standards. Seeing Rias curled up on the sofa, clearly regretting ever bringing this up, Akino felt oddly satisfied. Apparently, teasing your best friend was just as fun as tormenting enemies. Maybe that was a dangerous path she needed to watch out for. Still, it was all in good fun. Just two girls joking around. By the way, Akino, have you really come to terms with everything now? The question wiped the grin from Akino's face. She paused for a moment, then gave a slow, honest nod. Her expression was calm, no longer haunted by the darkness that used to shadow her features. It's not easy, accepting everything. But I've learned to see it from a different perspective. I didn't accept the fallen angel blood inside me because I forgave that man. I accepted it because the one I love accepted me, completely. That's all. Because he accepted you, huh? Yeah. That sounds like you. Akino was the daughter of a shrine maiden and had inherited her mother's lineage as an onmyoji. Sacrifice was in her blood. She had always been ready to give everything for those she cared about. I guess, there's nothing wrong with that, right? Not at all. Honestly, I'm really happy for you, Akino. Thanks. Their words came from different places, but somehow, they both reached the same destination. As two girls who understood each other better than anyone else, they didn't need to say much. Sometimes, silence said more than words ever could. This pre-war training period hadn't just strengthened their powers, it had prepared their hearts as well. Both Akino Himejima and Kaneko Tuju had managed to break free from their inner chains. And most importantly, their strength had grown dramatically. White heavy checkmark enjoy 100+ chapters ahead of web novel. White heavy checkmark be the first to enjoy the new season before anyone else. Thank you for your amazing support. Sparkling Heart. Chapter 65, The Day Before the Rating Game. Chapter 64, The Day Before the Rating Game. A week had passed. Not too short, but not quite long either. Day by day, time moved forward, until finally, the day before the long-awaited rating game arrived. With the special training period officially over, everyone had returned to Kuoh Academy. Though it wasn't formally recognized, Akira's private villa had now become the unofficial second headquarters of the Occult Research Club. Other than Chiba Yuto, who still stayed at the school dorms, every other member had chosen their own rooms within the villa. Akino Himejima had even handed out duplicate keys to everyone. Naturally, with her newfound intimacy with Akira, Akino had taken up the role of the lady of the house without anyone needing to say it out loud. Name, Shin Akira. Identity, transfer student at Kuoh Academy. Rank, level 6, ultimate class devil. Template, Enkidu, 63%. Noble phantasm, chains of heaven. Talent, consummated shape, beast king instinct, body transformation. Skills, blue lightning light, aura detection, the wisdom of the people. Equipment, boosted gear, red dragon emperor. Items. During their training days up in the mountains, while the primary focus had been on refining technique and team coordination, Akira had also taken the liberty of hunting down several stray devils that had wandered too close to the training grounds. The result? His Enkidu inheritance template rose to 63%. And that number alone made him feel like tomorrow couldn't come soon enough. According to the intel Rias had provided, the enemy team was composed of Riser Phoenix, a high-class devil. Yubaluna, a mid-class devil and Riser's queen. Ravel Phoenix, Riser's little sister and another mid-class devil. 13 other members, all classified as low-class devils. While the pawns couldn't be dismissed outright, their threat level was minimal. Assuming a percentage conversion of inherited value from their defeat. 13% from the pawns, 3% each from Yubaluna and Ravel, and 5% from Riser himself. That would total around 24%. If added to Akira's current 63%, he'd hit 87%, more than enough to push past the threshold into Mao-class power. And once he crossed that boundary, things would change completely. The difference between those below and above that line wasn't just numerical, it was an entirely different realm of power. Man. I can already feel it. Tomorrow's match might just change everything. Just thinking about the possibility of ascending into Mao-class made his heart race with anticipation. At that moment, the door to his room creaked open quietly. Akino Himejima stepped inside, wearing a light nightgown. These days, the two of them shared a room naturally. After all they had gone through together, there was no longer any reason to hesitate. Akino had chosen Akira, completely, without reserve. Their relationship now had the soft warmth of a honeymoon phase. They were almost never apart. And as a man, Akira had no reason to complain about having such a beautiful woman glued to his side. What's on your mind, darling? Nothing much. Just thinking about tomorrow's match. The rating game, huh? I believe in you. You'll win, and set Rias free from that engagement, right? Of course. I'd never betray the trust of my wife. Wife. Honestly, you say things like that so easily. Akino gave him a light smack on the chest, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. Still, the happiness on her face was unmistakable. Tonight, unlike previous nights, she didn't try to tease him or tempt him into anything. Ever since crossing that boundary in their relationship, both Akira and Akino had been swept into an unending spiral of closeness. But tonight was different. Tomorrow would be a decisive battle, and without needing to say much, the two had agreed to show restraint. Elsewhere. The underworld, Phoenix household. Tomorrow is the raiding game. Are you prepared? The head of the Phoenix family sat in the central seat of the grand meeting room, his eyes calm but heavy with pressure, as he addressed his son. Relax, father. My opponent is just a human. Even with the sacred gear, the outcome is obvious. Victory is mine. Riser Phoenix answered confidently, with neither hesitation nor respect for the threat that was Shin Akira, or Rias's team. He participated in countless raiding games against adult devils. Facing off against Rias, a girl newly risen to the status of a full-fledged devil, didn't intimidate him at all. Especially since he already knew the composition of her peerage. In his eyes, they were a group of nobodies. Good. You must win tomorrow. Rias may be young, but her potential is immense. Once you marry her, your mother will take over her proper education. Understood, father. The family head nodded. He had always pampered his third son. After the eldest son brought glory and prestige to the family, the pressure on Riser had lessened. Instead, he was given more freedom, more indulgence. Back during the political reshuffling for the new four great Satans, the Gremory family had offered Rias's engagement as part of their bargaining chip to gain the Phoenix family support for Surzex's rise to the position of Lucifer. In return, the Phoenix family reaped many benefits from that alliance, both political and economic. And with Surzex now firmly established as Mao, their connection to the Gremorys gave them added prestige and protection. Now, if Riser were to officially marry Rias Gremory, the Phoenix family's position would rise even higher, placing them closer to the inner circle of the Mao faction. One son had already carried their name into glory. The other would wed into bloodline royalty. If children were born from this union, they would carry the blood of a Mao. Everything was falling into place, almost too perfectly. That is, except for one small detail. Rias Gremory absolutely rejected the marriage. To the point that she invoked an official challenge through a raiding game. And beyond that, she'd even taken in a human as both protector and romantic interest. Their investigations confirmed that she hadn't been physically intimate with him, yet. But the fact that she chose a mere human over Riser. That alone was a slap across the Phoenix family's face. It was beyond unacceptable. To make matters worse, Surzex Lucifer himself had approved the raiding game, as if brushing aside the old engagement agreement like it meant nothing. To the head of House Phoenix, that was nothing short of betrayal. Once, Surzex had needed their support to rise to power. Now that he stood tall as a Mao, was he simply planning to discard their alliance? No self-respecting noble could tolerate such arrogance. And besides, even if the Phoenix family had already received their share of rewards, greed was only natural. If you can take more, why stop now? White heavy checkmark enjoy 100+ chapters ahead of web novel. White heavy checkmark be the first to enjoy the new season before anyone else. Thank you for your amazing support. Sparkling Heart. Chapter 66, The Long-Awaited Day. Chapter 65, The Long-Awaited Day. Though it wasn't a national holiday, Kuoh Academy had suddenly cancelled all classes for the day. Not that the students were surprised. Sudden, unexplained school closures had become something of a regular occurrence, so common, in fact, that most of them didn't even question it anymore. The reason this time was simple: today was the day of the raiding game. Although the match wouldn't take place on school grounds, but rather in a specially prepared dimensional space designed to prevent any damage to the real world, precautionary measures were still necessary. That's why Sona Shitori, or rather, Sona Citri, along with the rest of the student council, had been placed on high alert, ready to respond in case anything unexpected happened. Inside the Occult Research Club room, the atmosphere was tense and quiet. Everyone was preparing. The moment the time came, they would be transported to the battlefield through large-scale magic teleportation. But just as the pressure reached its peak, the silence was broken by the sound of steady footsteps echoing in the hallway. Tap. 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 Sona Citri entered the room, flanked by her queen, Tsubaki Shinra. Well, this is a surprise, said Rias Gremory, greeting her friend with a polite nod. Didn't expect to see you here, Sona. I came to check on you, Rias. How are you feeling? Confident. Of course, Rias replied with a calm smile. I've got an unbeatable trump card. As she spoke, her gaze drifted toward the sofa, where Shin Akira was lounging comfortably. He sat with Kaneko Tuju curled up on his lap, calmly feeding her sweets, while Akino Haimjima poured him a cup of tea like a graceful host. The whole scene looked less like people preparing for an intense, high-stakes battle and more like a group of friends getting ready for a spring picnic. It's been a while, Shin Akira-kun, Sona said as she stepped forward. Nice to see you again, Sona Kaiju, Akira replied casually, not bothering to shift from his relaxed position. Since their last meeting, when Akira rejected her invitation to join her peerage, the two hadn't spoken again. Though from what he'd heard, Sona had recently reincarnated a human into her peerage, and had used 4 whole pawns to do so. Naturally, Akira understood she was referring to Saji Genshiro. You seem quite sure of yourself, going up against the 3rd son of the Phoenix family. He's just a walking fire turkey. There won't be any surprises. You've gotten cockier since the last time we talked. Sona's voice was cool, her eyes narrowing slightly. She couldn't help but feel a little relieved that Akira had turned down her offer back then. Sure, having a strong subordinate was valuable, but someone this arrogant could easily become a liability. After all, even if Riser Phoenix had a terrible personality, he was still a high-class devil from a prestigious household, and a veteran of many raiding games. His immortality, granted by the Phoenix lineage, made him a nightmare to deal with. Yet Akira was acting as if victory was a foregone conclusion. Even if he was stronger, overconfidence like this was a ticking time bomb. Unbeknownst to Akira, his impression in Sona's mind had dropped several notches. Though honestly, even if he had known, he probably wouldn't have cared. The opinions of others weren't exactly a priority to him. Senpai is strong, Kaneko suddenly spoke up from his lap, her gaze fixed on Sona. Sona fell silent. The brief words from the quiet Nikomata caught her off guard. When she turned toward Rias, she noticed something had changed. Her friend no longer carried the usual pressure or tension. In fact, she looked completely composed, even serene. Was it possible? Could this man really be that powerful? Sona knew that Akira had reached the high-class rank. But ranks in the underworld weren't everything, especially when you factored in the influence of noble bloodlines, like the Phoenix family's infamous Phoenix regeneration. Rias hadn't fully mastered her family's power of destruction, and even Sona herself didn't know how she'd deal with Riser's absurd regeneration if it came down to it. So then, did Akira have a way to counter it? Ding. 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 A soft chime rang out from a magic device in the room, signaling that the time had come. The game was about to begin. Rias, Sona said softly, I'll be watching from the outside. Free yourself from the chains that bind you. Her words weren't just advice. As a rival and a friend, they were also a sign of respect, from one team leader to another. But Rias simply shook her head with a gentle smile. No. Today's raiding game isn't my stage. She turned her eyes toward Akira, still lounging like he didn't have a care in the world. It's his. What do you mean by that, Rias? Sona asked, her curiosity piqued. But Rias didn't answer. She simply said one last thing. We'll talk again later, Sona. In that instant, a massive teleportation circle lit up beneath the members of the Occult Research Club. A surge of magic pulsed through the air, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished in a wave of glowing light, leaving only Sona and Tsubaki behind. Tsubaki. What did Rias mean by that? It seems she was implying that, in this match, Shin Akira will be the only one fighting. Unbelievable. She's betting everything on a human. Or maybe, there's something we still don't know. Sona couldn't hide her shock. Rias, usually so calculating and composed, had made a move that bordered on reckless. But before they could analyze further, another magic circle activated beneath them. A crystal blue light enveloped Sona and Tsubaki, whisking them away to the venue. Raiding game dimensional arena, neutral territory, underworld. Sona and Tsubaki arrived at the expansive battlefield prepared for the raiding game. The space was massive, an artificial dimension, stabilized with countless layers of magic. All around them, the arena was filled with powerful high-class devils. They hadn't come merely to spectate, they were here to witness what was, in truth, a significant political event. The younger sister of the Mao Lucifer, rebelling against an arranged marriage, and seeking to annul it through formal means, via a publicly sanctioned raiding game. This wasn't just some teenage drama. It was a high-stakes battle between two noble houses. On one side stood Rias Gremory, heir to the Gremory household, younger sister of Surzex Lucifer, and the only daughter of one of the 4 great devil clans. On the other stood Riser Phoenix, third son of the ancient Phoenix family, infamous for their regeneration and nobility. Seated at the highest podium were the key figures of the underworld. Surzex Lucifer himself had come to personally witness the outcome. Beside him was the head of the Phoenix household, here to see whether his son would truly marry into the Gremory line. Above the arena, giant magical screens projected the images of both teams, Team Rias and Team Riser. Magic cameras hovered around the battlefield, ready to broadcast every move in real time. A gentle breeze swept through the air. From above, a shimmering magic circle descended, glowing softly with silver light. From it emerged an elegant figure, Graphia Lucifuge, the legendary queen of the underworld, wife of Lucifer, and arbiter for today's match. The raiding game was about to begin. White heavy checkmark enjoy 100 plus chapters ahead of web novel. White heavy checkmark be the first to enjoy the new season before anyone else. Thank you for your amazing support. Sparkling Heart. Chapter 67, The Rating Game Begins. Chapter 66, The Rating Game Begins. The moment Graphia Lucifuge appeared, the entire arena fell into absolute silence. As the strongest queen in the underworld and the personal envoy of Lucifer, her presence alone signaled that this rating game was no mere formality, it was now an officially sanctioned, high-level event. With the Mao themselves attending as witnesses, no one dared to speak out of turn or behave carelessly. Meanwhile, within the artificial dimension designated as the battlefield, Shinakira stood in the center of what looked like Kuoh Academy's schoolyard, quietly surveying his surroundings with mild surprise. So this is an artificial dimension. Incredible, Akira murmured. Despite the ominous red haze clouding the skies, the entire place was almost indistinguishable from the real academy grounds. Everything had been recreated with astounding precision. Still, there was one thing that bothered him. He could feel it, his power was being slightly suppressed in this space. The dimensional field had been specially constructed as a safe battleground. But its floating, platform-like structure meant there was no direct connection to real Earth. And without that grounding, Akira couldn't draw energy from the planet as he usually did. Even so, it wasn't something that would stop him. Against Riser Phoenix, he didn't need his full power. Victory was already a foregone conclusion. Bucho, why are we still here? Asked Asia Argento, tilting her head with visible confusion. To her, the room felt too familiar, identical, in fact, to the occult research club they used every day. Indeed, the space had been magically reconstructed to perfectly mimic the real Kuoh Academy. Every desk, every wall, even the furniture was reproduced down to the smallest detail through large-scale formation magic. This is an artificial dimension, Asia, Rias explained gently. It's designed to look like the school, so we can fight in an environment we're comfortable in. Eh? So it's fake? But why go through all that trouble, she asked, even more puzzled. Because this is the place we know best, Aquino answered with her usual serene smile. Also, I wouldn't be surprised if the Gremory family helped influence the design a little. It was true. While technically neutral, the arena had been arranged by the Gremory household. It wasn't unusual for the hosting side to receive some minor advantages. Amazing. Asia breathed, her eyes sparkling as she gazed around in awe. But all eyes soon returned to a single person, Shinakira. Everyone knew it. This match rested entirely on his shoulders. Akira. Are you really confident you can win? Rias asked softly. Though she had voiced her trust in him, the closer they got to the start, the more anxious she became. Don't worry, he said, stretching lazily. This'll be over quicker than you think. Then I'll be waiting to hear the good news. This isn't a match. It's a hunt. And I'm the only hunter here. The rest are just prey. His voice held absolute certainty. But since most of his teammates had never seen the full extent of his power, the tension remained thick in the air. Elsewhere in the artificial dimension, in another area modeled after Kuoh Academy, Riser Phoenix arrived with his full team, 14 pieces in total. Riser strutted into the space with a proud smirk, arrogance radiating from every step. As a pure-blooded devil from a noble family, Riser had grown up drenched in superiority. To him, this battlefield, designed to resemble a human school, was beneath him. A disgrace, even. He could never understand why someone like Rias Gremory, the younger sister of a Mao, would lower herself to attend a school in the human world. He didn't know, of course, that the only reason she had come to the human realm was to escape him. Back in the underworld, their families had been closely interacting, tied together by a political engagement. And so, Rias had fled. This world, this ordinary, peaceful place, was her sanctuary. So, the day's finally here, Riser muttered, eyes narrowing. I'll make that human understand how worthless he really is. None of his peerage objected. In fact, they shared his disdain. Riser had already proven himself through numerous rating games. He had the skill, the pedigree, and the ego to match. To be honest, Oniai-sama, you really do like Rias, don't you? A cold, sharp voice said behind him. Ravel. Riser turned with a slight scowl. What are you talking about? Your precious fiancé is getting cozy with a human. What's the point of bringing someone like that into our family? Ravel Phoenix, Riser's little sister and the spoiled jewel of the Phoenix household, was even more arrogant than her brother. Coddled by her entire family, she had never known rejection or failure. This is father's will. The family agreed, Riser replied with slight irritation in his voice. Father only cares about the social advantage. If she weren't Sirzek's Lucifer's sister, who would even want to marry someone openly clinging to another man? I don't have a choice. She's the Mao's sister. Then crush her little boyfriend. Drag her back to the manor, and let mother teach her how to act like a proper wife for the Phoenix household. That's been my plan from the start, Riser said with a smug grin. As a man, there was no way he could accept this insult, not just as her fiancé, but as a noble of the underworld. Letting her be claimed by a human. That was a disgrace. One that could never be forgiven. All participants have arrived, Graphia's voice echoed clearly throughout the arena and across the battlefield. Therefore, I now officially declare the start of the rating game between Rias Gremory and Riser Phoenix. I, Graphia Lucifuge, will serve as the referee for this match. Her voice was firm and unwavering, declaring to everyone that there would be no bias, no interference, and no escape from the rules. Back on Rias's side, the announcement brought a faint smile to Akira's lips. Finally. I was starting to get bored. He stood up calmly and made his way toward the door, stepping out of the replica clubroom with composed steps. No one followed him. Not a single member of Rias's team moved. Up in the audience stands, Sona Citri's eyes widened in disbelief. She had expected Akira to take center stage in the match, but she never imagined he would literally be the only one fighting. Rias, what were you thinking? Sona whispered, stunned. Is that man really so strong that no one else is even needed? From where she stood, it looked like madness. And she wasn't alone in that thought. Even Graphia Lucifuge, usually cool and composed, couldn't entirely hide her unease. As much as she respected and even liked this potential future brother-in-law, facing Riser and his entire team alone seemed dangerously reckless. But the stage had been set. There was no turning back now. Author's note. At last. We've reached this turning point. Thank you so much to all of you who have followed the journey up to this chapter. I may not be a professional translator, but I'll keep doing my best to bring this story to life. And I promise, I won't stop until the very end. This novel will not be abandoned, and the translation will be finished. No matter how long it takes. Thank you to everyone, whether you've supported me financially, or simply by being here and reading. Your presence means the world. Let's keep going together until the very end. White heavy checkmark. Enjoy 100 plus chapters ahead of web novel. White heavy checkmark. Be the first to enjoy the new season before anyone else. Thank you for your amazing support. Sparkling Heart. Chapter 68, Time for the Slaughter. Chapter 67, Time for the Slaughter. Today, perhaps to embody the essence of Enkidu more deeply, Shin Akira had set aside his usual attire. He wore a simple white robe, flowing and loose, and walked barefoot, completely mirroring the legendary figure from the Fate series. And despite the artificial ground beneath him, not a speck of dirt touched his feet. They remained pristine and pale, as though untouched by the world itself. His presence was ethereal, serene, yet untouchable. Akira had fully activated one of the most powerful abilities he'd inherited from the Enkidu template, Aura Detection, ranked A+ in the Fate system. A refined and high-tier perception skill that allowed him to detect the presence of enemies with extreme precision. At close range, it could even override stealth abilities like presence concealment, unless ranked higher. Now, standing within the fabricated space of the rating game, Akira let that awareness unfurl completely, like a mental net spread across the arena. In mere moments, he pinpointed the positions of Riser Phoenix and his reincarnated devil peerage. Unlike Akira, who moved alone, Riser's forces had split into smaller units, a standard tactical formation. After all, rating games weren't just about one-on-one fights. Strategy, deception, and battlefield manipulation were all part of the game's appeal. All right, Akira murmured softly to himself. Let's start with this group. His body slowly lifted off the ground, then accelerated, cutting through the air like a silver streak toward the stadium sector. His goal was simple: eliminate everyone before they could interfere. If any of them escaped and reached Rias, it could compromise the match. He couldn't afford delays. Flight, of course, was much faster than walking. In mere seconds, Akira touched down in the open-air arena. And waiting for him was a welcoming party. So, you're the arrogant human everyone's been talking about, a girl sneered from across the field. I'm Isabella, my master's favorite pawn, and I'll make sure your journey ends here. I'm Shuria. One of my master's pawns as well. Marion, also a pawn. Bulant. Loyal servant of Lord Riser. A total of 4. 1 rook, and 3 pawns, all reincarnated devils. 3 were scantily dressed women decorated in ribbons, and the last was a tall man in a butler uniform. Akira stared at them with a calm, unreadable gaze. Inwardly, he sighed. Riser Phoenix, you're underestimating this match. Even low-ranked peerage members had strategic value in the devil reincarnation system. And yet, Riser was sending them forward like disposable pieces. As if his subordinates were nothing more than toys. Shin Akira. A mere human, he said plainly. And now, it's your turn to disappear. Without warning, golden magic circles flared into existence behind him. In the blink of an eye, Heavenly chains, Enkidu's chains of heaven, shot forth through the air like divine lances. The golden radiance illuminated the stadium, then pierced through all 4 devils before they could react. It was over in an instant. There was no defense. No time to scream. They were erased before they could even draw breath for a counterattack. But thanks to the rating game system, their bodies were immediately teleported out once fatal injuries registered. No lives were truly lost, but Akira had never intended to go easy. His aim was pure elimination from the start. Ding. 4% template transmission inherited. A soft chime rang within him, another increment added to his soul's evolution. Akira smiled faintly. The hunt had officially begun. 1 rook and 3 pawns from Riser Phoenix's peerage have been eliminated. The clear, commanding voice of Graphia Lucifuge echoed across the arena, reaching both the battlefield and the audience alike. The spectators, composed of high-class devils, nobles, and even Mao, began murmuring in hushed awe. So that's the human chosen by Lady Rias. Chains? That's a sacred gear I've never seen before. For eliminated in 1 strike. They may be low tier, but still, that's impressive. As expected of the sister of Lucifer. She wouldn't choose just any human. A sacred gear like that. Could it be divine class? In moments, the stadium was filled with whispers. Eliminating 4 devils in 1 attack was something only a high-class devil could achieve. It wasn't something a mid-level being could pull off. Still, up in the VIP seats, the patriarch of the Phoenix clan remained impassive, his face unreadable. To him, only Yubaluna, Riser's queen, and Ravel, his daughter, were worth serious attention. The others, pawns, knights, even rooks, were inconsequential ornaments. So when Akira wiped them out instantly, he didn't bat an eye. If anything, had Akira struggled with them, he might have reconsidered his approval of this match. Perhaps even retracted his family's blessing. A weak candidate was not worthy of House Gremory, let alone Phoenix. 4, just like that. Aquino muttered from the Occult Research Club room. Back on Rias's side, the entire peerage had heard Graphia's announcement. Joy lit up their faces. He'd moved. And so far, the enemy hadn't even scratched him. But not everyone was pleased. Deep in another sector, Riser Phoenix clenched his teeth in fury as Graphia's words echoed. He had always known his lower pieces were no match for stronger enemies. Still, they were his. They were part of his pride. And now they were gone, just like that. Useless trash, he snarled. How could they lose that fast? Relax, Oni-sama, Ravel Phoenix said coolly, folding her arms with a mocking smirk. They were nothing but weak pawns. They were never your match to begin with. True, Riser growled, his jaw tight. Just disposable pieces. But for that human to humiliate me like this, I'll pay him back 100-fold. Of course. The honor of House Phoenix cannot be tarnished. Riser stood. His gaze sharpened. I'm done waiting. I'll go myself. He had made up his mind to charge directly toward Rias. But just before he could take a single step, Graphia's voice rang out once more. 1 rook, 1 knight, and 2 pawns from Riser Phoenix's team have been eliminated. The room fell quiet for a moment. 4 more, gone. This time, they included a knight and another rook, far more valuable than simple pawns. And once again, the executioner was Akira, wielding the chains of heaven with divine precision and brutal elegance. Ding. 4% template transmission inherited. Another surge of power flowed through him. With this, Akira's strength jumped up again, from the mid-tier of the ultimate class devil level, to the very cusp of the top. His current synchronization sat at 71%. Not quite enough. But close. This confirmed his theory, it wasn't 70%, but 80% that marked the next threshold, his true evolution. Still, there were plenty of targets left on the battlefield. And by the end of this day, Shin Akira would reach even higher. With quiet resolve burning in his chest, he continued his advance, deeper into enemy lines. The hunt had only just begun. White heavy checkmark enjoy 100+ chapters ahead of web novel. White heavy checkmark be the first to enjoy the new season before anyone else. Thank you for your amazing support. Sparkling Heart. Chapter 69, Noble Phantasm Release, True Name Liberation. Chapter 68, Noble Phantasm Release, True Name Liberation. 1 knight, 1 bishop, and 3 pawns from Riser Phoenix's team have been eliminated. The sharp, commanding voice of Graphia Lucifuge once again echoed across the battlefield. With that announcement, all of Riser's deployed peerage members had been systematically removed from the raiding game. Now, only Riser himself, his queen Yubaluna, and his little sister Ravel, a bishop, remained on the field. Everyone else was gone. Standing in the middle of the field, Riser Phoenix looked like a powder keg ready to explode. From the moment he was born into noble prestige, he had never experienced humiliation like this. The match wasn't even halfway through, and yet, every single one of his peerage had already been forced out. It wasn't just Riser who stood in shock. Even the high-class devils in the spectator stands stared in disbelief. They had witnessed it firsthand. Akira hadn't just defeated them, he erased them. Not a single one had withstood more than a single blow. The brief gaps between eliminations were merely the time it took Akira to move from one area to another. And in that short window since the match began, all 13 of Riser's peerage had been wiped out. Rias Gremory, and that human. You're deliberately provoking me, aren't you? Riser growled. Good. You've succeeded. But now, prepare to pay the price. His face twisted in anger. His skin looked pale and tight, almost cracking under the pressure of his own fury. He could already see how this would spread across the underworld, how it would be recorded, whispered, and mocked. A pure-blooded devil like me, a veteran of multiple rating games, and I let 13 pieces get eliminated by a human. Even if he won in the end, the stain on his pride would never be erased. And worse, his opponent was Rias, a devil who hadn't even completed her full peerage yet. Even victory here wouldn't cleanse the disgrace. Been a while, fire chicken. The voice came lazily from above. Riser's head snapped up. There he was, Shin Akira, floating in the sky, cloaked in his white robe, long emerald green hair swaying with the wind. Calm eyes stared down from above with piercing detachment. You, human. You've got some nerve showing your face in front of me. Huh? Did you say something, turkey? Akira chuckled. I even saved you for last. You should feel honored, you know. You bastard. With a roar, Riser summoned flames to his palms and hurled a blazing fireball the size of a basin straight at Akira. But the chains of heaven, those divine, golden chains circling around Akira, sprang into action. They intercepted the flames midair, slicing through them effortlessly and forming a radiant shield around him, like a golden barrier of celestial light. Riser narrowed his eyes. Cocky as he wasn't stupid. That sacred gear, no, that noble phantasm, it's trouble. Akira turned his gaze toward the two still standing behind Riser, Yubaluna and Ravel. Still two left, huh? Guess it's your turn to leave the stage. Yubaluna instantly stepped forward, shielding Ravel with her body. As Riser's queen, and his most loyal servant, she understood better than anyone the importance of protecting Ravel. She wasn't just another piece. She was a phoenix, Riser's blood sister. Harming her would be unforgivable. Akira launched his chains again. Magic clashed. Explosive sparks lit the battlefield. Yubaluna unleashed her signature magic, massive explosions that tore through the ground. For a moment, she stalled the golden chains. A minor miracle. But it wasn't enough. Moments later, a soft splatter echoed as blood dripped onto the ground. Akira raised a brow. Huh. You actually blocked it. Impressive. His smile deepened. But not enough. She was strong, yes, but not strong enough to handle the full might of an ultimate-class devil at the peak of his power. Yubaluna. Are you okay? Ravel gasped as she saw her brother's queen take a hit to the shoulder, blood staining her elegant dress. Even though she had acted to protect her, Ravel had never expected her to get hurt. Despite her usual noble demeanor, Ravel wasn't the kind of aristocrat who looked down on her servants. Seeing Yubaluna injured because of her shook her. I'm fine, Lady Ravel, Yubaluna said, steadying herself with a hand on her chest. As long as you're safe, it's enough. Thank you. I'm okay, really. But the moment Riser saw blood, his blood, shed through his queen, it tipped him over the edge. You filthy human. You dare harm my queen and aim for my sister. You're dead. Akira shrugged, almost amused. Dude, this is a rating game. Sure, it's called a game, but it's still a battlefield. I'll burn you alive. Riser exploded, literally. Wings of fire burst from his back, massive and blinding. A colossal phoenix form blazed into existence behind him, its heat distorting the air and turning the sky above into a burning orange twilight. Meanwhile, Akira raised his hand to the heavens. Blue lightning light, thunderclap dragon. A silver-white dragon made entirely of pure lightning emerged in a flash, its roar splitting the air like a divine war cry. Static electricity crackled across the battlefield as the beast coiled in the sky beside Akira. Flames versus lightning. The sky was divided. On one side, roaring fire. On the other, seething storm clouds, glowing with electrical fury. Dai! Riser's phoenix screeched, wings wide, and soared into the sky. Each flap sent waves of searing heat through the air, threatening to scorch the very sky itself. On the other side, the thunder dragon roared back, a sound that shook the heavens, echoing like the wrath of a god. Then they collided. The shockwave that followed tore through the sky like a cosmic quake. The arena trembled. Riser stared, wide-eyed. What is this magic? This level of power, from a human. Akira floated calmly above, hair fluttering in the aftermath of the explosion. And that wasn't even his full strength. Oh Oniai-sama. Ravel's voice cracked from behind Riser. But before she could say another word, her body froze. She and Yubaluna both looked down. Chains. Golden chains had pierced through them, seamless, invisible until the moment they struck. Then, in a flash of light, they vanished, teleported out by the raiding game's protective system. One queen and one bishop from Riser Phoenix's team have been eliminated. Graphia's voice cut through the stunned silence. The audience could hardly believe it. Every single member of Riser Phoenix's peerage had been eliminated. By one man. Shin Akira. Up in the air, Akira allowed himself a small, satisfied smile. Ding. 6% template transmission inherited. Ding. Congratulations. Host has acquired, skill, Noble Phantasm release, true name liberation. The real fight was about to begin. White heavy checkmark enjoy 100 plus chapters ahead of web novel. White heavy checkmark be the first to enjoy the new season before anyone else. Thank you for your amazing support. Sparkling Heart. Chapter 70, Riser brought to his knees. Chapter 69, Riser brought to his knees. A terrifying surge of magical energy erupted from Akira's slim frame, one that, up until now, seemed anything but threatening. But now, that same frame radiated with overwhelming might, like a tidal wave crashing through everything in its path. The artificial battlefield, created specifically for this raiding game, shuddered violently. It was designed to contain energy no greater than what an ultimate-class devil could handle. So when a Mao-class power suddenly exploded into existence, the very foundation of the space began to show cracks. Faint fractures formed across the dimensional walls. If Akira's magic output increased any further, this entire pocket dimension could collapse altogether. His power had already surpassed the limitations of the battlefield, and perhaps even the expectations of the entire underworld. And standing at the center of this storm was Riser Phoenix. He couldn't move. Couldn't breathe. All he could do was watch, his eyes wide in disbelief, as this overwhelming magical aura pressed down on him like a mountain. It was unlike anything he'd ever seen. Not even his father or elder brother had ever exuded this level of power. What the hell is this guy? On the other side, Akira took a long, slow breath, centering himself. Mao-class power, it was far beyond what he had ever imagined. Compared to an ultimate-class devil, the difference wasn't just one of magnitude, it was like stepping into an entirely different realm. But more than that. Now that his template inheritance had reached 80%, Akira had gained access to the true name liberation of Chains of Heaven. In other words, the true power of Enkidu had finally awakened within him. The Chains of Heaven, a noble phantasm born from the world's restraint force, was an anti-purge weapon. It existed to bind and contain those who strayed beyond reason or logic. In the Fate universe, it was said that when fully unleashed, this weapon could rival even Ea, the Sword of Rupture, wielded by the King of Heroes himself. Slowly, Akira let his magic settle, drawing it back under control as the air grew still. Then, he looked down. Only one opponent remained. Riser Phoenix. Just, what are you? Riser asked, his voice trembling. His entire body was shaking. He had been standing the closest when Akira's magical pressure had been released. He'd felt it firsthand, raw, unfiltered. And now, he understood something with absolute clarity. He didn't stand a chance. This wasn't just fear. This was reality, an undeniable fact looming over him like a sword ready to fall. Riser tried to speak. But before the words could leave his lips, Chains of Heaven flashed through the air like a silent strike from a wrathful god. Blood sprayed into the air. Aarg. The scream tore out of Riser's throat as the divine chains ripped through his body. The immortality trait that was unique to the Phoenix bloodline should have protected him. But it didn't. Not against this weapon. He tried to cry out his surrender, but Akira cut him off coldly. Don't say something boring like, I surrender. The game's only just begun, Riser Phoenix. Akira's eyes gleamed coldly. I remember your arrogance, your pride. You thought you were untouchable. You thought someone like me would bow before your legacy. So why should this end so easily? GHH. Riser could no longer speak properly. The pain had crushed whatever strength remained in him. He wasn't a noble anymore. He wasn't even a fighter. He was just a broken puppet lying on the ground, stripped of pride, stripped of hope. And the entire world was watching. From the moment Akira had released that Mao-level aura, strong enough to nearly collapse the battlefield itself, every spectator understood something very, very important. This human had been hiding his fangs the entire time. A Mao-class power wasn't just something relevant to devils. It was a tier that stood at the pinnacle of the entire supernatural world. While a handful of transcendents stood even higher, being so powerful they were considered walking spiritual nuclear bombs, their numbers were rare. And most of those active on the global stage today were Mao class. Back in the VIP seating, the head of the Phoenix House had gone pale. "Lord Surzex. End this match. My son has lost." He no longer wore that calm, smug expression. His voice was tight, laced with restrained panic. He knew it. Akira had used the Phoenix name as a stepping stone. A stepping stone to rise within the ranks of the Devil Society. And the worst part? He couldn't do a thing about it. Even if he wanted to retaliate, wanted to crush that human into dust, he didn't have the authority. Because sitting right next to him was none other than Surzex Lucifer. As the head of a wealthy and influential clan, he could have tried to rally other Mao-class devils against Akira. But now, his son had been thoroughly defeated. Humiliated. Akira had become not only the future fiancé of Rias Gremory, but a human who had reached Mao-class strength. Who would dare touch him? Not with Surzex Lucifer as his brother-in-law. "Lord Phoenix," Surzex said casually, though his tone carried an unmistakable edge, "this match isn't over. But, my son, he hasn't been transported out of the arena. He hasn't taken a fatal injury. He hasn't officially surrendered. According to the rules of the rating game, the match is still ongoing." "But surely..." The Phoenix Patriarch tried to protest. But then Surzex turned to look at him directly. His gaze was sharp, merciless, like being plunged from summer sunlight into a frozen abyss. The men fell silent. That look was a warning. And a reminder. This was payback. Payback for the countless times he had stubbornly opposed Rias's decision to cancel the arranged marriage, despite the many offers and political benefits the Gremory clan had extended. Now, that karma had come full circle. And not even he could beg for mercy on his son's behalf. For just a moment, he remembered the Devil Civil War, the time when Surzex stood at the forefront of the reformist faction, a battlefield commander whose path was paved in blood. People often mistook him as gentle. But Surzex Lucifer hadn't become a Mao because of lineage. He'd claimed that title with unmatched power. And today, he allowed a young human named Shin Akira to teach the House of Phoenix a lesson they would never forget. No mercy. No escape. White heavy checkmark. Enjoy 100+ chapters ahead of web novel. White heavy checkmark. Be the first to enjoy the new season before anyone else. Thank you for your amazing support. Sparkling Heart. Chapter 71, Nerva Flame and Riser's Defeat. Chapter 70, Nerva Flame and Riser's Defeat. For the longest time, Surzex Lucifer's gentle smile and diplomatic demeanor had lulled many into forgetting a simple truth. He was one of the 4 great Mao who ruled over the underworld. An existence to be feared, not taken lightly. High above the arena, in the nobility stands, the head of the Phoenix family clenched his jaw so tightly that blood began to pool in his mouth. Hope for his third son, Riser, had long since vanished. In every possible sense, it was over. Down in the center of the artificial battlefield, suspended in midair, Riser Phoenix writhed, his body bound by glowing golden chains, his skin torn and scorched. Yet no matter how many times those divine chains lashed and released him, no matter how deep the wounds carved into his body, golden flames would erupt around him, healing him instantly. The immortality granted by the Phoenix bloodline. A sacred flame that burned away all harm, restoring flesh and bone in mere moments. Under normal circumstances, no physical or magical attack could ever truly injure him. His very existence was akin to an elemental being, his body would dissolve into fire before damage could even register. But not this time. Not against those chains. Chains of heaven, now fully unshackled, its final restraints lifted. After reaching 80% template inheritance, Akira had gained access to its true name Liberation, allowing him to override even the Phoenix's immortal flame. At its core, Enkidu wasn't simply a physical binding tool. It was a conceptual weapon of restraint, born from the world's restraint force itself, an anti-deity armament meant to hold even the divine. Now enhanced, strengthened by Akira's deep resonance with its origin, the chains had grown powerful enough to intervene with reality itself. And so the cycle continued. The chains would strike, violently. The flames would heal, instantly. Again. And again. A loop of endless pain. Because no fatal damage had been inflicted, the rating game's auto-protection system hadn't activated. And until it did, this torment would never stop. The very power that once made Riser invincible, his regenerative flame, had become the root of his suffering. Because he couldn't die. He could only endure. And Akira made sure of it. He wasn't the forgiving type. Far from it. If there was one word that defined Shin Akira, it was vindictive. Every insult, every mocking word, every arrogant sneer that Riser had hurled at him over the past few weeks. Akira had remembered. Now, he was paying it all back, with interest. Even surrender wasn't an option anymore. Chains had sealed Riser's mouth shut, locking his lips behind a silencing enchantment. And in front of the entire supernatural world, watching from magical broadcast devices all across the underworld and beyond, the third son of the noble house of Phoenix was being broken, piece by agonizing piece. Yet it was still within the rules. Painful as it was to watch, no one could claim this was foul play. It was all perfectly legal. This was the underworld, where strength was law, and the weak had no right to complain. The raiding game, now a televised competition, was born from the brutal duels between devil clans in the aftermath of the Great War. Ajuka Beelzebub had created the system not for sport, but to reduce the pointless bloodshed of a dwindling pureblood population. The format might have changed, but the underlying principle never had. The strong decide everything. And today, Akira was the strongest. It didn't matter what he did to Riser. No one could stop him. Some high-ranking nobles, those with ties to the Phoenix clan, showed signs of discomfort, their expressions tight with unease. But none of them dared to act. Even the head of the Phoenix house sat frozen, powerless. What could he do when the highest authority himself, Xerxes Lucifer, showed no intention of intervening? Time ticked on. Over 40 minutes had passed. Riser no longer knew how many times his body had been pierced, torn, or slammed by those chains. At some point, he'd stopped reacting to the pain, not because he was strong, but because his body had simply grown numb. Agony had become normal. Then suddenly, the fire changed. A new flame burst forth, blindingly bright, far hotter than the golden healing fire he'd used so far. In the blink of an eye, every wound on his body vanished. Even the chains of heaven loosened, slowly detaching from his limbs. A pulse of new energy radiated from Riser's form, faint but undeniable. He had risen. No way, whispered Katlia, one of the raiding game referees, her eyes wide with disbelief. That's Nerva. It was a hidden ability. A unique trait passed only to pureblood heirs of the Phoenix line. Nerva, the sacred resurrection flame. It wasn't just a healing power. It was a rebirth. A second life born from the edge of death, awakening the user's latent power, but at a cost. A once-in-a-lifetime ability. A true Phoenix down. And once activated, it could never be used again. In the eyes of the Phoenix family, it was their trump card of last resort. The final ace reserved for moments of absolute desperation. To see it triggered in a standard raiding game. That was more than just surprising. It was a disaster. Even the game system hadn't deemed Riser in critical danger. But his soul had. That's why Nerva had activated. Enough. Lord Lucifer, my son's Nerva has triggered. This has gone too far, the Phoenix Patriarch shouted, his voice nearly breaking from rage and panic. His fists trembled. His jaw was clenched so tightly it sounded like his teeth might shatter. He knew what this meant. Riser's potential was gone. The Nerva flame consumed a devil's life force and future potential in exchange for this one chance to rise again. A new body. Renewed power. But it burned away everything that could have been. Riser was still young. 20 years old meant nothing to a pureblood devil whose lifespan could stretch across millennia. But now, that future had been incinerated. That bright flame would only burn faster toward the end. You're right. This went a bit too far. My apologies, Lord Phoenix, Xerxes finally sighed, his tone gentle but distant. Even he hadn't expected Nerva to activate before the raiding game system's safety measures kicked in. It was an unfortunate oversight. While he'd hoped Akira would teach the arrogant Phoenix house a lesson, he never intended to utterly destroy Riser's future. Down in the arena, Akira tilted his head slightly, observing the change. Flames licked Riser's body like a cloak, surging with renewed vigor. He had definitely grown stronger. Still below the level of an ultimate-class devil, but now, easily one of the most powerful among the high-class tier. What he didn't know was that this new strength came at a terrible cost. So you had something like that hidden away all along, Akira muttered, his voice low, calm, but filled with a heavy pressure. I'll admit, that was impressive, Riser. Riser didn't answer. He just stared at Akira. That emerald-haired figure, floating in the air like a silent god of judgment, was no longer just a human. He had become his worst nightmare. 40 minutes of unrelenting torment. Every second seared into his memory. Into his soul. Then. I surrender. No hesitation. No pride. The moment he could move again, Riser screamed at the top of his lungs. And in an instant, his body vanished, teleported out of the battlefield by the raiding game's protection system. Riser Phoenix has surrendered. The winner of this raiding game is Riascremery. The declaration echoed across the arena like a thunderclap. The battle was over. But what the world witnessed that day would never be forgotten. A human named Akira had carved his name into the annals of Devil Society. And the House of Phoenix had just suffered the most humiliating defeat in the entire history of rating games. White heavy checkmark enjoy 100+ chapters ahead of web novel. White heavy checkmark be the first to enjoy the new season before anyone else. Thank you for your amazing support. Sparkling Heart. Chapter 72, A Father's Wrath and the Fall of the Phoenix House. Chapter 71, A Father's Wrath and the Fall of the Phoenix House. A gentle voice echoed throughout the arena, calm, composed, and final. This concludes the rating game. Victory goes to the challenger, Akira. It was Graphia Lucifuge, the cold and elegant maid of the Gremory household, delivering the official verdict. But for anyone who had been watching the brutal match for the past 40 minutes, the result had long since been decided. The curtains had finally closed on this spectacle of domination. And yet, for the entire underworld, the true headline was not the match itself, but the human who had seized the spotlight. A lone man had crushed the pride of the Phoenix family and snatched away their bride-to-be, not through politics or schemes, but through sheer, unrelenting force. The moment Akira was teleported out of the arena by the rating game's exit magic, he was greeted by the sight of countless devils surrounding him. Many among them were high-ranking, their gazes sharp with interest, and in some cases, thinly veiled greed. After all, Akira wasn't bound to anyone. He wasn't the servant of any devil. He hadn't signed any slave contract, nor had he been officially added to Rias Gremory's peerage. He was completely unattached. A free agent. But Akira ignored them all. Their gazes meant nothing. They were nothing. Rizaranissima, are you okay? Came a trembling voice, soft, yet thick with worry. Not far away, Ravel Phoenix knelt beside her brother, supporting his battered body as best she could. Her delicate hands shook as she clutched him, her usually composed face now drained of color. Riser Phoenix was unresponsive. Eyes unfocused. Breathing shallow. The trauma had taken root deep inside him. Meanwhile, the rest of his team, his proud peerage, stood frozen in place, not daring to approach Akira. Fear clung to them like a heavy fog. Each of them had tasted defeat at Akira's hands. Each had seen their king, their symbol of pride, broken down piece by piece in an agonizing, humiliating 40-minute descent into hell. They would never forget it. Akira took a step forward, his voice calm and quiet, but cutting like a blade of ice. Be thankful this was just a rating game. If this had been a real battle, you'd be begging for death long before it ended. He wasn't angry. He wasn't mocking. He was just stating the truth. And that made it even more terrifying. Riser said nothing. But his body began to tremble, violently this time. The words had pierced him deeper than any wound. It was no longer just fear of defeat, it was fear of Akira himself. Something primal. Permanent. That kind of trauma wouldn't fade. And the next time they met, it would all come rushing back. Everyone around them understood that clearly. Even Ravel, who was usually known for her grace and quick wit, remained silent. Her eyes, however, burned with a quiet fury. This was the underworld. Power was everything. The strong stood above all. The weak had no right to resist. Moments later, Rias Gremory stepped forward, her crimson hair swaying with each stride. Her team followed behind her. Akira, that was. She hesitated, her voice faltering. Even she hadn't expected the match to end this violently. She knew how serious Akira could be, but this was on another level. Akira simply shrugged. Nothing much. I just reminded a certain turkey to stay in his coop. Rias blinked, then let out a soft sigh. I see. She knew it was far more than that. What had just happened wasn't just a lesson, it was a declaration. A statement that echoed across the entire underworld. Still, as his official fiancé, and the one who had been saved from a forced marriage, Rias chose silence. After all, she had never liked Riser. His arrogance, his entitled behavior, and the pressure he constantly applied to make her submit, it had all built up into a deep, simmering disgust. In a way, watching him fall like this felt satisfying. But that satisfaction didn't last long. A new presence approached. Dark, heavy, and commanding. A tall man in regal attire stepped forward, his every movement radiating nobility and intimidation. The head of House Phoenix. Riser's father. He silently knelt beside his son, placing a hand over his chest and pouring healing magic into his body. But after a moment, the man's face twisted. He had seen it. Riser's magic circuits, once brimming with potential, were now irreparably burned. The source of it was clear. Nerva. That final transformation Riser had used to keep fighting. A forbidden power that devoured future strength in exchange for temporary might. Now, the cost had come due. His son's future had been burned away. No more hope of ascending to ultimate class devil. No more dreams of carrying House Phoenix into a new age. Just ash. The patriarch rose slowly, his eyes locking onto Akira. His expression was cold. Controlled. But behind it, rage and hatred boiled like a roaring inferno. He had lost a son, not in body, but in worth. And the one who had destroyed him stood calmly, arrogantly, like it was nothing. Of course. Here's the fully translated and revised chapter in English, with the requested style and tone. You humans, you forced my son to awaken Nerva. I won't forget this. A surge of dark, oppressive demonic magic exploded from the man's body, blanketing the area in suffocating pressure. It was the aura of a peak ultimate class devil, just one step away from reaching the level of a Mao. That single step, however, had blocked his path for years. Still, his power remained a considerable threat among the noble families of the underworld. Rhea stepped forward, her expression turning grim. What is this? After your son failed, now you send his father for revenge. But before the tension could escalate further, another overwhelming force descended from the sky. The pressure was far greater. Like a hurricane devouring a breeze, the new presence crushed the Phoenix Patriarch's aura in an instant. Every living being within its range froze, shaken to their core. This was an aura no one could rival. The presence belonged to none other than Xerxes Lucifer, one of the four great Mao, and the reigning sovereign of the underworld. Within seconds, the oppressive force of the Phoenix had evaporated, smothered by the sheer gravity of Xerxes' presence. Even though the Patriarch had reached the peak of ultimate class and was close to becoming a Mao himself, when it came to true power, he stood no chance against Akira. One roasted turkey's done, Akira said coldly, his voice sharp like a blade. Might as well send the old one after him. Chains shimmered into existence behind him. Chains of heaven, countless in number, appeared out of thin air, glowing with a cold, divine light. Each chain honed in on the heart and head of the Phoenix Patriarch, aiming to strike him down without hesitation. If the son had experienced Nerva, then the father should, too. That was Akira's intent. And if the old man lacked the power to resist, then death would simply be the natural outcome. Akira thought so without the slightest doubt. By now, he had ascended to a level comparable to a Mao. He was the wielder of boosted gear, the Longinus-class sacred gear also known as the Red Dragon Emperor's Gauntlet, Sekiryu no Yoru. Combined with chains of heaven in its true name release state, he possessed a power that could shake the entire underworld. Taking down someone like the Phoenix Patriarch. Nothing but a formality. But just before the holy chains pierced their target, a violent burst of crimson demonic energy surged in from the side, blasting the chains away and scattering their light across the sky. The shockwave rattled the atmosphere, distorting the air with raw force. It was destruction magic, undeniably from the Gremory bloodline, but, on an entirely different scale. Far beyond what Rias could ever produce. Her voice trembled in recognition. Oni-sama. Akira turned, his gaze shifting toward the figure that had just arrived. A man with crimson hair, draped in the regal mantle of a Mao, stood calmly amidst the chaos. His presence exuded quiet majesty, and his aura weighed heavily upon the world itself. Xerxes Lucifer. The supreme ruler of the underworld, the strongest of the four Mao, and Rias Gremory's older brother. Shin Akira-san, Xerxes said, his voice gentle but firm, why don't we end things here? Akira offered a small smirk. Of course. After all, you're Rias' older brother, which makes you my senior, doesn't it? I'll back off. Thank you. Xerxes nodded slightly, though his piercing gaze never left Akira. He understood clearly. This young man had genuinely intended to kill the head of the Phoenix family. It wasn't an empty threat. It was conviction. The Sekiryu, the Red Dragon Emperor, had now reached Mao-class strength. He wielded chains of heaven with full authority, a divine weapon only ever seen in legend. Even Xerxes himself couldn't predict how far this boy's power could go. Historically, even reaching ultimate class with boosted gear was considered a miracle. But Mao class? That was nearly unheard of. Yet here he stood, Shin Akira, a human boy younger than Rias herself, now standing in that exact realm. The Phoenix Patriarch stood frozen in place, his expression pale. He understood now. Akira truly meant to kill him just now. And he'd done it in front of a gathering of high-class devils and noble bloodlines. Without fear. Without hesitation. But the more he thought about it, the more he realized it was simply the reality of this world. Power was everything. And the strong had the privilege of being above reproach. Lord Phoenix, Xerxes spoke again, soft but commanding, I apologize for what happened today. It seems there's been a misunderstanding. I hope you won't take it to heart. Shin Akira didn't mean to offend you. Of course, Lucifer-sama. I understand. What else could he say? Xerxes had made his stance clear. By calling Akira family, he had effectively announced to the entire underworld that this boy now stood under his personal protection. A declaration louder than any threat. And deep in his heart, the Phoenix Patriarch couldn't help but wonder, had this all been planned from the beginning? Had X approved this raiding game specifically to showcase Akira? Was this whole affair, the humiliation of Riser, the forced awakening of Nerva, the public shaming of the Phoenix name, just a stage to debut a new Mao-tier contender? But of course. His opponent wasn't just any devil. He was X Lucifer, a being whose power and influence were inseparably woven into the structure of devil society. And for the Phoenix family, who had stubbornly rejected every peaceful offer from the Gremory household. Perhaps this was simply the retribution they deserved. White heavy checkmark enjoy 100+ chapters ahead of web novel. White heavy checkmark be the first to enjoy the new season before anyone else. Thank you for your amazing support. Sparkling Heart. Chapter 73, The Raiding Game concludes. Chapter 72, The Raiding Game concludes. The raiding game was over. The curtains had closed on a battle that had shaken the entire underworld. The audience, still processing what they had just witnessed, began to disperse in silence. Even Riser Phoenix had already returned to the Phoenix estate, nursing both his wounds and his pride. Meanwhile, Akira had been summoned privately by X Lucifer. The two now sat alone in a quiet room, far from the lingering tension of the battlefield. Shin Akira, thank you, for everything you've done for Rias, X said with a gentle smile. Akira offered a calm nod. No. If anything, I should be the one thanking her. X chuckled softly. Haha, looks like Rias has a better eye for people than I do. Both smiled, though the meanings behind their words were vastly different. Akira was thankful because it was thanks to Rias that he had broken through his limits and reached Mao-level strength. X, on the other hand, was grateful because Akira had fought with everything he had to protect his little sister. In every sense of the word, this raiding game had been a one-man stage for Shin Akira. With overwhelming force, he defeated Riser Phoenix. Not only that, he exploited a gap in the game's rules to force Riser into activating Nerva, his forbidden trump card. And all of it happened under the watchful eyes of nobles, devils, and major houses across the underworld. One thing became abundantly clear to everyone who watched: Rias Gremory had found a man far stronger, far more deserving, than Riser Phoenix. This wasn't just some romantic rebellion arranged by House Gremory to annul an unwanted engagement. This was proof. Undeniable proof that Rias had chosen someone worthy of standing beside her. And truth be told, how the story was told depended entirely on who held the power. Public opinion, after all, was a tool of the powerful. And X Lucifer understood that better than anyone. Behind his calm smile was a quiet warning, a message directed at House Phoenix. Despite being one of the prestigious 72 pillars, the Phoenix family had grown greedy. Entitled, even. With the mythical Phoenix tears under their control, their influence extended to many corners of the underworld. They had supported the reformist faction during the Civil War and gained much in return. But instead of stopping there, they had continued to reach for more. Rumors, no, intelligence, suggested that the family had begun illegal sales of Phoenix tears on the black market. Worse still, there were whispers of their involvement with global-scale terrorist groups, even ties to the remnants of the old Mao faction. And X could not ignore that. Though the new Mao faction had won the Civil War, it didn't mean the old faction had been completely wiped out. Many of their supporters still operated in secret, hiding among the noble houses. A full purge would destabilize the fragile peace between the three factions. That's why, for now, they were simply watched. But make no mistake, the old Mao loyalists hadn't given up. They were waiting, plotting, dreaming of restoring their long-lost era. X knew this. And now that his authority and that of his fellow Mao had solidified, eliminating threats to the current order had become a top priority. That's actually the reason I called you here today, X finally said. There's something important I need to ask of you. I'm listening, Akira replied. I want you to protect Rias. Huh? What do you mean by that? Akira raised an eyebrow, clearly caught off guard. Rias is my sister. Even though I'm one of the Mao, there are plenty out there who'd love to see me fall. And they might try to go after her to get to me. Akira slowly nodded. I see. In that case, you don't need to worry. I'll keep her safe. Always. Thank you. That's all I needed to hear. X smiled, but his crimson eyes never left Akira's face. He could tell, Akira had already realized the full weight behind those words. The old Mao faction wasn't acting alone anymore. They had started collaborating with the Chaos Brigade. And worst of all, they were now backed by the power of Ouroboros Dragon, Ophis herself. Everything was building toward a storm. And X, ever the tactician, had sensed the approaching tempest long before anyone else. After that, the mood between the two relaxed. Their conversation drifted to lighter topics, mundane things, small talk, until eventually, they parted ways. Later that evening, back at the Gremory residence. Akira, what did Oni-sama talk to you about? Rias asked, eyes filled with curiosity she couldn't quite hide. Nothing serious, Akira replied with a shrug. He just said you're my responsibility now. Told me to make sure you don't suffer. Yeah. Rias's face turned bright red. A strange mix of embarrassment and mild irritation crossed her features. Why did her brother always have to say things like that? Just then, Kaneko Tuju walked over without a word and sat in Akira's lap, like a cat claiming her favorite perch. Naturally, Akira placed a hand on her head and began gently stroking her hair, exactly like how one would pet a small feline. Akino Himejima entered next, smiling sweetly as she placed a tray of hot tea and snacks in front of him. Meanwhile, Asia Argento sat quietly beside him, fidgeting shyly like a newlywed bride who still hadn't gotten used to being near her husband. Rias could only stare. What is this? She turned to Kiba Yuto in confusion, but the pretty boy knight just gave a helpless shrug and sat down in silence, as if to say, don't look at me. I have no idea either. Are they still my peerage? Rias thought, eyes wide in disbelief. When did everyone start hovering around Akira like this? Especially Kaneko. Ever since Akira helped heal her heart, the once distant girl had become far more open, and far more attached. Meanwhile, Akira opened his system status window, his expression tightening in slight confusion. Name, Shin Akira. Status, transfer student, Kuoh Academy. Rank, 6, ultimate class. Template, Enkidu, 80%. Noble phantasm, chains of heaven. Innate abilities, consummated shape, beast king's instinct, body transformation. Skills, blue lightning light, aura detection, wisdom of the people, true name release. Equipment, boosted gear, red dragon emperor's gauntlet. Items. His synchronization with the Enkidu template still sat stubbornly at 80%. Even after defeating Riser Phoenix and ascending to Mal-level power, it hadn't moved an inch. That irritated him. Why? Why was he still stuck at 80%? Was power alone not enough to complete the bond? Was there something more he was missing? Though he had stepped into the realm of Mautier strength, Akira couldn't bring himself to feel satisfied. Because strength, true strength, was a hunger that never faded. At the same time, in another part of the world, the air trembled violently as a massive silver dragon soared through the sky. Its aura radiated with power equivalent to a Mao, casting a heavy pressure over the land. But in the next moment, the dragon vanished, replaced by a lone young man, panting and soaked in sweat. Valet Lucifer. Just a little more. If I can perfect this, I'll be able to control Juggernaut Drive completely. He was training. Endlessly. Obsessively. Since his defeat at the hands of Shin Akira, Valet had disappeared from public view, dedicating himself to one thing. Mastering the Juggernaut Drive of the vanishing dragon, Albion. All for one reason, and one reason only. To defeat Akira. And take back everything he'd lost. White heavy checkmark enjoy 100 plus chapters ahead of web novel. White heavy checkmark be the first to enjoy the new season before anyone else. Thank you for your amazing support. Sparkling Heart. Chapter 74, Meeting Azazel Again. Chapter 73, Meeting Azazel Again. Human World, Kuoh Town, Kuoh Academy, Occult Research Clubroom. After all the chaos of the raiding game had finally died down, Akira returned to the human world with Rias and the rest of her peerage. But before they parted ways, Sirzex had left him with a final remark, calm, yet striking. I look forward to the day you and Rias walk down the aisle together. The words left Akira momentarily speechless. He didn't respond right away, simply blinking in quiet surprise. Still, he took it in stride. After all, he was technically Rias's boyfriend now. That was the entire reason he participated in the raiding game. It made sense, logically. Or so he thought. Not long after, Graphia, ever composed, delivered the real truth. By defeating Riser Phoenix in front of the entire underworld, Akira had, by custom, become Rias Gremory's new fiancé. That was the unspoken law among devils, where strength ruled over all else. Long ago, such matters were settled through duels to the death. Now, they were decided in the form of raiding games, battles of pride and power. Akira won. Riser lost. And thus, the engagement was naturally transferred. In other words, Shin Akira was now officially the prospective son-in-law of House Gremory. Back in the clubroom of the Occult Research Club, Akira sat with a distinctly annoyed expression, staring directly at Rias. He definitely liked her, she was the main heroine of high school DxD, after all. As a guy, it was impossible not to be attracted to someone like Rias Gremory. But still, this whole situation felt like a trap. All he wanted was to help. Now, somehow, he'd ended up stealing another man's fiancée, and the entire underworld knew about it. Okay, I admit it. I should have told you beforehand, Ria said, guilt flickering across her face. You're acting like there's going to be a next time. There won't be. That was the only time. You're such a guy, why are you being so petty? Akira sighed, exasperated. You've got a point. I'm not exactly losing out. If I marry you, then Akino, Kaneko, and Asia come as a package deal. 1 bride, 3 personal attendants. Not a bad bargain. The moment those words left his mouth, Akino Himejima, Kaneko Tuju, and Asia Argento simultaneously flushed red. Asia, especially, looked like her brain had short-circuited from embarrassment. Her hands fidgeted helplessly as she tried to figure out where to place them. Akino, by contrast, remained as elegant as ever. She had long since crossed the line of no return with Akira, even before Rias. From the start, Akino had understood that she would never be the main wife. And yet, she was content. That alone was enough for her. Ha! Can you not say things like that in front of me? Rias rubbed her temples, visibly exhausted. She was, after all, now his official fiancée. Hearing her peerage described like a bonus prize didn't exactly sit well. Fine. Next time I'll say it behind your back. Yo. She almost snapped, but stopped herself. No point getting angry. He had saved her. Even if she ended up having to pay with her engagement. Time passed until late afternoon. Rias and her peerage went back to their usual duties as reincarnated devils, making contracts with humans, granting requests, and receiving energy or spiritual compensation in return. Meanwhile, Akira, who had no particular role in that work, decided to head out and walk around town on his own. But just as he stepped out through Kuoh Academy's front gate. Yo. Been a while, Red Dragon Emperor. A familiar voice called out from behind. Akira turned slowly. His expression sharpened the instant he saw who it was. Standing casually under the glow of the setting sun, hands in his coat pockets, was none other than Azazel, Governor General of the Fallen Angels and Supreme Leader of Grigori. They had met once before. But to call it a fight would have been a stretch. Back then, Akira had done everything he could just to stay on his feet. Azazel, on the other hand, had simply watched, like a scholar observing a fascinating specimen. He had pulled back, not because Akira forced him to, but because he had no real reason to escalate the situation. Only now, having reached the power of a malevolent being, did Akira understand just how vast that gap had truly been. If it had been anyone else other than Azazel back then, he would have died. No question. Azazel wasn't merciful, he was curious. And because he cared deeply for Vale, his son, and Vale was the White Dragon Emperor, he wasn't about to kill the Red One. Azazel. Yeah, it's been a while, Azazel said, smiling easily. Heard you gave Vale a serious beating. Nicely done. Just got lucky, Akira replied flatly. Heh. Luck counts as a form of strength. Besides, Vale told me himself, said you used your abilities with incredible precision. That's not luck. That's skill. Akira didn't respond. He simply stood there, quiet, his posture subtly shifting. He had already begun circulating magic through his body. Azazel might be an ultimate class being with years of experience, but Akira wasn't afraid. Not anymore. At the very least, he was confident he could escape alive if things went south. The boosted gear, the Red Dragon Emperor's gauntlet, was still his greatest ace. But Azazel simply chuckled. Relax. I'm not here to pick a fight. An ultimate class fallen angel suddenly shows up in a small Japanese town, claiming he's just here for a casual chat. Do you believe that? You're cautious. I like that. Azazel grinned. Got time. Let's grab a drink. He gestured toward a small street-side restaurant across the road. A quiet place, the kind of shop salarymen would visit after work for beer and snacks. Akira narrowed his eyes. This guy. In a place like that. I'm 15, he said under his breath, glancing away awkwardly. Despite having the mind of an adult, his current body was still that of a high school student. In Japan, drinking underage was illegal. Oh come on, you're the Red Dragon Emperor. You're telling me a little sake scares you. Cheap bait. Not biting. Still, Akira followed him in without resistance. With his current power, alcohol wouldn't even make a dent. He could purify its effects with a flick of mana if needed. 2 sets of appetizers and 2 bottles of sake, Azazel called out once they stepped inside. Coming right up, the owner replied cheerfully. Apparently, the shopkeeper knew Azazel pretty well. He welcomed him like an old friend. Akira found it increasingly strange. A governor of the fallen angels, and he's a regular at some tiny izakaya in rural Japan. More and more, things stopped making sense. Why was the leader of Grigori spending so much time in the human world? Why did he seem so comfortable living among normal people? Questions started piling up in Akira's mind. And somehow, he knew, this wasn't just a casual drink. Azazel didn't move without reason. And whatever that reason was, Akira was about to find out. White heavy checkmark enjoy 100 plus chapters ahead of web novel. White heavy checkmark be the first to enjoy the new season before anyone else. Thank you for your amazing support. Sparkling Heart. Chapter 75, the plot moves forward. Chapter 74, the plot moves forward. Inside a quiet, dimly lit room, Akira and Azazel sat across from one another, separated only by a small wooden table and a bottle of freshly opened sake. So, the mighty governor of the fallen angels himself comes all the way to a little town like Kuoh. What brings you here? Akira asked bluntly, his tone calm but edged with suspicion. Azazel chuckled, swirling the cup in his hand as he leaned back with an air of complete ease. You're as impatient as they say. I take it you didn't come because of the White Dragon Emperor. Correct. Your scuffle with Valley isn't my business. Win or lose, that's on him. I'm not here to interfere. Then it must be about something, or someone, else. Azazel's lips curled into a teasing grin. Why don't you try guessing? The way he looked at Akira was almost playful, like a teacher watching a promising student piece together a puzzle. This man might have been the head of Grigori, but he had the personality of someone who'd never taken a single thing in life seriously. You came because of Akino, didn't you? Azazel froze for a moment, just a heartbeat, but that flicker of hesitation was enough. His smirk slowly shifted into something more somber. So she's told you everything already. That was all Akira needed to confirm it. Azazel had come to Kuoh because of Haimjima Akino. Back when tragedy struck the Haimjima clan, it was Azazel who had pulled Barakil, Akino's father, away to deal with a critical mission. He never expected that decision to leave an opening for enemy on Myoji to strike. Ever since, Azazel had carried the guilt. He didn't say it aloud, but anyone who truly knew him could tell, Azazel saw Akino like a niece. He'd visited Kuoh numerous times before, always from the shadows, just to make sure she was okay. And he was also the only one Barakil ever trusted to pass along updates. Akino had never forgiven her father. Her hatred was deep, and for good reason. And so, Azazel had acted as the sole bridge between them. It's all in the past now, Akira muttered. She's beginning to let go of that pain, just a little. Love really is a mysterious thing, Azazel said with a mischievous shrug. Heh. And to think you'd be the one to melt her heart. So what's your real reason for coming this time? No big reason. Just wanted to meet the current Red Dragon Emperor, you. Azazel's gaze shifted to the window, where the golden evening sunlight poured through. As for Akino, I've got no right to meddle in her life. I just wanted to see her face, even if only from afar. So the great governor of the fallen angels gets to take vacations now, huh? Ha ha. Even governors need a break sometimes. Akira narrowed his eyes. For someone with so much power and responsibility, Azazel acted more like a bored professor than the leader of a faction that once waged war against heaven itself. In the original story, Azazel eventually stepped down from his position and joined Kuoh Academy as a teacher, acting as an advisor for the Occult Research Club. Even knowing that, seeing it firsthand like this made it all feel strange, almost too casual. Here's your order, sake and side dishes, said the waitress, gently placing the food and drinks on the table before bowing politely and stepping away. Ah, finally. Thanks, Azazel said, pouring himself another glass with an easy smile. You really are something else, Akira muttered, watching the men down his sake like a regular office worker blowing off steam. This place has great food, by the way. You should try it. Akira said nothing. The contrast between Azazel's reputation and his current behavior was just surreal. Is this really the same man who commands one of the most dangerous factions in the world? By the way, Azazel added suddenly, setting his cup down, since we're already talking, there's something I should probably tell you. What is it? Kuoh might not stay peaceful for much longer. Akira's expression shifted ever so slightly. The moment he heard those words, memories from the original plot came flooding back. If everything followed the natural flow of the high school DxD storyline, then the next arc would be the Holy Sword Incident. At the heart of it was Kokabil, one of the 4 great seraphs of the fallen angels. A war-hungry maniac who'd been trying to spark another great conflict between the 3 factions, devils, fallen angels, and heaven. You don't need to worry too much, Azazel said calmly. With the power you've got now, this won't be anything major. Akira didn't respond, but he understood the implication. After all, he had already fought and beaten Valley, the White Dragon Emperor. Kokobeel wouldn't pose much of a threat in comparison. In truth, Azazel was letting this incident unfold on purpose. It was a necessary purge. A fanatic like Kokobeel, who lived and breathed war, couldn't be allowed to roam free forever. Azazel had likely known for some time what his subordinate was up to, but he was waiting for the right opportunity. Now that Akira was here, someone strong enough to end it quickly and cleanly, that opportunity had arrived. Azazel might act carefree, but nothing he did was without reason. No way Kokobeel would try anything in Kuoh without knowing Azazel had eyes everywhere. Elsewhere, on the edge of Kuoh town, two girls walked slowly down a quiet sidewalk, their steps echoing faintly under the orange dusk sky. So this is the so-called land of the rising sun, Japan. What a godless place. Not even a sliver of divine atmosphere anywhere, said the blue-haired one with a sharp gaze and an air of cold confidence. Her name was Zenobia Quarta. Beside her, a brown-haired girl gave an awkward laugh and scratched her cheek. Come on, Zenobia, don't be so harsh. This was Irina Shidu, once a childhood friend of a certain boy from Kuoh, and now a full-fledged agent of the church. You lived here before, didn't you? Then you lead the way. I was a little kid back then. It's been years, okay. You expect me to remember every street? You're useless, Irina. I'm choosing to ignore that. The two of them, Zenobia and Irina, were holy sword wielders dispatched by the church. Their current mission, investigate the rumored appearance of Kokobeel in Kuoh. But because this was devil territory, they couldn't act carelessly. Every move had to be calculated. One wrong step and they could trigger a diplomatic disaster. By the way, Irina, Zenobia said, glancing at her partner with curiosity. You mentioned you had an old friend living here, right? Let's go see him. Sure, but Zenobia, listen. Don't mention anything about Issei, all right? Yeah, I get it. Zenobia agreed quickly, but the glint in her eyes said otherwise. She was straightforward to a fault. Once she set her sights on something, she'd pursue it until the end, regardless of consequences. Unfortunately for both of them, they didn't know the truth. The boy they were searching for, Hayadu Issei, no longer existed. Every memory of him had been erased. From his parents. From his friends. Even the very world system itself had scrubbed him from reality. Unaware of this fact, the two girls continued walking deeper into the town, drawn by echoes of a past that no longer existed. As they passed shops and homes, they marveled at the vibrant lifestyle of modern Japan. But to them, this place felt too free, too chaotic. It lacked the sacred air they had grown up with in the sanctuaries of Europe. Still, Irina smiled faintly as she walked. Her heart held one small hope, to meet her childhood friend again. Back when she was a tomboy, often mistaken for a boy herself, she'd spent countless days with him. Now, after growing into a proper young lady, she was curious. How would he react when he saw her again? She didn't know. Didn't realize. That Hayadu Issei was gone forever. White heavy checkmark enjoy 100 plus chapters ahead of web novel. White heavy checkmark be the first to enjoy the new season before anyone else. Thank you for your amazing support. Sparkling Heart. Chapter 76, Chiba Yudo's Hatred. Chapter 75, Chiba Yudo's Hatred. The moment Akira stepped into the occult research club room that afternoon, he immediately sensed something was off. The atmosphere was heavy, oppressively so. It felt like the air itself had thickened, as if a silent pressure was weighing down the room. Rias. Aquino. Kaneko. Asia. They were all there, seated in their usual places, but unease flickered across their faces. Tension hung in the air like an unspoken curse. Then his eyes landed on one person, Chiba Yudo. The cheerful smile and gentlemanly warmth Chiba usually carried were gone. What remained was a stormy silence, coiled and ready to explode at the slightest touch. Akira, you're here, Rias greeted with a faint nod. But her voice sounded tired. Not physically, but emotionally. Drained. Worn. It wasn't hard to figure out why. Akira narrowed his eyes. What's going on? Why does it feel like a storm's about to break? Ria sighed quietly and answered, her tone calm but firm. Last night, during a mission, Yudo encountered an excommunicated priest. The person he was contracted to protect was killed. They fought, and Yudo lost. An excommunicated priest. Akira echoed. Yes. He frowned. Don't tell me, it wasn't Freed, was it? No. According to Yudo, the man introduced himself as Anderson. Akira fell silent, then let out a slow breath. Of course. Without Freed Selzen, someone else would take his place. Freed wasn't the only exorcist capable of wielding a holy sword. Just one of the rare few compatible with that kind of divine weapon. But rare didn't mean unique. I'll destroy every last one of those damned holy swords. Chiba's low voice rumbled from the corner of the room. His aura darkened. A storm of hatred radiated from his body, chilling the room like a winter wind. It wasn't killing intent, it was something deeper, heavier. The kind of malice born from pain too long buried. Even Asia flinched. Chiba stood, his face shadowed, and made his way to the door with sharp, purposeful steps. Yuto, wait, where are you going? Rias called out. To do what I should have done a long time ago. I finally remember why I'm still alive. Calm down. Don't stop me, Bucho, Chiba cut her off sharply. That silenced her. The look in his eyes, filled with fire and cold determination, left no room for argument. She could only watch helplessly as he stepped out of the room, the heavy door shutting behind him with a dull click. Silence followed. Tense and suffocating. Akira crossed his arms and let out a tired sigh. Why does every member of your peerage act like they're carrying the weight of the world? Rias blinked. Akino and Kaneko just barely got past their issues, Akira continued, casually throwing a glance their way. Now the last guy decides to go full brooding Avenger mode. Akino and Kaneko both gave him sharp looks. Clearly, they didn't appreciate the sarcasm. Rias massaged her temples. Akira, I hate to ask, but, can we count on your help again? No. Rias blinked again. He's not a busty one-san or a cute loli. Not my type, Akira added with a flat tone. Ha. All Rias could do was sigh. As blunt as Akira was, he wasn't wrong. Her peerage was made up of emotionally scarred misfits. And that didn't even include her other bishop, the one still sealed away. A certain extremely dangerous trap with extreme social anxiety. Even Rias didn't know how to deal with that one yet. Suddenly, Kaneko tugged gently at Akira's sleeve. What is it, Kaneko-chan? Chiba-senpai is a good person, she said softly. He always helps me. He's kind. So you want me to talk to him? Kaneko gave a small nod. To her, Akira wasn't just a comrade. He was more like a life mentor, a max-level cheat character who had helped her accept her true nature as a Nikomata and master her Yuki. Not just Kaneko. Akino, too, turned her gaze toward Akira with quiet hope. She, too, had been saved by him, helped to accept the fallen angel blood that ran in her veins. If it had only been Kaneko asking, Akira might have refused. But with Akino joining in, he couldn't turn them down. After all, Akino was special. His first. His love. The person who held an irreplaceable place in his heart. Fine. I'll try, he said, exhaling. But don't expect miracles. I'm not making any promises. We'll leave it to you, Rias replied, a faint smile on her lips. They all conveniently ignored the second half of his sentence. Akira turned and left the room, the door shutting quietly behind him. He closed his eyes for a moment, then released a small pulse of aura detection. Just as he thought, Chiba had already passed the main building and was nearing the academy gates. Fast and determined. He wasn't wandering aimlessly, he was heading straight for trouble. Last night, Azazel had also arrived in Kuoh. And now an excommunicated priest wielding a holy sword just happened to appear in town. No such thing as coincidence. Akira began piecing together the threads. Azazel hadn't come just for Akino. He'd come because someone dangerous was moving behind the scenes. Kokabeel. One of the 4 great seraphs of the fallen angels. A lunatic obsessed with restarting the Great War. After the original heaven fell and both God and the 4 Mao perished, the war technically ended, but Kokabeel never accepted that outcome. He believed the fallen angels could have won outright if they had kept pushing. That retreating was cowardice. Azazel, once an archangel, now leader of the Grigori, chose peace. He prevented the Grigori from waging another war. Focused on recovery. Diplomacy. But Kokabeel. He wanted fire. Blood. Destruction. And now, it looked like he was finally making his move. Akira arrived at the front gate of Kuoh Academy just as Chiba was about to leave. Where are you going? Chiba turned at the familiar voice. Akira. The two of them stood face to face in the fading afternoon light. Chiba already knew why he was here. Akira had helped Kaneko confront her past. Had helped Akino embrace her identity. Now it was Chiba's turn. He looked at the other boy. There was respect in his eyes, even admiration. Akira helped people not for fame, not for power, but because he chose to. Let's talk, Chiba Yuto. I don't have time. I wasn't asking. Akira's words cut like a blade. It wasn't a suggestion. It was an order. A presence so overwhelming that even Chiba, despite his current rage, froze in place. He could feel it. He couldn't win. He couldn't even argue. Fine, Chiba muttered, finally stepping back. No excuses. No resistance. He followed. Because deep down, he knew. He needed help. White heavy checkmark enjoy 100 plus chapters ahead of web novel. White heavy checkmark be the first to enjoy the new season before anyone else. Thank you for your amazing support. Sparkling Heart. Chapter 77, Chiba Yudo's Compromise. Chapter 76, Chiba Yudo's Compromise. They didn't go anywhere far. Just the two of them, Akira and Chiba Yudo, stood atop the rooftop of Kuoh Academy, where the wind carried a faint chill, even in daylight. Akira stood near the edge, gazing out across the school grounds with his usual sharp, composed eyes. The world below looked peaceful, quiet. But he knew that peace was fragile, always one heartbeat away from crumbling. Behind him, Chiba remained silent. You're one of the few survivors of the church's Holy Sword project, aren't you? Yeah. There was no surprise in Chiba's voice. He didn't ask how Akira knew. If someone like Akira had taken the trouble to come looking for him personally, then knowing his past wasn't all that strange. I don't know what exactly happened last night, but seeing the way you've changed overnight, I'm guessing it stirred up the hatred you've been suppressing all this time. You're not wrong. Chiba's answer was low. Tightly controlled. Because of that project, your past turned into a nightmare. And now you carry that hatred for holy swords deep in your soul, but honestly. Akira turned to look at him, calm as ever. I think that hatred's kind of foolish. What did you say? Chiba's eyes widened. Those words, it wasn't just what Akira said, but the tone. Cold. Dismissive. Almost like mocking. It felt like a slap in the face. For Chiba, that hatred was more than just emotion, it was the foundation of his resolve. The source of his vengeance. Something sacred, in its own twisted way. You do know what happened to me, don't you? Chiba's voice grew sharper. That project, it was hell. They turned us into test subjects. Children. I know, Akira replied flatly. The Holy Sword Project was originally created to select and refine candidates compatible with wielding holy swords. But because of the greed and ambition of a few people, it turned into a massacre. Akira's eyes met his. So yes, it's tragic. I understand why you'd hate it. But what I don't get is why you direct that hatred at the swords themselves. They're the reason it all happened. It's because of those swords. No, Akira cut him off calmly. It's because of the people who abuse them. You're blaming a weapon instead of the ones who wielded it. That's what makes it foolish. Chiba's breath hitched. It wasn't that he didn't understand. It was that he didn't want to understand. Because once he did, he'd have to confront things he'd buried long ago. Tell me, Chiba. If you hate holy swords so much you want to destroy them, then why not aim your hatred at the ones who created the project? The ones who turned you into a lab rat. Why blame the swords, not the people? Whether it's the creators or the swords. I won't forgive either of them. His voice was quiet, but absolute. That wasn't just talk. It was a conviction forged through suffering. Chiba had survived hell. He had escaped, barely alive, from that twisted experiment. And by pure chance, or perhaps fate, he was found by Rias Gremory. She gave him a second chance at life. Reincarnated him as a devil. Made him her knight. But back then, he was just a child. He didn't have the power to get revenge. He didn't even know who to blame. So he did the only thing he could, he hated. He hated the symbol of everything he lost, the holy swords. They say 3 holy swords were recently stolen from the Vatican, Akira said suddenly. Chiba looked up. Stolen. Yeah. The thief was one of the top brass of the Grigori. A watcher of the children of God. The fallen angels. Stole holy swords. If my guess is right, the excommunicated priest you fought last night, he was wielding one of them. Chiba's eyes darkened. That makes sense. That sword, that cursed, blinding light, had pulled something dark from his heart. Memories. Pain. Rage. Also, 2 holy sword wielders from the church have arrived in Kuoh City. More sword users. Akira gave a half-smile. So then, take a guess, who did the sword you saw last night originally belong to? Chiba's expression stiffened. Wait, you mean? Yeah. It wasn't his. Akira turned back toward the edge of the rooftop, arms crossed casually. One of the top cadres of the fallen angels is in this city. His name is Kokabil. In the scriptures, he's known as a former archangel, one obsessed with war and domination. Chiba's eyes narrowed. And what does that have to do with me? He sounded detached, almost cold. Whatever this Kokabil guy wanted, it wasn't Chiba's concern. Not compared to his own vendetta. But Akira didn't flinch. Kokabil didn't come alone. There's someone with him. Someone you probably know. Valper Galilei. Chiba froze. The color drained from his face, only to return moments later, burning red with rage. The ground trembled slightly. Several demonic swords erupted from the floor around him, humming with unstable energy. The killing intent he gave off was suffocating. If Valper Galilei had stood before him right now, he'd already be dead. That name. It's not one I could ever forget, Chiba growled. Valper Galilei, Akira confirmed. The architect behind the Holy Sword Project. The men who turned children into corpses. Where is he? I'll kill him, right now. Chiba's voice exploded with fury, and the magical energy around him surged violently. Akira narrowed his eyes. The air trembled. Chiba's demonic power was spinning out of control. If left unchecked, he would lose himself, and become a full-blown stray devil. Calm down. Akira commanded. And then, pressure, a wave of raw, suffocating force crashed down from Akira's body. It was the aura of a devil king-class being. The kind of presence that could crush most devils with sheer will alone. Chiba collapsed to one knee, gasping. The sword shattered around him. To someone like Akira, suppressing a low-class devil was no harder than snapping a twig. If you want revenge, I'll give you the chance, Akira said, voice low and unyielding. But if you let yourself be consumed by rage, if you lose control and fall into darkness, I'll end you myself. In Rias Gremory's name. His words weren't a threat. They were a promise. Chiba's aura slowly stabilized. His breaths came slower. His heartbeat calmed. No matter how much hatred he held, he couldn't get revenge if he lost his mind. Where is he? He's already in Kuoh City. The excommunicated priest you fought, he was just a pawn. One of Valper's subordinates. Anderson, Chiba muttered, his voice laced with loathing. The men who'd reopened old wounds. One more thing, Akira added. Kokabeel didn't just come for sightseeing. With stolen holy swords, 2 church warriors, Valper Galilei, and fallen angel support, they're planning something big. Chiba said nothing. He knew it too. The calm before the storm was over. A battle was coming. So Akira turned to him one last time. Don't rush. The time will come. When it does, you'll get your revenge. But until then, the most important thing is you. Keep control of yourself. Don't let your hatred rule you. It won't, Chiba said, steadying his breath. I swear. I won't fall. I believe you, Akira said with a small nod. But until I say otherwise, you're not allowed to leave Kuoh Academy. But. Fine. Like it or not, he understood the truth. Right now, the best thing he could do was wait. A sword is only useful if the hand that wields it is steady. And Chiba Yuta was sharpening his edge for the war to come. White heavy checkmark enjoy 100+ chapters ahead of web novel. White heavy checkmark be the first to enjoy the new season before anyone else. Thank you for your amazing support. Sparkling Heart. Chapter 78, The Arrival of the Holy Sword Wielders. Chapter 77, The Arrival of the Holy Sword Wielders. When Akira and Chiba Yuta returned to the Occult Research Club room, they weren't expecting company. Waiting for them were 2 uninvited guests, both clad in white battle gear, both exuding divine pressure. They were none other than the 2 holy sword wielders dispatched to Kuoh City, Zenobia Quarta and Irina Shidu. But despite their holy mission, the atmosphere inside the room felt anything but peaceful. Who are you? Zenobia asked sharply, narrowing her eyes. As a natural-born holy sword wielder, her spiritual perception was razor-sharp. She could sense faint traces of demonic energy clinging to Akira, but it was different. He wasn't a devil. He was human. And who are you? Akira replied calmly, hands in his pockets. Zenobia Quarta. I represent the church. So it's really you. He muttered under his breath. Zenobia blinked. Wait, you know who I am. I've heard of you, Akira said matter-of-factly. Zenobia Quarta. The current holy sword wielder of the church, and more importantly, a natural-born holy sword user. His words sent a ripple through the room. Everyone, Rias, Aquino, Kaneko, and even Chiba, turned with wide eyes, but no one spoke of it. A natural-born holy sword user was exceedingly rare. Even among those with talent, most could only wield a holy sword with limited synchronization. But a true natural-born wielder? That was practically a myth. Zenobia frowned. Interesting. A human siding with devils knows quite a lot. Her voice was cold, cautious. Information about her status as a natural wielder was tightly guarded, even within the church, only a handful were privy to it. For this young man, a stranger from the east, to know it so casually, it was more than unsettling. Chiba, meanwhile, stood behind Akira, silent. His expression had darkened the moment the two girls entered. His eyes locked onto the holy swords they carried, and his clenched fists trembled with suppressed rage. But he held himself back. Not out of mercy, but because of the men standing next to him. Akira may have looked relaxed, even kind, but Chiba knew better. This was the man who had once eradicated a stray devil without blinking. The one who humiliated Riser Phoenix and left him broken. When Akira moved, it wasn't as a human. It was as a predator. "You're here because of Kokobeel, right?" Akira asked casually. Zenobia flinched. "Even that you know." "Let's not waste time," he said, voice turning cold. "If it's just the two of you, going up against Kokobeel is suicide." Zenovia's brows furrowed. "Are you underestimating us?" "No. Just stating facts. If you want to die on some foolish holy mission, go ahead. But you're just pawns being thrown away. Take that back." Her hand moved before the words even finished. With a sharp motion, Zenobia unsheathed her sword, and in an instant, Durandal, the legendary holy sword of destruction, gleamed in her grasp. The atmosphere in the room shifted. The spiritual pressure it emitted was suffocating. Rias flared her demonic power. Akino's hands crackled with divine lightning. Kaniko's aura sharpened as she channeled her Yuki, readying her senjutsu. Chiba summoned a demonic sword in an instant, his gaze never leaving Zenovia's blade. But the greatest pressure still came from Zenobia herself, standing in the center of it all, Durandal pulsing with raw power. Beside her, Irina unsheathed her own sword, Excalibur mimic, and stepped forward. Her expression was uneasy, but she matched her partner's stance nonetheless. And yet, Akira, the target of all this killing intent, didn't even blink. Instead, he smiled. "Take my words back." "Why?" His tone was calm. Provocative. "Everything I said is true. Kokobeel is a fallen angel of Mao-class power. One of the few surviving executives from the Great War. His strength and experience alone put him leagues above either of you. I don't care if I'm no match. I won't back down. Rushing into certain death with nothing but stubborn pride isn't courage, it's idiocy. You bastard." Zenovia's voice trembled with fury. She wanted to swing Durandal right then and there. She could. But she didn't. Because somewhere deep down, she knew he wasn't bluffing. "You're angry because I'm right, aren't you?" Akira's voice cut through her like a knife. "You talk about faith, but your actions are nothing more than blind recklessness. Shut up." "Oh. And now you want to pick a fight with devils too. You've barely arrived and you're already turning your swords on everyone. Is the church seriously trying to start another war?" "You're human," Zenobia snapped. "Not a devil." "That's true," he admitted. "But I'm also Rias Gremory's fiancé. Which makes me brother-in-law to Lucifer himself. Try to lay a finger on me, holy sword wielder, and let's see if the church is ready to go to war with the entire underworld." His voice was cool. Confident. Deadly. For a moment, it felt like time stopped. Zenobia grit her teeth hard enough to draw blood. She wanted to strike. Every part of her screamed to do it. But she couldn't. The cost would be too high. She glanced to her side, and saw Rias, still standing by Akira's side. Not stopping him. Not denying anything. Her grip on Durandal tightened, then loosened. With a frustrated growl, she lowered the blade. Her glare stayed locked on Akira, filled with silent rage. If you're not going to fight, then just leave. When Kokobeel slaughters you later, I'll be sure to pick up what's left of your corpses. I don't need your pity. Even if I die, I'll return to God's side." Akira's expression soured. "God again. You zealots never change. Blind devotion makes for poor decisions." Zenobia spun around with an angry huff, storming out of the room. Irina hesitated, clearly unsure about everything that just happened, but she gave a polite nod to Rias, and hurried after her partner. Silence settled in their wake. Chiba hadn't moved during the entire confrontation. But his eyes had never left the blade in Zenovia's hands. The desire to destroy it burned hotter than ever. "You held yourself back." "Not bad," Akira murmured. Chiba gave a small nod. "Yeah." But his face remained unreadable. Rias watched him quietly, her heart a little heavier than before. Even though Yuto had returned, Akira hadn't been able to heal the wound in his heart. Not yet. His hatred for the holy swords hadn't gone anywhere. "Akira." She finally spoke, "What's really going on? How do you know about Kokobeel?" Now that things had calmed down a little, the question hung heavily in the air. Akira turned toward her. "Azazel told me." "Azazel? The governor of Grigori?" Everyone's head snapped toward him. That name was a bombshell in itself, not just because of who Azazel was, but the implications of him being here. And speaking to Akira. More importantly, the lack of conflict suggested the conversation hadn't been hostile. Akino, who had remained mostly silent, bit her lip. Azazel. She knew him. Years ago, he had approached her. Offered her help. Tried to bridge the rift between her and her father, Barakiel. She rejected him. But deep down, she knew Azazel had always been watching over her. Not for himself, but for her father's sake. Yeah, Akira continued. Kokabeel's making his move. Azazel wants him out of the picture. No one, not even the other fallen angels, want a warmonger stirring up chaos again. What's he after? Rias asked carefully. Think about it. What's in Kuoh City that would draw the attention of a fallen angel executive? Rias fell silent, eyes narrowing as she processed his words. Then Akira looked at her. And the realization hit her like a bolt of lightning. No way, don't tell me, he's after me. Not just you, Akira said, voice flat. You, and Sona Citri. White heavy checkmark enjoy 100+ chapters ahead of web novel. White heavy checkmark be the first to enjoy the new season before anyone else. Thank you for your amazing support. Sparkling Heart. Chapter 79, Kokabeel. Chapter 78, Kokabeel. For me and Sona. Rias's voice trembled slightly, her crimson eyes wide in disbelief. The thought alone was absurd. She couldn't understand why she, or Sona, would become a target in a holy war. You still don't get it? Akira asked quietly, but not unkindly. I can't wrap my head around it. That's because you and Sona are both the younger sisters of the current Devil Kings. The moment Akira said it, the air shifted. Rias's expression froze, her eyes darted sharply toward him, realization dawning all at once. She was quick-witted. She didn't need a full explanation to piece it together. He's planning to use us, as bait. Her voice lowered. He wants to use me and Sona to trigger a war between devils and the fallen angels. Exactly, Akira replied, his tone like cold steel. Kokabeel's always been a warmonger. He doesn't care about peace, or balance. He stole 3 Excalibur fragments from the Vatican not to use them, but to ignite a conflict. One that drags in devils, fallen angels, and even the angels themselves. Then that means Azazel's presence in Kuoh City is part of the countermeasure, Akira cut in, finishing her sentence. This whole thing is a high-stakes chess game. Azazel's here to keep Kokabeel in check. He's trying to eliminate the threat from within Grigori before it burns the world. Ria stood still, lips parted, eyes staring into the middle distance. Her thoughts were racing. What started as a simple incident, just a few Holy Sword users showing up, was actually a fragment of something far more dangerous. She and Sona weren't just student council presidents or young heiresses anymore. They were the pieces Kokabeel needed to light the fuse of another great war. Then I have to warn Sona. She needs to prepare for this, she said, spinning on her heel. Akira nodded. Go. Without another word, Rias hurried out of the occult research club room, the sound of her footsteps echoing behind her. Her usual composed elegance was replaced by urgency. She knew Kokabeel wasn't just another fallen angel. He was a cadre, a surviving executive from the original 3-faction war. Someone who'd stood on the front lines of hellish battlefields and lived to tell the tale. You didn't earn a place like that by being weak. The rest of the room remained silent, each of them processing what they'd just learned. Akira had dropped a bomb, and none of them could ignore it. Time passed. The sun dipped below the horizon, and night fell slowly, like a velvet curtain descending on an empty stage. Shadows stretched across Kuoh City, and silence cloaked the outer districts where humans rarely ventured. Places like these were often infested with stray devils. But for those with dark intentions, it was also the perfect place to vanish from the public eye. The last sliver of twilight disappeared. The moon hung high and full, casting pale silver light over the rooftops. It felt less like a light of hope, and more like the cold, indifferent gaze of a distant god. 2 shadows moved quickly through the empty streets, swift and soundless, cutting through the darkness like trained predators. After a full day of searching, Zenobia Korda and Irina Shida had finally arrived. But what greeted them was nothing. The trail of the excommunicated priest they were tracking had vanished completely. There was no sign of a struggle. No broken mana residue. Nothing. Even a novice could tell they'd walked straight into a trap. Zenovia's hand tightened around the hilt of Durandal. The weight of the sword, once reassuring, now felt heavier than usual. And for some reason, Akira's words from earlier that day echoed in her mind. A cadre-class fallen angel steals 3 Excaliburs, and the church sends just 2 sword-wielding girls to deal with it. Something didn't add up. No, everything felt wrong. She hated it. She hated how right he was. Despite her irritation with his blunt attitude, she couldn't deny the truth in his words. They were here. Alone. Sent on a mission against a fallen angel who had lived through the worst war in the history of heaven and hell. It was a suicide mission. Where did he go? He was here just a moment ago, Irina murmured, glancing around nervously. The unease in her voice was clear. She gripped Excalibur Mimic tightly, her holy aura flaring ever so slightly. Irina, Zenobia said softly. I think we walked straight into a trap. Even if it is, we have to complete the mission, Irina replied firmly, her voice unwavering. Our orders are clear. We retrieve the 3 Excalibur fragments. That's our duty. Zenobia fell silent, staring at her partner. There was no hesitation in Irina's eyes. Her belief was absolute. Unshakable. Compared to that, Zenobia couldn't help but feel lacking. Honestly. I'd rather live, Zenobia muttered, almost too quietly. What? Irina blinked in confusion. I'm serious, Zenobia continued. That guy, Shinakira, he was right. Us fighting Kokabeel on our own, there's no way we win. It's just not realistic. If I die for the mission, so be it, Irina said, not even flinching. As long as I fulfill my purpose. I'll return to God's embrace. I have no regrets. But this mission is impossible. Just like he said, the church didn't send us here to win. They sent us to be sacrificed. We are children of God, Irina replied calmly. If we die for him, that is our honor. Zenobia smiled weakly. My faith isn't as strong as yours. Irina turned to her, eyes wide. Zenobia. In the eyes of zealots, saying something like that could be heresy. Cowardice. Apostasy. But Zenobia didn't care. I've felt it for a while now, she confessed. My belief isn't like yours. I believe in God, yes. But I also want to survive. I want to keep living. Irina clenched her jaw, struggling to process those words. I won't judge you, but I don't understand you. Zenobia looked up at the sky, dark and cold. If we die here, it's over. Everything ends. Including our faith. Wouldn't it make more sense to survive, so we can keep serving God another day? Irina had no response. It made sense. Too much sense. And yet, her heart refused to accept it. To Irina, faith wasn't about survival. It was about sacrifice. Even if it meant giving up her life, her purpose remained the same. But before either of them could say more, a crushing pressure slammed into them. A wave of overwhelming magical power filled the air, pressing down on their bodies like an invisible weight. Without hesitation, both girls raised their swords. Durandal. Excalibur Mimic. The air crackled around them as their holy auras flared to life. Back to back, they stood against the darkness. Then a voice echoed. Annoyed. Sharp. Mocking. Well, well. 2 little lambs from the church, wandering straight into my den. They turned sharply toward the voice. Above them, framed by the moonlight, was a figure cloaked in black. 10 obsidian wings unfurled from his back like the feathers of a fallen seraph. The air twisted around him. Madness gleamed in his eyes. His grin stretched far too wide to be human. The sheer pressure rolling off his body was unbearable. The aura of an apex predator, amused by the prey that stumbled into his reach. A cadre-level fallen angel. Kokabeel, Zenobia whispered bitterly. Now that she saw him in person, she understood. His presence alone was enough to crush her lungs. This wasn't someone they could fight. He wasn't just a powerful enemy, he was a survivor. One of the last remnants of the Great War. An embodiment of destruction who had cheated death more times than most could count. He hadn't reached the power level of a devil king, not yet. But within the ranks of the fallen angels, he was untouchable. Irina's breathing grew shallow. Zenovia's grip on Durandal tightened. The target they'd been chasing was now standing right in front of them. And both of them knew. This wasn't a battle. This was the beginning of the end. White heavy checkmark enjoy 100+ chapters ahead of web novel. White heavy checkmark be the first to enjoy the new season before anyone else. Thank you for your amazing support. Sparkling Heart. Chapter 80, Akira's Arrival. Chapter 79, Akira's Arrival. The 2 girls stood firm, blades in hand. Zenobia and Irina tightened their grips on their holy swords, their eyes sharp and resolute. Yet despite their courage, the pressure pressing down on them was suffocating, an overwhelming aura like a mountain looming before them. Only now, facing him head-on, did they truly grasp the weight of the situation. This was no ordinary fallen angel. This was a cadre, a high-ranking general from the ancient days of the Great War. A monster whose strength was far beyond anything they could handle. But it was too late to regret. There was no turning back now. They had no choice but to fight. Hand over the sacred swords, Kuoh. Irina called out, stepping forward defiantly. Those blades are not meant for traitors who turned their backs on God. Zenobia let out a soft sigh. Picking a fight with someone so far out of their league was suicide. And Irina knew that too. But still, she advanced without a hint of hesitation. Was that what people called courage? Or was it simply blind faith? Kuoh smirked, an arrogant, condescending smile. To someone like him, who had once battled against Seraphim and Mao alike, these two church girls were nothing more than noisy insects. And the weapons they carried? Mere imitations. While technically sacred swords, they were restructured from fragments, mass-produced through alchemy, lacking the true essence of the originals. To him, they were just toys. Only two holy sword wielders. Is this all heaven could spare? Kuoh's voice was thick with mockery. How disappointing. Has the church truly fallen so low? The word stung. Both girls had fought in brutal battles, slain stray devils, faced heretics and apostles of hell. But in front of Kuoh, none of that mattered. Kuoh, think carefully. Zenobia stepped forward now, trying to reason with him. Stealing those sacred blades is a direct provocation. It could reignite war between angels and the fallen. Are you seriously willing to shatter the world's fragile peace just for your own ambition? Kuoh chuckled. Of course. That's exactly what I want. The bluntness of his answer hit them like a slap. No games. No lies. Just pure, unapologetic madness. At first, I assumed Michael would send an army of Seraphim after me once I took the Excaliburs, but no. He sends you too. Pathetic. This is a disgrace. You bastard. So I came to the east with a single purpose, Kuoh continued, raising his arms dramatically, his 10 black wings stretching wide against the moonlight. To capture the younger sisters of the current Mao. To humiliate them, and kill them. That would surely push the devils into fury, don't you think? And when that happens, boom. War returns. He grinned with wild delight. I'll bring back the Great War with my own hands. Zenobia and Irina froze in horror. This wasn't about the Excaliburs anymore. This wasn't even about power or revenge. This was about destruction. Pure and absolute. He wanted the world to burn. You're insane. Irina whispered, voice trembling. You really are completely insane, Zenobia muttered beside her, clutching Durandal tighter. They both knew what was at stake now. If Kuoh succeeded, the fragile peace forged over centuries would be shattered. Heaven, hell, and everything in between would descend into chaos once more. That's enough talking. Time to die, Kuoh said coldly. At his signal, 3 figures stepped out of the shadows. Excommunicated priests, fanatics cast out from the church. Each one held a forged sacred sword in hand, their eyes devoid of mercy. Fried Selzen had been Kuoh's prime candidate, a madman whose compatibility with sacred gear allowed him to wield multiple Excaliburs at once. But now that he was dead, these 3 were little more than cheap knockoffs. Valper Galilei's technology could replicate the sacred sword compatibility factor, but the results were unstable. Fried had been a rare success. These 3 were just disposable tools. Still, they were enough to be dangerous. The air grew heavy. Tension thickened with every passing second. Then, footsteps echoed softly from the distance. Someone was approaching. Kuoh paused, his expression shifting. He turned his head toward the source of the sound. Out from the shadows stepped a young man, emerald eyes gleaming sharply beneath the pale moonlight. His aura wasn't demonic. Nor angelic. But it was potent, unnaturally calm and unwavering. He walked forward without fear. I don't care about your war. I don't care about your stolen swords. That's not my problem, the boy said, voice low and controlled. But if you lay a hand on my fiancée, then you've crossed the line, Kuoh. Fiancée. Kuoh narrowed his eyes, confused. Who the hell are you? You don't know me, the boy asked with a faint smirk. You plan to harm her, but you don't even know my name. Who are you talking about? Rias Gremory. She's my fiancée. Kuoh blinked. Then realization dawned. So you're the human who defeated the 3rd son of the Phoenix family. That's me. Kuoh grinned. Perfect. That means I don't need to look for Rias anymore. I'll use you to lure her out. You arrogant black-feathered bastard, the young man growled, his gaze sharpening like a blade. His name was Shinakira, a human who once stood beneath the feet of beings like Azazel. Someone who had known what it meant to be powerless. But not anymore. Rias wasn't just a name on a marriage document. She was important to him. Someone he refused to let be hurt. And Kokobeel had just made that mistake. Behind Akira, a golden magic circle appeared. It shimmered in midair, responding to the rage brewing in his heart. Then, chains burst out from the circle, snaking through the air with a divine glow. Chains of heaven, Enkidu. A chain-type sacred gear. Kokobeel raised an eyebrow. Now that's rare. 10 massive black wings flared behind him. With one powerful flap, he soared into the sky, dodging the incoming chains with swift, fluid movement. The golden tendrils whipped through the night, chasing after him with unrelenting speed, but he was quick, too quick. That all you've got? Kokobeel called down mockingly. I expected more from the one who humiliated a phoenix. You arrogant crow, Akira growled. Memories flashed across his mind. Azazel. The men who once towered over him. The suffocating pressure of being powerless, of being insignificant. He had clawed his way out of that darkness. He had changed. But the pain of being helpless, it had never truly healed. The ground beneath Akira trembled. Golden light pulsed from cracks in the earth, spreading outward like ripples on a pond. Then, weapons began to rise. One after another, countless blades, spears, axes, and hammers emerged, shining as though summoned from some divine treasury. Hundreds of weapons, each one infused with a trace of ancient might. An echo of a forgotten empire. What is this? Kokobeel's eyes widened. You summoned all of this? Akira didn't answer. Instead, he lifted his hand and snapped his fingers. Fall from the heavens, you mad crow, wisdom of the people. The weapons launched skyward in unison. It wasn't just quantity. Each blade carried killing intent, sharp, precise, and impossible to evade. Though they lacked the authority of true noble phantasms, the sheer pressure they emitted rivaled even Gate of Babylon. Kokobeel's smug expression vanished. This is bad, they're too fast, too tight. There was no time to escape. The blades tore through the air, homing in from every direction. Kokobeel summoned a barrier of dark light, but it was useless. The storm of weapons crashed into him like a divine punishment. Steel slashed across his body, over and over, without mercy. His cloak was shredded. Wounds split open across his chest, his arms, his legs. Even his wings, those 10 obsidian wings that symbolized his power, were now tattered, stained with his own blood. Feathers, black and bloodied, rained down through the moonlit sky. The cadre who once stood above angels and demons alike, was bleeding. And above him stood the boy with emerald eyes, silent and unwavering. Shin Akira had arrived. And the war Kokobeel sought, was no longer going according to plan. White heavy checkmark enjoy 100+ chapters ahead of web novel. White heavy checkmark be the first to enjoy the new season before anyone else. Thank you for your amazing support. Sparkling Heart. Chapter 81, The Powerless Kokobeel. Chapter 80, The Powerless Kokobeel. Arg. A furious scream tore through the midnight sky. Kokobeel's voice, once proud and filled with contempt, now trembled with searing pain and rage. His body throbbed in agony, every nerve alight with the sting of wounds no fallen angel of his rank should suffer. This couldn't be happening. He was a cadre of the Grigori, an ancient existence, a being forged in the fires of the Great War. And yet, he had been wounded, by a mere human. Is that rage I hear? A calm voice echoed across the battlefield, cool, indifferent, and laced with quiet authority. Too bad. Without real strength, it's just the desperate howling of a wounded beast. Akira's words weren't shouted. They didn't need to be. Their weight crushed down like the night sky itself. Don't get cocky just because you barely managed to hurt me, human. With a defiant roar, Kokobeel unleashed a surge of magical power that swept across the area like a divine storm. The air crackled, pressure rippling outward as his aura flared. A massive spear of radiant light formed in his hand, compressed holy energy in its purest, most violent form. It radiated destruction. This wasn't some common light spear. It was an apocalyptic strike, capable of leveling cities. But Akira merely smirked. Centuries of life, and you still don't know your limits. You cling to the title of strong, but you've never even broken past ultimate class. Those words struck deeper than any weapon. And then, his power surged. There was no hesitation. No restraint. The magical energy erupting from Akira's body crashed into the battlefield like a tidal wave. The sheer density of his aura distorted the air, drowning everything around him in overwhelming pressure. This wasn't some clever trick. This was the unmistakable power of a Mao-class being. And he wasn't even trying to hide it. Zenobia, Irina, and even the excommunicated priest standing behind Kokobeel were paralyzed, frozen in place like statues under divine judgment. Their bodies wouldn't move, as though reality itself was binding them in place. What? That's impossible. That's Malevel. Kokobeel's voice cracked. He stared at Akira with disbelief etched across his face. A human, just a human, was radiating more raw force than some of the most ancient beings in existence. This wasn't evolution. This was a violation of the natural order. He had lived for centuries. Fought in a divine war. Delved into the forbidden secrets of heaven and hell. And still, he'd never broken past ultimate class. But this boy, barely a blink in the span of history, had surpassed him with ease. Everything Kokobeel believed in, shattered. Zenobia and Irina could only watch in silence. This can't be real. Irina whispered. A human can't reach that level, there must be some kind of trick. Driven by denial, Kokobeel hurled his light spear with everything he had. The air itself split apart as the weapon rocketed forward. The ground quaked, and the sky exploded into a storm of divine energy. There was no room to dodge. No way to block it with mortal means. But Akira didn't flinch. From behind him, a surge of deep blue lightning flared into existence, an overwhelming aura that spiraled upward like a living storm. Blue lightning light, one of his signature manifestations of divine elemental power. The two forces collided midair, detonating with a thunderous impact that lit the sky in blinding light. Shockwaves tore through the landscape. Smoke and ash surged outward in every direction. And yet, when the dust cleared, Akira was still standing. Completely untouched. His eyes narrowed. His body, enhanced through one of his core abilities, body transformation, was now operating at peak efficiency. With the mouth threshold already surpassed, he had elevated his strength stat to its absolute limit. It wasn't just overwhelming power. One of his stats had now broken into overspec, a state that transcended the classification system of this world entirely. Perish in the light of my divine spear, you arrogant pest. Kokobeel roared with satisfaction, believing for a moment that his attack had landed true. But before the smug grin could settle on his face. What are you laughing at, mongrel? A voice, sharp and low, cut through the air from right behind him. He spun around on instinct. Too late. A single punch, backed by unmeasurable strength and precise control, smashed into Kokobeel's midsection. The impact cracked through the sky like thunder. His body flew like a cannonball, hurtling toward the ground in a blur of black wings and blood. Then, impact. He slammed into the earth with a force that carved a massive crater into the battlefield, a plume of dust and stone erupting around him. Chains followed. Descending from the sky like divine judgment, golden restraints pierced the air, chains of heaven, Enkidu. They didn't bind Kokobeel, yet. Instead, they lashed out toward the three excommunicated priests still clutching forged Excaliburs. The chains struck with pinpoint precision, disarming the cultists and yanking the swords away like puppets cut from their strings. Excalibur. Irina stepped forward instinctively, but Zenobia grabbed her arm. Don't be reckless. You rush in now and you'll get yourself killed. Look, Kokobeel's not a threat anymore. He's nothing but a cornered dog. The three stolen swords, Excalibur of Ruler, Excalibur of Illusion, and Excalibur of Transparency, floated for a brief moment in the air, shining with divine light. Then they descended, fast. Each blade drove itself into Kokobeel's body, two in his arms, one in his back, pinning him to the ground like a broken relic. Even with his monstrous durability as an ultimate-class fallen angel, he couldn't move. His pride was shattered. His body ruined. I'll kill you, you damn human. Kokobeel growled through bloodied lips, but the fire in his voice was gone. All that remained was a powerless beast, howling in defeat. The chains of heaven struck again, this time targeting Durandal and Excalibur Mimic, the swords held by Zenobia and Irina. The two sacred blades were pulled from their hands and hurled like javelins. They slammed into Kokobeel's legs, piercing through his thighs and nailing them to the crater floor. Now, all four limbs, and his back, had been staked to the earth by the very holy weapons he once sought to control. It was a cruel irony. The fallen angel who dared to steal Excalibur was now crucified by its fragments. My sacred sword. Irina clenched her fists, frustration burning in her chest. But when she looked down at Kokobeel, broken, bleeding, humiliated, her anger faded. The image was pitiful. Not worth her vengeance. For now, at least. Zenobia finally let out the breath she'd been holding. Then. Footsteps echoed across the battlefield. Tap. 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 Everyone turned toward the sound. And there they were, Rias Gremory and her peerage, with Sona Shitori and her retainers close behind. They had arrived just in time to witness the aftermath. The scene before them stole their words. Akira, what is this? Rias was the first to speak. Her voice trembled, not with fear, but sheer disbelief. The 10 black wings pinned to the ground left no room for confusion. It was Kokobeel. One of the 4 great cadres of the Grigori. He caused a problem, Akira replied flatly, turning to face her. So I solved it. Rias blinked. Then slowly, she nodded. She didn't need the details. Kokobeel had threatened her, threatened Sona. If Akira had acted, then it was justified. On the sidelines, Akino Himejima stared at Kokobeel's defeated form, her violet eyes glowing faintly. She, too, had the blood of a fallen angel. And yet, she felt no kinship. Only a strange satisfaction. A tingling urge in her fingertips to punish him further. Maybe tonight's justice wasn't quite over yet. Not just yet. White heavy checkmark enjoy 100 plus chapters ahead of web novel. White heavy checkmark be the first to enjoy the new season before anyone else. Thank you for your amazing support. Sparkling Heart. Chapter 82, Chiba Yudo's Revenge. Chapter 81, Chiba Yudo's Revenge. Chiba Yudo stood frozen. 5 holy swords were now embedded in Kokobeel's body, each one a weapon of divine authority, once wielded by champions of the church. Just moments ago, they had been in enemy hands. And now, they were ours. Chiba couldn't believe how fast everything had changed. For a fleeting second, his instinct screamed at him to rush in and reclaim those swords. To take back what was stolen from the church, and from him. But his body wouldn't move. Not because of fear. But because of him, the one man standing atop Kokobeel. Akira. That alone was reason enough for restraint. Is that all, Kokobeel? Akira's voice was cold, almost bored. How disappointing. With one foot, he pressed Kokobeel's face into the dirt. It wasn't meant to kill. It was humiliation, raw, deliberate, and absolute. Kokobeel snarled, his body twitching as he tried to lash out, but Akira didn't even flinch. His boot dug deeper, silencing the fallen angel's fury. The onlookers held their breath. Even Chiba. Just a little ways off, 3 former priests, now nothing more than twisted shadows of their former selves, lay defeated. Chiba had handled them personally, cutting them down with the precision of a swordsman and the fury of a betrayed believer. Akira had left them alone. He'd known Chiba would come for them. And now, the loose ends were gone. Your vengeance, Akira said, his tone low but steady. He pointed toward the darker edge of the ruins. He's waiting over there. Chiba's eyes sharpened. He didn't need to ask who. Thank you, he replied, voice hoarse with quiet resolve. He understood what Akira meant. During one of their past conversations, Akira had told him the truth, the one behind the Holy Sword experiments was in Kuoh. And now, without a single word of explanation, Chiba could feel it. He was here. Hidden in the shadows. Waiting like a rat. Chiba walked toward the darkness, his footsteps soft but purposeful. And then, he saw him. Valper Galilei. The name tore from his throat like a scream of pure hatred, echoing through the night. The moment he locked eyes with that face, all the warmth vanished from Chiba's expression. His gentle, princely smile had disappeared. What replaced it was something dark. Something burning. Valper flinched. His plans had been unraveling from the moment Akira appeared. The alliance with Kokobeel, the theft of the Excalibur fragments, the carefully laid trap for the church's swordswomen, all of it, crushed. Kokobeel had fallen. The 5 holy swords were no longer his. All his hopes, ruined. Now, his only option was to retreat. Regroup. Begin again from the ashes. But before he could even take a step, a golden-haired youth stepped into the light. That face. No, it couldn't be. You, who are you? Chiba stopped just a few meters away, his voice like a dagger cutting through fog. I'm the one who should have died that day, he said. But I crawled back from hell, for one reason. To destroy you. Valper's eyes widened. Panic surged into his voice. Wait. I can give you power. Real power, he stammered, pulling a few small, transparent crystals from his coat pocket. Holy sword factor crystals. You want to wield the holy swords, right? I can give you that ability. I can help you fuse with them, become one with the swords. Chiba stared. Those crystals. They were extracted from the bodies of children. His friends. Innocent boys and girls who only wanted to serve the church. To protect the weak. To prove themselves worthy of wielding sacred blades. They had believed. Believed in God. In righteousness. In people like Valper. And they were slaughtered for it. You butchered them, Chiba whispered, his voice trembling. You slaughtered them like lab rats, just for that. His eyes burned with grief and fury. Die, Valper Galilei. Come forth, my sword birth. The air changed instantly. From the ground, shadows twisted and warped, giving rise to countless blades, shimmering swords of every shape and size, forming a graveyard of steel around him. Hundreds, no, thousands, of magical weapons surged forth. Each one forged from pain, grief, and wrath. This was sword birth pushed to its absolute limit. Fueled by hatred. Empowered by loss. And tonight, Chiba Yudo's heart overflowed with both. Valper stumbled back, hands shaking. Wait, please. But Chiba was already moving. He summoned a crimson blade wreathed in heat, flame sword, and with a single slash, severed 4 fingers from Valper's right hand. They dropped to the ground like dead twigs, the cauterized stumps hissing with embers. Valper's scream tore through the ruins. He wasn't a warrior. He had never endured real pain. But this was agony beyond anything he'd imagined. You don't get to bargain, you filth, Chiba muttered. Without a pause, he summoned a second sword, ice sword, and swung downward, cleaving the fingers from Valper's other hand. Frost instantly encased the wound, freezing nerves and vessels alike. The pain was cold, slow, suffocating. Valper collapsed, sobbing and writhing. But the punishment had only begun. For 20 full minutes, Chiba didn't stop. He didn't show mercy. He didn't flinch. And not a single person watching dared to interfere. Not Irina, not Zinovia, not even Akira. They had all seen what this man had done. And now they saw the result. The boy they once thought gentle had become something else. Not a devil. Not a monster. Just a sword. A sword of vengeance. Irina stood in stunned silence. Zinovia gritted her teeth. He was always like this, she muttered. No, Irina replied. He was kind. Kind, and broken. By the end of it, Valper Galilei was barely breathing. Blood pooled beneath him, and his eyes fluttered open and shut as if his body could no longer decide if it wanted to live or die. And Chiba. Chiba shed a single tear. Not of relief. Not of satisfaction. Just emptiness. This is for them. With a final scream from the depths of his soul, Chiba raised one last blade and slashed. Valper's throat opened in a crimson spray. He convulsed once, twice, then fell still. Dead. The silence that followed was suffocating. Chiba's shoulders trembled. He didn't cry. Didn't scream again. Just stood there, sword in hand, as the last piece of his past bled out before him. They're gone. Even with my revenge, they're still gone. And then, without even noticing, one of his tears fell, landing softly on the shattered stone beneath his feet. It struck something small and shining. A single holy sword factor crystal. It glowed faintly. As if, responding to the sorrow in his heart. White heavy checkmark enjoy 100+ chapters ahead of web novel. White heavy checkmark be the first to enjoy the new season before anyone else. Thank you for your amazing support. Sparkling Heart. Chapter 83, Birth of the Holy Demonic Sword. Chapter 82, Birth of the Holy Demonic Sword. A soft, pure white light shimmered across the battlefield, like a snow lotus blooming under the cover of night. Gentle and radiant, it pierced the darkness, illuminating everything with a divine brilliance that seemed almost too sacred to exist in a world like this. Everyone stopped. Even amidst the lingering tension and broken silence, not a single person could move their gaze from the ethereal scene before them. And yet, among all the stunned witnesses, only one truly understood what was happening. Akira. Things had deviated far from the original plan. The chaos, the enemies, the betrayal, none of it was foreseen. But this was something more. Despite everything, Yudo Chiba had reached this moment. Perhaps it was fate. Perhaps it was divine providence. Maybe both. Around Chiba's trembling body, tiny orbs of light slowly appeared, one after another, glowing softly like fireflies on a quiet night. He stared, eyes wide with disbelief. And then, those lights began to shift. They took shape. Not into monsters. Not weapons. But into children, boys and girls, all young, all familiar. Their presence felt holy. Pure. Not a trace of malice or darkness. Because they weren't just illusions. They were fragments of the holy sword factor, the crystallized remnants of souls who once held the potential to wield sacred swords. Everyone. Chiba collapsed to his knees. Tears spilled freely, unstoppable. They fell onto his uniform like rain, soaking through the fabric, warm and raw. Surrounding him, the children smiled gently, forming a circle as if he were the moon and they, the stars. Then, without warning, they pressed their hands to their chests. And began to sing. A hymn. It was a melody every church believer knew by heart, an ancient hymn sung in praise of God, passed down through generations. From popes to bishops, from priests to nuns, every single one of them had memorized it like a sacred rite. Now, in this forgotten battlefield, it returned. Sung not in churches or cathedrals, but by the dead. A song Chiba hadn't heard in years, yet had never truly forgotten. Are they spirits? Zenovia's voice trembled. Her sword hand stayed lowered, eyes locked on the scene in front of her. They looked like spirits, but something about them felt different. Not spirits, Akira replied softly, stepping beside her. Then what are they? She asked. They're the last remnants of a dying wish, Akira answered. The emotional echo left behind in their final moments. You could call them a manifestation of unfulfilled hope. Hope. Zenovia repeated under her breath. Her grip tightened. The purity surrounding those children wasn't something she could deny. It wasn't blasphemous. If anything, it felt closer to God than anything she'd seen in years. Then, one of the girls stepped forward. Her voice rang out clear. Isaiah. Chiba's head snapped up. That name, his name, the name he had long abandoned. He had hoped. He wanted it to be real. But deep inside, he knew. They were gone. And yet, the voices kept coming. It's okay if you forget about us, Isaiah. Live for all of us. Carry our dreams. Find your happiness. Isaiah. One by one, their words echoed like a farewell. Zenovia stood frozen. Only now did the full truth dawn on her. These children, boys and girls once full of life, had all been part of the Holy Sword Project. Just like Chiba. But unlike him, they never escaped. They never got a second chance. Chiba was the sole survivor. Now, in their final hour, they came not to haunt him, but to bless him. Even in death, they held no hatred. Only warmth. Only the hope that he would live the life they never could. Everyone. Still kneeling, Chiba lowered his head again. His tears fell harder now, grief, guilt, gratitude, all mixed together in a storm that wouldn't end. He remembered everything. Back then, he had been the youngest in the group. The others had always looked after him. Protected him. Loved him. And even now, they were still protecting him. Then. Boom. A surge of power exploded into the air. The spiritual children, the emotional remnants of the fallen, rose with radiant light. And within that light, something inside Chiba snapped. His resolve ignited. His soul answered. Every emotion, anger, sorrow, gratitude, love, fused together in a blinding surge of energy. The sacred gear embedded in his soul, sword birth, responded instantly. It had always been a tool of darkness. A cursed creation of demonic energy, forging blades born of hatred. But now, something new stirred within it. The holy sword factors, the very essence extracted from his fallen friends, sank into his body. Becoming one with him. In the past, those factors had been torn from him. His compatibility stolen. But now, it returned. Not as a tool of war. But as a gift. A treasure, born of friendship, forged in sacrifice. The sacred gear began to evolve. Resonating. Changing. A sacred gear's potential was limitless. Even its creators could not predict what would happen when it fused with the deepest emotions of the human heart. And now, something impossible was happening. From within the devil's sword, a holy sword was being born. Holy and demonic. Light and darkness. Chiba's hands trembled. Then. Sword birth. In his right hand, a sword of darkness took form. A demonic blade, sharp, sleek, and humming with power. Blade blacksmith. In his left, a holy sword emerged. Radiant. Pure. Alive with sacred light. A devil had created a holy sword. Everyone watching, Zenovia, Irina, even the battle-hardened warriors of the Grigori, could only stare. A miracle. A contradiction. A phenomenon that defied every known law of magic, faith, and science. It's happening, Akira murmured. The fusion of holy sword and demonic sword. The birth of a weapon that should never exist. The holy demonic sword. Before anyone could question it, Chiba's transformation reached its apex. The invisible chains binding him to the lower ranks of devil society shattered. His body surged with new power, he had ascended. From a low-class devil. To a mid-class devil, worthy of commanding a battlefield. Balance breaker. Holy demonic sword of twin supremacy. The two swords in his hands began to merge. And from that fusion, a new weapon emerged, a double-edged sword of divine symmetry. One side holy, the other demonic. A perfect balance of light and shadow. Yuto. Rias Gremory's voice trembled. Her eyes, once filled with worry, now softened with warmth. The boy who had once been shackled by vengeance, had let it go. And the one who had given him the strength to do that was the man standing beside her. Thank you, she whispered. Akira smiled faintly. We're family, he replied. No need for formalities. You. Rias's cheeks flushed pink. She hadn't expected that. Was that a confession? Was he acknowledging her? That they would really be together one day? The thought made her heart race. Her mind spun in circles. Beside her, Akino let out a soft giggle. She had known Ria since they were children. And now, they both loved the same man. And they were bound by more than friendship now. They were bound by something deeper. But not everyone was smiling. From a short distance away, Kaneko Toju watched quietly. She didn't speak. Didn't move. Her small hands clenched at her sides. She had been the first to reach him. She had been the one always at his side. So why? Why did she feel like she was being left behind? White heavy checkmark enjoy 100 plus chapters ahead of web novel. White heavy checkmark be the first to enjoy the new season before anyone else. Thank you for your amazing support. Sparkling Heart. Chapter 84, Kokabeel equals 1% inheritance rate. Chapter 83, Kokabeel equals 1% inheritance rate. A holy demonic sword. Impossible. Something like that shouldn't exist. The voice burst out from Kokabeel, who had been momentarily forgotten amid the chaos brought on by Yudo Kiba's dramatic entrance. Now, attention snapped back to him as he stood frozen in disbelief, his voice echoing through the silence that followed. Unlike the others present, Kokabeel wasn't just some random high-ranking fallen angel. He was a relic of the ancient world, one who had personally witnessed the glory of the original Satans and the true God of the Bible with his own eyes. Which was exactly why this shook him to the core. Kokabeel understood something most didn't: holy power and demonic power were absolute opposites. They weren't meant to coexist. They couldn't coexist. And yet, the proof was standing right in front of him. I get it now, Kokabeel muttered, his voice dripping with loathing and clarity. The God who governed holy power, the original Satans who ruled demonic power, they're both gone. That's why something like that can exist. With those words, a truth buried deep within the inner circles of the supernatural world was suddenly dragged out into the open. What? What are you saying? G-God is dead. The voices that shouted back were from Zenobia, Irina, and Asia Argento, 3 believers who had devoted their hearts and lives to the divine. The impact hit them like a divine thunderbolt to the soul. Call it nonsense if you want, Kokabeel snarled, his gaze sweeping over them. But during the Great War, the one where the 3 factions clashed, not only did the original Satans fall, but the God of the Bible perished as well. Lies. Zenobia barked back. If God is dead, then why do our prayers still reach him? Why do miracles still happen? It was a fair question. After all, the church's power stemmed directly from belief. Their prayers, their faith, were answered. The system still worked. That's thanks to Michael, Kokabeel answered darkly. The system God left behind continues to run, barely. Michael has kept it functioning all this time. But even he is only delaying the inevitable. Then, the voice of God we've heard all this time, the revelations passed to religious leaders. Just the Archangel Michael playing his part, Kokabeel finished with a scoff, his expression twisted into a bitter grin. You've all been worshipping the illusion of a dead God. He chuckled, but there was no joy in it. Only spite. But credit where it's due, Michael has done a damn fine job. Without him, heaven would have collapsed long ago. Despite the mocking tone, the pain behind his eyes was clear. Kokabeel had carried that bitterness for centuries. When the Great War broke out, the balance of the world crumbled. Heaven lost its God. The underworld lost the original 4 Satans. And the fallen. They lost everything. In truth, the so-called Great War was more of a 2-sided alliance, fallen angels and devils teaming up against heaven. God didn't fall because of the Satans or the fallen's power, but because of something far more devastating. He had sacrificed most of his divine might to seal away the apocalyptic beast, Trihexa, the legendary 666. That sacrifice left him vulnerable. And in that moment of weakness, the alliance struck. But in the end, all sides paid the price. God fell. So did the Satans. Angels, devils, and fallen alike were decimated. Even the Grigori, once filled with elite cadres and promising agents, were reduced to scattered survivors. The fallen angels suffered most of all. Their numbers were always small, born only from those angels who had fallen from grace. The losses they endured during the war were devastating beyond recovery. Azazel survived, yes. But even as Governor-General of Grigori, he was the last true powerhouse left in their ranks. Once, he had been one of the 5 great seraphim. But while heaven and the underworld eventually rebuilt with new leaders and new generation elites, the fallen had no such luck. They had Azazel, and no one else. Suddenly, a soft thud echoed as Asia collapsed to the ground. Asia! Akino rushed forward, catching her just in time. Rias was right behind her, worry etched deep into her face. To her, Asia wasn't just a member of her peerage. She was family. Akino quickly checked her condition, then let out a slow breath of relief. She's fine. Just fainted, she said gently. Kokobeel's words must have pushed her too far. I see. Thank goodness. Rias let out a breath she didn't even realize she'd been holding. But Asia wasn't the only one shaken. Zenobia and Irina stood frozen in place, silent, motionless. Their expressions were vacant, as if the world had just collapsed around them. Because for them, it had. Kokobeel's words had ripped their beliefs apart, shattered the very core of their identities. The god they prayed to, believed in, trusted with all their hearts, had been gone all along. What they had followed was a shadow, a lie maintained by a failing system. It was all an illusion. Everything they believed in was fake. That's enough. A calm, indifferent voice cut through the heavy silence. If you're done monologuing, then just die. A flash of golden light streaked across the air like a divine judgment, and the chains of heaven pierced Kokobeel's skull in a blink. His body jolted. His head exploded into a mess of blood and shattered bone, painting the ground in a grotesque spray of red. And just like that, one of Grigori's last remaining cadres was gone. Far away, hidden in the shadows, Azazel watched everything with narrowed eyes and a subtle twitch at the corner of his lips. I was planning to just seal him, he muttered. Didn't really expect someone to actually kill the bastard. Kokobeel was an ancient warrior. One of their oldest fallen. Despite his madness, he had once bled for the survival of their race. His record, for better or worse, was part of Grigori's legacy. More importantly, Kokobeel had been a peak-level ultimate-class fallen angel. And now, that power was lost forever. He was gone. Meanwhile, Akira stood a short distance away, watching the scene unfold with a strangely unreadable expression. Because at that very moment, a familiar voice echoed inside his head. Ding! You have acquired 1% inheritance rate from template. 1%. He had just killed a top-tier ultimate-class fallen angel, someone who could raise a city if left unchecked. And yet, he got 1%. You've got to be kidding me, Akira muttered under his breath. When did the inheritance rate become this stingy? The system said nothing. No follow-up message. No smug reply. Just silence. And that silence was somehow more frustrating than anything else. Back during the raiding game, Akira had calculated his progress. He was certain that he'd passed 80%, maybe even more. But since then, nothing. Even after hunting down stray devils, even after eliminating dangerous threats, his progress bar hadn't budged at all. He had started wondering if maybe 80% was some sort of soft cap. And now, finally, after taking out someone on Kokobeel's level, he got 1 measly percent. That itch of discomfort in his chest slowly grew into a gnawing sense of unease. Something wasn't right with the system. And deep down, Akira knew. He hadn't even scratched the surface of the truth. White heavy checkmark enjoy 100+ chapters ahead of web novel. White heavy checkmark be the first to enjoy the new season before anyone else. Thank you for your amazing support. Sparkling Heart. Chapter 85, The Rematch. Chapter 84, The Rematch. Even so, having a clear goal was a good thing. If defeating one ultimate-class fallen angel only yielded a 1% increase in his inheritance rate, then that meant a mal-level opponent would be worth much more. And beyond them, the gods. Beings who had surpassed even those limits. Surely, their value was on another level entirely. But Akira chose not to dwell on that. The gap between him and the current Mao was already overwhelming. Comparing himself to the gods? That was just pointless fantasizing, at least for now. Suddenly, Akira's gaze flicked upward toward the night sky. Something was there. A presence. A pressure he recognized all too well. His sudden motion caught the attention of everyone nearby. Instinctively, they followed his line of sight. But no one else could see anything. Hidden in the shadows, Azazel, who had been observing everything from afar, narrowed his eyes in surprise. That magical pressure, that aura. It was unmistakable. The problem child he'd raised with his own hands. Red Dragon Emperor. The voice thundered across the night like a divine declaration. Everyone heard it, no matter the distance, no matter the wind. Then, a tiny black speck appeared in the sky. It grew larger with each passing second, eventually revealing a young man with striking silver hair, handsome features, and an aura brimming with overwhelming confidence. Yo. Long time no see, Valley, Akira called out casually. Valley smirked. Likewise, Shin Akira. Their eyes met, and the air around them instantly shifted. The tension thickened. The pressure rose. Is that Kokobeel down there? Valley asked, giving the corpse a quick glance. You here for revenge or something? Akira replied, voice light but sharp. Ha. Trash like him deserved to die, Valley answered coldly. Kokobeel had been under Azazel's command, but Valley had never respected him. To him, Kokobeel was a loudmouth whose ambition never matched his ability. A man who spoke of war but never took the first step. Someone who blamed the world, fate, and Azazel for his own inadequacies. Valley didn't care about his so-called ideals. If it had been him, Valley Lucifer, he wouldn't talk about reigniting the Great War. He'd become powerful enough to start one on his own. That was his belief. Real war was born from real strength. I see. You've mastered the White Dragon Emperor's ultimate form, Akira noted, his eyes sharp. Exactly. That's why I'm here, Valley's expression ignited with fierce determination. I've come to challenge you once more. Those words burned in his chest. The words Akira had left him with after their last battle. Someone who's already lost is no longer my opponent. I'll give you time to catch up, until the day you never can. It sounded like something a Chinibu would say. And yet, for Valley, those words had struck deep. They became fuel. His reason to rise. The sacred gear responded to the user's resolve. And never before had Valley's resolve burned so brightly. He wanted to be stronger. Strong enough to fight him again. White Dragon Emperor. Red Dragon Emperor. The air erupted with raw energy. Balance breaker. Albion's voice rang out as Valley was bathed in silver light. A radiant armor of shimmering white formed around him. Crystal blue wings spread wide from his back, glowing under the moonlight. He had become the embodiment of the heavenly dragon. Rias. Get them out of here. Put up a barrier if you can. Rias turned to him, concern in her eyes. Are you sure? Of course, Akira replied without hesitation. I'll wait for you to come back. She leaned in and kissed his cheek. His face flushed red. Before he could say anything, she turned away quickly. Akino watched the scene with a soft, sisterly smile, then gently hoisted Asia over her shoulder and followed Rias. Kaneko and Chiba picked up Zenobia and Irina, who were still shaken from Kokobeel's earlier revelation, and moved to retreat. No one spared a glance at Kokobeel's lifeless body. Whatever significance he once had was already gone. Valley frowned. You're not using your boosted gear? Not even summoning it. He sounded irritated. He'd come here to avenge his defeat. But how could it be called a rematch if his opponent didn't even treat it as a real fight? Not yet, Akira replied. It's not time. You. Before Valley could finish, a wave of intense magical pressure exploded from Akira's body. It was overwhelming. This wasn't just a powerful aura, it was Mao-level. Valley immediately went silent. Boosted gear's true power was in multiplying the user's strength. But if Akira was already this strong without it, how the hell was he supposed to win? Unbelievable. You've grown this powerful in such a short time. Right now, Valley was still only at the high-class devil stage. He was close, so close, to ultimate class, but not there yet. Among the new generation, Valley was considered a true prodigy. And yet, when compared to Shin Akira, he looked like a child learning to crawl. Akira was younger than him. A human. No noble blood. No Lucifer heritage. No elite upbringing from Grigori. And yet he had reached the level of a Mao. It defied all logic. Valley could only simulate Mao-level power by using the divine dividing effects. His own base power hadn't reached that point. But Akira had done it with his own strength. Valley. Be careful. Something feels wrong. Albion's voice echoed in his mind, serious and tense. What? Don't tell me you're afraid already. Red hasn't shown up. Just like before, he's suppressing him. Valley's eyes widened. Suppressing Draig. The heavenly dragon of domination. Even Albion felt a chill. This man, he's no longer human. Not in power. Not in presence. He's coming. In the next instant, countless chains of heaven burst into the air, more than Valley could count. They hurtled toward him at blinding speed, their force far surpassing anything Akira had used against Kokobeel. This was different. This wasn't warm-up. This wasn't testing the waters. Akira was serious. Against Kokobeel, he hadn't even needed to try. That had been practice. If Akira had gone all out from the start, Kokobeel would have been reduced to minced meat in seconds. That wasn't arrogance. That was cold, hard truth. Mao-class power wasn't something you could bridge with effort alone. The gap was like the sky and the earth. But now, facing Valley Lucifer, Akira was giving him the highest form of respect. He was using everything. Ever since reaching the Mountglass, Akira had never gone all out in a real battle. This would be the first time. The perfect chance to test his new strength. Valley had come here after mastering Juggernaut Drive, the strongest form of the White Dragon Emperor. And Akira wanted to see. Could Valley in his strongest form even come close to him? When he hadn't even activated boosted gear yet. White heavy checkmark enjoy 100 plus chapters ahead of web novel. White heavy checkmark be the first to enjoy the new season before anyone else. Thank you for your amazing support. Sparkling Heart. Chapter 86, A Fierce Clash. Chapter 85, A Fierce Clash. Under the vast night sky, chains glimmered like celestial streaks as they shot forth from every corner of the battlefield, chains of heaven, roaring through the air, hunting down their single prey. Valley, now fully enveloped in radiant white aura, moved like lightning incarnate. His body danced through the sky with dazzling agility, weaving through the oncoming barrage of chains with masterful precision. Not a single link touched him. Show me your true power, Shin Akira. Face me with everything you've got. Valley's voice rang out, brimming with excitement. He hadn't come for a sparring session, he was here for a true battle. A showdown between those who sought strength, not half-hearted trials. Then I'll give you what you want. Akira's voice thundered like a divine command. Behind him, a surge of dark blue lightning began to form. In mere seconds, the swirling energy took shape, an enormous dragon, wreathed in electricity, roared as it manifested in the sky. The sheer pressure from its presence made the air tremble. The thunder dragon let out an ear-splitting roar before launching toward Valley like a wrathful god descending from the heavens. Yes. That's more like it. Valley laughed with exhilaration, charging in without a trace of fear. The moment their powers collided, the sky erupted. A deafening shockwave tore through the clouds, lighting up the heavens in an explosion of blinding force. But Akira didn't smile, not even a flicker of satisfaction on his face. Because he knew. Even after that overwhelming attack, Valley's aura hadn't diminished at all. Divide. The lingering thunder scattered. The mighty surge of blue lightning that had rampaged across the sky now began to fade, its energy siphoned away by an invisible force. Divide. 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 Everything fell quiet once more. As the thick smoke cleared, Valley stood tall, unscathed. The power Akira had just unleashed, the blue lightning light, had been absorbed, stolen, by divine dividing. It now belonged to Valley. Use your sacred gear, Shin Akira. Only the Red Dragon Emperor can stand against the White Dragon Emperor. Red Dragon Emperor, huh? I don't think I'll need him. Akira replied softly, his expression turning calm but resolute. To him, boosted gear wasn't the core of his strength. It was a tool. A powerful one, yes, but not the foundation of who he was. Once, he had defeated Valley with boosted gear scale mail. But this time, he wanted to surpass Valley as himself. With the power of the chains of heaven. I figured as much, Valley muttered. He could read Akira's intent clearly. As a fellow warrior who chased after true strength, Valley understood his resolve. Akira didn't want to win as the successor of Draig, he wanted to win as Shin Akira. Valley, is Draig's host really going to fight you without using Draig's power? Seems like it. Even if he has 2 sacred gears, most of them can't even compare to a Longinus, let alone one of the heavenly dragons. We'll see. Valley smirked as he glanced down toward Akira's position on the ground. He respected him, not just as a rival, but as a man who stood on his own 2 feet, chasing strength with unwavering conviction. And then it happened. Akira stomped the ground beneath him. For the first time in his life, he called upon a power that slumbered within the earth itself. The earth, foundation of all life, revered in countless mythologies as the mother goddess. It held a primordial force no mage could ever replicate. From deep beneath the surface, golden particles of light began to rise. Ripples of energy spread out in all directions, covering kilometers of land. And then, slowly, majestically, weapons emerged from the earth. Swords. Spears. Axes. Bows. Scythes. Halberds. One after another, they floated upward, glinting with an ethereal shine, like the legendary noble phantasms of ancient heroes. They weren't sacred gears. But each one radiated a presence that rivaled holy weapons and divine relics alike. Valley, prepare yourself to receive the judgment of the land, wisdom of the people. The arsenal of weapons surged into the sky like a divine onslaught, raining down with overwhelming force. The sheer number of them, the speed, the weight behind every strike, it was as if the earth itself had turned its fury into steel and hurled it toward the heavens. Don't underestimate me. Valley didn't flinch. There was no space to dodge. No escape. Nowhere to run. Donning his full divine dividing scale mail, Valley braced himself, meeting the barrage head-on. Clashes. Shockwaves. Explosions of pure mana and steel. The night sky became a battlefield of falling stars and shattering magic. Each impact was a cry of war, each strike, a testament to the will of mankind. Valley endured it all. Every strike. Every crash. Every ounce of fury. These weren't mere weapons. They were forged from the will of humanity, from those who dared to dream, fight, and survive. This was wisdom of the people, a technique born not from gods, but from mortals. And Akira stood beneath it all, eyes focused and heart steady. Their battle had only just begun. Vala's body was riddled with impacts from all directions. His white armor, the proud manifestation of the White Dragon Emperor, remained pristine at first. But then, cracks began to spread. Fragments of armor started breaking away, clattering through the air. Bit by bit, the scale mail shattered under the relentless assault. And as the armor fell, blood followed. Each passing moment felt like an eternity. By the time the attack ended, Vala was barely holding himself together. He gasped for breath, pain coursing through his body, but relief flickered in his eyes. He had survived. His left arm and right leg were now exposed, the armor gone. Even the upper half of his helmet had been destroyed. His body was covered in bruises and cuts. Ha, huff. So this is your strength now, Shin Akira. Unbelievable. Vala wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Despite his injuries, there was a glint of joy in his eyes. The thrill of finding a worthy opponent, a rival who stood as his equal. Akira, too, felt the weight of his own choice. That technique, wisdom of the people, had drawn upon all the spiritual energy from the surrounding land. He wouldn't be able to use it again anytime soon. The earth itself needed time to recover, to breathe. For now, he could no longer draw upon its power. Valley, are you still with me? Albion's voice echoed in Vala's mind. Yeah. Just a few scratches. Nothing serious. I see. Still. I must admit, Dre got lucky, finding a host like that. Yeah, you could call it luck. But honestly, I'm just grateful I got to meet someone this strong. Divine dividing scale mail, White Dragon Emperor's armor. A surge of light burst from Vala's body. In an instant, his shattered armor regenerated, reforming as if it had never been broken. This was the power of a balance breaker. The armor wasn't forged from metal, but from pure magic and will. As long as the user still had energy to spare, the armor would rise again. But not his wounds. The armor may return. But the pain. The blood. The injuries carved into his body. Those were real. And they were his to bear. White heavy checkmark enjoy 100+ chapters ahead of web novel. White heavy checkmark be the first to enjoy the new season before anyone else. Thank you for your amazing support. Sparkling Heart. Chapter 87, Juggernaut Drive vs. Chain of Heaven. Chapter 86, Juggernaut Drive vs. Chain of Heaven. On the other side of the battlefield, Akira resumed his offensive. From every direction, streaks of bluish-silver lightning surged across the ground, manifestations of his blue lightning light. Like a tidal wave of divine fury, they roared forth, forming a storm of serpent-like arcs crashing down like thousands of thunder dragons striking at once. Don't underestimate me. Valley shouted. The crystalline blue wings on his back expanded with blinding brilliance, radiating a wave of pure magic that shattered the incoming storm. One by one, the serpents of lightning burst into sparks midair. The deafening roars gave way to silence, and within seconds, the sky calmed once more. Valley hovered in the air, emanating quiet authority. Below him, Akira stood firm, his eyes locked with Vala's. The stillness didn't last. Shin Akira. This is the trump card I've prepared, just for you, Vala declared, his voice calm yet weighty. Originally, I wanted to save this for the climax. But it seems, you've been holding back. He exhaled softly, a rare flicker of emotion crossing his otherwise composed face. If you end up dying because of that, don't blame me. Akira's gaze didn't waver. His tone was as steady as ever. If it comes to that, I won't hold anything back. I'm not so careless as to gamble with my life. Vala smirked. Good. Then, bear witness. Let the power of the heavenly dragon rise again in this world. A thunderous pulse tore through the air. Waves of overwhelming energy burst forth from Vala's body, his magical and spiritual pressure surging like a tempest, shaking the very ground beneath them. Akira narrowed his eyes. He recognized this aura, intimately. Vala wasn't bluffing. He was about to unleash that power. I, who am about to awaken. The moment that ancient incantation began, a swirling vortex of cursed magic enveloped Vala's entire form. Akira instantly understood. This wasn't a typical balance breaker. This was the abyssal form, Juggernaut Drive. The ultimate forbidden evolution of a Longinus sacred gear. A shape born from hatred, pain, and the cursed wills of its past users. I am the Red Dragon Emperor who has discarded the principles of domination. As the chant continued, the pressure grew heavier. Within Divine Dividing lay the echoes of countless White Dragon Emperors who had succumbed to madness. And within Boosted Gear, similar memories, rage, agony, despair from past Red Dragon Emperors. Juggernaut Drive wasn't just power. It was a double-edged curse. A strength capable of slaying gods, but also consuming its wielder in return. I shall walk the road of righteousness. Every word fueled the transformation. Black lightning rippled from Val's core. His magic swelled to monstrous proportions. Akira remained silent, but internally, even he couldn't deny the awe. Once awakened, Juggernaut Drive pushed its user beyond all natural limits. But that strength came with a price, life force drained, soul eroded, and mind devoured by the cries of those who walked the same path before. I shall become the Emperor of Crimson Flame. And I shall lead you to the path of heaven. Explode. Juggernaut Drive. A violent explosion of magic erupted. An enormous shockwave spiraled outward, obliterating the ground, bending the air, and turning the skies into a storm of power. A roar, not just of power, but of a dragon's will, echoed across all of Kuoh Town. Far away, hidden in the shadows, Azazel, the former Governor-General of the Grigori, let out a tired sigh as he watched the monstrous transformation of his foster son. So you really chose that path? After all, Valley. As someone who had devoted his life to the study of sacred gears, and who raised Valley himself, Azazel understood the true nature of Divine Dividing, and its forbidden drive. He knew Juggernaut Drive well. Knew that, despite Val's refined control and improved mastery, the curse had not been completely lifted. Valley had trained to replace the cost of life with magic energy. But even so, the memories of past hosts, their pain, their rage, still lingered. And if those buried emotions rose to the surface, then not even Val's iron will might be enough to hold them back. Right now, Val stood at the peak of high-class devil. A step more, and he would reach the ultimate class. But Juggernaut Drive vaulted him even higher, right into the territory of mid-tier Mao-class beings. This was why Longinus were feared. Power capable of surpassing gods, when wielded by the right person. Elsewhere, Rias and the members of the Occult Research Club had already distanced themselves from the battlefield. But the moment that pressure exploded, they all turned their heads. And there, in the sky, they saw it. A colossal white dragon had manifested. That's the White Dragon Emperor. Rias whispered, stunned. Looks like it, Akino replied, her voice low. Is Shin-san going to be okay? Asia asked, anxiety in her voice. He hasn't weakened, Rias said, trying to reassure her. His magical power's still steady. He's not being pushed back, yet. Still, concern was written across everyone's faces. Even Kaneko and Chiba, usually composed, looked uneasy. They knew they couldn't interfere, not in a battle of this scale. All they could do was trust him. If Akira could overcome the White Dragon Emperor, then he'd return, alive. Back on the battlefield. Akira gazed at the white behemoth floating before him, eyes slightly narrowed. Even though he had anticipated this outcome, seeing Juggernaut Drive with his own eyes was something else entirely. So. You've played your trump card. Akira took a deep breath. Then it's only fair. I show you mine. I've been waiting for this. Vala shouted back, his voice full of raw excitement. In this form, he now stood firmly within the mid-Mao class. And with that, he finally understood. He understood why Akira hadn't even used boosted gear yet. He understood the confidence, the arrogance, the control. Akira wasn't holding back out of pride. He had simply never needed to go all out. But now, he would. Suddenly, the ground beneath Akira glowed with radiant emerald light. A surge of pure magical energy burst upward, lifting his body into the air. As he floated higher, the earth below cracked open, and from it, countless chains began to rise. Glowing, holy, unyielding chains. Hundreds, no, thousands of them. They spiraled into the sky like divine pillars, encircling the entire battlefield in their sacred radiance. I am the inheritor of Enkidu, and now, you shall witness the justice of the chain of heaven. A surge of power engulfed Akira. Even in his Juggernaut Drive, Valley could feel it. He couldn't ignore it. Couldn't dismiss it. This wasn't just magic. It was something older. Something divine. The breath of the stars now awakens. The light from the chains intensified, illuminating the heavens. The entire battlefield vanished into a sea of green light and holy steel. Oi, you've got to be kidding me. Valis stared, speechless. Before him, Akira stood bathed in light. A luminous figure descending from the sky, wrapped in power ancient and absolute. And for the first time in their fight, a sliver of fear crept into Vala's heart. Valley. He's starting. Focus. I know. Bring it on, Shin Akira. With a roar, Vale threw away every hesitation, every restraint, every calculation. He would meet Akira's full power head-on. That was the only way to show respect to the strongest rival he had ever faced. Akira raised one hand to the sky. His voice echoed like thunder. "O mankind, bind even the gods with these chains." And in that moment, for the first time in the world, Chain of Heaven unleashed its true light. White heavy checkmark enjoy 100+ chapters ahead of web novel. White heavy checkmark be the first to enjoy the new season before anyone else. Thank you for your amazing support. Sparkling Heart. Chapter 88, Defeating Valley. Chapter 87, Defeating Valley. The night sky stretched endlessly above, cloaked in darkness, until thousands of golden chains burst forth like a constellation come to life, swirling around a single figure that glowed brighter than any star. Suspended at the heart of it all, Akira shone like a celestial beacon. Light radiated from his body in pure golden brilliance, illuminating the skyline of Kuoh City as if a second sun had risen. It wasn't just light. It was divinity. Azazel, who had been watching from afar, stood frozen. Beside him were Rias Gremory and her companions, who had just retreated from the battlefield. Even those busy with damage control halted what they were doing. Everyone's gaze turned skyward, drawn in by the overwhelming majesty that was now Akira. Surrounded by the countless chains of the heavenly chain, Akira's form had transformed, no longer just a boy wielding power, but a divine stake, a spear of judgment forged from light itself. This was the true manifestation of the weapon he had inherited. In the parallel mythos of the Fate world, Enkidu was never just a heroic spirit. He was the noble phantasm. Valley, fall back. That power, it's not something you can take head-on. I won't retreat. Even if I die here, I will not take a single step backward. Valley. Vale's eyes narrowed. His breathing was sharp, focused. He could feel it. The overwhelming force radiating from Akira had completely surpassed his own. This wasn't just about the sacred gear anymore. Akira's mastery of his second gear, its sheer depth and evolution, had reached a point that rivaled, no, surpassed the boosted gear, the Longinus-class sacred gear that housed the power of Drake, the Red Dragon Emperor. Was he going to lose again? And this time, not to boosted gear, but to Akira's second sacred gear. The bitterness rose in Vale's chest like bile. It was too absurd. Too humiliating. Come, Shin Akira. Vale roared. Show me your true strength. This is the cry of the White Dragon Emperor. Pouring every last ounce of magic he possessed into one strike, Vale condensed his power into a single blazing core. A pillar of radiant, bluish-white energy shot upward, colliding with the descending storm of divine chains. The impact was cataclysmic. The shockwave rippled across the battlefield, splitting the air like a tidal wave of raw energy. Golden chains shattered midair, bursting into radiant particles one by one, fading like shooting stars as they fell. But they didn't stop. In mere fractions of a second, more chains surged forth, endless and unrelenting, piercing through the pillar of divine light with growing momentum. Slowly, surely, they pressed forward. This was the true name release of Enkidu, a power born to restrain gods, a weapon designed to subdue divine beings. Its existence was forged from concept itself, suppression, judgment, order. The more divine the enemy, the stronger the chains became. Originally created to bind Gilgamesh, the half-god, half-human king of heroes, Enkidu was the one weapon that could match even Ea, the primordial sword of rupture. Which is why, against a being like Vale, who carried the blood of Lucifer and wielded the might of the White Dragon Emperor, Chains of Heaven was overwhelmingly effective. No one can withstand the judgment of a weapon forged to subdue the divine. Vale's final scream of defiance echoed into the night as the massive stake of light, Akira himself, pierced through his ultimate attack. And drove it straight into the earth. Chains followed behind like meteors raining from the heavens, binding his wings, legs, tail, every inch of his dragon form. The silver juggernaut, Vale in Juggernaut Drive, was shackled completely. Then, with a soundless crack, fractures spread across his body like spider webs. And in a heartbeat, the mighty form of the White Dragon Emperor shattered into pieces. Golden chains burst upward and faded into light. What remained, slumped beneath the divine stake, was a single human figure, bloodied, broken, and barely conscious. Vale Lucifer had been defeated. Cough. So that's the balance breaker of your second sacred gear, huh? TCH. It's so damn overwhelming, it makes even my Juggernaut Drive look tame. The chains faded, turning into gentle golden particles drifting away on the breeze. The giant divine stake slowly unraveled, restoring the form of a weary, gasping Akira. His breaths were shallow. His body trembled. Unleashing the true name of the Chains of Heaven was no small feat. It had consumed nearly everything he had. But against Valley in full juggernaut drive, holding back would have meant certain death. He didn't have that luxury. Technically, Akira muttered through labored breaths, chains of heaven isn't even a sacred gear. Valley raised a brow slightly, struggling to keep his head up. It's a noble phantasm. A divine weapon. And, at the same time, it's me. A noble phantasm. Akira nodded, his voice steady despite the exhaustion. A crystallization of humanity's hopes. A miracle given form through prayer and legend. A weapon born from the collective dreams of mankind. Valley's eyes narrowed. Hard to believe something like that actually exists in this world. It's not from this world, Akira replied quietly. There's more out there than just sacred gears or god-killer artifacts. He took a shaky step forward. Before the God of the Bible created sacred gears, who would have believed they were even possible? It's the same concept. Valley chuckled bitterly and slowly sat up despite the pain in his gut. I lost again, and this time, completely. Akira tilted his head. So? You giving up? Valley looked up at him and laughed. Give up? Hell no. This is only the second time I've lost to you. Even if it takes 1,000 more, I'll catch up. I'll surpass you. Akira stared at him silently, then slowly shook his head. No, Valley. The distance between us, it's only going to grow wider. Valley's grin faltered. He couldn't deny it. He remembered clearly just how weak Akira had been. Back then, he was nothing but a joke, someone who only survived because of a few lucky breaks Azazel threw his way. But now, that same boy had become a rival who crushed him not once, but twice. Valley remembered their first fight. He lost. Now, even after mastering Juggernaut Drive, the forbidden form of divine dividing, he still lost. Worse yet. Akira hadn't even used the boosted gear this time. That realization stung the most. This was all with just his second sacred gear. If Akira had used the boosted gear and unleashed its power to double his strength every 10 seconds, the fight wouldn't have lasted this long. He would have been obliterated instantly. Still clutching his wounded side, Valley rose shakily to his feet. His breathing was ragged, his body covered in injuries, but not an ounce of fear lingered in his eyes. He knew. Akira never intended to kill him. This battle wasn't about life or death. It was about answering a challenge. About meeting strength with strength. And Valley respected that. In the depths of his prideful heart, he couldn't help but acknowledge it. Just then, a familiar voice echoed within Akira's mind. White heavy checkmark enjoy 100+ chapters ahead of web novel. White heavy checkmark be the first to enjoy the new season before anyone else. Thank you for your amazing support. Sparkling Heart. Chapter 89, The Conversation. Chapter 88, The Conversation. Ding. You have gained 3% template inheritance progress. The system announced the result of the battle quietly in the back of his mind. Defeating Valley in his Juggernaut Drive, a transformation that brought him to the level of a Mao, netted Akira a clean 3% increase. Previously, when he took down Kokabeel, one of the ultimate class fallen angels, it only gave him 1%. That alone made the scaling crystal clear. 1% for defeating an ultimate class opponent. 3% for taking down someone on the level of a Mao. If the remaining 20% demanded enemies of that caliber or even higher, then what lay ahead was nothing short of kings, or beings that surpassed even gods. It felt less like a simple power-up and more like a final tier class ascension quest, merciless and absolute. Seriously, could this thing be any stingier? Akira muttered inwardly with a sigh. He reached into his pocket, pulled out a small crystal bottle, and casually tossed it toward Valley. The other boy caught it with one hand, his expression twisting in shock the moment he saw the glowing crimson liquid inside. This is Phoenix Tears. Tears from the House of Phoenix. The most powerful healing elixir known in the underworld. Even fatal wounds and completely shattered limbs could regenerate within moments of contact. What's your angle? Valley asked, his tone low and guarded. Akira offered a small, almost tired smile. If you kick the bucket now, things will get a lot less interesting in this world. Valley let out a short breath, somewhere between a scoff and a chuckle. Without saying another word, he bit the bottle's cap off and poured the contents onto his still bleeding abdomen. His other arm was too wrecked to use properly. The moment the liquid touched his wound, a surge of life force erupted from his body like a rebounding wave of mana. The damage left by the chains of heaven, gaping, searing, and nearly fatal, sealed itself shut like it had never been there to begin with. His organs reformed. Torn tissues mended. Even the smaller cuts and bruises faded as if erased by time itself. Such was the miracle of Phoenix Tears. The treasured elixir of the underworld. And one of the core reasons the Phoenix clan, one of the 72 pillars, had grown so influential across generations. In a world where death lurked behind every mistake, a substance that could pull you back from the brink was more valuable than gold or power. Where'd you even get this? Valley asked as he flexed his newly restored arm and rotated his shoulders, testing the full return of his mobility. Someone gave it to me. What, jealous? Akira replied, shrugging. Valley gave him a sideways smirk. No, just curious. Word on the street is, you wrecked the third son of House Phoenix so bad that he was forced into early Nerva. I figured they'd blacklist you for life. Yet here you are, tossing around Phoenix tears like breath mints. Akira sighed. Yeah, that sounds about right. Seeing the way Valley was clearly enjoying this turn of events, like a cat watching its prey trip over its own paws, Akira couldn't help but regret his earlier generosity. The tears didn't come from the Phoenix family, he added. They were from the Gremory side. Gremory, huh? Valley nodded, his expression settling. Makes sense. You're basically their in-law now. And those two houses have been working together for decades. I wouldn't be surprised if Gremory had a stash tucked away. I'm not like you, Valley. I've got connections in the underworld. My brother-in-law's a Mao. Ugh. Valley gritted his teeth as an involuntary twitch crossed his face. He wasn't sure if he wanted to punch Akira or just fly away. The guy was practically radiating smugness. From head to toe, he oozed, I'm well connected and I know it. And to make it worse, the brother-in-law he was bragging about was Sirzex Lucifer, one of the 4 great Satans who currently governed the underworld. Meanwhile, Valley himself was the direct descendant of the original Lucifer, his grandfather was the very first one, and his grandmother was Lilith, the primordial mother of all devils. Not that he cared about that bloodline stuff. Still, hearing Akira throw around Sirzek's name like it was nothing definitely stung his pride. By the way, Valley. Kuroka is your ally, right? Kuroka. Valley raised a brow. Yeah, she's part of my team. Why? You know her. That caught him a little off guard. As far as he remembered, Kuroka had always done her own thing, flitting between missions and wandering around as she pleased. He had never once heard her mention a connection to anyone named Shin Akira. Even during their earlier encounter, when he lost to Akira the first time, that had been the first Kuroka even heard the guy's name. Did they meet sometime after that? Valley quickly dismissed the thought. He didn't care much about Kuroka's private life. As long as she didn't betray him, her past, or relationships, were none of his business. No, nothing like that, Akira said plainly. Her younger sister, Kaneko, is part of Ria's peerage. A while back, something happened that left Kaneko, well, let's just say she has some lingering trauma when it comes to Kuroka. Valley didn't respond, but he did listen closely. Things aren't as bitter between them anymore, but I still think they need to face each other properly, Akira continued. Talk. Settle things, face to face. So you want me to tell her that? Yeah. When you head back, ask her to come to Kuoh City. If she talks to Kaneko directly, I think they can finally move forward. Valley gave a slow nod. All right. I'll let her know. He had heard fragments of Kuroka's past before. How she once had a little sister. How she left the path of devils and turned into a stray. And how, deep down, she still wanted to bring that little sister back into her life. She had even joked once about capturing her again and dragging her into their cause. The thought made Valley scoff. After everything had calmed down, he turned, his body already preparing for departure. This time, you win. But next time, I'll surpass you. Oh. Akira smirked. Didn't you say that the last time too? TCH. Valley clicked his tongue and looked away, annoyed. Unfurling the bat-like wings on his back, he rose into the sky slowly. Next time, Shin Akira. I'll be the one who defeats you. I'll be waiting. Sooner is better. With one last huff, Valley turned his back and shot through the night sky, leaving the battlefield, and that damn smug smile, behind. As he flew, Valley spoke inwardly, addressing the being sleeping inside him. Albion. You said there's another possibility within Juggernaut Drive, didn't you? Indeed. I did say that. Then I'm going to chase that path down. Valley, it is only a possibility. Countless wielders of sacred gears have reached Juggernaut Drive over the centuries. None have found the true path you speak of. Then I'll be the first. I'll find it. And I'll master it. Albion went quiet for a moment before answering again. Very well. But before that, there is something you must conquer. You felt it too, didn't you? During the final moments of that battle. Valley's expression hardened. Yeah. If it weren't for the chains of heaven binding me down, that curse inside Juggernaut Drive, the hatred, I would have lost control. His eyes narrowed, not with anger, but with something darker. Something deeper. He knew it. Before he could move forward, before he could reach the peak of power he craved, he had to break the ancient curse sealed within him. Or be consumed by it. If he failed, he wouldn't just fall. He would become a rampaging monster, a berserk dragon of pure destruction that would annihilate everything. Including himself. White heavy checkmark. Enjoy 100+ chapters ahead of web novel. White heavy checkmark. Be the first to enjoy the new season before anyone else. Thank you for your amazing support. Sparkling Heart. Chapter 90, Saji Genchuru's Jealousy. Chapter 89, Saji Genchuru's Jealousy. Valley had left. Above Kuoh City, the full moon hung in the sky, bathing the land in silver light. Stars twinkled around it, as if celebrating the end of a battle that had shaken both heaven and earth. Tonight would be carved into the memories of many, and none would forget it. Kuoh would never be the same again. What the hell happened here? Someone muttered in disbelief, standing in the middle of the ruined battlefield where Akira and Valley had clashed. The once flat terrain had become a crater-riddled wasteland, deep fissures splitting the ground in jagged scars. Not a single inch of the area had been spared from the devastation. Even the residual magic lingering in the air was thick enough to make an ordinary person collapse from sheer pressure alone. If this was just the aftermath, how terrifying must the battle itself have been? Sona Shitori, known in the underworld as Sona Citri, stood silently among the wreckage. Her expression remained composed, as always, but her sharp eyes betrayed both awe and regret. Just months ago, she'd received a report from the Citri family about a human transferring into Kuoh Academy. And now, that same human had risen far beyond anyone's expectations. Tsubaki. Do you think, if I had asked him to become my servant from the very beginning, would he have accepted? Her voice was quiet, directed to her vice president, Tsubaki Shinra, who stood close beside her. The odds were extremely low, Kaishu, Tsubaki replied. Even back then, he wasn't particularly strong, but his pride already matched yours. He's not the type to serve under anyone. If he were, he would have accepted Ria's invitation instead of helping her from outside the system as a human ally. You're right. Sona sighed, her breath tinged with quiet frustration. Still, I can't help but feel regretful. And, honestly, a little bitter. The sheer magical pressure still clinging to the air was overwhelming, yet what gnawed at her more was something internal. A subtle ache. The kind that came from missed opportunities. If she had recognized Akira's potential from the beginning, if she hadn't allowed him to drift into Ria's circle so easily, maybe she would have been the one standing beside him now. Not Ria's. This wasn't love. It wasn't romantic longing. It was the regret of losing a once-in-a-generation genius. A human who now possessed power on par with a Mao. A wielder of boosted gear, one of the strongest Longinus. And now, the victor over Valley Lucifer, the host of Albion, the White Dragon Emperor. The news of this battle would shake the entire underworld. Rias Gremory, once pressured into a political engagement, had broken free because of him. Now, she was celebrated as a noblewoman who carved her own path and won big, not just with strength, but because of the incredible men she had chosen. In Devil Society, a woman's worth wasn't just in her power. It was also judged by the men who stood beside her. And no one knew that better than noble women like Sona and Rias. Thanks to Akira, Rias had risen even higher. The young man had crushed the Phoenix heir and skyrocketed the Gremory name to the top of the underworld. Sirzex Gremory was already a Mao, the most influential figure in devil politics. And now, his sister was engaged to a human who had single-handedly shifted the balance of power. The Gremory family stood at the peak. Meanwhile, all Sona could do was watch from the shadows of broken stone and scorched earth. She and Rias had always shared an unspoken rivalry since childhood. Now, watching Rias claim a man like that, it stung more than she cared to admit. Sure, Sona had plenty of admirers. But none of them even came close to Shin Akira. Not in power. Not in dignity. Not even in potential. Kaishu was the person who fought here just now, really Shin Akira. A voice came from behind. Saji Genchuru. Wielder of the Sacred Gear Absorption line. One of the newest additions to her peerage, turned using 4 pawn pieces. He was promising enough. Dedicated. And, perhaps foolishly, one of the many men in Kuoh who dreamed of one day marrying Sona Citri. So when he heard the quiet note of regret in her voice, something ugly welled up inside him. Jealousy. What are you trying to say, Saji? Sona asked, raising an eyebrow. Beside her, Tsubaki's expression immediately cooled. I mean, yeah, it was a big battle, Saji said, his voice sharp with implication. But there's no solid proof that the one who fought the White Dragon Emperor was Shin Akira, is there? A bitter undertone laced his words. You yourself said he was the host of boosted gear, right? But there wasn't a single trace of the Red Dragon Emperor's power in this fight. Shin Akira possesses more than just the boosted gear, Tsubaki replied flatly, her tone firm. But come on. Going up against the White Dragon Emperor and not using boosted gear. Does that really sound reasonable, Kaishu? Sona hesitated. She couldn't argue that it didn't seem odd. Red Dragon and White Dragon. Draig and Albion. Their rivalry was ancient, eternal. Whenever their wielders appeared in the same era, they were destined to clash. That was how it had always been. If such a battle did take place, surely both sides would rely on their true powers, not some secondary trick. The devastation here had been unreal. That final moment, when Akira's attack lit up the night sky, it had been like watching a divine star descend. And yet, Saji's doubts weren't completely baseless. Still, before he could continue, Tsubaki stepped forward. Her voice was calm, but every word dripped with pressure. In that case, Saji, she said quietly, tell me, who did fight the White Dragon Emperor here? Saji froze. His confidence faltered. The edge in his words dulled as he realized. He had no answer. No proof. No logic. Just jealousy. Tsubaki saw right through him. She knew exactly what he felt for their president, how admiration had slowly turned into something deeper. Something desperate. There was nothing wrong with that. Feelings were feelings. But slandering another person just because your pride was hurt? That was something else entirely. Especially when it involved the Gremory family, Sona's oldest and closest ally. A careless comment like that, if it reached the wrong ears, could spark conflict between two major houses. And Saji, as a member of Sona's peerage, his words carried weight. Whether he realized it or not. Watch your words, Saji, Tsubaki said coldly. You are Kaishu's servant. Which means, in many ways, you reflect her. Forget the Red Dragon Emperor for a second, even if we ignore that Shin Akira is the host of two sacred gears, just the fact that he's a human who fought on par with a Mal-level opponent should be enough to make you think twice before speaking so carelessly. Understood, Vice President Shinra. Crushed by her piercing gaze and quiet fury, Saji lowered his head. No more arguments. No more petty remarks. In this world, strength and standing spoke louder than anything else. And Tsubaki Shinra was second only to Sona herself. Even the most unruly members of the student council dared not cross her. Sona glanced at Saji only briefly. She said nothing. But in her heart, something had shifted. Her evaluation of him had fallen. Yes, he had potential. A rare sacred gear. A solid work ethic. But compared to someone like Shin Akira, who possessed not only overwhelming power but dignity, and who had never once used that power to mock the weak, Saji still had a long way to go. And this world didn't have room for people who could only envy others from afar, but lacked the courage to acknowledge someone truly greater than themselves. White heavy checkmark enjoy 100+ chapters ahead of web novel. White heavy checkmark be the first to enjoy the new season before anyone else. Thank you for your amazing support. Sparkling Heart. Chapter 91, The Problem with the Holy Swords. Chapter 90, The Problem with the Holy Swords. On the other side of town, after the battle had finally ended, Shin Akira returned home with Rias Gremory by his side. The day had been exhausting, both physically and mentally. It had started with an unexpected visit from two church agents. Then he had gone to see Yudo Chiba, helping him confront his trauma. As evening fell, Kokabeel descended, bringing with him chaos and destruction. After defeating Kokabeel and witnessing Chiba's awakening as a wielder of the holy demonic sword, Akira was then thrust into a clash against none other than Vala Lucifer himself. Now, all he wanted was a warm bed and uninterrupted sleep. Everything else could wait until tomorrow. Back at Akira's house, 5 holy swords lay silently on display, neatly placed yet radiating a divine pressure. Everyone present, even Rias, seemed at a loss about what to do with them. Technically, the swords belonged to the church. Returning them would be the appropriate course of action. However, the relationship between devils and angels, especially the church, was anything but friendly. And holy swords, by nature, were weapons forged to kill devils. Ideally, Rias wanted nothing to do with returning such dangerous relics. But keeping them wasn't exactly a simple matter either. No one in her group could wield them. No one, except Akira. Having a devil touch a holy sword was practically suicidal. Even Chiba, despite awakening the power of the holy demonic sword, could only handle the sacred energy to a limited extent. He hadn't fully synchronized with it. Meanwhile, the church duo, Zenobia and Irina, were still reeling from the devastating revelation that the God of the Bible had been long dead. Their faith had been shattered, and both of them were too lost in existential doubt to care about the swords. Rias, what should we do with them? Aquino finally broke the silence, glancing at her master. If you're asking me, then who the hell am I supposed to ask? Rias responded with a sigh, her tone heavy with fatigue. Her eyes looked half dead from everything that had happened. If you think it's a hassle, trust me, I feel the same. Then why don't we wait until Akira wakes up? After all, they're technically his spoils. Yeah, I guess that makes the most sense right now. Then for tonight, let's wrap things up, Akino said, before turning to Chiba. Chiba-kun, can you look after the swords for the time being? Chiba nodded quietly, his gaze calm and steady as he looked at the very weapons he once loathed. Leave it to me. He was the only one among them who could safely touch the holy swords. Just brushing against their aura was enough to make a devil feel nauseous. Direct contact could cause severe burns, sometimes even death. With that, Chiba carried the 5 swords into the guest room and stood watch over them through the night. The rest returned to their rooms. Except for Akino. She headed straight for Akira's room. Among everyone, she now held the closest relationship with him, emotionally and physically. Standing at the side of his bed, Akino smiled softly as she looked down at the men sleeping peacefully beneath the covers. This was the man she had chosen, the one she'd given her heart to. Even if Rias was still his fiancé in name, in reality, he belonged to her. Sweet dreams, darling, she whispered gently. Leaning in, she pressed a tender kiss to his forehead, then carefully slipped under the covers and into his arms, letting the night carry them both into quiet dreams. That night, many in Kuoh slept soundly for the first time in days. But not all. Some minds remained restless, haunted by thoughts they couldn't easily silence. The next morning. Morning light streamed through the window as Akira finally stirred from a long, well-earned rest. After everything that happened the day before, his body had truly needed the sleep. He shifted slightly, and immediately noticed something heavy pressing down on his chest. Looking down, he found Akino curled up against him, her head resting peacefully on his chest. Even half asleep, with messy hair and no makeup, Akino radiated the same natural allure that always made Akira's breath catch in his throat. She let out a small sound as his movement woke her, her eyelids fluttering open. The first thing she saw was his warm gaze. Good morning, darling, Akino whispered, her lips curving into a lazy smile. Morning, Akino. There was no awkwardness between them. No tension. No hesitation. They knew each other too well now. There were no more lines between them, only comfort and closeness. And Akino. Akino loved being watched by the men she loved. Some might call her bold, or even shameless, but for her, being looked at with desire by the one she cherished most, was the purest kind of joy. She glanced at the clock. 9:30 a.m. Well past what anyone could call morning. They were still wrapped in each other's arms, clearly reluctant to move, until an abrupt knock at the door broke the quiet moment. Knock. 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 Who is it? Akira called out, his voice still groggy with sleep. It's me. Rias. Hearing that familiar voice, both Akira and Akino immediately exchanged startled glances. They jumped out of bed, hurriedly throwing on clothes before Akira went to open the door. Standing there was Rias Gremory. Her eyes flicked from Akira to Akino, who had come to stand beside him, her appearance just disheveled enough to reveal what had transpired. They looked domestic. Intimate. Like a married couple who had spent the morning basking in each other's warmth. A quiet ache twisted in Rias' chest. She was his fiancée. That title belonged to her. And yet, it was little more than a name now. What's up, Rias? Akira asked, scratching his head. What else? It's about last night. You mean, the holy swords? Exactly. Akira frowned slightly. Hadn't they already handled all that? The swords were safely at his place. What was there to discuss? Is there a problem? Of course there is. Irina, you know, the church girl, she said the holy sword wielders and their weapons are property of the church. She wants to take all the swords back. She wants to what? Akira's brow furrowed. That's ridiculous. Those swords were captured during combat. They're my spoils. On what grounds does she think she can just take them? Well, technically, they do belong to the church, Rias said with a shrug. Yeah, technically. But they were stolen by Kokabeel. I defeated him. That makes them mine. It's basic wartime ethics. Or are we tossing that out now? Which is why there's a standoff going on downstairs, Rias said, clearly irritated. So I came to get you. To get me? Yes. Because the swords are in your possession. And because you saved both Zenobia and Irina. TCH, fine. Akira let out a long sigh. As annoying as this was, he knew it was probably better to deal with it himself. After all, he had saved those two. Though, to be fair, he hadn't done it purely out of kindness. At the time, he'd simply followed them to track Kokabeel's movements. Every choice that night had been a calculation. Still, he couldn't just let the matter spiral. So, together with Akino and Rias, he made his way downstairs. The atmosphere in the living room was tense. Irina, Chiba, and Kaneko were glaring daggers at each other. But what caught Akira off guard the most was Zenobia. She wasn't arguing. In fact, she was sitting calmly off to the side, quietly observing the drama. He quickly realized why. The aura around her was different now. She no longer radiated the same divine energy of a church warrior. Instead, she bore the signature magic of a devil, a reincarnated one. Zenobia had accepted Rias' offer. She had joined the Gremory peerage. White heavy checkmark enjoy 100+ chapters ahead of web novel. White heavy checkmark be the first to enjoy the new season before anyone else. Thank you for your amazing support. Sparkling Heart. Chapter 92, The Talk. Chapter 91, The Talk. Good morning. The moment Akira stepped into the living room, Zenobia greeted him with a cheerful smile. It was honestly hard to believe that the girl standing before him was the same holy sword wielder who once stormed into the occult research club like she owned the place. Back then, she had exuded pride and unwavering confidence, even while surrounded by devils. She held her ground with the dignity of a devout holy warrior. But now, she acted like they were old friends hanging out after school. The contrast was insane. So, you've really given up on everything? Pretty much, Zenobia replied without hesitation. God is dead. My faith crumbled along with him. And, well, Rias Bucho made me an offer, so I took it. Akira glanced toward Rias with a look that practically screamed, seriously, you invited her? Rias simply looked away, as if to say, what? Inviting a former church agent, who wielded a holy sword, no less, into her peerage? That was either genius, or insanity. And the crazier part? Zenobia had accepted. She'd actually gone and become a devil. It wasn't just a loss of faith, it was a complete betrayal of everything she once stood for. Naturally, Akira's gaze drifted to Irina Shido, standing stiffly by the wall, her tension palpable. You too. Perfect timing, Irina interrupted, her tone sharp. I'm here to retrieve the holy swords, church property. Church property? Akira repeated with a frown. If they were that precious, why send 2 teenage girls to guard them while 3 had already been stolen? You. Don't say you had it under control. You were sent to die, and you know it. Your superiors abandoned you. Irina fell silent. Zenobia just shrugged beside her. That exact betrayal was why she had turned her back on the church. She devoted her life to serving them, never asking for rewards. She had potential, raw talent as a holy sword wielder. And yet, when it really mattered, they threw her away. Anyone in her shoes would have snapped. Honestly, the fact that she wasn't trying to torch the Vatican said a lot about her self-restraint. It doesn't matter. They're still church property. Despite knowing her argument was weak, Irina stubbornly clung to it. But then, in an instant, everything changed. The atmosphere dropped like a boulder. A suffocating pressure slammed down onto the room. Irina buckled to her knees, her body unable to withstand the overwhelming aura. There was no doubt. This was Shin Akira's spiritual pressure, an aura far beyond anything a mid-tier exorcist like her could handle. The gap between them wasn't just massive, it was divine. You think you can make demands of me? Akira's voice cut through the tension like a blade. You want to take the swords? Fine. Have Michael come talk to me personally. The way he said it, calm, cool, yet absolute, made everyone in the room shiver. Even Akino, who was used to his overwhelming presence, felt her heart skip a beat. He was just too captivating. His power wasn't just strength, it was charisma that dominated the room. You want to force Archangel Michael to negotiate directly with you. Are you declaring war on heaven? War. Over you. Akira scoffed. Be realistic. Even if I crushed you here and now, Michael wouldn't lift a finger. You're not worth it. And deep down, you know that. Again, silence. But this time, Irina didn't resist. She knew he wasn't bluffing. She was nothing more than a disposable soldier now. And Akira, he wasn't just strong. He was Rias's fiancé, Gremory's golden child, and the future brother-in-law of Sirzex Lucifer. There wasn't a single reason heaven would start a conflict over her. With a wave of his hand, the 5 holy swords neatly stacked nearby began to glow, then floated into his grasp. Without a second thought, Akira tossed them behind the couch like they were junk. Everyone stared, stunned. Those were holy swords, relics of divine power, and he treated them like cheap props. Irina's eyes burned with fury. But in the end, she couldn't do a thing. She was quickly escorted out of the house. She didn't belong here anymore. And once she was gone, everyone turned to Zenobia. Okay. Explain. Akira, now seated on the couch, fixed his gaze on her. Just like I said earlier, Zenobia replied, her tone calm. I've given up on all of it. Riasbucho offered me a new path, and I accepted. I'm officially a devil now, a knight in her peerage. Please take care of me. With that, she gave a deep bow. Well, well, another member joins the club, Akino said with her usual gentle smile. Welcome aboard, Chiba greeted with a nod. Welcome, Kaneko added in her usual curt tone. Welcome, Zenobia-san, Asia said softly, folding her hands together. Despite everything, everyone welcomed her sincerely. She was family now. So, any plans for what you want to do next? Akira asked, his expression unreadable. Not really, Zenobia said with a shrug. I've never had a normal life. The church was strict, discipline, missions, rules. I want to experience everything I've missed. That's fair, Akira nodded. You deserve a life of your own. Oh, and one more thing, she added casually. I want to try falling in love. That came out of nowhere. In the church, romance was forbidden. I barely even talked to guys. So, if I'm breaking the old rules, I might as well go all in. Akira raised a brow. Why are you looking at me like that? Zenobia smiled confidently. Date me, Shin Akira. Huh. He froze, completely caught off guard. Across the room, Akino's expression darkened ever so slightly. Her usual warm smile faded, replaced by a subtle glare. Rias let out a sigh, massaging her temple. And here we go again. Kaneko's stare became sharp, almost disapproving. Even Asia looked visibly shaken, a flicker of pain in her soft blue eyes. No, Akira said firmly. I already have Akino. And Rias is my fiancé. I'm not looking for anyone else. But Zenobia wasn't giving up. Then. I'll be your mistress. The room fell deathly silent. She wasn't confessing her feelings. She simply wanted to know what love felt like, and figured this was the fastest way to find out. But before Akira could react, a voice cut in, quiet, cold, and terrifying. Zenobia-san. It was Akino. Her tone was sweet as always, but the pressure behind it was immense. An ominous shadow loomed behind her, shaped like a wrathful Oni, oozing spiritual force. The temperature plummeted. The air grew heavy with killing intent. Did you just say you wanted to be my boyfriend's mistress, right in front of me? Zenobia, having never seen this side of Akino before, turned pale. I am sorry, she squeaked, bowing so fast her forehead nearly hit the floor. White heavy checkmark enjoy 100 plus chapters ahead of web novel. White heavy checkmark be the first to enjoy the new season before anyone else. Thank you for your amazing support. Sparkling Heart. Chapter 93, Sir's is coming. Chapter 92, Sir's is coming. After the Kokabeel incident officially wrapped up, Kuoh Town gradually slipped back into its usual rhythm. Students returned to class like nothing had happened. The diligent ones resumed their studies, while the habitual slackers, well, they stayed true to form and kept skipping like always. It wasn't exactly a life of excitement, but for most people, it was enough to call satisfying. For Akira, though, there was something a little more entertaining lately. His plagiarized version of Yahari or no Seishin love comedy wa Mashigateru, or Orario for short, had exploded into a massive nationwide hit. In a society crushed under invisible hierarchies, where the average person was quietly suffocating under pressure they couldn't explain, Orario was catharsis. A mirror reflecting the warped, lonely pain of the misunderstood. And its protagonist, Hikigaya Hachiman, the great master of loneliness, as some fans called him, hit harder than anyone expected. He didn't fight back with power or hope. He survived by accepting reality, even if it broke him. For readers, it wasn't just relatable. It was raw. It was real. Naturally, the light novel sales exploded across Japan, and as a result, Akira was now bathing in royalty money. Of course, he ignored every offer thrown his way, book signings, interviews, fan meetups, even TV adaptations. He hadn't rewritten this story for fame. His only real goal was simple: money. Money. More money. If this world were a peaceful anime universe with no supernatural nonsense, maybe he'd seriously consider becoming an author. But this was a world filled with sacred gears, fallen angels, devils, exorcists, secret organizations, and literal satans. Compared to all that, writing novels was just a side quest. He already had everything he needed thanks to the Gremory family, and his engagement to Ria sealed the deal. At this point, he was just enjoying the ride. That afternoon, inside the Occult Research Club's room at Kuoh Academy. Akira, can I ask you something? Zenobia sat comfortably on the couch, holding the latest volume of Orario in her hands. Apparently, she'd become a fan of his work too. What is it? How did you even write something like this? It's so depressing. Coming from a fallen holy sword wielder who abandoned the church in despair, that's a bold take. Can you not bring that up again? A holy swordswoman, swallowed by darkness. You. She froze mid-retort, her face stiffening like she'd taken a direct hit to the chest. Akira could be unbelievably annoying when he wanted to tease someone. Just then, the door opened. Rias Gremory and Akino Himejima stepped into the room, but something was off. Rias looked visibly tense. What's up with your face? You look like you just got bad news, Akira asked, tilting his head. She got a message from Grafia-sama during class, Akino explained gently. A message. Tomorrow's parent visitation day. Oh yeah. My class mentioned an open lesson thing too. I was thinking of skipping the whole thing. As someone from another world, Akira had never been fond of these cultural events. They only reminded him how out of place he really was. But Grafia-sama said Lucifer-sama will be coming in person. Ah. The actual Satan. Visiting his little sister. There wasn't much detail. Just that he's coming. Are all the 4 Satan Siskins or what? Akira blurted. I heard Sonakaishu's big sister, Seraphal Leviathan, is, let's say, very affectionate too. A beat of silence filled the room. Especially from Rias, who shot him a very unamused look. Don't bring that up, she muttered. The point is, my Oni-sama is coming. What should I do? Why are you freaking out? He's your brother, not your dad. Just let him visit. Don't act like this doesn't involve you. We're engaged, remember? I'm your fiancé, and you're mine. I haven't forgotten. Then, when Oni-sama arrives tomorrow, we need to, Her voice trailed off. Even if she didn't finish the sentence, everyone in the room already knew what she meant. You mean we need to look a bit more, couple-like? Akira asked. More or less, Rias replied, glancing away. Her tone tried to sound casual, but the faint blush on her cheeks betrayed her. In that case, no problem. We'll hold hands, wrap our arms around each other, heck, I could kiss you in front of him. Why are you the one doing the kissing? I mean, you could kiss me. I'm fine either way. That's not the point. Rias glared at him like he'd just flipped the table in a chess match she was trying to win gracefully. She was Rias Gremory, heir to the prestigious Gremory household, respected throughout the underworld, and the undisputed goddess of Kuoh Academy. And somehow, she felt like she was the one chasing him. Don't worry, Akira said nonchalantly, leaning back on the sofa. If your brother's showing up tomorrow, we'll just act like a proper couple. Easy. Not tomorrow, Rias corrected him, her voice suddenly serious. If things go as expected, they'll probably arrive later today. Wait, what? Parent visitation is tomorrow morning. They'd logically arrive today to stay overnight and come with us. You're telling me the freaking Lucifer is coming to my house? Rias nodded. Akira's face went still. Hang on. Kuoh Academy basically belongs to the Gremory and Citri families. Your brother, one of the 4 Satans, is visiting. And instead of staying in some fancy mansion, he's crashing at my place. I already moved in with you. My old residence was returned to the family. You gave it back. Was it a rental or something? No. It's just proper estate management. As the Gremory heir, I have responsibilities. So let me get this straight, Akira said, sighing. You're freeloading at my house, and now your brother's tagging along. You make it sound like we're mooching off you. I just got rich, and now you're already targeting my wallet. Rias gave a little scoff, saying nothing more. Akira leaned back, staring at the ceiling. At this point, what could he even do? He was engaged to Rias Gremory, a brilliant, beautiful girl with enough pride to command entire legions. This was just part of the package deal. Meanwhile, in the corner of the room, Zenobia had gone pale. I just became a devil, and now I'm about to meet Lucifer himself. Even during her time in the church, she'd never laid eyes on someone as high-ranking as Archangel Michael. And now, fresh off her devil reincarnation, she was about to meet one of the 4 Satans. It was surreal, and honestly, terrifying. The rest of the room didn't look too fazed. After all, Akira, Akino, and Chiba had met Surzek's Lucifer before. To them, it wasn't uncharted territory. But Asia. Even though she was now a devil herself, there was a clear unease in her eyes. A visit from a Satan wasn't something you could take lightly. White heavy checkmark enjoy 100+ chapters ahead of web novel. White heavy checkmark be the first to enjoy the new season before anyone else. Thank you for your amazing support. Sparkling Heart. Chapter 94, The Men Behind the Curtain, Azazel. Chapter 93, The Men Behind the Curtain, Azazel. Just as the atmosphere in the occult research club room was starting to settle, a soft hum filled the air. A glowing crimson magic circle gradually took form, its lines and symbols weaving together in a complex, majestic pattern, unmistakably, the official teleportation crest of the Gremory family. You've got to be kidding me. We just mentioned him, and now he's here. Akira muttered in disbelief. Talk about summoning the devil by name, literally. Moments later, two figures emerged from the light, a man and a woman, both radiating a presence far beyond that of an ordinary devil. They weren't just anyone. The man was the Lucifer himself, Surzek's Lucifer, supreme leader of the underworld and one of the four Satans. At his side stood a woman with striking silver hair and a composed expression, Graphia Lucifuge, his queen and wife, as well as the head maid of the Gremory household. It's good to see you again, Shin Akira-kun, Surzek greeted with a serene smile. Yeah. Welcome, brother-in-law, Akira replied casually. It was a short exchange, but the impact it left in the room was enormous. Especially for Zenobia, who had just joined the devil faction. Her eyes were wide with shock. That's the Lucifer, the embodiment of authority and power in the underworld. And yet Akira, a former human, just talked to him like it was no big deal. Brother-in-law, huh? That's unexpected, Surzek said with a light chuckle. But I don't hate it. Just calling it like it is, Akira replied without batting an eye. Surzek laughed again, a natural, almost boyish laugh. It was the kind of laugh that made it hard to believe this man held one of the highest thrones in the underworld. But in that moment, he felt certain, Rias had chosen well. Though Akira was born human, he had already reached a status near the top of the supernatural hierarchy. Given time, Surzek had no doubt Akira would surpass the boundaries of his origin. As for human lifespans, that wasn't something Surzek worried about. There were many ways in this world to extend a human's life, and knowing Akira, he might have already surpassed those limits long ago. Graphia, Rias said, her eyes narrowing toward the silver-haired maid. You're the one who told Oni-sama about the school's parent visit day, aren't you? Her voice held a tinge of accusation. Originally, Rias hadn't intended to inform her family at all. But then, Surzek showed up anyway. Indeed, Ojo-sama, Graphia replied calmly. As Surzek-sama's personal maid, it is my duty to report all relevant matters concerning the Gremory family. That includes you. Rias wanted to argue, but the words died in her throat. It wasn't just fear. Since childhood, Graphia had always been more than a maid to her, she was a guardian, a mother figure, someone more terrifying than her brother in some ways. They say sisters-in-law are like second mothers. In Rias's case, that felt a little too accurate. Surzek-sama. Your Majesty, Surzek. Lucifer-sama. Long live the Demon King. The rest of the club members quickly stood and offered respectful greetings, some more formal than others. Akira might have been able to speak casually, but they couldn't. The peerage system was strict. As servants under Rias, the king in their devil reincarnation chessboard, they had no choice but to show proper deference to the one who stood at the top. Surzek, however, simply smiled. No need to be so stiff. I'm just here as Rias's older brother today, not as a Satan. The tension instantly melted from the room. If you didn't know his true identity, you could have easily mistaken him for a friendly adult who happened to adore his little sister. Zenobia, however, was visibly rattled. She'd been raised in the church to believe the Satans were bloodthirsty monsters, the rulers of the abyss who crushed all in their path. But the men standing before her now seemed, shockingly human. Were all those teachings lies? Rias, Surzek called gently. How has life in the human world been treating you? It's fine. There's no need for Oni-sama to worry, Rias answered coolly, turning her gaze away. Still mad, huh? Gee, I wonder why. If not for you and father, none of this would have happened. And yet, things turned out pretty well, didn't they? Surzek replied, subtly glancing toward Akira. The message behind that look was clear. Without the arranged engagement, this relationship wouldn't have happened. Rias simply scoffed and looked away again. Deep down, though, she knew the truth. Even now, her relationship with Akira was ambiguous at best. Despite the occasional moments of closeness, it was usually her taking the initiative. By the way, brother-in-law, Akira interjected, his tone shifting slightly. Something tells me you're not here just for parent visitation day. Surzek's smile deepened. Sharp as ever. That's only one of the reasons I'm here. One of them, huh? In 3 days, we're holding a 3-faction summit here in Kuoh Town. Akira's eyes narrowed. Who's attending? From the devils, myself and Seraphal Leviathan. From the fallen angels, Azazel, the Governor-General of Grigori. From heaven, Archangel Michael. Akira sat up straighter. When? In 3 days. Where? Kuoh Academy. The room froze. Ria stared at her brother in disbelief. Akino's eyes widened. Kaneko and Zenobia looked stunned. This tiny town, barely a blip on the map in Japan, was about to host the leaders of the three greatest supernatural powers in existence. Rias had originally chosen Kuoh as a place to escape her engagement to Riser Phoenix. And now, this. It was like watching the presidents of the US, China, and Russia decide to meet in a random mountain village. I take it there's a specific reason for choosing this location? Akira asked. Surzex nodded. Naturally. Because of Kokabeel. The corners of Surzex's eyes crinkled before he chuckled lightly. You catch on fast. His gaze lingered on Akira, like a veteran appraising a promising heir. With someone like Akira standing at Rias's side, the Gremory family's future looked exceedingly bright. Kokabeel recently stole 3 holy swords from the church and brought them here, Surzex explained. He targeted Rias and Sona Citri, aiming to provoke the 3 factions into a war. Though we've stopped him, the aftermath is far from over. So all of this is Azazel's doing, Akira muttered, his voice low and sharp. Surzex raised an eyebrow. You've met him. Akira nodded. Yeah. He knew Kokabeel was going to act but didn't stop him. Said it wasn't his place as Governor General to personally discipline his subordinates. I see. Surzex's tone deepened, his expression hardening. And it was Azazel who proposed the 3-faction summit. He proposed it. Akira's brow furrowed. Back when he was just a reader of high school DxD in his previous life, this detail was never explicitly mentioned. He'd always assumed the summit was a joint decision. But thinking about it more deeply, it actually made sense. Azazel had long known about the Cows Brigade. He'd been investigating them behind the scenes for some time. And Valley, wielder of Divine Dividing and one of the most dangerous beings of the new generation, had openly joined the Cows Brigade and even formed his own team under their banner. There was no way Azazel didn't know. In fact, Akira was convinced he not only allowed it, but might have been subtly orchestrating it all. The fact that he let Kokabeel run wild, only to propose a summit right after. That guy really does love playing puppet master behind the curtain, Akira murmured under his breath. White heavy checkmark enjoy 100+ chapters ahead of web novel. White heavy checkmark be the first to enjoy the new season before anyone else. Thank you for your amazing support. Sparkling Heart. Chapter 95, The Secret Behind the Scenario. Chapter 94, The Secret Behind the Scenario. The next day arrived without fanfare. It was Parent Visitation Day at Kuoh Academy, a special occasion that brought a cheerful, lively buzz to the campus. The classrooms were full of chatter, with students sitting a little straighter and teachers acting a little more formal than usual. Parents had come in droves, trailing behind their children with pride or curiosity. In each classroom, extra chairs had been set up at the back so they could observe the lessons firsthand. Some of the more prestigious classes even held open sessions, a sort of academic showcase designed to impress not just the parents, but the teaching staff and the board of directors. For honor students, this was a moment to shine, a chance to show off perfect grades and win admiring glances. But for students who weren't quite as stellar, well, this was the kind of day they'd rather erase from their memories. After all, few things sting more than being compared to someone else's perfect child, followed, of course, by a stern lecture back home. Rias Gremory, as expected, was at the center of attention. She wasn't just the most beautiful girl in Kuoh Academy, her academic performance also ranked among the very best. It was only natural that her class became one of the highlights of the day. In the back of her classroom, parents, faculty members, and school staff sat neatly in their chairs. Among them, however, 2 particular guests stood out like royalty walking through a town festival. Surzex Lucifer and Graphia Lucifuge, the Demon King and his queen, sat with cameras in hand, recording and photographing Rias with laser-like focus. Yes, just like Seraphal Leviathan, Surzex was a textbook Siskin, though his affection was expressed in a much quieter, more composed manner. For years, Surzex had silently cleaned up the hidden messes behind Akino, Kaneko, and even Chiba, ensuring Rias could live her life without shouldering those burdens. She never even realized how much he had done from behind the curtain. Compared to Seraphal, whose love for her sister was explosive and dramatic, Surzex was gentle and restrained, but no less devoted. He was the ideal of a calm, rational big brother. Meanwhile, at a quiet bar tucked away in downtown Kuoh, Shin Akira sat across the table from a man he'd only described to others as suspiciously omnipresent. Azazel, Governor General of the Grigori and leader of the Fallen Angels. 2 small cups of warm sake sat between them, steam rising lazily into the air. You do realize I'm technically underage, right? Forcing me to drink is kind of a legal offense, Akira deadpanned. Ha, don't give me that. You're the Sekuyurai, the legendary Red Dragon Emperor. Are you seriously telling me a couple shots of mild sake can take you down? Akira snorted softly and picked up the cup. Without further complaint, he tilted it back and downed it in one gulp. It was smooth, Japanese sake, only around 13% alcohol. Nothing too heavy. Back in his previous life, Akira had tasted drinks far stronger. In those corporate banquets and client parties, it wasn't unusual for him to endure baijiu that hit 50% alcohol by volume. And now, with a body strengthened by supernatural forces, alcohol barely had any effect. Azazel chuckled at the display. One shot, no hesitation. I like that. Save the compliments, Akira replied, lowering the cup. Let's cut to the chase, Governor General. You've been showing up around Kuoh a little too often. What exactly are you scheming? Azazel raised his hands with an innocent shrug. Scheming. You make me sound like some kind of villain. I'm not plotting anything. Don't play dumb. If I wanted, I could list your entire backroom playbook right here. Oh. Go ahead. I'd love to hear it. Akira stared him down, his gaze sharp and unwavering. First, you let Kokabeel act without interference. Second, you pushed for the three-faction summit. Third, you've planted spies within the Kuoh's brigade. Fourth, you've been building ties with the Norse pantheon. And lastly, even Mount Meru, the spiritual nexus of the eastern factions, hasn't escaped your reach. Azazel's light-hearted smirk vanished instantly. His expression turned unreadable. Eyes narrowing, voice silent. Things like Kokabeel and the summit were one thing. But infiltration of the Kuoh's brigade. Connections to the Norse gods. Involvement with Mount Meru, home to divine and sacred beings from the Eastern traditions. That wasn't just sharp intuition. That was knowledge. Azazel didn't know it yet, but the boy sitting across from him wasn't just some genius devil or unusually perceptive sacred gear user. He was a reincarnator, a man who had seen the world's plot unfold from a reader's perspective long before ever being reborn into it. In the original timeline, a lot of events looked like coincidences. But Akira knew better. Nothing was random. Take Biko, for instance, a descendant of the legendary Sun Wukong, the victorious fighting Buddha. A yokai monkey who inherited divine strength from one of the East's greatest legends. And yet, that very same figure joined Team Valley, willingly serving a descendant of the original Lucifer. Why would a sacred creature like him follow someone with demonic blood? Not to mention the bizarre relationship between Valley Lucifer and Odin, the Allfather of the Norse pantheon. Odin had even gone so far as to take Valley in as his adopted son. No way was that just a coincidence. If none of that was your doing, Azazel. Akira narrowed his eyes, then that would be the real surprise. The fallen angel leader leaned back in his seat, exhaling softly. Well, damn. I guess I underestimated you. His tone had changed. For the first time, Azazel wasn't speaking like a casual observer or teasing researcher. He was speaking as an equal. Red Dragon Emperor, no, Shin Akira. You're not what I expected. Akira didn't reply. He didn't need to. Azazel now saw it, this boy wasn't just another powerful young figure rising in the supernatural world. He was a thinker. A strategist. Someone who truly understood the layers of politics, myth, and power that governed their universe. So, Azazel asked, voice smooth again, you're working on a plan of your own for the summit, aren't you? If you already suspect that much, Akira replied evenly, why not guess the rest? Azazel smirked again, that familiar, calculating expression returning to his face. You want to broker a peace agreement between the three factions? Akira nodded. Exactly. And the fastest way to unite enemies is by giving them a common threat. Something none of them can defeat alone. Azazel leaned forward slightly, intrigued. You're good. Better than I thought. The old Mao faction, hiding within the Kuoh's brigade, they're part of your calculations too, right? That's why you're holding the summit here in Kuoh. But Azazel shook his head slowly. That part wasn't my idea. It was theirs. Theirs. Akira frowned. You mean the direct descendants of the original four Satans? Correct, Azazel said, his voice steady. They've been planning a coup for years. They believe the throne belongs to them by birthright, and they intend to strike during the summit. And if the three factions were to sign a peace accord, Akira muttered, their chances of success would plummet. So they have to sabotage it, no matter the cost. Azazel gave a thin, satisfied smile. Exactly. Val is involved too, isn't he? Of course. Don't forget, he's not just Valley. He's Valley Lucifer. Unbelievable. That guy has such an innocent face, thick eyebrows and all, and he's playing both sides. Akira sighed, rubbing his temples. This whole thing's a mess. He looked up again, locking eyes with the men across the table. Azazel. The genius researcher. The eccentric inventor. The fallen angel with a mischievous streak. But right now, he wasn't any of those things. He was cold. Strategic. A veteran of ancient wars. A man who once stood against God and the original Satans, and survived. No matter what image he liked to project, this man wasn't just a mad scientist. He was a tactician. A kingmaker. A mastermind playing the long game behind the scenes. White heavy checkmark. Enjoy 100 plus chapters ahead of web novel. White heavy checkmark. Be the first to enjoy the new season before anyone else. Thank you for your amazing support. Sparkling heart.